A magnitude 12 earthquake struck the town of Lioli. The town's party secretary, Fu Zhongliang, met with an unfortunate fate. He was subjected to the double regulation process by the county's Discipline Inspection Commission due to serious disciplinary violations. This news landed like a bolt from the blue, plunging the entire town of Lioli into unprecedented turmoil. Within the precincts of the town committee's administrative compound, discussions erupted among the townspeople, speculating who else might be implicated. Soon after, Jiang Zhaoyang, the acting director of the party and government office, was summoned by the county's Discipline Inspection Commission for a chat. The news spread rapidly. Jiang Zhaoyang found himself taken to a detention room at the Springfone County Discipline Inspection Commission's case handling base. The room was a specially designed standard unit, equipped with soft furnishings including the desk, chairs, and even the walls, intended to prevent the subjects of investigation from engaging in impulsive actions during emotional distress, such as self-harm or wall collisions. This was a nationwide practice. Once seated, a young staff member from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission handed him a paper cup. Jiang Zhaoyang looked down and felt relieved to find it contained tea rather than water. He took a gentle sip, the familiar yet slightly bitter taste easing his anxiety just a fraction. "Do you know why you are here?" inquired a young, attractive female staff member seated across from him. Her delicate brows were artfully shaped, and her nose held a certain regal quality. "I do not know." "Do not know?" Before the earthquake, even the cats, mice, and fish in the pond were restless, thrashing and leaping. This is a harbinger bestowed by nature. And you? Are you not even as perceptive as they? Is it possible for you to remain oblivious? Her pupils constricted. Jiang Zhaoyang momentarily felt intimidated by her gaze, but quickly regained his composure. "Do you expect me to display panic and fear to validate something? Is that what would satisfy you?" He added, "What a dark psyche you possess." The woman was taken aback, momentarily speechless. She had never before been met with such retort. Beside her, a male staff member slammed the table. "This is Director Zhao Shan from our Discipline Inspection Office. What is your attitude? How dare you be so insolent before a superior?" Yet, Zhao Shan did not display any signs of anger. She waved her hand, signaling the staff member to calm down. Then, with a friendly demeanor, she addressed Jiang Zhaoyang. "It's all right, Director Jiang. Do not be anxious, and certainly do not harbor any feelings of confrontation. We have a clear purpose for inviting you today. You must adopt a correct attitude. We hope you will understand and cooperate with our work. Only then can you hope for a chance at leniency. The evidence we currently possess regarding Fu Zhongliang's embezzlement and bribery has already accumulated to several $100,000, and this is merely the tip of the iceberg, with much more yet to be verified. His actions have severely violated party discipline and national law. We must investigate thoroughly. You, as the director of the party and government office, have had considerable interaction with him. Just how much do you truly know about his sordid deeds? Or have you, in certain respects, been complicit? You must disclose the truth." However, faced with Zhao Shan's aggressive inquiries, Jiang Zhaoyang remained silent. Jiang Zhaoyang gently shrugged, his gaze imbued with a hint of innocence and helplessness. He replied, "How would I know? Director Zhao, you overestimate my capabilities. Are you certain you remain oblivious? Am I to deny it? You?" Zhao Shan's brows arched in indignation. "You are not his confidant. How could he possibly appoint you as the director of the party and government office?" Jiang Zhaoyang responded with measured composure. "Director Zhao, your assertion is erroneous. Allow me to clarify. What is it? I am merely the acting director. This position is temporary and subject to change at any moment. That my relationship with him is purely professional, devoid of the intricate entanglements you presume." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan scoffed. "What substantial difference exists between acting and official positions? Humph. To me, the distinction is merely the breadth of a sheet of paper. Now that you occupy this role, you cannot simply dissociate yourself. Furthermore, the relationship between a secretary and a leader is distinctly unique. Many matters concerning leaders are known or overheard. Some may even participate." Jiang Zhaoyang retorted, "Am I a secretary? Only leaders of considerable rank have secretaries." "That is the rule," Zhao Shan swiftly countered, "yet the director of the party and government office at the township level is hardly different. IT merely exists in title without substance. Jiang Zhaoyang mused. May I inquire something of you, Director Zhao? I seek your counsel. What is it? Which corrupt official acts without discretion does not an additional, unrelated individual knowing equate to an increased risk of exposure? Zhao Shan paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, maintaining her patience, she replied, those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous, those who associate with the corrupt become corrupt. You should comprehend this principle better than I. In a dye vat, even the purest white cloth cannot ensure it remains untainted, let alone a person. Of course, our party's policy is to punish the past and cure the present, to offer a pathway for comrades who have erred. The reason for summoning you is to help you find your way back, to salvage you. It is an opportunity presented to you. You are well aware of the current situation. Fu Zhengliang's issues have already surfaced. As one of his former subordinates, are you willing to step forward and disclose either his or your own issues? At this juncture, Zhao Shan paused. Have you made up your mind? Regarding Fu Zhengliang's corruption, Jiang Zhaoyang was indeed quite uninformed. One might even say he was entirely unaware that Fu Zhengliang valued him solely because he graduated from a prestigious 985 university and possessed a talent for crafting commendable materials. That was all. Even corrupt officials seek talent and aspire to achieve results. The materials submitted must also meet the approval of higher authorities, must they not? Whether it be embellishing Fu Zhengliang or extolling his virtues, it was a matter beyond his control. However, when it comes to corruption, Jiang Zhaoyang found himself utterly detached. Yet, Zhao Shan was unwilling to believe such. She hoped to pry open a fissure through Jiang Zhaoyang, seizing the opportunity to amplify the gains of the anti-corruption campaign. That a faint, enigmatic smile curved the corners of Zhao Shan's lips. Her smile concealed a hint of mockery and a touch of menace. Jiang Zhaoyang, are you truly determined to remain obstinate, clenching your teeth and refusing to relent? Or do you still harbor a glimmer of hope, waiting for Fu Zhengliang to turn the tide? I genuinely do not understand. You cannot compel me to fabricate truths out of thin air merely to cater to your demands. Can you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan's expression darkened instantly. With an air of indignation, Zhao Shan coldly remarked, it seems you are choosing to disregard my hospitality and instead opt for punishment. Individuals with such stubbornness and inflexibility are not uncommon. With a swift motion, she gestured, and the heavy curtains were drawn shut. Zhao Shan icily stated, if you choose not to speak, you shall remain in this small, dark room. When you have come to a resolution, simply ring the bell on the chair. With that, she rose and exited alongside the staff from the disciplinary committee. In an instant, the lights in the room extinguished. Suddenly, the entire space was engulfed in darkness. Jiang Zhaoyang stretched out his hand but could see nothing. Even the act of breathing was burdened by a heavy sense of oppression. However, as time passed, it became apparent that not only was darkness consuming this space, but an invisible force was also gradually stripping away his will. His eyelids felt as if they were laden with lead, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Constantly battling against his fatigue, his consciousness began to blur, as if he were on the verge of being drawn into an endless abyss of dreams. With no path back to reality, he attempted to struggle, yearning for the comfort of a bed, yet in this abyss of blackness, it seemed an impossibility. He reached out, only to encounter the frigid air. Each attempt was a blind groping in the dark, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, he could only surrender in despair. Exhausted, he compromised and chose to sit in a chair and succumb to slumber. As his consciousness gradually faded, he descended into dreams. When Jiang Zhaoyang awoke, he had completely lost his sense of time. He was unaware whether the outside world basked in the brilliant daylight or was adorned with twinkling stars in the night. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat. Each pulse echoed in the boundless darkness, amplifying his solitude and fear. The growl of his stomach reminded him of his ravenous hunger. This physical discomfort intertwined with psychological dread became unbearable. Finally, Jiang Zhaoyang could no longer endure it. He extended his hand, relying on memory and instinct, and groped until he found the bell at the edge of the chair. With all his strength, he pressed it down. In that moment, he seemed to hear the sound of Hope's door slowly creaking open. The cool and elegant Zhao Shan, accompanied by 2 male staff members, entered the room from the adjacent space. Instantly, the room was illuminated by a soft glow. Zhao Shan glanced at the exquisite watch on her wrist, a slight barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. In her heart, she mused, this coward. What remains of that once audacious spirit? Does he dare to confront me as he did before? The curtains in the room were gently drawn open, revealing the scenery outside. It was nearly evening, and the sky above the county town was brushed with a delicate purplish-red hue from the sunset. Soon, the city lights flickered to life. In the small town dawned a veil of enchanting nightfall. Zhao Shan settled into her seat and instructed her assistant beside her, prepare to take notes. Her gaze returned to Jiang Zhaoyang, her tone laced with mockery and derision. How does it feel to be punished with drink? Are you finally willing to speak the truth? I say, I am willing to confess. Zhao Shan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Zhaoyang, urging him eagerly. Speak quickly. Jiang Zhaoyang replied, I say. Fu Zhengyang once gave me something. What was it? Speak. Zhao Shan nearly leaped from her chair. It was a bottle of essential oil. A bottle of essential oil? Zhao Shan's voice suddenly dropped several decibels, her gaze dimming with disappointment. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you using such trivial matters to brush me off? Zhao Shan retorted angrily. Jiang Zhaoyang, sensing her ire, quickly raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. No, please allow me to finish. This is no ordinary bottle of essential oil. Its value is quite remarkable. How much exactly? Zhao Shan could not help but press for details. I specifically checked the market price. This is an imported, original bottle of essential oil, and it costs as much as 200 yuan. Jiang Zhaoyang's words carried a note of astonishment. Tell me, does this not amount to Fu Zhengyang attempting to bribe me? What? He tried to bribe you? Zhao Shan was genuinely enraged now. Was this rascal pretending to be oblivious? Is there a case of a leader bribing a subordinate? Zhao Shan's face flushed with indignation. Was this not an affront to her intelligence? Her temper flared as she exclaimed, Jiang Zhaoyang, have you lost your mind? This is utterly absurd. If you continue to play tricks, we shall escalate our methods. Jiang Zhaoyang shivered at her words. No. He urged me to promptly submit a report to the county committee and offered the essential oil to invigorate my mind. If you do not consider it a bribe, then so be it. I have matters to attend to. What matters? Do not conceal anything. Jiang Zhaoyang sighed, rubbing his temples, appearing rather helpless. However, you must consider then exert your utmost mental effort, for I do not have much time to waste. I must take my leave. Zhao Shan's tone revealed her impatience. She interpreted his words as a mere stalling tactic. Rising to depart, she declared, Stop. I just remembered. At this point, Jiang Zhaoyang shifted his tone. But what? However, I can only share this with you. Hearing this, Zhao Shan furrowed her brow slightly. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Zhaoyang's face for a few moments, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Subsequently, she waved her hand, instructing her assistant, You step outside for a moment and wait at the door. I am curious to see what pearls of wisdom may emerge from his lips. The assistant, upon hearing this, dared not ask further. He simply acknowledged her request and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Now you may speak freely, Zhao Shan said with a piercing gaze. I must confess, I am aware of the formidable prowess of your disciplinary committee. It is said that even the faintest hint of past romantic entanglements can be thoroughly uncovered. Is that not so? Indeed. I must admit, during my university days, there was a classmate, universally acknowledged as the goddess, whom I secretly admired. She possessed an enchanting figure and striking features. Especially when she smiled, her charming laughter and captivating gaze truly bewitched all who beheld her. As he spoke, Jiang Zhaoyang appeared to have discovered a new realm of thought, fixating his gaze on Zhao Shan. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Zhao Shan's eyes flashed with displeasure. What are you staring at? Speak your mind. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Jiang Zhaoyang quickly offered an embarrassed smile. It is nothing. Merely that I find her appearance quite reminiscent of yours. However, of course, your temperament is entirely different. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan's expression instantly darkened. She shot a disdainful glare at Jiang Zhaoyang and, in a fit of anger, interrupted him. Enough. Stop rambling about these trivial matters. Continue with your account. Indeed. Until one day, her image crumbled completely before my eyes. What transpired? Zhao Shan felt somewhat perplexed. Why was this fellow rambling aimlessly? It was during a weekend when I witnessed her stepping into an Audi A6, disappearing into the distance. Subsequently, in a serendipitous encounter at a gathering, I overheard discussions claiming she was being kept by a wealthy and influential real estate mogul, becoming an unequivocal mistress in the eyes of many. In that moment, my heart sank as well, for Jiang Zhaoyang paused deliberately at this juncture, and her name was also Zhao Shan, or rather, Shan. Just a single character apart. Yet it compelled me to draw connections between the two. Zhao Shan's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. In an instant, her anger flared, a surge of indignation bubbling forth. This fellow was, after all, humiliating her. With a sharp retort, Jiang Zhaoyang, you, not only are you flippant, but now you've also taken to mocking me with your insouciance. Nevertheless, reason told her that this fellow truly had nothing of value to impart. He was merely rambling. If you require my account, I genuinely cannot recall any pertinent issues to disclose. I can only rummage through the dusty memories of yesteryears. You can take your leave. The farther, the better. I no longer wish to see you. Zhao Shan was a blend of shame and fury. Very well, I shall depart. This was precisely what Jiang Zhaoyang had wished for. He dashed away in a flash, escaping with great haste. The personnel from the disciplinary committee outside were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Director Zhao, have you let him go? One staff member could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Zhao Shan cast a faint glance in his direction. With a tone tinged with weariness and resignation, she replied, this fellow, once confined in the dark room, could not endure it and started speaking haphazardly. If we were to detain him further, I fear he might lash out recklessly. Were he to fabricate tales, it would place us in a precarious position. Besides, it is quite common for even the closest aides to be unaware of their leader's secrets. Not to mention, he is not even a secretary. Jiang Zhaoyang hopped onto his motorcycle, speeding away like the wind. Upon returning to the dormitory in the town's government compound, sweat trickled down his cheeks. He grabbed a towel hanging on the wall, wiping his face haphazardly to dispel the fatigue of the journey. Then, he rummaged through the depths of the cupboard and unearthed a packet of instant noodles. After simply soaking it in boiling water, amidst the rising steam, Jiang Zhaoyang swiftly consumed this modest dinner in a few hurried bites. Following the meal, an irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Jiang Zhaoyang struggled to resist but ultimately succumbed to defeat. He collapsed onto the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. A sudden, urgent knock at the door jolted him awake from his dreams. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he groggily glanced at the clock on his bedside. At that moment, his heart sank. The hour hand had quietly crept past 4 in the afternoon. He had slept through an entire night and most of the day. Jiang Zhaoyang leapt from his bed, barely pausing to put on his slippers as he staggered towards the door. In a flurry, he opened it to find He, the deputy director of the party and government office, standing before him. He, usually so deferential, now spoke with a hint of displeasure. Director Jiang, why are you sleeping so soundly? It is one thing to be absent from work, but to not even answer your phone? I thought there was an emergency. Who would have imagined you were merely lost in slumber in your dormitory? Jiang Zhaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment. He stammered an explanation. I was simply too exhausted, not realizing I had overslept. Mayor Lin has been searching for you. I was almost ready to issue a missing person notice. He's words left Jiang Zhaoyang momentarily bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. What matter could be so urgent? As a mere clerk, how should I know? He smirked slyly, his expression laden with meaning. However, you'd best hurry. Don't keep Mayor Lin waiting too long. All right, I'll go right away. Although Jiang Zhaoyang felt perplexed, he dared not delay and nodded in agreement. Good. He said no more and departed. Jiang Zhaoyang splashed water on his face when suddenly, a growl from his stomach reminded him of his gnawing hunger. He had no time for instant noodles. He knew Mayor Lin would not be able to wait. What could the mayor wish to discuss? Lin Weiquan had effectively become the town's leading authority, his word carrying weight, commanding the obedience of over 100 officials, not to mention being the guardian of countless citizens. As he stepped outside, he encountered several colleagues along the way. They regarded him with curious glances, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly speculating about the predicament he was about to face. At last, he arrived at the door of Lin Weiquan's office. He gently knocked and, upon receiving permission, entered. Uncertain of what awaited him, he was taken aback by the unexpectedly warm reception. Lin Weiquan, usually composed and reserved, sprang up from behind his desk with an exuberant smile. He quickly approached the water dispenser, skillfully pouring himself a delicate porcelain cup of fragrant green tea. Sit. Please, have a seat, Lin Weiquan urged, gesturing for Jiang Zhaoyang to take a place on the sofa. The fervor in his demeanor sent a chill down Jiang Zhaoyang's spine, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Nervously, he settled into his seat as Lin Weiquan handed him the steaming cup of tea. Lin Weiquan subsequently returned to his seat. However, he did not immediately speak. Instead, he regarded Jiang Zhaoyang with a meaningful gaze. Let us savor our tea and converse at a leisurely pace, shall we? The urgency in He's demeanor contrasted sharply with Lin's calmness, leaving Jiang Zhaoyang perplexed. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace the moment and set aside his misgivings. Focusing on the tea before him, he gently blew away the steam and took a small sip. The fresh aroma of the tea blossomed in his mouth, easing his tension slightly. Observing this, Lin Weichuan's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. Xiao Jiang, there are certain matters we must address with candor, he said. Savoring another sip of tea. You possess considerable talent. Graduating from a 985 university and choosing to work in our remote township is no small feat. He paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating his words, and his hesitance made Jiang Zhaoyang's heart race. The rhythmic pounding of his heart echoed in his ears, and he felt a slight perspiration forming in his palms. He understood that he was regarded as a protege of Fu Zhongyang, having been labeled as such since joining the Comprehensive Party and government office. This perception was widely held, despite his relationship with Fu being purely professional. In the political landscape of Lioli Town, the leading figures often maintained a facade of harmony while harboring discord. Caught in the middle, Jiang Zhaoyang found it challenging to navigate the political waters without choosing a side. In such an environment, it was indisputable that he would align himself with Fu Zhongyang. Now, with Fu's downfall, it was inevitable that he would face repercussions. The ramifications of this upheaval threatened to ensnare him, making a complete withdrawal nearly impossible. While he had narrowly escaped scrutiny from the Discipline Inspection Commission, the current predicament posed a substantial challenge. With a new leader comes a new cohort of supporters. Lin Weiquan would undoubtedly be reluctant to retain Fu Zhenliang's associates. Jiang Zhaoyang was acutely aware that his future was likely to be fraught with difficulties. Marginalization and exclusion were highly probable outcomes, particularly with He, who had long coveted the director position. The gleeful expression he had worn moments ago was telling. Jiang Zhaoyang steeled himself for the worst. Being sidelined was a distinct possibility. What was the significance of sitting on the sidelines? It was merely a matter of adopting a more passive stance. With this in mind, Jiang Zhaoyang responded calmly, Mayor Lin, if you have something to say, please speak directly. There is no need for obfuscation between us. Lin Weiquan replied with a hint of amusement. Xiao Jiang, you were summoned by the Discipline Inspection Commission yesterday? Jiang Zhaoyang gently shook his head, clarifying, no, it was a routine inquiry. Lin Weiquan sighed, indicating that the essence of the matter remained unchanged, despite the differing terminology. However, this incident has already become the talk of the town within the government compound. You see, you are akin to a piece of yellow mud that has fallen into your trousers. Even if it is not excrement, others will still perceive it as such. In the present moment, whispers abound with a cacophony of discussions, each more varied than the last. I find myself under immense pressure, truly standing at the epicenter of scrutiny. You? How could that be? Jiang Zhaoyang pondered, perplexed. This matter bears no relation to Lin Weiquan. In fact, he ought to be secretly pleased. He now wields absolute power, with no one capable of overshadowing him. The seal has been lifted. Not quite so. I called last night to inquire about your situation. Director Zhao from the Discipline Inspection Commission responded that there is currently no evidence linking you to the case of Fu Zhenliang, although the comrades at the commission harbor suspicions. He added a pivotal caveat. Presently, the absence of evidence does not preclude future developments. The comrades are merely in a state of doubt, without reaching a definitive conclusion. Lin Weiquan, visibly troubled, remarked, you are aware that the party and government office is a core department, one that is particularly sensitive and political. Should I allow you to remain in this position, it will undoubtedly invite various criticisms and accusations. I believe it would be prudent for you to step back for a time. Once the situation is calmed, or if facts emerge to prove your innocence, then you may return. Do you find this arrangement acceptable? Upon hearing Lin Weichuan's words, Jiang Zhaoyang gazed at the insincere visage of Lin Weiquan, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. This was not an act for the greater good. It was a clear attempt to marginalize him and expel him from the circle. It was merely a fade, a pretext to justify his exclusion. Yet Lin Weiquan still feigned a sense of unavoidable sorrow, which was truly nauseating. Who among those who have departed from the party and government office has ever returned? However, faced with Lin Weiquan, who represented the organization in this conversation, Jiang Zhaoyang felt powerless. That Lin Weiquan even engaged him in dialogue was a small concession. Otherwise, he could have simply ordered him to vacate the office. Can one's arm truly contend with a leg? Jiang Zhaoyang forced a semblance of a smile and insincerely replied, Mayor Lin, you are indeed correct. Your foresight is commendable, and I must concede. So, Mayor Lin, To which department do you intend to assign me for my continued service? Generally speaking, within this intricate and nuanced political ecosystem, everyone is acutely aware of the principle of maintaining harmonious relations. Absent dire necessity, one would seldom risk severing ties. After all, in this circle, no one can guarantee their perpetual standing in an unassailable position. It is uncommon for anyone to overstep their bounds. Most actions are executed with restraint. Every day, newspapers, the internet, television, and other media outlets report on the downfall of corrupt officials. While in power, who can assure their integrity remains unblemished and pure? To spare others is, in essence, to carve a path for oneself. Why engage in actions that merely erect walls rather than illuminate the way? This is an unspoken rule within the realm of governance. Therefore, Jiang Zhaoyang mused, Lin Weiquan is likely attempting to marginalize him further. The town committee and government have numerous departments yet to explore. In the offices of civil affairs, comprehensive management, investment promotion, safety supervision, and cultural stations, which location cannot accommodate oneself. However, Lin Weiquan's subsequent words left him utterly astounded. Like a bucket of icy water on a winter's day. It chilled him to the bone. Jiang Zhaoyang could scarcely believe his ears. I think it would be appropriate to assign you to work at the Bayun Mountain Reservoir. Jiang Zhaoyang was struck dumb upon hearing this. Typically, only personnel with formal positions in hydropower stations are dispatched there, tasked with daily maintenance and management. Yet here he was, a bona fide civil servant, being sent to guard a reservoir? This shattered Jiang Zhaoyang's understanding. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Jiang Zhaoyang's face, Lin Weiquan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, one infused with subtle meaning and mockery. He continued in a voice that was almost chilling, but that's not all. There is more? Jiang Zhaoyang inquired. Indeed, Lin Weiquan nodded, explaining that the reservoir was surrounded by a vast forest area, an ecosystem both fragile and precious. And he would also have to assume the role of a forest ranger. Your duties extend beyond mere fire prevention. You must remain ever vigilant against illegal logging, poaching, and other destructive activities. The area borders the neighboring county of Baigua, with ambiguous boundaries that complicate management. There are frequent incursions from neighboring counties where individuals illegally hunt national second-class protected animals, such as wild boars and muntjac. You will also be responsible for patrolling, monitoring, and, when necessary, outsmarting poachers to protect these rare creatures from harm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a weight in his heart. Was he to juggle 3 roles? Yet, he understood that displaying anger would yield dire consequences for his future circumstances. He maintained his composure, saying, Mayor Lin, as I am now a worker at the reservoir, a forest ranger, and a member of the forestry police, will I be entitled to 3 salaries? That is not possible. As a civil servant, you are permitted only 1 salary, as stipulated by regulations. Jiang Zhaoyang cursed inwardly, thinking, so now you remember I'm a civil servant? He then sought a compromise. In that case, Mayor Lin, if I cannot receive 3 salaries, could you at least provide me with a firearm? What would you need a firearm for? Lin Weiquan asked. Consider this. I will often face poachers and other dangerous individuals. If they are unarmed, perhaps I could manage. However, poachers are typically equipped with powerful firearms, while I would be completely defenseless. Do you believe that wearing an armband will deter them? Lin Weiquan rested his chin on his hand, feigning contemplation. Firearms are strictly regulated and require a permit. I will consult with the Public Security Bureau to see if it is feasible. He then shifted the conversation, however. Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, temper your expectations. It is likely to be quite difficult. With that, Lin Weiquan concluded, let us be practical. I will see if I can secure some special equipment or additional support for you, such as stab-resistant vests or high-performance flashlights. These matters may prove to be of assistance in critical moments. However, let us defer this discussion for another time. You should first attend to your reporting duties. When shall I report, I wonder? Lin Weiquan raised his wrist to glance at the time. It was already Friday, and he mused it would be next Monday. You may leave work early today. At this juncture, Lin Weiquan deliberately paused. Then, with a hint of significance in his tone, he added, you ought to return home and check in. Jiang Zhaoyang contemplated in silence, sensing an underlying message in the man's words. Could something have transpired at home? The thought startled him, and a weight settled in his heart. An ominous premonition surged within him. Upon exiting Lin Weiquan's office, Jiang Zhaoyang hastened towards the parking area, where his motorcycle awaited him. Upon reaching the motorcycle stand, he hastily retrieved his phone from the slightly taut pocket of his suit. His fingers trembled slightly with an inexplicable anxiety. As the screen illuminated, Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze froze. 15 missed calls awaited him. These numbers loomed like 15 dormant bombs, ready to detonate within his heart. Aside from the 5 calls from Hedi, the remainder were all from his mother, Zhaoyang. An indescribable dread washed over him like a tide in the dark night, silent yet inexorable. His heart plummeted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him nearly breathless. An unsettling intuition circled in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Could it be that an unforeseen calamity had befallen his family? Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire, engulfing every fiber of his being. His complexion turned ashen. It was at this moment that he instinctively checked his phone settings, hoping to unearth some semblance of rational explanation amid the chaos. Upon encountering the word silent, all uncertainties were resolved. It turned out that on his way to the disciplinary committee, he had deliberately switched his phone to silent mode to avoid disturbing the impending serious discussion. In hindsight, this decision had become the greatest barrier to communication with his family. No wonder he had not heard the ringing. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhaoyang's fingertips danced swiftly across the screen. He dialed his mother, Zhaoyang, directly, inquiring whether any unforeseen incidents had occurred at home. When the call connected, Zhaoyang's voice was tinged with hesitation and unease, akin to a fragile leaf swaying in the autumn breeze. "Son, you will understand when you return." This statement tightened Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. "Mother, can't you share it over the phone?" His voice was laced with urgency. "Son, this matter cannot be conveyed in just a few words." Zhaoyang sighed on the other end, her response vague. "Today is the weekend. Will you not return? Come home, and I shall explain in person." He sensed his mother's distress and felt a growing apprehension that something significant had transpired at home. He comforted her, saying, "Mom, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. I will return shortly. Please wait for me." Zhaoyang replied, her voice choked with emotion, "Zhaoyang, you must come back quickly. Mom is waiting for you." However, before she could finish her words, the faint glow of Jiang Zhaoyang's phone screen abruptly extinguished, accompanied by a soft beep. The phone had turned off automatically. The urgency and anxiety that filled her heart were cruelly severed by the coldness of the electronic device. Without a phone, it meant that the connection between him and his mother was broken. How could he find peace in such a situation? A wave of panic surged within Jiang Zhaoyang, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed towards his office. Upon returning, he quickly rummaged through the drawers and on the desk, hoping to find that familiar charger immediately. However, when he finally located the small charger, a hint of bitterness washed over him. Charging the phone would take at least half an hour, even if he plugged it in right away. Meanwhile, every second for his mother could be tormenting. With his heart racing like an arrow, Jiang Zhaoyang felt as though he were being scorched by a fierce flame. He was unwilling to endure the lengthy charging process. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept over a corner of his desk. There lay a brand new phone, quietly resting on its charging dock, its battery nearly full. Remarkably, this phone was identical in model and appearance to his own, as if it were a savior prepared exclusively for him. Jiang Zhaoyang reached out tentatively, his fingertips brushing against the cold screen, revealing a pristine, new phone interface. To his astonishment, there was no power-on password set. It seemed to belong to a colleague who had recently purchased it and hadn't yet had the chance to set a password. What a stroke of luck. He decided to use it. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he swiftly made his decision. He carefully took the fully charged phone, connected his own device to the data cable, and placed it on the charging dock. Although this action felt somewhat inappropriate, the urgency of the situation left him little choice. Silently, he apologized to the colleague who had yet to return. He resolved to borrow this phone for 2 days, leaving his own behind. With his mind made up, Jiang Zhaoyang picked up the borrowed phone, unable to contain his urgent desire any longer. It was as if an invisible force was pulling him. He bolted out of the office like a sprinter off the blocks, rushing to his motorcycle. Climbing onto the seat, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life. In an instant, it shot out of the government compound like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a trail of dissipating exhaust. The motorcycle sped along the winding mountain road. The weather forecast had warned of thunderstorms in the afternoon. He needed to return home before the tempest struck. Jiang Zhaoyang's home was in the county town. The motorcycle continued weaving through the forested mountains, each turn bringing him a step closer to that warm haven. He silently calculated the time in his mind. At his current speed, it would only take a little over 10 more minutes to traverse this lush greenery. Returning to that place that haunted his dreams, visions of his mother bustling in the kitchen and the array of familiar, delectable dishes danced in his mind. However, the once bright sky had suddenly darkened, as if an immense ink blot had stained it. Ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. A heavy weight settled in Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, an unsettling premonition creeping upon him, foreboding ill tidings. He gripped the handlebars of his motorcycle tightly, his hand clenching the throttle mercilessly to the limit. The motorcycle surged forward, racing toward the county town. The wind howled in his ears as the trees and scenery blurred past him. Yet, flashes of lightning split the sky, and with a deafening crash, it felt as though the very earth trembled beneath him, sending chills down his spine. At that moment, an extraordinarily brilliant fireball tore through the clouds. With destructive force, it descended with astonishing swiftness. On the steep hillside to the left of the road, dense vegetation thrived around a massive rock known as Wangfu Rock, which stood proudly. According to legend, it symbolizes a wife waiting for her husband to return from war, enduring the ravages of time for millennia. In a flash of fire, the rock was struck by the fireball, followed by a thunderous explosion. The rock shattered, sending debris flying. Jiang Zhaoyang watched in horror as a normally functioning Passat was struck by the rapidly ejected fragments. Moments later, the Passat lost control, veering wildly off its path like a runaway stallion. It careened toward a row of sturdy stone pillars that lined the roadside. Under the immense force of impact, several robust pillars shattered, and debris and dust erupted, creating a shocking scene. The Passat nearly soared through the air, then fell silent. Jiang Zhaoyang's heart raced to his throat as he anxiously gazed at the precarious vehicle below, where a tranquil yet unsettling lake lay. The surface mirrored the sky but concealed hidden dangers beneath. Rumor had it that the lake plunged to a depth of 70 meters. More terrifying was the lurking presence of ferocious piranhas, silently prowling, awaiting their unsuspecting prey. This perilous spectacle left Jiang Zhaoyang in utter dismay, unable to bear the sight. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. If the car were to plummet directly off the cliff, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the occupants would surely face dire fates. Quickly, save them. The singular thought consumed Jiang Zhaoyang. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his motorcycle to the roadside and almost leapt from the vehicle. As his feet hit the ground, he darted forward with the speed of an arrow, rushing towards the precarious car, his gaze fixed on the teetering vehicle. An ominous premonition coursed through his spine like ice, filling his heart with astonishment. To enter the vehicle and rescue those trapped within poses a significant risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's own demise alongside the victims. Yet, saving a life is worth more than the grandest of monuments. As a civil servant, how could he stand idly by in the face of peril? He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Jiang Zhaoyang cautiously extended his hand to attempt to open the car door. However, the left door was severely deformed, rendering it impossible to open. Thus, he was compelled to go around to the right side. With trepidation, he reached out, as if touching a string on the verge of snapping, exercising utmost caution in his attempt to open the door. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Miraculously, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a faint sliver of light. Jiang Zhaoyang carefully maneuvered himself inside, every movement deliberate and cautious, as if walking on thin ice, fearful that any misstep would disrupt this fragile balance. The interior of the car was cramped and chaotic, littered with shards of broken glass. Jiang Zhaoyang discerned that there were indeed two individuals inside. The windshield was shattered, creating a gaping hole. The howling wind surged in like a ferocious beast, filling the wreckage with its chilling wails. Slumped in the driver's seat was a man, blood streaming from his head. In the back seat lay a young woman, her beauty ethereal, her skin as delicate as jade, clad in a flowing white dress. The wind danced around her skirt. This young woman had succumbed to unconsciousness within the car. Who was she? The urgency to save a life was paramount. But whom to save first? Jiang Zhaoyang found himself in a quandary. The vehicle maintained a precarious equilibrium. Should he hastily rescue one, the balance could shatter, plunging the other into certain doom. This decision erected a narrow bridge between life and death, where a single miscalculation could lead to irreversible separation. He gazed at the two individuals inside, weighing his options. If he saved the man in the driver's seat first, the woman in the back would be doomed. Conversely, if he rescued the woman first, the man might lose his precarious support and fall into the abyss. The gravity of this choice was suffocating, each second stretching into an eternity. Beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Zhaoyang's forehead, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He swiftly scanned his surroundings for any potential rescue tools. Not far off, a jutting rock caught his attention, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. At that moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning illuminated his mind. And a thought flashed through. He would use this rock as a support to stabilize the precarious vehicle before attempting the rescues one by one. With determination, Jiang Zhaoyang exited the car and set his plan into motion. He approached the rock with utmost caution, summoning all his strength to push it towards the car's edge. Then, with great effort, he carefully maneuvered the rock into the back seat of the vehicle. Throughout this ordeal, he remained ever vigilant, acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could shatter the already fragile equilibrium. As the rock settled securely onto the rear seat of the vehicle, the small car tilted slightly higher. Jiang Zhaoyang's anxious heart found a modicum of relief. He slipped into the car, gradually edging toward the driver's seat. His gaze was steadfastly fixed upon the injured man, who was groaning in agony due to the accident. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Jiang Zhaoyang carefully and steadily dragged the man to the back seat. Though the process proved arduous, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. Subsequently, Jiang Zhaoyang painstakingly lifted the man from the rear seat and gently placed him on the ground. It was only then that he could scrutinize the injured individual closely. To his surprise, the man was no longer young. His face bore the marks of time, suggesting he was in his 50s. At that moment, his visage was smeared with blood, and his eyes were tightly shut. Yet, unexpectedly, his eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened them. His gaze conveyed an indescribable anguish and confusion. He parted his lips, mumbling something incomprehensible. Just then, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The relentless raindrops pelted Jiang Zhaoyang's face and body mercilessly, yet he seemed oblivious to the deluge. There was no time for contemplation, nor could he afford to wipe the rain from his face. Instead, he bent down once more to lift the elderly man. Jiang Zhaoyang hurried towards a nearby corrugated iron shelter, the resting place for the maintenance crew, deeming it the only refuge from the rain and a temporary haven for the injured. He kicked open the slightly rusted iron door, and a musty, damp odor assailed his senses. He rushed inside. The interior was devoid of occupants, but fortuitously, there were 2 wooden beds. Although the beds were merely equipped with planks, they sufficed for his urgent needs. Jiang Zhaoyang carefully laid the elderly man upon the bed. Jiang Zhaoyang instructed him to lie flat, striving to maintain a smooth breath. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the tempestuous storm outside before resolutely turning and rushing out. Jiang Zhaoyang bent down once more, laboriously squeezing himself into the somewhat cramped passat. The rain showed no signs of relenting. Instead, it intensified. He carefully adjusted his position, his hands securely encircling the unconscious young woman. Her complexion was pale and fragile, stirring a wave of compassion within him. Consequently, his movements became even more delicate. Fearful of any misstep, Jiang Zhaoyang cautiously lifted the young woman from the car, braving the fierce wind and rain to return her to the tin-roofed house. He gently placed her on another bed. After completing these tasks, Jiang Zhaoyang let out a long sigh, wiping the rainwater and sweat from his forehead. His gaze inadvertently swept between the 2 individuals, oscillating back and forth. Suddenly, a significant question arose within him. What was the relationship between these 2? Were they father and daughter? A family on an outing? If so, where was the girl's mother? It seemed too complex to simply categorize as a familial bond. Could they be lovers? The age difference appeared too vast for that. Jiang Zhaoyang began to scrutinize the man closely, seeking clues in the details. The man's attire was impeccable. A luxurious watch adorned his wrist, glinting subtly in the dimly lit room. Judging by his appearance, he must be either wealthy or of high status. Was this man a businessman? Was the young woman his mistress? Or perhaps, there existed a more intricate possibility. The man could be a powerful leader, while the woman was one of his subordinates. In the game of power, she became prey, seduced by various means, willingly becoming a pawn in his lust for authority. Alternatively, the scenario could be entirely reversed. The leader ensnared by the beauty and cunning of his female subordinate, ultimately becoming a captive in a trap woven from allure. Unable to extricate himself, the 2 chose to drive to a resort 20 miles away for the weekend, merely to escape the clamor of life, to indulge, to seek pleasure. This possibility loomed large. After all, in this materialistic society, the manipulation of women through power, or women willingly offering themselves in exchange for certain advantages or ascension in status, is no longer a novelty. Such conjectures spread through his mind like rampant weeds in spring, uncontrollable. Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze finally settled on the endless curtain of rain outside. His thoughts drifted away with the sound of the rain, returning to the naive days of his university years. The figure of his classmate, Zhao Shan, inadvertently intruded upon his deepest memories. In his recollection, she always appeared so dignified and poised, her demeanor graceful, akin to a pure white lotus untouched by dust. Yet, who could have imagined that behind such an apparently immaculate woman lay secrets too scandalous to reveal? She was secretly kept by a real estate mogul, Ugh. Jiang Zhaoyang couldn't help but emit a contemptuous spit from the depths of his heart. He inwardly scorned. Jiang Zhaoyang cast a disdainful glance at the couple reclining on the bed. Had he known, why bother saving this morally depraved pair? At that moment, the man's feeble voice seemed to drift from a distant horizon, imbued with an irresistible thirst. Water, water, I need water. Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of irritation rise within him. In this tin shack, where could one possibly find water? Yet, the trembling hand of the man pointed in a direction. The car, there's mineral water in the car. Just wait. Faced with his helpless plea, Jiang Zhaoyang could not bring himself to refuse. He dashed out into the rain, which seemed to intensify, pouring down like the wrath of the gods. The wind howled more ferociously, as if it aimed to consume the entire world. Jiang Zhaoyang felt as though he might be mercilessly swept away by the raging storm. He had to roll on the ground, skillfully maneuvering towards the small car. However, just as he approached it, a sudden gust of wind violently lifted the car. In an instant, it plummeted, followed by a few dull thuds as it sank to the lake's depths. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a surge of horror and dread. How fortunate he was to be a moment too late. Otherwise, he would have sunk alongside the car, turning into mud. No, more likely, he would have met a watery grave, becoming a silent victim in this tranquil, deep lake. Jiang Zhaoyang returned empty-handed. The man's weak voice called out, "Water, water. Is it coming?" A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Jiang Zhaoyang. He retorted harshly, "Your car has sunk to the lake's bottom, and I almost met the same fate." Upon hearing this, the man tilted his head and fainted. Jiang Zhaoyang panicked. He knew that saving a life was paramount at that moment. He hastily pulled out his phone from his pocket. His fingers trembled slightly as he dialed the emergency number 120, urgently conveying the situation. After hanging up, he felt perplexed. This man seemed to be obsessed with wealth, fainting at the news of a car sinking. To him, this loss was but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. But then he reconsidered. Perhaps the injuries were too severe. Unsettled, he leaned down to check for the man's breath, relieved to feel a faint sign of life. Shortly thereafter, the young woman seemed to awaken as well. "Where's this? What happened to me?" Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and alarm. Clearly still grappling with the recent harrowing experience, her memory fragmented. She looked at Jiang Zhaoyang, astonished. "Who are you? Why have you so abruptly appeared before me?" Jiang Zhaoyang gently raised the corners of his mouth, sketching a smile that was both playful and laden with meaning. "Who I am is of no importance. I am merely a stranger." His words bore a hint of cynicism. "Had it not been for your car accident, our paths might have never crossed." Jiang Zhaoyang's utterances seemed to serve as a key, unlocking the floodgates of the woman's memory. A flicker of realization danced in the beauty's eyes. She struggled to sit upright, as if recalling something. "Did you save me? What do you think?" He replied, maintaining his air of indifference and detachment. "You should lie down. Otherwise, cerebral hemorrhage could become a serious issue." Jiang Zhaoyang's demeanor was cold as he turned his gaze away from her. She looked at him and declared, "Then you are my benefactor." Jiang Zhaoyang scoffed inwardly, thinking, "We are not of the same ilk. To be your benefactor? How absurd." The beauty, perhaps due to pain, reclined once more, falling silent. Before long, the distant sound of an ambulance became audible, gradually approaching and growing clearer. Finally, the ambulance arrived, coming to a steady halt before the humble metal door. As the wind and rain subsided, a delicate hue of sunset broke through the sky. A lovely female doctor, clad in a white coat, appeared as if an angel had descended. Behind her were several nurses, carrying 2 stretchers as they entered the scene. Under the doctor's command, the nurses swiftly and adeptly placed the still unconscious man and the gradually regaining consciousness beauty onto the stretchers, subsequently loading them into the ambulance. As the doors closed slowly, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could finally return home. However, the doctor's words left him bewildered. "Is this your girlfriend?" A wave of nausea surged within him, and he fought to suppress his intense discomfort, responding in a nearly apathetic tone. "No." "Then what? What is your relationship?" Her eyes brimmed with skepticism. "Am I expected to remain indifferent? When encountering a situation, can I simply turn a blind eye?" Jiang Zhaoyang retorted coldly. After a brief pause, he felt an inexplicable urge to add, "You are a doctor. When you attend to patients, do you assume they are all your husband or boyfriend?" There was a hint of jest and provocation in Jiang Zhaoyang's tone, momentarily catching the doctor off guard. Her cheeks flushed crimson, clearly taken aback by his blunt inquiry. She was flustered. "Regardless, you must accompany me," she said, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her voice. "Why?" Jiang Zhaoyang rolled his eyes. The hospital is a revenue-generating entity, not a charitable institution or a welfare home. What does this have to do with me? He countered. He truly could not comprehend why this beautiful doctor would suddenly make such a statement, finding it somewhat irrelevant. It has everything to do with it. Payment is required. Is it not? Her face displayed impatience as she spoke curtly. I need to pay. Of course. Aren't you going to cover the emergency expenses? One lay in a state of unconsciousness, while the other was on the brink of a relapse. Do you truly believe they would independently make their way to the window to settle their dues? Her retort left Jiang Zhaoyang momentarily speechless. Are you to save someone only halfway? To abandon them midway? He found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing that his earlier words had been imprudent. Was this a form of retribution? Yet, he was left with no recourse. Her reasoning was impeccable, unassailable. Very well. In the end, he could only concede helplessly. A hint of bitterness tinged Jiang Zhaoyang's voice. The female doctor promptly exited the room, and he had no choice but to follow her. She took her place in the driver's seat and shut the door. Jiang Zhaoyang inquired, Doctor, where shall I sit? Through the window, the doctor's gaze was as frigid as ice. Her voice was curt and devoid of warmth. Sit wherever there is space, and do not question me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang swiftly scanned the interior of the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the side door of the driver's cabin open with a decisive motion and squeezed himself in. Why are you sitting here? The female doctor's voice suddenly pierced the air, laced with evident irritation and exasperation. She had not anticipated that Jiang Zhaoyang would so rudely position himself next to her. There are others who need to board. This ambulance is cramped. How am I to sit? Squeeze in, Jiang Zhaoyang replied bluntly. At that moment, the door was gently nudged open once more, and a young woman clad in a pristine nurse's uniform stepped inside, carrying a heavy box filled with medical supplies. The space in the front was already limited, and her entrance only served to cram the already confined area further. Jiang Zhaoyang felt as if he had suddenly become a filling in a sandwich, wedged between the two women, utterly unable to move. He could only sit sideways, a position that was unutterably awkward and uncomfortable, akin to sitting on a bed of nails. Each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment. What a stroke of bad luck today, saving a pair of lovebirds, footing their bill, and now enduring this ordeal in the ambulance. Jiang Zhaoyang could only endure the discomfort. He silently prayed for this journey to conclude swiftly. Drive, commanded the female doctor. The ambulance roared to life in response, like an arrow released from a bow. The vehicle sped towards the hospital with remarkable haste. Finally, they arrived at the hospital. The two individuals in the cabin were escorted by the nurse into the emergency room. The female doctor turned, forcefully shoving Jiang Zhaoyang, her eyes reflecting both urgency and reproach. Get out of the car, she nearly shouted. What are you still doing in there? Jiang Zhaoyang was jolted awake by her push and call, as if emerging abruptly from a dream into reality. He quickly acknowledged her and, almost stumbling, followed the nurse's lead. Hopping out of the vehicle, the female doctor did not pause for a moment. She hurriedly continued her strides deeper into the emergency room. However, just as she was about to cross the threshold of the emergency room door, she abruptly turned back, hurried to the payment window to settle the rescue fees. Do not dawdle. How much is it? The staff at the window will inform you. The female doctor responded tersely before vanishing through the doors of the emergency room. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sense of helplessness. He sighed and approached the payment window, meticulously extracting his bank card from his wallet. His hands trembled slightly, beads of perspiration forming in his palms. Ultimately, he prepaid a fee of 2,000 yuan. While this sum was considerable, it remained within Jiang Zhaoyang's acceptable range. He exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, as his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the cold surface of his phone in his pocket. A wave of gratitude washed over him. Thankfully, the phone was still there, not lost amidst the chaos. He quickly retrieved this fortunate device. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingers swiftly dialed the familiar and comforting number, his mother's phone, his eternal sanctuary. He had not returned home at the usual hour, and he could only imagine how worried she must be. As the call connected, the familiar yet slightly trembling voice of his mother, Zhou Jing, filled the receiver. Her tone was imbued with palpable urgency and concern. Son, what has happened? Why haven't you answered your phone? Have you encountered some danger? A barrage of questions erupted from the earpiece, each word revealing her profound anxiety. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a warmth surge within him. He knew that no matter where he was or what challenges he faced, his mother's love remained unwavering, always serving as his most steadfast support. He hastily reassured her, Mom, it's nothing, really, please don't worry. I was just a bit busy and didn't notice my phone. A hint of remorse tinged his voice. Knowing his mother must have been frantic. Nothing? I called so many times, and you didn't answer. How could I not be worried? Zhou Jing's voice was laden with both relief and reproach. Jiang Zhaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him. He was holding a colleague's phone, not his own. No wonder his mother had been calling repeatedly, yet could not reach him. How could she possibly connect to this number? The realization made him chuckle softly. He then earnestly clarified, Mom, please listen, I was actually saving someone today. I'm at the hospital. My phone is charging, and I'm using someone else's. I see. Zhou Jing's tone noticeably lightened, the weight of her worries lifting. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. You did the right thing, son. Carry on, and come back once you're finished. With that, Zhou Jing felt reassured and hung up the phone. Jiang Zhaoyang completed the payment procedures at the hospital. He felt that his part was done and began to contemplate heading home. This was the county hospital. Home. That warm and tranquil sanctuary lay merely a few kilometers away. Yet, it pained him to realize that his motorcycle remained at the scene of the incident, an investment of several thousand yuan. With a sense of helplessness, he decided to take a taxi to retrieve it. Today had been nothing short of disastrous. Just when he thought he would be exiled, this unfortunate turn of events befell him. However, at the very moment he was about to step through the hospital doors, a wave of indignation surged within him. Having rescued the couple, must he still bear the financial burden? No, 2,000 yuan was no trifling sum, equivalent to a month's salary. He resolved that this couple ought to repay him. Such money did not come easily. With this thought, Jiang Zhaoyang found himself seated on a bench outside the emergency room. Waiting. Half an hour later, the door to the emergency room slowly swung open. A woman in a white coat emerged, her gaze sharp and piercing, finally resting upon Jiang Zhaoyang's face. Hello, doctor, he exclaimed, leaping up from his seat and hastening toward her, his face adorned with a polite yet slightly anxious smile. Yet, the doctor merely shot him a cold glare, her impatience evident. Didn't you claim they were mere strangers to you? What is this concern? Her words dripped with irony, questioning why he, a complete outsider, would linger at the emergency room door, seemingly anxious not to miss any news about them. Taken aback by this barrage of questions, Jiang Zhaoyang hesitated, then offered a reluctant smile. Why should I care about them? My concern lies with my money. You asked me to cover their expenses, and I promptly paid 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the doctor's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Yet her tone remained frosty. The elderly man who was brought in has not yet regained consciousness. Is he in danger? Jiang Zhaoyang's brow furrowed, anxiety creeping into his voice. The doctor nodded gravely. He was the driver, and during the accident, his head and face struck the windshield and its sturdy frame directly. He sustained severe injuries. Shattered glass caused multiple lacerations and contusions, exposing bone and resulting in persistent bleeding. Worse yet, a skull fracture led to intracranial hemorrhaging. His condition was once extremely critical. She paused momentarily, but continued, fortunately, he has now passed the critical phase, thanks to prompt medical intervention. We swiftly administered a blood transfusion and employed a series of emergency measures, which ultimately saved him from the clutches of death. It truly was a miraculous escape. The doctor sighed lightly, her tone tinged with a sense of wonder. Such miracles were not an everyday occurrence. With a somewhat vindictive smile, she seemed to imply that he would have to wait for his monetary recompense. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a shiver of apprehension at her words. He immediately inquired with urgency, has that beautiful woman not awakened yet? The female doctor pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing her words. As for her, Jiang Zhaoyang pressed on eagerly. She was already conscious when I was in that metal room. I thought she would quickly recover upon reaching the hospital. Why is she still in a coma now? The doctor hesitated slightly, feeling compelled to explain. She has suffered from excessive shock, but there is no serious harm. After various examinations, her vital signs are all normal. Where is she? May I see her? Jiang Zhaoyang continued to inquire. The doctor gestured towards the observation room at the end of the corridor. She is currently in the observation room. You may visit her, but please maintain silence and do not disturb her rest. Understood, Jiang Zhaoyang responded, hastily turning around. He nearly sprinted down the corridor, the white walls flashing by him. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Faster, even faster. At last, Jiang Zhaoyang arrived at the door of the observation room, nearly bursting through it in a rush. He took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. A faint scent of disinfectant greeted him. Inside the room, soft lighting bathed a beautiful woman lying quietly on the bed, her eyes gently closed. The four drips swayed slightly, resembling the rhythm of life. As her gaze met Jiang Zhaoyang's, she appeared momentarily stunned. Then, a hint of surprise and joy graced her lips. My benefactor. You are still here? I thought you had already left. Jiang Zhaoyang suppressed his inner distaste, his tone laced with a barely perceptible distance as he replied. Do not address me in such a manner. I am merely a passerby. How could I stand idly by in times of peril? However, he hesitated, as if struggling to articulate something. However what? The woman pressed, her eyes brimming with expectation and curiosity. However, I did cover the 2,000 yuan emergency fee. Jiang Zhaoyang admitted, a subtle awkwardness in his voice, yet accompanied by a sense of relief. The woman smiled slightly upon hearing this. Oh, that? I will certainly repay you. She retrieved her phone, the light from the screen illuminating her exquisite features with a soft glow. Let us add each other on WeChat. A simple transfer will suffice, she suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, Jiang Zhaoyang's reaction surprised her. He shook his head. No, I will provide you with a QR code for payment. You can scan it. His words were concise and direct. He was unwilling to engage in any unnecessary interactions with someone he disliked. With that, Jiang Zhaoyang swiftly extracted his phone from his pocket. His fingers danced across the screen with practiced ease as he logged into his WeChat account and promptly opened the payment QR code. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. Observing this, the woman let out a resigned smile and scanned the QR code to complete the transaction. With a soft beep, the payment was confirmed. The debt has finally been settled. Jiang Zhaoyang let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to leave, only to be halted by a melodious voice from behind. Wait. Surprised, he turned back, wondering what more there could be. Are you from Lioli town? Without denying it, Jiang Zhaoyang nodded. Are you a staff member from the town? He hesitated to refute that as well. You haven't told me your name yet. This? Jiang Zhaoyang was reluctant to reveal his name. After all, a name is merely a symbol, devoid of significance. Trying to be modest? How about your phone number instead? That should be acceptable, right? The woman resorted to a secondary request. Jiang Zhaoyang still hesitated. Stammering, he offered a vague excuse. This phone is newly purchased, and the number was randomly assigned. I don't even know it. You don't know? The woman was evidently taken aback by his response. Her eyebrows arched slightly, revealing a set of delicate teeth, and her smile held a hint of playful mockery. You're quite amusing. Not even aware of your own phone number? Seeing Jiang Zhaoyang's awkward expression, she shifted her tone, teasingly inquiring, Do you know how to use a phone? Surely. You don't mean to say you can't even operate a mobile? At this, Jiang Zhaoyang could no longer feign ignorance. I can, I suppose. Well then, my phone number is 139XXXX. Just call this number. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a twinge of helplessness. He couldn't outright refuse the woman's request. He thought to himself that since this phone wasn't truly his, there was no need to fret over potential future complications. Fine, it's no bother. Even if she does call this number later on, how would my colleagues recognize her? It would likely just be a casual conversation before the call would end. There would be no further implications. Thus, he picked up the phone and dialed the woman's number. The phone rang, and she glanced at the unfamiliar number on her screen, a smile creeping onto her lips. I've noted down this number, she said softly. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he inquired, So, is everything settled now? All settled. Then I shall take my leave. All right. With that, Jiang Zhaoyang exited the observation room. Upon stepping out of the hospital, he found himself amidst the bustling streets. He hailed a taxi and informed the driver of his destination. Upon hearing it, the taxi driver immediately pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away like the wind. Leaning back in his seat, Jiang Zhaoyang gazed out at the fleeting scenery, yet a wave of melancholy surged within him. Today has truly been a series of unfortunate events. He felt as though he had encountered a streak of bad luck. Soon, the taxi halted near the site of the accident. After paying the fare, he got out and meticulously searched along the roadside for his motorcycle. Finally, he spotted his familiar bike nestled in a ditch, overgrown with weeds. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Zhaoyang, had it not been for the thick underbrush. The motorcycle might indeed be mistaken for an abandoned vehicle and taken away by passers-by. He hurried to the side of the motorcycle and conducted a thorough inspection. Besides some dirt and scratches, he found no significant damage. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Zhaoyang patted the motorcycle seat. He exerted all his strength, sweat cascading down his cheeks, and finally managed to push the somewhat aged motorcycle onto the road. As he revved the engine, it roared to life. He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward like a cheetah unleashed, bursting forth with astonishing power. racing ahead like an arrow released from its bow. When Jiang Zhaoyang's motorcycle entered the county town, dusk had settled. The streets were illuminated with vibrant lights, a myriad of homes glowing in harmony. Jiang Zhaoyang navigated into a secluded alley. Deep within that alley lay a quiet community. His home was nestled in one corner of it. He carefully parked the motorcycle in the shed, locking it with gentle precision. Approaching a building, he ascended the staircase that led to his residence. Upon reaching the third floor, he stood before his door, gently pressing the doorbell. The door creaked open, revealing a kind-faced woman in her 50s. It was his mother, Zhou Jing. "Son, you've finally returned," Zhou Jing exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Mom, I'm perfectly fine," Jiang Zhaoyang reassured her. He stepped inside, bending down to change into his slippers. "Son, you must be hungry," she said, bustling into the kitchen. Before long, the dining table was laden with delectable dishes. "Come, eat quickly. I've spent a long time preparing this, reheating it 3 times. All your favorites are here. Just look at this braised pork ribs, so enticing. And the steamed fish. I specifically chose the freshest. Mom, where's Dad? I haven't seen him," he inquired curiously, pulling out a chair to sit down. Typically at this hour, his father, Jiang Zhaoyang, would occupy the main seat at the dining table, and the 3 of them would share dinner together. Yet today, he was conspicuously absent. Zhou Jing forced a smile, though a barely perceptible sadness flickered in her gaze. "Son, please finish your meal first. I will tell you afterward, all right?" "Why?" Jiang Zhaoyang asked, a mix of surprise and confusion in his tone. "Just eat." Zhou Jing diverted the topic, delicately placing a chicken leg into his bowl with her chopsticks. Jiang Zhaoyang ceased his inquiries. Driven by hunger, he began to devour the food voraciously. The table resonated only with the clinking of cutlery and the occasional sound of chewing. After finishing, Jiang Zhaoyang contentedly patted his stomach and looked towards Zhou Jing, his eyes filled with a silent question. "Mom, can you tell me now?" Zhou Jing's expression instantly darkened. "Son, you must brace yourself. This news will be a blow to you, but we must face it." "What?" Jiang Zhaoyang's heart sank abruptly. "Your father. He has been placed under investigation." The shock that hit Jiang Zhaoyang was profound. He sprang from his chair as if struck by lightning. Jiang Zhaoyang exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be possible? His father, Jiang Zhaoyang, served as the director of the County Education Bureau, a position of considerable influence, ranking among the few significant offices in the county. With over 6,000 teachers under his purview, he wielded considerable power, controlling a substantial portion of the local financial resources. Individuals seeking his favor flocked to him incessantly, and those bearing gifts formed long queues. Yet, Jiang Zhaoyang had never witnessed his father accept any gifts or money. Whenever whispers of corruption among officials reached his ears, his father's stern and upright visage would involuntarily surface in his mind, making it impossible for him to associate such negative information with the man he revered. How could his father, a paragon of integrity, possibly violate the principles of honesty and face disciplinary action? Jiang Zhaoyang was utterly perplexed. In his eyes, his father had always been strict in his upbringing, never indulging him despite being an only child. From childhood to adulthood, his father had provided him with positive guidance and education, teaching him how to conduct himself and fulfill his responsibilities. Even during his university years, his living expenses were meticulously allocated, never exceeding a predetermined amount. This approach fostered in Jiang Zhaoyang a habit of frugality. 2 years prior, upon graduating from a prestigious 985 university, he was poised to join the county committee office, a perfectly reasonable expectation, especially since a fellow graduate from a 211 university had already secured a position there. Given his superior credentials as a 985 graduate and a selected candidate, he would certainly face no scrutiny. However, his father insisted he work in a rural town to gain practical experience, a decision Jiang Zhaoyang accepted, understanding that he would eventually ascend the ranks. Yet now, with his father facing disciplinary action, he feared that his prospects for advancement were dashed. Mother, how could this happen? Was there no warning? Zhou Jing sighed. Secretary Su has been transferred to the city as political consultative conference. In an instant, Jiang Zhaoyang grasped the implications. A new ruler brings new courtiers. His father had been a college classmate of the county party secretary, Su Zhaohan, and their relationship had always been amicable. The sudden transfer of Su Zhaohan undoubtedly disrupted the existing political equilibrium. As the county magistrate, Zhang Chaos Hin sought to eliminate rivals, having long coveted greater power. He would seize this opportunity to solidify his position and establish a loyal cadre. Inevitably, Jiang Zhaoyang's father became a target of his machinations. It seemed that merely sidelining his father was not enough. Why resort to such ruthless measures? Did his father truly possess some incriminating evidence that could be wielded against him? He found himself at an impasse. Now, Jiang Zhaoyang awakened to the realization that Lin Weiquan's attitude towards him was far more complex than he had previously understood. Lin Weiquan's merciless treatment, his disregard for unspoken rules and constant undermining, was not solely a result of perceiving Jiang Zhaoyang as a protege of Fu Zhengliang. More critically, it was a means for Lin to demonstrate his loyalty to County Magistrate Zhang Chaosen. Jiang Zhaoyang recalled Lin Weiquan's enigmatic smile, and at last, he grasped its significance. "Where is Dad currently? I wish to see him, even if only for a fleeting moment." "Son, it's not that your mother wishes to prevent you from going. It's just that he cannot be seen at this time." Zhou Jing's words resonated with profound helplessness and bitterness. As she spoke, she continued, "Son, why not pay a visit to Xiaowen? Uncle Lu shares a deep bond of 30 years with your father. He may provide you with valuable insights and support." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged within Jiang Zhaoyang. He understood that at this pivotal moment, apart from his family, Xiaowen and her family were the ones he could rely upon most. The Xiaowen mentioned by Zhou Jing was none other than his fiancée, Luwen. They had played together since childhood, inseparable and innocent companions. They were classmates throughout elementary, middle, and high school, only parting ways in university. Jiang Zhaoyang was admitted to a prestigious 985 university, while Luwen enrolled in a provincial second-tier university. Whenever holidays approached, they eagerly anticipated their reunions, sharing the minutiae of their lives. After graduation, Luwen secured a position as a civil servant at the county's medical insurance bureau. Their families were also close friends. Luwen's father, Lu Huang, served as the deputy director of the county forestry bureau. The union between their families was indeed a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. Many in the county viewed this couple favorably, and whenever they appeared in public, they attracted countless envious glances and well wishes. Reflecting on this, he nodded and said to Zhou Jing, "Mother, I understand. I shall head to Xiaowen's home immediately." With that, he turned and departed from the house, embarking on his journey to the Lu residence. The Lu family was not far from his own. A mere 10-minute walk would suffice. Jiang Zhaoyang, youthful and vigorous, walked with swift strides. He hurriedly traversed several familiar streets. Before long, he arrived at an upscale residential complex, renowned in the county as a garden community. Inhabited by the affluent, the environment truly lived up to its reputation, with verdant trees and fragrant blossoms. Each building exuded an extraordinary aura. Following the meticulously manicured pathway, he approached an imposing edifice that stood out in the county. Entering the first unit, he took the elevator directly to the door of room 1301, Luwen's home. He pressed the doorbell, and the world behind the door seemed to be in slumber, enveloped in silence. After a considerable wait, the door gradually creaked open. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze met that of a graceful middle-aged woman. This woman was Lu Wen's mother, Zhu Jiu. Dressed in an elegant qipao, she possessed a graceful figure and a countenance as gentle as flowing water, resembling a figure from a painting. However, when she looked at Jiang Zhaoyang, her eyes betrayed a subtle, imperceptible coldness. "Hello, Auntie." Jiang Zhaoyang stood before that familiar door, his voice imbued with his customary elegance and refinement. However, the reaction of Zhu Jiu, his prospective mother-in-law, was akin to a basin of cold water on a winter's day, instantly extinguishing the warmth in his heart. Unlike her usual cheerful self, she did not greet him with a smile as he entered. Instead, her face bore an inexplicable air of detachment, as if Jiang Zhaoyang had become a stranger before her eyes. "Who were you looking for?" Her voice was calm and frigid, devoid of any of the warmth and kindness she had previously shown. This question struck Jiang Zhaoyang like an invisible sword, causing his heart to tremble violently. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself at a loss. And Zhu had always been so fond of him. Each time he visited, she would grasp his hand and inquire warmly about his well-being. Occasionally, she would even jest about hoping to hold a grandchild soon. So why today did she appear as if she did not recognize him at all? Was she truly unaware of the purpose of his visit? He came here every week. A sense of foreboding stirred within him, suppressing the turmoil within. He mustered a strained smile and explained, "Auntie, I'm here to see Xiaowen. It's the weekend." Zhu Jiu's once affectionate eyes now seemed veiled by a thin mist, betraying no emotion. Her silence was more painful than any words could convey, leaving Jiang Zhaoyang feeling unprecedented frustration and confusion. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. He pondered whether he had somehow fallen short or if something had transpired within the Lu family. "No need. Xiaowen is not here. You should go back." Zhu Jiu's tone remained cold, yet it carried an undeniable finality. Just then, a clear female voice rang out from the room. "Is that Zhaoyang?" Jiang Zhaoyang stiffened in disbelief and turned to look at Zhu Jiayu. "Auntie, Xiaowen is here?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting hint of panic and embarrassment flickered in Zhu Jiayu's eyes. She forced a somewhat stiff smile and replied, "When did Xiaowen come back?" "I truly don't know. This child always causes so much worry." With an air of reluctance, she slightly turned to the side, allowing Jiang Zhaoyang to enter the house. Upon entering, Jiang Zhaoyang was struck by the elegant and luxurious decor of the space. From the exquisite chandelier to the antique coffee table, each piece of furniture exuded the owner's exceptional taste and an unwavering pursuit of quality in life. The walls adorned with renowned calligraphy and paintings further enriched the cultural ambience of the room. However, Jiang Zhaoyang found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate these details. He slowly bent down, deftly removing his shoes and placing them gently on the floor of the entrance. As he looked for his familiar and comfortable slippers, a wave of inexplicable surprise washed over him. His slippers had inexplicably vanished. With no other option, he turned to retrieve a spare pair from the corner of the shoe cabinet. These slippers felt slightly tight, and the discomfort spread from his toes throughout his entire being. He took a few tentative steps, his gait marked by an awkward stumble that elicited a wry smile. A fleeting moment of embarrassment washed over him as he silently hoped no one would notice his somewhat disheveled appearance. As he struggled to adapt to the ill-fitting slippers, he gradually stepped into the living room, where the sight before him caused him to halt abruptly, as though time had momentarily frozen. He blinked, wondering if he were dreaming or merely experiencing a visual illusion. Yet, the scene remained vividly clear and undeniably real. On the table, several birthday candles flickered gently in the breeze, their flames dancing like the brightest stars in the night sky, adding a touch of warmth and mystery to the tranquil evening. Surrounding the candles lay a grand cream birthday cake, resting serenely on the table. The golden frosting shimmered enticingly under the soft glow of the lights. Jiang Zhaoyang was taken aback. In that instant, his face flushed crimson, as if painted by the hues of a fiery sunset. He mentally berated himself, a tide of frustration surging within him. He had completely forgotten that today was Lu Wen's birthday. He realized that his dismal mood had clouded his mind to the extent that he had neglected to pick up the birthday cake he had ordered at the county's most luxurious hotel, almost forgetting her birthday entirely. When Jiang Zhaoyang stood before the elegantly made-up, slender, and alluring Lu Wen, empty-handed, her expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment, ultimately solidifying into an ineffable displeasure. Her voice, usually as gentle as a spring breeze, now carried a cold detachment as she uttered two simple words: "Sit down." Those two words pierced the air like a chilling winter wind, intensifying the already awkward atmosphere. A subtle tension lingered in the air as Jiang Zhaoyang sought to alleviate the discomfort and find a topic to discuss. Just then, to his astonishment, he noticed an unexpected guest in the living room. From behind, the figure appeared strikingly familiar. Who could this be? Why were they at his fiancée's birthday celebration? Jiang Zhaoyang instinctively furrowed his brows, an unnameable suspicion and unease swelling within him. He attempted to piece together the true identity of this silhouette from fragments of memory. Suddenly, the person turned around, and Jiang Zhaoyang was jolted, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His vision sharpened, and the figure gradually came into clear focus. "It's you?" He breathed incredulously, his voice tinged with undeniable shock. The person was none other than He Di. Yet, He Di displayed no hint of surprise. Jiang Zhaoyang was aware that He Di and Lu Wen were acquaintances, but their relationship had been limited to mere nods of recognition. He had never imagined they were familiar enough for He Di to appear unexpectedly in Lu's home. His gaze inadvertently flicked toward the coffee table in the living room. Upon the table lay two exquisitely packaged boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes and a pair of costly Mount I liquors, undoubtedly sent by He Di. If these had been gifts from anyone else, given Zhu Jiyu's meticulous nature, she would have carefully stored them away long ago, rather than displaying them so casually on the coffee table. Such substantial gifts, what occasion could warrant them? A myriad of suspicions stirred within Jiang Zhaoyang. When Lu Huang noticed Jiang Zhaoyang's arrival, a barely perceptible chill flickered across his countenance. Indifferently, he greeted, "Xiao Jiang, you've come. Please, take a seat." "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Jiang Zhaoyang replied obediently, slowly settling at the table. A trace of guilt shadowed his expression as he turned to Lu Wen, speaking softly, "Xiaowen, your birthday, I regret that I momentarily became preoccupied and neglected it." Just as Lu Wen was about to speak, He Di interjected with a hint of mockery, "Director Jiang, that is indeed your oversight." He emphasized the title director with a weighty significance, laden with meaning. "What oversight?" Jiang Zhaoyang retorted dismissively. He's lips curled into a knowing smile as he slowly articulated, even amidst shocking news, one must remain composed and not succumb to panic. Once one's mind is in disarray, nothing can be accomplished. He paused deliberately, as if awaiting Jiang Zhaoyang's reaction. At that moment, Luwen interjected, her tone tinged with reproach and disappointment. I called you several times today. Why didn't you answer? Just as Jiang Zhaoyang was about to explain. He once again seized the opportunity. Indeed, had I not fortuitously answered that call, Xiaowen's birthday would have surely fallen into obscurity. His voice carried a blend of triumph and provocation. A sudden realization struck Jiang Zhaoyang, sending a shiver down his spine. That colleague was indeed He. Even before he had departed, He was already eager to encroach upon his office. Was he so brazen as to charge in and charge his new phone in his workspace? This was an outright invasion. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Zhaoyang comprehended that He had clandestinely contacted Lu Wen via his phone, thus acquiring the crucial detail of her birthday. Perhaps he had deceived Lu Wen by feigning that he would relay her messages, thereby extracting the information for his own ulterior motives. Was he now scheming to ingratiate himself with the Lu family? This man was secretly harboring intentions towards Lu Wen? Had he long coveted her affections? Not only did he wish to usurp Jiang Zhaoyang's position, but now it seemed he also aspired to claim his fiancée as well. Reflecting on He's past sycophantic behavior towards him, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a wave of revulsion. Those insincere smiles and flattering words now appeared utterly nauseating. The current He was a stark contrast to the one he had known. He had become adept at seamlessly switching between two distinct personas. I was indeed quite naive. Having failed to discern the true nature of this insidious individual, Jiang Zhaoyang silently lamented. Lu Wen, with a silver fork in hand, meticulously divided the beautifully adorned, enticing cake into exquisite portions. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Jieyu promptly took a slice from Lu Wen's hands. With a beaming smile, she presented it to He, saying, "Ah, little He, it is rare for you to remember Xiao Wen's birthday. Such thoughtfulness is more precious than anything else. Come. Don't be shy, have a piece of cake and share in the joy." He accepted the cake, expressing gratitude for Annie's generous hospitality. I also wish Xiaowen many more birthdays like today, and may every year bring her the same joy. He appeared quite pleased with himself, and upon finishing, he deliberately cast a glance at Jiang Zhaoyang, his eyes betraying a subtle hint of provocation and satisfaction. Yet, Zhu Jieyu remained oblivious to Jiang Zhaoyang's presence. Lu Huang, seated nearby, pretended not to notice and began reading the newspaper, maintaining a delicate sense of distance. Observing this, Lu Wen felt a twinge of guilt as Jiang Zhaoyang seemed to be intentionally overlooked. Thus, she picked up a piece of cake. Although her tone carried a barely detectable chill as she offered it to him, Jiang Zhaoyang accepted the cake, forcing a smile while feeling a tumult of emotions within. Nevertheless, he endeavored to make his voice sound warm and sincere. "Xiaowen, happy birthday. May each day of yours be filled with sunshine and laughter. Zhu Jieyu." Again holding a delectable slice of cake, lightly placed it before Lu Huang, saying, "Old man, stop reading the newspaper. Is it appropriate to be so leisurely on our daughter's birthday? Come on, eat some cake." Lu Huang lifted his gaze, his reading glasses glinting slightly. He glanced at the newspaper and then at his wife, stating, "It is your and her day to plan. Why should I, as a man, meddle? Wouldn't that just complicate matters? If I'm not reading, then what should I do? Play chess? With whom?" Zhu Jieyu pouted, her discontent evident in her refined features. "Are you just freeloading? A grown man taking advantage of free food without a shred of guilt?" Jiang Zhaoyang felt quite uncomfortable at these words, sensing they were a veiled jab at him. Observing this, He leisurely crossed his legs, a knowing smile adorning his face. Clearly, he too had caught the implication behind Zhu Jieyu's words. He then picked up the thread of conversation, speaking with double entendre. "Uncle Lu is hardly a freeloader. He is the pillar of this family, supporting us all. Auntie, you've misunderstood. It is not Uncle Lu who is taking advantage." At this juncture, He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Zhaoyang with a hint of mischief. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with jest. Jiang Zhaoyang's expression shifted abruptly. Internally, he cursed this fellow for trying to undermine him. This was undoubtedly an overt act of provocation, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. As Jiang Zhaoyang was about to speak, intending to render He speechless with a sharp retort to relieve his pent-up frustration, He's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up, only for the phone to ring again almost immediately. Irritated, He muttered, "I'm busy." Yet, the voice on the other end resonated clearly through the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. "Son, County Chief Zhang is about to arrive. As a younger member of the family, how can you not join for a toast? This is a rare opportunity. Come back quickly. He, however, seemed unconvinced. He retorted, No, Dad, I'm at Uncle Lu's. Today is Xiaowen's birthday. That's Xiaowen, He's father. He Donglai suddenly raised his voice, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Yes, the only daughter of Uncle Lu. Lu Huang was taken aback. He was certainly acquainted with He Donglai, both serving as deputy directors, one in the Agricultural Bureau, the other in the Forestry Bureau. Though their interactions had been limited, they were colleagues nonetheless. However, he had not anticipated that He Donglai was so familiar with County Chief Zhang. Put the call through to me, he instructed He. Complying, He handed over the phone. Lu Huang took the device and promptly stated, Director He, your son is indeed at my home. I will have him return to accompany the county chief. You need not worry. After hanging up, Lu Huang advised He, you should return quickly. The county chief coming to your home, even if just for a cup of tea, is a matter of great significance. Upon hearing this, a humble smile graced He's face. He bowed slightly and said, In my heart, Uncle Lu, your presence here is of greater importance. Lu Huang waved his hand dismissively. That is a misguided notion. If you wish to advance in your career, connections above are indispensable. This opportunity to engage with the county chief is truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance for you. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of He's mouth, as he felt a surge of pride within. This situation was precisely to his advantage. During the previous conversation, he had discreetly pressed the speakerphone button, ensuring that everyone in the living room could hear every word exchanged. Despite his inner satisfaction, he feigned reluctance, responding softly, Since Uncle Lu has said so. How could I possibly go against your wishes? With that, he turned to greet Zhu Jieyu and Xiaowen. Andy, Xiaowen, I must take my leave. I shall visit again when the opportunity arises. After this, he disregarded Jiang Zhaoyang, rising with a sense of triumph as he departed. It was only as he approached the door that Jiang Zhaoyang noticed that his slippers were conspicuously on He's feet. After He hurriedly left, a subtle silence enveloped the living room. Zhu Jieyu stepped away from the dining table, leaning against the sofa, a barely perceptible cold smile playing at her lips. With a tone laced with sarcasm, she addressed Jiang Zhaoyang. Are you truly here to celebrate Xiaowen's birthday today? I suspect you have completely forgotten that it is her special day. In response to Zhu Jieyu's biting remarks, Lu Huang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come now, Xiao Jiang. Do not stoop to her level. I surmise your visit is primarily to discuss matters concerning your father. Jiang Zhaoyang clarified, Uncle Lu, today is, after all, the weekend, and I typically visit Xiaowen on weekends. His words elicited an awkward smile from Lu Huang, who replied, Indeed, indeed. However, Zhu Jieyu was evidently unwilling to relent. She straightened her posture, her tone replete with skepticism. Is there truly no connection to your father's affairs? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhaoyang carefully responded, Well, there is. He paused before continuing, After all, he is my father. How could I remain indifferent to his matters? Lu Huang remarked thoughtfully. While I am not entirely informed about your father's situation, I have heard whispers regarding an incident involving irregular school fees at a certain high school. There are reports that someone has anonymously accused your father of accepting bribes from a principal, turning a blind eye to the school's illicit fee practices. Could this be true? Jiang Zhaoyang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was nearly impossible for him to fathom that his father could be embroiled in such a scandal. Whether it is true or not, I cannot say. I am not an investigator, nor do I possess the authority or obligation to delve into such matters. Yet, rumors often arise from some semblance of truth. He paused again, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Huang continued, Your father's ally, Su Zhaoan, is no longer the formidable figure he once was. Since moving to the city, he has been marginalized, losing his former power and influence. There will be no one to aid your father this time. Su Zhaohan himself is powerless. Your father is likely in dire straits. At this juncture, Lu Huang expressed regret. When your father was at the height of his power, I had cautioned him to be prepared for eventualities, to have an escape plan. The world is unpredictable. One must not hang their hopes solely on a single tree. It is essential to cultivate the ability to navigate through complexities, to thrive amidst uncertainties. Yet, he paid my advice no heed, believing that as long as he had support, he would remain untroubled. A hint of mockery tinged Lu Huang's voice. Alas, the world does not always bend to human will. Power, status, and wealth, these seemingly unassailable entities are, in reality, akin to sandcastles in the wind, easily obliterated by the storms of reality. Everything in existence is intertwined by cause and effect. This is the nature of consequences, and one cannot blame others for the outcomes. I have conveyed all that I know regarding your father's situation, albeit limited. I hope it proves insightful. Do you have any further inquiries? Or is there anything else that remains unclear that you wish for me to elucidate? Uncle Lu, I merely wish to know where my father is at this very moment. Jiang Zhaoyang's voice was as faint as a whisper, each word seemingly squeezed from between his teeth, revealing the profound anxiety and unease buried deep within his heart. Where? Lu Huang's lips curled into a sardonic smile, tinged with a measure of disdain and scorn. Do you truly believe he remains confined within the county? How naive. What? At these words, Jiang Zhaoyang felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily taken aback. His heart engulfed by a wave of shock that overwhelmed him entirely. He murmured in disbelief, "My father is merely an ordinary cadre with a regular post. How could he not be under the county's jurisdiction? What on earth is happening? Where could he possibly be?" Lu Huang gently shook his head, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. One that mocked Jiang Zhaoyang's ignorance while also betraying a certain indifference to the caprices of fate. He has been elevated to a higher level of scrutiny, directly taken over by the city's disciplinary committee, which signifies that his issues can no longer be resolved at the county level. This is certainly not good news for your father. For the entire Jiang family, it is akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, an inescapable calamity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang felt his heart contract violently, a wave of dizziness washing over him, nearly causing him to lose his balance. His father had always been cautious in his actions, exercising great prudence in his interactions. How could he suddenly find himself in such a predicament? He could not come to terms with this harsh reality, nor could he bear the thought of his father engaging in any illicit activities. Who had his father offended? How had he fallen into such dire straits? Was it truly worth such a tumult? Jiang Zhaoyang increasingly sensed that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. It is said that you have been assigned to guard the reservoir? Lu Huang narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if he had already unraveled the entire situation. This statement struck Jiang Zhaoyang like a thunderbolt, reverberating violently in his mind. He felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished at how Uncle Lu had come to know this information before he had even spoken. Suddenly, the figure of He flashed through his mind. Surely, this malicious and gloating fellow had intentionally leaked the news. Uncle Lu? Yes, Mayor Lin informed me this afternoon. Jiang Zhaoyang felt no need to conceal the truth, speaking candidly, tinged with a hint of helplessness and frustration. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Huang's eyes. You must prepare yourself for a lifelong commitment to this position. The political arena is akin to a chess game. One misstep leads to another. Your father intended for you to gain experience through hardships, to accumulate invaluable knowledge and pave the way for your future. Yet, as it seems, he miscalculated. Life is like a game of chess. Every move is irreversible. Each step could be a turning point or a deadlock, a stalemate. At this juncture, Lu Huang shifted his tone, sighing, "If you were in the county committee office, how much worse could it possibly be? Now, it is far too late for regrets. You must navigate your own path. Ultimately, the journey ahead is one you must traverse alone. No one can assist you." Jiang Zhaoyang was in a dismal state of mind. He felt lightheaded, as if the entire world were spinning around him. With great effort, he suppressed his discomfort and managed to force a faint smile, attempting to render his tone more natural. "Uncle Lu, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I would like to return home to rest, so I will not accompany you any longer. Please go ahead." Lu Huang did not insist on his stay. "Allow me to see you off," Lu interjected. After all, she had been Jiang Zhaoyang's beloved for many years. Despite her anger, her feelings for him remained profound. Zhu Jieyu, witnessing this, was about to voice her objections when Lu Huang subtly silenced her with a glance. Although Zhu Jieyu felt reluctant, she understood that allowing Lu Wen to accompany Jiang Zhaoyang for a brief moment might reveal certain truths, perhaps the best course of action. "Go on." The two exited the room, the door closing softly behind them. Zhu Jieyu furrowed her brow, her gaze tinged with confusion and impatience. She turned to Lu Huang and remarked, "Do you genuinely believe this fellow can turn his fortunes around and stage a remarkable comeback? I suspect any further efforts on his part would be in vain." Lu Huang waved his hand dismissively, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. A turnaround? Theoretically, such a notion exists, yet the probability is exceedingly low, akin to a comet colliding with Earth. Then why do you continue to waste breath on someone so hopeless? Why allow him to harbor illusions? Do you think we would embrace him when he faces utter ruin? Zhu Jieyu contended. "I believe that enduring prolonged suffering is less desirable than swift pain. Severing his unrealistic aspirations would be far more prudent." Lu Huang shook his head. A flicker of complex emotion danced in his eyes, as if he were weighing something significant. Have you truly not noticed that Xiaowen still clings to a shred of reluctance towards him? Her inner feelings are not easily relinquished. If we were to abruptly and mercilessly sever the ties between her and Jiang Zhaoyang, would it not be too blatant? Might it inflict even greater harm upon her? After all, while the adage better a short pain than a long one holds some truth, the manner of its execution is crucial. One must not be excessively ruthless. Such extremes can lead to error. I propose we adopt a gentler, more cunning approach to this dilemma, gradually distancing ourselves from him. Allowing him to feel the sting of neglect and exclusion will likely compel him to voluntarily propose the dissolution of the engagement. In this manner, we achieve our objective without leaving any incriminating evidence in front of others. Why not pursue this path? Would it not be more advantageous? Lu Huang's suggestion bore a hint of cunning, as if orchestrating a silent drama. Otherwise, if we were to address this matter too directly or harshly, we would inevitably invite criticism and scrutiny from others. In this world, there is no shortage of those who relish gossiping and backbiting. Why should we endure unnecessary pressure and blame for someone unworthy? Thus, I believe that handling this matter gradually and tactfully is the wisest choice. The difference between Lu Huang and Zhu Jieyu lies merely in their paces. One is slow, the other is swift. Lu Huang's fervent push for this union stemmed not only from a desire for social compatibility, but also from an aspirational mindset and personal ambition. Jiang Zhaoyang, as the director of the county's leading bureau, undoubtedly holds significant influence and authority within the county. A crucial factor is his extraordinary relationship with the county party secretary, Su Chaoan. Various rumors circulate that Jiang Zhaoyang has been shortlisted for the vice county head position. He possesses the requisite skills, knowledge, and connections. With Su Chaohan's robust support, his ascent to vice county head seems virtually assured, devoid of any uncertainty. Although the decision-making power for deputy-level officials resides with the municipal committee, the secretary's recommendations carry weight. Lu Huang, having navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years, is acutely aware of this reality. He understands that as long as the candidate presents no apparent flaws, the municipal committee typically respects and adopts the county secretary's recommendations. Should Jiang Zhaoyang ascend further in his career, he would become a rare gem within the entirety of Chunfeng County. Aligning oneself with such a powerful family is a dream cherished by many. Once Jiang Zhaoyang assumes the vice county head position, his stature will rise, and perhaps Lu Huang could also attain a directorial role. Lu Huang fears that prolonged waiting may lead to unforeseen complications. Eager for their union, he proposes an engagement. Despite the couple not yet reaching the internal regulation of marrying at 26 for civil servants. Reluctantly, Lu Huang opts for a compromise. Ultimately, Jiang Zhaoyang agrees, influenced by the affection between Jiang Zhaoyang and Lu Wen. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble and speculation, he adamantly opposes any grand celebrations, preferring a low-profile approach. Lu Huang has no choice but to acquiesce. Initially, he had hoped to invite leaders from relevant departments in the county, even officials from the county committee and government, to announce their alliance publicly. However, with Jiang Zhaoyang's insistence, only their two families shared a meal, thus completing the engagement ceremony. Now, Lu Huang secretly praises the decision to keep it understated. Otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious position, akin to being marked by Su Chaohan's faction. The risk of being ostracized by Zhang Chaos-hin and relegated to the sidelines would have been inevitable. This thought drenched Lu Huang in cold sweat, filled with regret. Fortunately, it was merely an engagement, devoid of legal binding, and few are aware of it. There is still ample time to withdraw. His previous disdain for the He family stemmed from He Donglai's comparable status. Although they were socially compatible, He Donglai offered no assistance for Lu Huang's career advancement. The current circumstances have changed drastically. He has climbed the ranks to align himself with County Chief Zhang Chaos-hin, illuminating his political prospects. According to the unspoken rules of the Chunfeng County political arena, once the county party secretary is reassigned, the county chief is poised to assume the role of secretary. The likelihood of this occurrence is a staggering 99%, nay, nearly 100. This has been the case for all previous administrations, without exception. The rationale behind this promotion model, which transitions the current county chief to the position of county party secretary, results in minimal upheaval within the bureaucratic landscape. It can be likened to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, failing to even stir the slightest ripple. In contrast, promoting an individual from the ranks of deputy officials to the position of county chief would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the cohort of deputy officials. Those who find themselves overlooked for promotion are bound to experience a sense of imbalance. Resentment and dissatisfaction may quietly proliferate among them. And should these sentiments accumulate to a critical mass, they could erupt like a volcano, plunging the entire political realm into turmoil. Complaints, anonymous denunciations, and even public inquiries could descend upon the higher authorities like a flurry of snowflakes, overwhelming them. It is conceivable that the very deputy poised for promotion could be scrutinized and ultimately brought down. Individuals who can genuinely maintain integrity and withstand scrutiny are, regrettably, few and far between. Thus, upon meticulous investigation, certain individuals may falter under examination. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, the elevation of a county chief to the role of county party secretary is an entirely different matter. The positions of county chief and party secretary are, by nature, of equal standing. At first glance, this transition appears to merely shift one individual's role from one department level to another, seemingly not a true promotion, as their salary remains unchanged. Yet, in reality, their authority expands significantly. This represents a deeper level of trust. The first-ranking official embodies absolute truth, while the second-ranking one embodies relative truth. Moreover, appointing a county chief as a party secretary is far more justifiable than promoting a deputy responsible for a single sector to the role of secretary. After all, the county chief is inherently responsible for comprehensive governance, possessing profound insights into the local political, economic, and cultural landscapes. This background allows them to adapt swiftly to their new role as county party secretary. Their wealth of experience is indisputable. Such an arrangement effectively quells public dissent, ensuring stability within the political framework. Why would one not pursue this course of action? Thus, Jiang Zhaoyang's ascension to county party secretary, marking the zenith of departmental leadership, is a foregone conclusion. At this juncture, failing to seize the opportunity to board his ship would be sheer folly. Would it not be a grievous mistake to squander a potentially transformative opportunity? Hence, facilitating He's replacement of Jiang Zhaoyang and securing a marriage alliance with the He family becomes the unequivocal choice. At this moment, Zhu Jiu interjected, "Old man, you always approach matters with such deliberation, preferring to boil frogs in lukewarm water. Our daughter is our most cherished treasure. We cannot passively watch her leap into the flames. I lack the patience for such delays. I prefer to cut through the chaos with swift resolution. Yet you resist. I must ask, how much longer do you intend to simmer?" Lu Huang was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon smiled and remarked, "Of course, it won't take too long. My approach is simply more subtle, lacking the directness you possess. He has already approached us, hasn't he? The crux of the matter now lies in our ability to appeal to emotions and reason, guiding Xiaowen to extricate herself from the tumult of her feelings. Once she cooperates in our charade, the rest will be manageable. I possess a means to compel Jiang Zhaoyang to initiate the severance of their relationship, leading him to retreat in the face of difficulty. Just wait a moment, old man. Xiaowen will return shortly." At this juncture, a hint of concern crossed her face as she continued, "You expect to persuade her to relinquish this relationship with nothing more than your silver tongue? That may prove quite challenging. After all, matters of the heart cannot be easily articulated in mere words. Yet we must endeavor to do so. This not only pertains to her lifelong happiness, but also impacts my own future. The principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes is one she cannot possibly misunderstand. At over 20, she ought to be considering her future." As she spoke, footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, Luan appeared at the doorway. Upon entering, she glumly sank onto the living room sofa, her vacant gaze fixed on the window. She unconsciously toyed with the soft corner of a cushion, seemingly intent on absorbing all her troubles into the inconspicuous fabric. "Xiaowen, what troubles you?" Lu Huang inquired with surprise. "Has Jiang Zhaoyang mistreated you?" "No," she replied. "Then why do you look so discontented?" Lu Huang approached and sat beside her, concern etched on his features. Luan sighed. Jiang Zhaoyang appeared utterly dejected. When I attempted to converse with him, he was inattentive, responding in a half-hearted manner, completely out of sorts. "What did he say?" Lu Huang pressed further. "He mentioned that his future seems bleak and that he is engulfed in confusion about what lies ahead. He was simply melancholic. Moreover, he likely struggles to come to terms with the cold shoulder he received today." At this moment, Zhu Jiu seized the opportunity to sow discord, interjecting, "So you've only just realized his indifferent demeanor towards you? Look at this. This is the so-called love you share? He even forgot your birthday. What happiness can you expect from him?" She then emphasized her point with a pointed question. "If he truly loved you, how could he forget your birthday?" Lu Huang seized the moment to chime in, echoing her sentiment, It reminds me of an incident from a few months back that still weighs heavily on my mind. What incident, Dad? Luwen asked, surprised, her unease intensifying. A few months ago, you were engaged, weren't you? The ring Jiang Zhaoyang gave you was merely a plain silver band, Lu Huang remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Indeed. He couldn't even bear to purchase a diamond ring. Zhu Jiu added disdainfully from the side. If he is unwilling to spend money on his woman, how deep can his feelings truly be? However, Luwen did not react with the anger that was anticipated. Instead, she calmly retorted, Mother, didn't you gaze at that ring with delight at the time? You even remarked, how could one purchase such an expensive ring? I never expected my in-laws to value my daughter so highly. I remember your words distinctly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiu was momentarily rendered speechless, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment and regret. At that moment, she had indeed been exceedingly pleased with the ring, even somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. After all, being connected to a prestigious family like the Jiang clan was an immense honor for her. At that time, she feared not being able to curry favor with the Jiang family and would never have thought to disdain the ring. Yet, circumstances had changed. Just as she was about to speak again, Lu Huang raised his hand to silence her, fearing that further words would only exacerbate the situation. Lu Huang was far from finished. He continued, Xiaowen, surely you understand the significance of an engagement? It is not merely a union of two families, but an extraordinary moment that belongs exclusively to you. It should be cherished and remembered like a wedding. For a woman, it is a once-in-a-lifetime event. There is no fault in making it a grand affair. Imagine a day surrounded by flowers, applause, and blessings with all your friends and family, including my esteemed leaders and close colleagues, gathered to witness your vows of love. How splendid and dignified that would be. Such a scene would undoubtedly serve as the finest blessing and respect for both you and our families. However, at this juncture, he hesitated. But what? Luwen was bewildered. Lu Huang sighed, yet, despite this vision in my heart, it is difficult to fulfill my desires. I had intended to invite guests from all corners and host a lavish banquet, with at least 30 tables bustling with activity, making this engagement a topic of conversation throughout the city. But do you know? The Jiang father and son had other ideas. Their words were filled with notions of modesty and influence, claiming it would be inappropriate to be ostentatious. And as a result, your engagement feast was reduced to a solitary table. Can that even be called an engagement ceremony? At best, it was merely two families hastily dining in a humble room. It was pitifully disheartening. I have refrained from discussing this with you, fearing it would affect your relationship with the Jiang family. The reason for the lack of grandeur lies with them. The Jiang family. When he spoke these words, Lu Huang was indeed filled with frustration. He had initially hoped to celebrate widely and even seize the opportunity to gather some financial gifts. Even a few tens of thousands in goodwill would have sufficed. Instead, it felt like a futile dream, akin to drawing water with a basket, resulting in nothing. A splendid opportunity squandered. Zhu Jiu, at this moment, only added fuel to the fire. Xiaowen, listen, this is not the outcome we envisioned for our Lu family. The actions of the Jiang family clearly exhibit a disdain for us, believing that we, the Lu family, are unworthy of their esteemed lineage. They refuse even the most fundamental respect and dignity. Now that the Jiang family finds itself in a state of decline, must we continue to endure their condescension? Zhu Jiu's words were tinged with indignation and a sense of injustice. As she spoke, she began to tidy up the plates of cake on the table. Each clatter seemed to echo her discontent. She pointed at the solitary piece of cake remaining and remarked to Luwen, if it weren't for He Di's thoughtfulness, I fear you would not even have cake to enjoy on your birthday today. We had assumed Jiang Zhaoyang would remember your special day, given his usual attentiveness. We thought he would surely have pre-ordered a splendid cake for you. Yet, he arrived empty-handed, as if the day held no significance for him at all. At this, she shook her head, her tone laced with disappointment towards Jiang Zhaoyang's actions. He simply came to scrounge some cake. Then, Zhu Jiu gestured toward the gifts that He Di had brought on the coffee table. The exquisite gift box contained luxurious liquor and tobacco, gleaming with unmistakable value. Look at these, the cigarettes and the alcohol, aren't they all top tier? They must be worth several thousand yuan at the very least, she remarked. Her voice a blend of astonishment and admiration for He Di's generosity. His father, like yours, is merely a deputy director, and they don't possess any wealth. Does He Di earn more than Jiang Zhaoyang? Working in the same unit? She paused deliberately, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Wen's face, seemingly awaiting a reaction. So why is He Di so willing to be so generous? It's because he holds you in high regard, placing you in a significant position in his heart. Conversely, Why does Jiang Zhaoyang hesitate to show such generosity? It is simply because you do not occupy a place of importance in his heart, or rather, your worth to him pales in comparison to that of a mere piece of cake. Zhu Jiyu's words carried a profound implication. The comparison was stark and revealing. You are a university graduate, well-versed and knowledgeable. You should possess greater discernment than I. Tell me, do you find any truth in what I have said? She looked at Lu Wen, her eyes gleaming with cunning and anticipation. Her provocations began to unsettle Lu Wen. Lu Huang, observing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. He recognized that it was time to further guide Lu Wen's thoughts. Thus, he gently coaxed, "Little one, consider this. When a host invites guests to dine, and a table full of guests gathers, I too am among them. When an array of delectable dishes is presented, a bowl of braised pork is particularly enticing. Yet, with many guests and limited meat, the bowl contains only a few precious pieces. In such a situation, how can one secure that mouth-watering braised pork?" He deliberately left a suspenseful pause, awaiting Lu Wen's response. Logically, the swift shall reap the rewards, wouldn't you agree? Although Lu Wen felt somewhat perplexed, she complied with Lu Huang's words and continued. Indeed. However, how can one who is swift compare to one who possesses longer chopsticks? The person with longer chopsticks can effortlessly extend and grasp that piece of meat, requiring no competition, nor even deigning to engage in such contests. At this juncture, Lu Huang shifted the conversation. Do you understand now? I do not comprehend, Lu Wen replied, utterly bewildered. Lu Huang offered a slight smile and patiently elucidated. Allow me to clarify. This is a metaphor. The enticing braised pork on this table symbolizes the official hat, that coveted position everyone yearns for in the bureaucratic realm. Yet, the official hats are limited, much like the few pieces of braised pork on this plate. Not everyone can partake, nor can everyone savor its exquisite flavor. It is not merely about hard work. Even if it appears within arm's reach, it does not guarantee possession. For in this world, some individuals possess chopsticks longer than yours. They can effortlessly seize that piece of braised pork while you can only watch in despair. Lu Huang's words carried a hint of irony and a touch of realism. If the He family were to lend their support, they would present me with a pair of long chopsticks. If my chopsticks are longer than others, and my hands are no shorter, I could effortlessly acquire the desired braised pork. Would I easily relinquish the opportunity for such a union? You may harbor some aversion towards He deeming his appearance less than handsome, perhaps even somewhat unsavory. His credentials may not shine as brightly as Jiang Zhaoyang's. Lu Huang sighed softly, yet you must understand. There is no such thing as an unattractive man. What truly matters is his capability and background. In governmental institutions, credentials serve merely as a reference, a stepping stone. What ultimately determines your advancement is your connections and your ability to manage affairs. With He's background secured, do you believe his capabilities will falter? Look how generous he is when he visits our family. When he approaches the leaders, will he suddenly become stingy? In this world, it is an unchanging truth that one does not strike the hand that offers gifts. Lu Huang's tone held a note of reflection. The recognition and appreciation from leaders are paramount for an individual's career trajectory. With such abilities and acumen, how could he not ascend to great heights? Moreover, his family currently shares a special relationship with Jiang Zhaoyang, being part of his entourage. Jiang Zhaoyang is on the verge of becoming the county party secretary. How could he not extend a helping hand to those from his own circle? His father's promotion is as certain as a nail driven into wood, imminent and assured. Lu Huang declared with unwavering conviction. I even suspect Lu Huang hesitated as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue. What do you suspect? Before Lu Wen had the chance to respond, Zhu Jiyu eagerly pressed for more. Her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Lu Huang took a deep breath and slowly remarked. I even suspect that the entire maneuver surrounding Jiang Zhaoyang is, in fact, to create a space for He Donglai. Consider this. Jiang Zhaoyang is firmly entrenched in the position of director of the First Bureau. Yet, once Jiang Zhaoyang ascends to power, how difficult will it be to displace him? Surely, a method must be devised. Are you suggesting that He Donglai could potentially succeed Jiang Zhaoyang as the director of the First Bureau? Zhu Jiyu exclaimed, her voice rising in astonishment. Isn't it so? Lu Huang continued. Su Chaoan has only recently restructured the leadership of all county departments, with intricate relationships at play. For Jiang Zhaoyang to instigate changes at this juncture would require considerable effort. Lu Huang nodded, adding, this means he would need to tread carefully, avoiding any significant upheaval. Indeed, Zhu Jiyu interjected, he can only shuffle these leaders around. Those who pose no issues cannot be easily dismissed. Otherwise, should public outrage ensue, the repercussions would be dire. Lu Huang was well versed in the intricate power plays of the political arena. Even so, he could not directly move against Jiang Zhaoyang for fear of inciting a backlash and drawing the ire of higher authorities. After all, the political sphere resembles a battlefield, where one misstep may lead to a cascade of errors. Perhaps a wait of at least 6 months is prudent, until the situation stabilizes. Only then can one proceed cautiously. Yu Jieyu speculated. But how will he position his own people? Will he have them wait? No, that is far too passive, an inefficient use of time. Some individuals cannot afford to wait even a single day, Lu Huang remarked, shaking his head. What, then, is to be done? Lu Huang pondered aloud. Anti-corruption is the most effective strategy, a remedy that leaves no room for dissent. Moreover, it serves a dual purpose. It establishes a pristine image of integrity and courage while simultaneously eliminating rivals. Sometimes, to achieve such ends, one might even fabricate a baseless charge. Under the guise of anti-corruption, predecessors can be detained, even if later proven innocent. Yet, by that time, their positions have already been usurped, and they can never return. Furthermore, if this is indeed a scheme, those who orchestrate it will strive for perfection, ensuring that no flaws are detectable. Unraveling the truth behind such machinations would be no simple feat, and proving it might prove impossible. Moreover, one could always justify the actions taken in the name of anti-corruption, acknowledging that collateral damage is inevitable. Zhu Jiyu's brow furrowed in concern. She gazed at Lu Huang in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Are you suggesting that Jiang Zhaoyang could be innocent?" Lu Huang shook his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Whether he is innocent, I cannot ascertain at this moment. However, one thing is certain, Jiang Zhaoyang's position has indeed been vacated, and he was taken directly by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission. In such circumstances, his desire to reverse the situation seems nearly insurmountable." Zhu Jiyu remarked, "However, even if Jiang Zhaoyang's position becomes vacant, it does not necessarily mean it will be filled by He Donglai. One must bear in mind that there are numerous officials within the various government departments of the county, all eagerly vying for this prominent leadership role." Upon hearing Zhu Jieyu's words, Lu Huang let out a slight snort, his gaze reflecting a hint of disdain. "You, my dear, do not comprehend the intricate nuances of the political arena. As someone outside this sphere, it is natural for you to be oblivious to its subtleties." He elucidated. "Consider this. Why is it that He Donglai is able to summon the county's foremost figure this evening? Such a feat is not easily accomplished by just anyone. The intricate web of relationships behind this cannot be assessed through mere logic. In a county of 1 million, how many can truly summon the county magistrate? Most officials might not even be able to achieve that, let alone a mere deputy like He Donglai. Is this web of connection straightforward? If it were merely a simple relationship, would he end up with nothing more than an inconspicuous minor bureau chief position? There is much more to this than meets the eye. The likelihood of He Donglai securing the position of Education Bureau Chief stands at an impressive 80 to 90%. Moreover, other bureau chief positions are already occupied, leaving only this vacancy. In such a calculation, the odds become 100%. Lu Wen, upon hearing this, wore an expression of surprise and confusion. She had never anticipated that the complexities of the political realm would far exceed her imagination. The intrigues, deceptions, and calculated schemes that she had only encountered in television dramas now unfolded before her in vivid reality. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The political arena is exceedingly convoluted." Observing Lu Wen's expression, Lu Huang remarked, "You have only recently graduated from university and are just entering society. There is much you still do not grasp. The world is far more complex than you can envision. In this realm, tangible interests reign supreme. You must learn to adapt." Lu Wen's countenance bore a trace of anxiety, her gaze flitting between her parents as she sought a glimmer of hope in their expressions. Biting her lip gently, she inquired, "Dad, Mom, did you not mention earlier that Jiang Zhaoyang's father might be targeted and framed by those with ulterior motives? If that is indeed the case, does it not imply that one day there may be a significant reversal? That the truth might ultimately be revealed to the world?" Lu Huang paused, having indeed mentioned this possibility previously. Yet, he emphasized, the likelihood is minimal. His adversaries are far too formidable. Why was his case transferred to the city? It is precisely because the county was once dominated by Su Zhaohan. His influence runs deep, as this county was historically his stronghold, although he has since been reassigned. The remnants of his influence have not entirely dissipated. As the saying goes, the tiger leaves the mountain, but its shadow remains. The lingering influence of Su Zhaohan is still palpable. Given his formidable reputation, would the county's disciplinary committee dare to take action against Jiang Zhaoyang? A single misstep could trigger a chain reaction, affecting the entire system. Moreover, many individuals within the disciplinary and legal systems owe their positions to Su Chaohan's patronage. The gratitude for his support lingers. What could they possibly uncover? Perhaps they might even present you with a so-called virtuous official. At this juncture, Lu Huang shifted the conversation, asserting that the situation drastically changes once one reaches the city. The municipal disciplinary committee is devoid of such reservations. Even the most formidable figures must tread carefully when engaging with the city's disciplinary base. They possess myriad strategies and means to extract confessions from you. Unless one is entirely devoid of any wrongdoing, secrets from the past or compromising evidence from the present will inevitably surface. How could Jiang Zhaoyang, having wielded substantial power for so many years, be without any issues? It is simply inconceivable. Jiang Zhaoyang's ascent to the position of county chief speaks volumes of his capabilities. The fact that he can maneuver Jiang Zhaoyang into the municipal disciplinary committee underscores the depth of his connections and the magnitude of his influence. With such a person executing these actions, does Jiang Zhaoyang stand a chance for redemption? Can he truly rise from the ashes? Even if he were to return, it would be a hollow victory, for he would lose his official position. What would he be then but an ordinary man, stripped of the aura of power? Jiang Zhaoyang becomes just another individual, perhaps even more vulnerable than the average person. What does one seek in marrying into such a family? Upon hearing his words, Lu uncovered her face and wept. Observing her expression, Lu Huang resolved to add fuel to the fire. He hesitated momentarily, as if burdened by an immense weight on his tongue. With great difficulty, he finally managed to utter a vague and stammering phrase. There is one more thing. My daughter. I am unsure if I should disclose this to you. Lu Wen's sobs gradually subsided, as though his words had startled her awake. She abruptly lifted her head. Her eyes reddened. Dad, what else do you have to tell me? Her voice trembled, clearly sensing that the forthcoming revelation would not be simple. I cannot bring myself to say it. The words were indeed difficult to articulate. Beside them, Zhu Jiu, growing increasingly anxious, interjected, Old man, there are no outsiders here. What is it that you cannot say in front of us? Is this matter too shameful to disclose? Or is it too sensitive? Lu Huang, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he took a deep breath, resolutely deciding, Very well. Very well. Xiaowen, I shall speak plainly. Dad, go ahead. Why are you hesitating and beating around the bush? Lu Wen urged eagerly. As the opportune moment arrived, Lu Huang finally spoke. Xiaowen, my dear child, I do not intend to belittle Jiang Zhaoyang. Yet, to speak candidly, he is far from being your ideal partner. Why? Father, you once spoke so highly of him. What accounts for this stark contrast now? Is it merely because the Jiang family has fallen from grace? A flicker of defiance crossed Lu Wen's eyes, hoping that the issue lay solely with external circumstances rather than with Jiang Zhaoyang himself. No, it has nothing to do with the Jiang family's decline. Lu Huang's expression turned somewhat awkward. My previous compliments were made in ignorance of his true character. He paused before continuing. Yesterday, I fortuitously uncovered certain truths that utterly disillusioned me regarding him. Lu Huang then inquired, Are you acquainted with Bai Wei, an employee under Jiang Zhaoyang? Do you know her? Yes, I've met her. What is she like? Lu Wen remained silent for a moment, seemingly deliberating her words before she slowly responded. She is quite beautiful. Bai Wei possesses an alluring figure, and she is the kind of person who is truly pleasing to the eye. Lu Huang nodded gently, appearing unsurprised by Lu Wen's description. He then shifted the conversation. Have you considered the implications of her working so closely with Jiang Zhaoyang, spending every day together? Might not some romantic feelings develop beyond mere professional camaraderie? Perhaps even engaging in acts that are best left unspoken? Lu Wen was taken aback, swiftly denying. No way. On what grounds do you assert that? Lu Huang pressed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Because Jiang Zhaoyang has never made any inappropriate advances towards me, let alone with others. You have such unwavering faith in him? Lu Huang's tone was tinged with skepticism. Indeed. However, I have heard that one morning, Bai Wei emerged from Jiang Zhaoyang's dormitory, her face flushed, hair tousled, and attire disheveled. Could that not suggest an affair? Lu Wen was struck as though by lightning, her shock evident. Is that true? How could this be possible? Am I to jest about such matters? Why would I make such claims lightly? As Lu Wen listened to her father's words, she felt as though all her strength had been sapped away. She stared in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes, unable to accept this reality. She was reluctant to believe that the man who once made her heart flutter harbored such a disreputable side. Can you still harbor feelings for such a morally bankrupt individual? When something must be severed, do not hesitate, for hesitation breeds chaos. Lu Huang's voice continued to resonate in her mind. Fortunately, I discovered this in time. There is still an opportunity to withdraw. Otherwise, entrusting your happiness to someone like him would render your future unbearable. It would be fraught with unimaginable sorrow. Setting aside other concerns, just based on this alone, you must think carefully and act decisively. Winner, I have said all that needed to be said. Reflect calmly before making a decision. At this moment, Zhu Jieyu seized the opportunity and hastily interjected, if you were to seek ED, you would not find yourself in such a predicament. Although his appearance may be somewhat lacking, it is precisely this that diminishes his allure and the temptation to stray. Consider this, a devoted individual. One who is willing to invest genuine affection in you. How splendid it would be for you to lead a harmonious life together. Lu Wen rushed into her bedroom. While Lu Huang and Zhu Jieyu breathed a sigh of relief, they silently rejoiced, having finally escaped from the clutches of a sinking ship. No. It was more akin to a miraculous survival. Lu Huang murmured softly, a trace of barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Zhu Jieyu nodded gently, her eyes reflecting the same mixture of relief and the lingering fear of having narrowly escaped disaster. On Monday, Jiang Zhaoyang arrived at the town's party and government office. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an atmosphere of palpable chill. There was an inexplicable silence and distance. Several staff members were engrossed in their tasks, while others turned away, feigning interest elsewhere. Some pretended to be entirely absorbed in their computer screens, their fingers unconsciously tapping away at the keyboard, ignoring Jiang Zhaoyang's presence. This scene starkly contrasted with the past, when colleagues would gather around him, sharing laughter and seeking his counsel. Now, they treated him as a stranger, deliberately maintaining their distance. A wave of inexplicable astonishment and confusion surged within Jiang Zhaoyang. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression one of skepticism. He had always been generous to these individuals, never treating anyone unfairly. In fact, he often shared good things, even food, with everyone. Why now did they regard him with such indifference? Had he committed some grave error? Was it merely that he had been sidelined, visiting Baiyun Mountain to inspect the reservoir? Yet, did that warrant such treatment? How surprising it was that these colleagues, with whom he had spent so much time, could be so superficial. Truly, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. I have yet to officially resign, nor have I handed over my duties. I am still the acting director of the party and government office. Why the haste to distance themselves from me? At that moment, a sudden, urgent ringing of the telephone shattered the silence of the office. Xia Bailey, seated at her desk, was buried in a pile of documents, appearing somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing the phone ring, she quickly lifted her head and glanced at the caller ID. Instantly, a smile graced her face. Hello, Mayor Lin. What instructions do you have for me? Xia Bailey answered the call, her voice sweet and inviting. Jiang Zhaoyang, observing from the side, couldn't he help but perk up his ears. He leaned slightly forward, attempting to capture every word from Lin Weiquan on the other end of the line. However, the conversation was obscured by an invisible barrier. He could only vaguely hear Xia Bailey responding with okay. All right, understood, but was left in the dark regarding the specifics. Finally, Xia Bailey ended the call, but her expression instantly turned frosty, akin to the biting chill of a winter wind, leaving an unsettling feeling in the air. She turned her head to look at Jiang Zhaoyang, her gaze revealing a palpable impatience and disdain, as if he were the person she least wished to confront at that moment. Mayor Lin has requested you to visit his office, Xia Bailey stated coldly, her tone devoid of any emotional nuance, conveying an icy command. After speaking, she averted her eyes from Jiang Zhaoyang and returned to her work, as if his presence had become utterly insignificant to her. A bittersweet smile emerged on Jiang Zhaoyang's lips, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss and confusion. Memories of the previous Xia Bailey flooded his mind, one who had courted his favor with unwavering devotion, often casting flirtatious glances in hopes of winning his affection. Yet now, she had transformed into a figure of utter indifference, as though an insurmountable chasm separated them. The contrast between her current demeanor and her former affection was stark. A complete metamorphosis. Upon exiting, he made his way to the mayor's office. As he walked down the corridor, an indescribable murmur began to swell behind him. An unsettling cacophony of whispers. He felt the presence of individuals gossiping, their prattling voices piercing his ears like tiny needles, though he could not discern the words. Suddenly, a clearer voice, dripping with evident schadenfreude, reached him. That kid must be heading to Baiyun Mountain Reservoir today to report, right? Another voice chimed in. It's about time. Now he will finally experience some hardship. A final voice, cold and almost cruel, echoed. Without strong backing, the iceberg has already toppled. If he isn't the one to suffer misfortune, who will? Jiang Zhaoyang abruptly turned around. The group of whisperers, caught off guard, fell silent in an instant. Their expressions frozen in surprise and embarrassment, akin to a troop of clowns suddenly exposed to harsh light, their disarray evident. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Jiang Zhaoyang's mouth, his smile imbued with a sense of stoicism and detachment. As if all the rumors swirling around him were naught but fleeting autumn winds, unworthy of his concern. He then veered into his own office, situated in a remote corner. Lioli town could not compare to the county seat. Yet, amidst the backdrop of scarce resources and limited conditions, it never felt lacking when it came to office space. Although Jiang Zhaoyang held the position of a mere clerk, enjoying only the meager benefits accorded to junior officials, he relished the privilege of a private office, an amenity not typically afforded to ordinary staff. Upon entering his office, he recalled his impending assignment to the reservoir and the unfinished tasks he needed to discuss with Lin Weiquan. He had come to retrieve a research report commissioned by the county, still in draft form, necessitating a proper account to the top brass. However, as he pushed open the familiar door to his office and stepped inside, he was met with a scene that rendered him utterly astonished, as if he had entered an entirely alien realm. His desk, slightly worn and bearing the weight of countless late nights and diligent work, had inexplicably vanished. In its place stood a brand new, spacious, and exquisitely designed workstation. The surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the soft sunlight streaming through the window, exuding an air of modernity and opulence. This abrupt transformation left Jiang Zhaoyang momentarily at a loss. His gaze continued to roam. The once barren coffee table now bore an elegant tea set, crafted from delicate porcelain, adorned with refined patterns, emanating a gentle, warm sheen. Scattered across the table were a few books seemingly unrelated to work, while nearby lay an assortment of exquisite tea delicacies, small and enticing. This entire scene starkly contrasted with the drab office environment Jiang Zhaoyang had known. Even more astonishing was the vibrant green plant that had once thrived by the window, accompanying him through countless days and nights, now replaced by a dazzling bouquet of flowers, bursting with color and seemingly indifferent to seasonal constraints. The air was suffused with an unusual blend of floral and tea aromas, invigorating yet leaving him perplexed. A large question mark loomed in Jiang Zhaoyang's mind. He furrowed his brow and scanned his surroundings, seeking clues in the minutiae to unravel this sudden change. Could it be that he had wandered into someone else's office by mistake? He hurried to the door, scrutinizing the nameplate. Upon confirming its accuracy, his confusion deepened. Had someone undertaken such a significant transformation of his office without his knowledge? Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty and preparing to leave for a neighboring colleague's insight, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The sound grew closer, seemingly approaching his office. Jiang Zhaoyang held his breath, eager to discern the identity of the visitor. Who could it be? In an instant, a figure appeared, filling his view. He stiffened, recognizing the newcomer as he. "It's you?" they exclaimed in unison, astonished. "Deputy Director what is the meaning of this? Occupying my space so skillfully?" Jiang Zhaoyang's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his words laced with a hint of mockery. "Occupying your space?" He scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips, filled with scorn. "Is this office truly yours, Jiang Zhaoyang? That seems rather presumptuous, bordering on the unethical." His words dripped with provocation, deliberately seeking to incite Jiang Zhaoyang's ire. At this, Jiang Zhaoyang's expression shifted slightly. Was this man truly nitpicking for leverage against him? Yet he quickly regained his composure, retorting coldly, "Where is my desk? What have you done with it?" "Your desk? Are you planning to take it to the reservoir?" He elongated his words, his tone rife with mockery and disdain. "The fate of that dilapidated table is to end up at the recycling station." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhaoyang felt an eruption of fury within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of explosion, nearly breaking free from his chest. "I possess a critically important research report locked within the drawer of that very desk. How could you possibly sell my desk as scrap?" He upon hearing this, curled his lips into a sardonic smile. "Are your ears filled with lead? Is there something amiss with your hearing? Did I say it would be sold immediately?" Jiang Zhaoyang relentlessly inquired, "Where is the desk now?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "I currently lack the time to waste on trash. I have no time to sell it." "No time to sell? Then where have you placed it? You might as well search the storage room." As he spoke, a cryptic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with mischief and provocation. That space was cluttered with debris, swathed in dust, dark and damp. However, It was perfectly suited for someone like you, who enjoys rummaging through refuse. Upon hearing this, a chill gripped Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. An ominous premonition swiftly spreading through him like ice. He abruptly turned and hastily made his way to the storage room. Upon pushing the door open, a musty odor assaulted his senses. The room was filled with various discarded items, dilapidated boxes, obsolete stationery, and forgotten office supplies. Jiang Zhaoyang struggled through the debris, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Finally, in a corner, he spotted that familiar desk. It lay there quietly. He rushed over and yanked open the drawer. Fortunately, the crucial research report rested within. He grasped it tightly. Jiang Zhaoyang tucked the document into his bosom and exited the storage room. He re-entered the office that once belonged to him, now brazenly occupied by He Di. Sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, scattering across the polished floor like fragments of time, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. He Di sat contentedly behind the expansive desk. The moment he saw Jiang Zhaoyang cross the threshold, a smirk of satisfaction, laced with mockery, appeared on his lips. His words dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, isn't this our former director Jiang from the Party Affairs office? What is this? Still thinking of yourself as the master here? Reluctant to leave? This office has a new owner now, one surnamed He." He Di deliberately elongated his tone, brimming with boastfulness and provocation. Jiang Zhaoyang replied coolly, "Whether or not I am the director is irrelevant. At least for now, I have not received any formal notice of dismissal." Upon hearing this, He Di's sarcasm intensified. So concerned about such a trivial position? A minuscule title. Still clinging to it? You truly overestimate your importance. Your role as director of the Party Affairs office was never formalized. Mayor Lin will personally inform you of your dismissal verbally. Consider it a privilege. Do you still expect to oversee the reservoir while simultaneously holding the title of director? That is truly laughable. He Di laughed heartily, as if he could already envision Jiang Zhaoyang's despondent departure. Jiang Zhaoyang smirked disdainfully. He Di, do you think I am like you, dreaming of climbing over others to ascend? I am here for another matter. He Di raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his face. Oh, then why have you come here? He Di, return my phone to me. He Di's expression instantly morphed into one of astonishment, as if a sudden chill had swept over him. Shortly thereafter, a mocking smile crept onto his face, one tinged with sarcasm and disdain. What phone? He taunted, his voice laced with a hint of derision. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in He Di's eyes, as though he relished this game of cat and mouse. Your phone is as inseparable from you as your wife. How could it possibly have vanished into my possession? Is this not the most extraordinary tale? He added with playful malice, by the way, you don't have a wife. This remark struck Jiang Zhaoyang like a heavy blow, leaving his face pale with fury. A girlfriend? Yes, he had one, but not for long. She too would soon be claimed by another. Ha! Isn't that quite a slap in the face? He Di's sinister laughter brimmed with self-satisfaction. Jiang Zhaoyang's anger surged, a tempest of rage rising within him. He stifled his fury, knowing he was treading precariously, at a disadvantage. He must not act impulsively, otherwise he would find himself in an untenable predicament. Coldly, Jiang Zhaoyang inquired, "Were you charging your phone here last Friday afternoon? And that phone was newly purchased? It looks exactly like mine. I recall you remarked on my recent purchase, claiming it represented the latest trend. You wanted to follow in my footsteps. As if I were some remarkable exemplar, and that everything should be learned from me." His tone dripped with irony. He scoffed contemptuously. The sycophantic demeanor and obsequiousness from He Di made his skin crawl. What? Just a few days have passed, and you've forgotten all of that. He Di's face flushed a mix of red and white, momentarily at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. After a lengthy pause, he finally let out a twisted laugh. Indeed, his laughter was filled with madness and distortion. Because you have always kept me beneath your thumb. He Di's voice suddenly rose, the suppressed emotions within him erupting at last. In terms of education, I cannot compare to you. In looks, I fall short. In drafting materials, I am also inferior. Each word he uttered felt as if it were squeezed from between clenched teeth, brimming with resentment and fury. Even in terms of family background, I cannot measure up to you. And in the eyes of our superiors, my standing is even more insignificant. You effortlessly garner recognition and admiration, while no matter how hard I strive, I remain forever in your shadow. I envy, I resent, I loathe. A fierce glint flashed in He Di's eyes. All pretense and patience laid bare in that moment. I have deliberately sought your favor, every conversation, every painstaking attempt to please. All in pursuit of that opportunity to triumph over you. I willingly endure hardship, merely in hopes of one day bringing you down. He's words were imbued with a twisted obsession and an almost mad desire. His voice grew sharp with excitement, as he had long awaited an opportunity, one that would allow him to surpass Jiang Zhaoyang, envisioning the thrill of standing triumphantly over him. I have awaited that day, anticipating a turn of fate, eager to witness your downfall, longing for our roles to be reversed, so you may experience the bitter taste of descending from the heights to the depths. At last, that day has arrived. What if you have seen through my true colors? What if you have uncovered the hypocrisy and ambition of He? It is all too late. The fruits of victory are about to be reaped by me, while you can only watch in despair. He laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the air, brimming with triumph. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, akin to swallowing a dead fly. In a chilling tone, he commanded, "Return my phone." He produced his phone, stating, "This is yours. I was unaware it belonged to you. I merely took it by chance." He smirked with amusement. He too retrieved a phone from his person, expressing gratitude for it. "Without your phone, how could I have extracted Xiaowen's birthday? Haha. Not to mention, later winning over her family with financial persuasion, earning their respect." As he spoke of Xiaowen, a flicker of pain crossed Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze. "Now and forever, Xiaowen is destined to be mine," he taunted. "What of my seizing your love? What of my taking what is yours? This world is ruled by the strong. I possess the ability to claim her. Is that a crime?" He erupted into laughter, infused with arrogance and defiance. "Such is fate. Even your phone has unwittingly aided me." He abruptly shifted his tone, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "No, that is not quite right. It seems that you two have inadvertently played a part in this. Had you not carelessly switched phones with me, how could I have seized this opportunity?" Each of He's words pierced Jiang Zhaoyang like sharp blades, leaving behind trails of anguish. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms, yet maintained his composure and restraint. The fate of heroes is never free. Fortune favors the bold, and the heavens conspire to assist. You have lost, Jiang Zhaoyang, utterly and completely. At this juncture, a mocking smile emerged on He's face, laced with pride and provocation, reminiscent of a cat toying with its captured mouse. He then shifted his tone, laced with playful sarcasm, saying, "However, I shall not leave you at a loss." Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, was taken aback, puzzled by the true intentions of He's words. A cold smirk curled at the corners of He's lips as he continued, "I shall capture an intimate photograph of Xiaowen and myself, allowing you to partake in this rare delight." No, that is far too mundane. It would hardly serve as proof," He swiftly dismissed. A glint of wicked desire flickered in his eyes. "Rest assured, I would never approach this matter so perfunctorily. I intend to photograph Xiaowen in my embrace, her gaze languorous, her spirit entranced, her body pliant. That will be irrefutable evidence of her complete possession by me. I shall graciously allow you a glimpse at that moment." At this juncture, He deliberately paused, relishing the myriad of contorted expressions on Jiang Zhaoyang's face. He then spoke again, his voice brimming with arrogance and pride. "I shall make you acutely aware of what true despair is, of what it means to lose utterly. This photograph will surely leave you breathless, restless through the night." Ha. He let out a menacing laugh once more. Before tossing the phone he had toyed with for some time, a device flickering with a faint light, onto the expansive desk, producing a soft thud. "Indeed, this is your phone. Its purpose has been fulfilled. Here, it is but a heap of worthless scrap metal." His words dripped with scorn and derision. "I can return it to you, completely intact." Yet, he shifted his tone, and the smile on his face transformed into something more cryptic, the corners of his mouth curling into an inscrutable arc, concealing cunning and mockery. He deliberately prolonged his speech, tantalizing Jiang Zhaoyang's curiosity. A heavy weight sank in Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, a churn in his stomach, as he struggled to suppress his nausea. He coldly inquired, "Just what is it? Spare me the circumlocution and speak plainly." However, He's tone turned enigmatic. "Have you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" "I have." Jiang Zhaoyang sensed foreboding creeping in. "What trickery are you plotting?" Heh. He's laughter echoed once more, resembling an eerie cry of a hawk in the night sky. "Then you must know that Liu Bei possessed a steed named Dilu, correct?" He slowly enunciated the name, each syllable seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. Imbued with an ineffable chill, an ominous aura seemed to permeate the air. The rider of such a horse was doomed. Liu Bei's strategist, Pang Tong, met his demise upon riding it. "This phone, much like Dilu, has become a hindrance to you, has it not?" A playful smile danced at the corners of He's mouth as he tossed the phone lightly into the air, catching it with ease. Then, with a teasing lilt, he asked, "Do you still desire it?" Haha. Jiang Zhaoyang retorted in anger, asserting that the phone was merely a communication device. Its value residing in the transmission of information rather than in nebulous prophecies and superstitions. Only someone like you would cling to such futile superstitions. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully slammed He's phone onto the table. The phone emitted a crisp sound. "This is yours," he said. Jiang Zhaoyang then picked up his own phone from the table and tucked it into his bosom. Without uttering another word, he turned and walked away. Behind him, He's derisive laughter echoed, calling him a miser, a penny pincher, a destitute wretch. Reluctant to spend money even on a new phone, he clung to a cursed device, all the while spouting nonsense about not believing in superstitions. If one is willing to part with something, how can they expect to gain anything? Such a person could accomplish nothing great. Who would ever take a liking to him? After exiting He's office, Jiang Zhaoyang headed towards Mayor Lin Weichuan's office. His gaze cast downward. The sunlight filtering through the office corridor cast dappled shadows, elongating his figure and adding to his solitude. Suddenly, he collided with a person rushing towards him. The other party felt unusually soft. Jiang Zhaoyang was taken aback, as he had bumped into a woman whose body was as light as willow fluff. He found himself in dire straits. At this sensitive moment, even the slightest misstep could become a source of reproach. Especially an inadvertent physical contact with a woman could easily be misconstrued as intentional flirtation or even lewdness. If she were to make a fuss, it would spell trouble. He wore an apologetic expression, about to utter an apology, but the woman spoke first. Her tone filled with surprise. "Director, you're still here?" Jiang Zhaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Was this not Bai Wei? Most of his former colleagues tended to avoid him like the plague, yet Bai Wei, as usual, still addressed him as director. Was she not aware this might irk Lin Weichuan? Did she not fear facing repercussions or being ostracized? A mix of emotions swirled within Jiang Zhaoyang. Was Bai Wei's action a mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? Feigning ignorance, he attempted to sidestep this unexpected obstacle and moved forward. To his surprise, Bai Wei resolutely grasped his hand at that moment, her eyes shimmering with confusion. "Director, you don't recognize me?" she inquired softly. "I'm Bai Wei." Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sense of helplessness and attempted to lighten the mood. "Your words are rather inappropriate." "What did I say wrong?" she stammered. Her voice was as faint as a whisper yet distinctly reached Jiang Zhaoyang's ears. "What you just said, you still here, sounds as if you believed I had already departed from this world." Jiang Zhaoyang continued to dissect her words. "Isn't that akin to wishing for my demise?" Bai Wei froze, her face immediately flushing with embarrassment. "I truly did not mean it that way. Director, please don't be upset. I actually meant something else. Don't misunderstand." Gazing into Bai Wei's clear eyes, an inexplicable warmth surged within Jiang Zhaoyang. "What did you mean then?" "I just returned from the county and heard that the director had been reassigned from the office to oversee the reservoir?" Jiang Zhaoyang inquired calmly. "Yes, it seems that was merely a rumor." "No. Is it true?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's face was instantly suffused with astonishment and disbelief. She was evidently taken aback by the sudden revelation. Indeed, she appeared utterly bewildered. She murmured, "Director, you have always worked diligently, with unwavering commitment and earnestness. What grave error have you committed to warrant such a fate? Have all your sacrifices and efforts been in vain?" Jiang Zhaoyang forced a bitter smile, stating, "It has nothing to do with my work." "Then what does it pertain to?" she inquired. "It relates to familial background, the elimination of rivals, and even to a blood oath." "I do not comprehend," Jiang Zhaoyang retorted. "You do not understand." Bai Wei shook her head, exclaiming, "This is unjust. Have you never witnessed a pig fly or seen a pig run? Do not be so naive." Jiang Zhaoyang sighed, his tone laced with a hint of resignation and sarcasm. "Do not be so naive. This world operates in such a manner. Sometimes, hard work does not yield rewards. Conversely, aligning oneself with the right crowd or resorting to flattery might elevate you effortlessly." At this juncture, he cast a glance at Bai Wei, adding, "There is one more matter concerning you." Bai Wei, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "What is it?" "I intend to visit Lin Weichuan's office to recommend you." A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Wei's eyes as she asked in bewilderment, "Recommend me for what?" Jiang Zhaoyang retrieved the research report. "This report is nearly finalized. However, I am about to be reassigned. This matter is pressing, as it is essential work that cannot be delayed. It pertains to the future economic development of Lioli Town. I will recommend you to Lin Weichuan to complete the tasks I could not finish." Upon hearing this, Bai Wei felt an inexplicable surge of panic. She quickly waved her hands, her voice tinged with urgency and unease. "Me? How could that be possible? I am not capable. If you are not, then no one is." You participated in the research. You are thoroughly acquainted with the situation. This is crucial for completing the report. No. Bai Wei nearly leaped to object. In her mind, Jiang Zhaoyang's figure instantly surfaced. He had traversed every inch of Liuli town for this research report. Whether on rugged mountain paths or meandering rivers, his diligent footprints were imprinted everywhere. She recalled the nights he toiled late, the glow of the lights illuminating his weary yet resolute gaze, and his meticulous deliberation over each word for this report. The countless days and nights of effort had nearly exhausted months of his dedication. Now, it seemed as if all of this had evaporated into thin air. And she was to shoulder this heavy responsibility. How could she claim the fruits of another's labor? Moreover, if she were to attempt this, it would merely be a continuation of mediocrity. No. Bai Wei's face flushed crimson, as if illuminated by a fiery sunset. Director, do you not understand my limitations? Her voice bore a touch of self-mockery and helplessness. I possess no substance. This is a significant matter that cannot be taken lightly. She understood that this research report was not merely a submission, but rather a vital reference for the future development of Liuli Town. Director, your thoughts are agile, and your mind is exceedingly clear. You possess unique insights that I cannot even hope to compare with, she remarked. No, I cannot even aspire to that level. At this juncture, Bai Wei shifted her tone, saying, Director, you must take the lead in this matter. Let us do this. Please take a moment in your office. Jiang Zhaoyang, puzzled, inquired, why? Moreover, I no longer have a fixed office. His response bore a hint of wry amusement. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's eyes widened in surprise. What happened to your office? How could you not have one? Jiang Zhaoyang sighed, explaining, He has already preemptively taken over my office. What? You haven't even formally resigned, and he is already eager to take your place? Bai Wei said, somewhat irate. This fellow is a quintessential example of a petty person seizing an opportunity. She then added, All right, Director, please wait in my office for a moment. I will return shortly. Where are you going? I am going to Lin Weiqian's office. What for? To argue my case. Bai Wei replied defiantly. It's futile. Jiang Zhaoyang knew that Lin Weiqian was resolute in demoting him to guard the reservoir. He would not alter his decision for the sake of a woman. No. He would not change his mind for anyone's persuasion. However, Bai Wei was unyielding and insisted on going. Jiang Zhaoyang, feeling helpless, conceded, All right, I will wait in your office. Good. Bai Wei parted ways with Jiang Zhaoyang, who proceeded to her office. It was merely a few steps away. He gently pushed open the door to Bai Wei's office. The space was modest, somewhat cramped. 2 desks occupied the main area. One belonged to Bai Wei, and the other to a young staff member, an announcer named Xie Qiling. A vibrant young woman immersed in her broadcast script. She lightly turned the pages, occasionally lifting her gaze to the computer screen. However, her intense focus was abruptly shattered the moment Jiang Zhaoyang entered. Xie Qiling's eyes, startled like a disturbed lake, widened as she looked up. Her pupils reflecting an inexplicable shock. She seemed to want to speak, her lips parting slightly, and a barely perceptible sound escaped her throat. Yet, in the end, no words emerged. The smile on her face froze instantly, replaced by an icy indifference. She regarded Jiang Zhaoyang as though he were invisible, then rose without hesitation, offering neither greeting nor farewell, and exited the office, leaving him with a cold silhouette. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a pang in his heart. In this vast compound, he seemed to have become an outlier in the eyes of others. A person who has lost their halo and their support naturally becomes an object of disdain and neglect. Merely being an individual can render one insignificant. The harshness of society is evident, particularly in moments like these. The little girl who once greeted him with a smile and flattery has now donned a different facade, casting him a disdainful glance. Truly, the essence of humanity has deteriorated, with too many being sycophantic and self-serving. Individuals like Bai Wei are exceedingly rare. After more than 10 minutes, the sound of Bai Wei's hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. She absent-mindedly brushed her bangs aside with her right hand as she made her way back to the office. Jiang Zhaoyang had already reclined in his chair. With one hand lightly resting on the desk, a knowing smile graced his lips, as if he had foreseen the unfolding events. His teasing gaze held a hint of mockery as he slowly inquired, Oh, how did it go? Did you succeed? Bai Wei gently shook her head, her lips parting slightly. That is not quite the case. Failed. Before Jiang Zhaoyang could finish, a self-deprecating smile flickered across his face. He was well aware that dealing with Lin Weiqian was never a simple task, so he was surprised by the outcome. Bai Wei shook her head once more. Not that either. Jiang Zhaoyang was puzzled by her ambiguous response. If it was neither a success nor a failure, then what was it? His curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Lin Weiquan has merely asked you to delay your visit to the reservoir for a few days. I did my best. She sighed softly, a hint of fatigue crossing her eyes. A few days delay? Jiang Zhaoyang was taken aback. The scheming Lin Weiquan, who was relentless in his efforts to gain the upper hand, would choose to step back at such a crucial moment. This truly exceeded his understanding. He fixed his gaze intently on Bai Wei's fair and delicate face, attempting to glean more information from her subtle expressions to unravel this unexpected enigma. How did you phrase it? He asked eagerly. Bai Wei smiled slightly. I informed him that this research report was a task assigned directly from above, the significance of which is self-evident. Moreover, the city has highly praised our outline, commending our clear work approach and defined direction. She paused before continuing. I also mentioned that the city has been urging us through the county to expedite our progress, ensuring that the tasks are completed smoothly. Jiang Zhaoyang listened intently, nodding slightly, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes. He secretly admired Bai Wei's wit and composure. And then, did Lin Weiquan raise any objections? He pressed on. Of course, Bai Wei replied, but he was quickly subdued by what I said next. I told him that this was not merely a work task. It was a key project that must be personally overseen by the leader to ensure that every detail is executed flawlessly. Regardless of who assumes the leadership role, one must shoulder this responsibility. It is a political duty that cannot be taken lightly. Personal grievances must not hinder the greater good. This is a task that Jiang Zhaoyang has pinned. Without him, none possess the capability to fulfill it. Jiang Zhaoyang inquired, what comes next? Upon hearing the response, he appeared momentarily at a loss, his brows furrowing as if ensnared by an invisible shackle that constricted his thoughts. He paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally glancing up at the ceiling as though searching for the key to liberate himself from this predicament. After a prolonged contemplation, he instructed me to convey to you that Bai Wei's voice carried a hint of reluctance. The assignment to the reservoir is confirmed and irrevocable. However, the reporting date can be delayed by 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze, only to dim once more. It was merely a postponement of execution. He sighed, resigned to this reality. Bai Wei continued, you should proceed according to Mayor Lin's arrangement. You will still work from your original office. My desk is currently cluttered in the storage room, awaiting disposal. That won't do. It must be moved back immediately. At that moment, Xie Qiling entered the room. Upon noticing Jiang Zhaoyang's presence, she wore a look of disdain. However, upon hearing Bai Wei's words, something within Xie Qiling seemed to stir, awakening her from a daze. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. A radiant smile blossomed upon her face. With a youthful glow, her voice became particularly sweet. Oh, Director Jiang, I sincerely apologize, but I seem to be out of tea. I just made a special trip to other offices searching for some, hoping to brew you a delightful cup. Alas, I was sorely disappointed to find nothing of quality there. However, I suddenly recalled that I have a box of fine tea in my office, a gift from a friend that I have yet to savor. I hastily returned. And oh, my memory truly deserves some discipline. With that, she gently tapped her forehead in a show of self-reproach. Soon after, Xie Qiling adeptly set about brewing tea for Jiang Zhaoyang. She handled the tea set with utmost care, each movement exuding familiarity. In no time, a steaming cup of tea was presented to her. She respectfully offered the cup to Jiang Zhaoyang, her face adorned with a humble and respectful smile. Director Jiang, please enjoy this tea. This is Bilyuakun, a true gem among teas. Our modest broadcasting room has been illuminated by your presence. We eagerly anticipate your guidance in our work, hoping to learn much from you. As our esteemed leader, you must remain connected with the people. Xie Qiling gazed at Jiang Zhaoyang with eager anticipation, her eyes revealing a yearning for the care of leadership. Upon hearing her, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, nearly nauseated. Yet he restrained himself from uttering a word. How quickly Xie Qiling could change her demeanor. It was exceedingly pretentious. At that moment, Bai Wei turned to Jiang Zhaoyang and inquired, Director, would you like to have some tea before you leave? Perhaps take a moment to rest? No. Time waits for no one, he replied decisively. Very well, then let us proceed. The two exited the room. Bai Wei continued walking ahead. Where are you going? Have someone bring your desk back? She remarked as she walked. Bai Wei arrived at the spacious and bright office of the Party and Government Office, which housed several desks. Inside, 3 individuals were busily engaged in their work. You two, come here. Bai Wei called from the doorway. What is it? The 3 in the room looked up in surprise at Bai Wei. Please move a desk for Director Jiang, Bai Wei stated plainly. Move a desk for Director Jiang? Isn't he at the reservoir? Why would he need a desk? Zhang Mingwei and Li Yi queried in unison, clearly taken aback by Bai Wei's request. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's gaze hardened as she shot them a glance of disdain. Did you hear this from someone, or is this mere hearsay? We heard it from Mayor Lin. It can't possibly be false, Zhang Mingwei replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he sought affirmation from Bai Wei with darting glances. Bai Wei's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. I just came from Mayor Lin's office. I heard every word he said clearly. He instructed me thus. Is there any doubt? Perhaps you should verify? Her tone was laced with provocation. Zhang Mingwei's expression shifted noticeably. You too. Hurry up and bring the desk back. Stop dawdling. Li's demeanor transformed instantly. I will go. Director Jiang has always been incredibly supportive of me, whether in guidance at work or care in life. I am profoundly grateful. To have the opportunity to assist him, even in something as trivial as moving a desk, is a cherished honor. Upon witnessing this shift, Zhang Mingwei felt a surge of urgency. He thought to himself, how can this be? An opportunity to serve Director Jiang cannot be so easily relinquished to another. With this realization, he felt as if electrified, springing up from his chair. Director Jiang is a beacon in my career, the individual I admire most in my life. To move his desk would be the highest honor, and I am the most suitable for this task, he exclaimed, fearing that Li Yi might seize the opportunity first. Don't bicker, both of you have a role to play, so go. Xia Bailey was utterly bewildered, never anticipating such a turn of events. It appeared that Jiang Zhaoyang had someone backing him. Even the resolute Lin Weiquan dared not act against him lightly. As Xia Bailey reflected upon her earlier frosty demeanor towards Jiang Zhaoyang, a wave of regret surged within her. Her previous conduct had likely offended him, and now it seemed she had created a predicament. The only recourse was to remedy the situation promptly. She quickly recalibrated her mindset, donning a professional smile once more. Rising to her feet, she thought, though I may be a woman and perhaps not as physically robust as my male colleagues, serving Director Jiang is not something I shall shy away from. I shall join as well. Several individuals rushed after Bai Wei toward the storage room. Jiang Zhaoyang entered his former office, where he sat at the desk, idly toying with a pencil. Upon seeing Jiang Zhaoyang enter, He's facial muscles involuntarily twitched before settling into a mocking smirk, one laced with disdain and confusion. His words were sharp, each one a needle aimed to prick Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. Oh, you're back again? Is this place some kind of fabled land that you can't bear to leave? Jiang Zhaoyang chose to disregard the provocation, replying, I have returned. This place indeed holds unique memories. He's expression shifted abruptly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His voice rose a notch. What? Do you still harbor dreams of the past? Are you hoping to return to those days? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and assess your worth. His tone dripped with contempt. Oblivious to his own diminished state, believing he could return to his former glory. Dream on. Planning a nostalgic return? Do you possess the abilities of Hu Hansen? Jiang Zhaoyang curled his lip in disdain, his eyes sparkling with derision for Hu Hansen? Humph, who would want to take on such a notorious persona? However, I would indeed like to manage some official business in my own office for a few days. He was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Zhaoyang's nonchalant response. He let out a cold laugh. You, a mere reservoir worker, what business do you have here? Go guard the reservoir in the remote mountains. With that, a sinister smile crept across his lips, his gaze gleaming with malice. Yet, those wilderness areas harbor numerous beasts. They are elusive, appearing and disappearing at will. Perhaps, you may even have the fortune of tasting some rare delicacies of the wild, which are absolutely unattainable in the market. Tasting those legendary wild delicacies? That does sound rather enticing, Jiang Zhaoyang replied lightly. Of course, the caveat is, he elongated his words, his tone dripping with mockery. You must possess the skill and luck. Otherwise, instead of being filled with gourmet delights, you might find yourself as the main course, devoured by those beasts. That would indeed echo the old adage, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Only this time, it would be for your carnal desires. To meet such a grim fate would be truly tragic. So, should I truly be concerned? Concerned about what? I am filled with concern should those beasts encounter you. They would likely be ecstatic. After all, in their eyes, you resemble a delectable morsel of human char siu bun, the kind that willingly walks into a trap. He remarked, shaking his head, yet a hint of mockery danced upon his lips. As for your meager skills, he scoffed. It is likely they would not suffice even for a mere scratch upon their backs, let alone confronting those ferocious creatures. As a former colleague, how could I not fret for your safety? He erupted into a laugh tinged with schadenfreude. At that moment, Bai Wei directed 3 colleagues to relocate Jiang Zhaoyang's desk and chair once more. This action was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples upon the surface. Upon witnessing this, He was consumed with rage. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Bai Wei, upon hearing his words, curled the corners of her mouth into a cold smile, seemingly having anticipated He's reaction. "What are we doing? Are you blind?" "We are, of course." Moving the desk and chair. Her tone was laced with provocation and disdain. "What desk and chair?" He fumed, nearly leaping from his seat. "The office desk and chair." Bai Wei pointed at the slightly worn and aged furniture, deliberately raising her voice. "Such a large item is right in front of you. Can you not see it?" She appeared to revel in the delight of inciting He's ire. "Why on earth are you bringing such dilapidated office furniture into my office?" He's voice involuntarily escalated. "What do you think?" Bai Wei retorted, her expression mocking. "What are you plotting?" He's voice quivered with indignation as he pointed at the furniture. "Humph. I possess a new office desk and chair. Get rid of this junk immediately." He waved his hand impatiently, as though that would dispel the discomfort before him. Yet, Bai Wei paid no heed to his command. Instead, she feigned surprise, asking, "Where should we move it?" "Back to where it came from." "Do you not understand?" He exclaimed, exasperated. "Back where it came from?" Bai Wei pretended to be confused. "Yes, precisely. Dispose of it at once." He was on the verge of losing control. "Do you not realize that they originally belong here? This set of office furniture is meant for this place. Should it not be returned? It is simply a matter of placing things back in their rightful position." As realization dawned upon him, He scrutinized the items more closely and understood that Jiang Zhaoyang's belongings had returned. "This rascal is back for another round?" In a tumult of astonishment and fury, he shouted, "Wait! Who authorized this? Who permitted you to do this? Who? Do you wish to know?" Bai Wei replied with an air of disdain. "Of course I wish to know. This is my office, and I have the right to be informed of everything." "Very well, since you are so eager to know, I shall tell you. It was personally permitted by Mayor Lin." Bai Wei's tone carried an almost imperceptible mockery. "This." He was momentarily at a loss for words, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. All his anger and arrogance extinguished in an instant. He was choked, rendered speechless. He murmured, "How could this happen? Mayor Lin, how could he allow such a thing to occur? What? Do you suspect I am lying? Spreading false edicts?" A cold smile curved on Bai Wei's lips. He, of course, knew that Bai Wei could not possibly be lying. He felt like a deflated balloon, instantly losing all his vigor. However, this sense of dejection did not last long. In an instant, he seemed to be invigorated, springing back to life, exclaiming, "No, I cannot simply accept this. I must go and ask Mayor Lin personally why this is happening." He abruptly turned and cast a piercing gaze at Zhang Mingwei, Li Yi, and Xia Beili, shouting, "You all, stop. Cease your actions at once. No one is permitted to move anything without my consent." With that, he paid no heed to anything else and dashed toward Lin Weiquan's office. His figure darted through the corridor like a gust of wind. Zhang Mingwei, Li Yi, and Xia Beili exchanged glances, their expressions frozen. Uncontrollably, they halted their actions. At last, He reached the door of Lin Weiquan's office in a single breath. Without knocking, he forcefully swung the door open and rushed inside. Lin Weiquan was seated at his desk, intently reviewing a document. The sudden commotion interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see He, breathless and panting. Lin Weiquan's brow furrowed slightly. He set down his pen and asked in a tone tinged with reproach, "He, what is the matter? Why the panic? Has something grave occurred?" He raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. His anxious eyes darted about restlessly. He stammered out a few words. "The tides have turned. Hu Han-san, no, Jiang Zhaoyang has returned. Bai Wei said it was your intention. Mayor Lin, she is not lying or speaking nonsense, is she?" Lin Weiquan remained composed behind his spacious desk, his expression as calm as still water, replying impassively, "Indeed. She speaks my thoughts. But Jiang Zhaoyang has not truly left. How can one say he has returned?" He hastily responded, "Jiang Zhaoyang and we are not of the same ilk. He cannot be retained. Do you know why I have temporarily allowed Jiang Zhaoyang to stay for a few days?" Lin Weiquan smiled meaningfully. "No, I do not," He admitted, perplexed. "Then are you aware that he has been conducting a research project on economic transformation?" "Well, I know a bit, but not in detail. Moreover, he has never permitted me to intervene in these matters." He's voice quivered, sounding somewhat unconvincing. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan snorted derisively. His tone dripped with disdain, With your limited abilities, do you think you could manage anything? Are you not aware of your own worth? Aside from gossiping behind his back and indulging in pleasures, what can you possibly compare to him? He felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lin Weiquan's words. At this juncture, Lin Weiquan cast him a sidelong glance, presenting an opportunity that would not only allow him to take advantage, but also shine brilliantly and capture the attention of others. Would you, he teased, let this chance slip away? What opportunity? He's ears perked up at the mention of such good fortune, his entire being tingling with anticipation. His heart raced as the gears of his ambition began to turn. Lin, your words bring a fortuitous windfall. How could I possibly let it go so easily? Humph. If you wish to claim this achievement as your own, you must ensure that Jiang Zhaoyang finalizes this splendid research report. Should we grant him a few days to refine the document? And then, ultimately affix your name to this accomplishment? He paused for a moment, taken aback. Then, a light bulb went off in his mind. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lin, your strategy is nothing short of extraordinary, allowing Jiang Zhaoyang to be the one to craft the garment while I seamlessly reap this honor. At this point, he quickly added, of course. This is primarily due to your leadership. How could I dare to claim the merit alone? Such a delightful twist of fate, Lin. You must also have your name at the forefront, mustn't you? I would be content merely to append my name. This would certainly bolster your impending ascent to the role of secretary, wouldn't it? Lin Weiquan erupted into a hearty laugh. Suddenly, however, he composed himself, his expression contorting with a hint of coldness. He turned to He, enunciating each word with gravitas. When the millstone is removed, I will slay the donkey. Convey to your father that in a few days, I shall deal with Jiang Zhaoyang, ensuring he cannot rise again. But for now, you must be kind to him. Exceedingly kind. Maintain a low profile in his presence. Exercise patience for a few days. Do you understand? Good. Understood. He hurriedly made his way back to the office. Upon his return, he shed the arrogance and bravado he had previously exhibited, as if transformed entirely. His demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence, and with a beaming smile, he approached Jiang Zhaoyang. Director Jiang, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Jiang Zhaoyang looked up, surprised, seemingly unable to trust his own ears. He continued, now, I shall return what belongs to its rightful owner. At this, he suddenly realized he had misspoken, hurriedly correcting himself. Oh, that was a slip. It should be the room returning to its rightful owner. This office has always been yours. I will vacate it immediately. You remain the master here. Everything in this room is yours to use. Aside from the desk and chairs, I shall take nothing with me. With that, he called out, Zhang Mingwei, Li Yi. You two assist me in moving the desk and chairs out, promptly. Zhang Mingwei and Li Yi stood there, utterly bewildered. What play is director he performing? Just a moment ago, he was seething with rage, his fury palpable. The atmosphere in the office was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a different person altogether, exhibiting an unexpected tranquility, even displaying a hint of cordiality. What has led him to be so compliant? Has Mayor Lin brainwashed him, urging him not to provoke those he cannot afford to challenge? Director Jiang is indeed quite remarkable. Upon regaining their composure, the two dared not delay and swiftly sprang into action. They stacked Director He's expansive desk and comfortable chair, collaborating to transport them out of the office. The furniture was heavy, and they were soon drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Summer Bailey and Bai Wei were certainly not idle either. They seized brooms and cloths, commencing a thorough cleaning, despite the fact that the place had just been tidied up. Summer Bailey took a soft cloth, lightly dipped it in a bit of cleaning solution, and meticulously wiped every inch of the desk, leaving no crevice unnoticed. Meanwhile, Bai Wei wielded the broom, sweeping from one end of the room to the other, ensuring that not a speck of dust escaped her keen eye. Before long, Zhang Mingwei and Li Yi returned, their foreheads glistening with sweat, carefully bringing in Jiang Zhaoyang's desk and chair. They then joined the ranks of those mopping the floor and cleaning the windows. In a short while, the windows gleamed even more than before, sunlight streaming through the glass, casting a brilliant glow within. The floor was immaculate, the tiles reflecting a soft radiance. Jiang Zhaoyang's desk and chair were no longer cloaked in dust, but appeared rejuvenated. Observing all this, Jiang Zhaoyang was acutely aware. He understood that such enthusiasm and concern would not endure for long. In a few days, apart from Bai Wei, these diligent individuals would revert to indifference towards him. It would be a blessing if they merely refrained from being overtly hostile. He recognized that unless he could rise against the odds, altering this reality would prove challenging. Once they had completed their tasks, Jiang Zhaoyang said, "You all tend to your own work. I must commence my own. Director Jiang, should you need anything, just give us a call or call out. And we will be there immediately." Li replied with deference. "All right. Understood." Jiang Zhaoyang knew that in a few days, they would not only decline to assist, but might also bestow him with dismissive or scornful glances. "Very well, then, we shall take our leave." The group smiled as they bid farewell to Jiang Zhaoyang and exited his office. Jiang Zhaoyang settled slowly into his somewhat worn chair behind his desk, his body instinctively leaning back, as if seeking solace from his fatigue. He carefully retrieved the research report, scrutinizing it diligently. Every figure and analysis within its lines bore the imprint of his effort and intellect. However, this research report was merely a draft, yet to undergo final refinement and approval. Nonetheless, he privately calculated that with another 2 or 3 days, it would be ready. Thus, it could come to a proper conclusion. He was acutely aware that he now found himself in a state reminiscent of ancient times, akin to awaiting punishment. However, this was not a matter of atonement through merit. His thoughts drifted to history, recalling the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang in the early Ming dynasty, characterized by excessive bloodshed. Under his draconian laws, officials across the realm fell victim like crops harvested in successive seasons. Ultimately, all scholars regarded a career in governance as a perilous path. While those in office lived each day in trepidation, their hearts heavy with unease. Many officials, often for the slightest transgression, were dispatched to prison, their fate shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, each day they donned shackles to preside over cases, only to remove them momentarily during proceedings, before being shackled once more to return to their cells for hard labor. The notion of atoning through service was but a mirage. His predicament was strikingly similar to theirs. In comparison, although his situation was not as dire, it was only marginally better, with the confines of his cell slightly more spacious. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhaoyang could not help but exhale a sigh. He understood that once he completed this research report, he would be assigned to guard the reservoir. Although his heart brimmed with resentment and helplessness, he recognized this as an immutable reality. Certainly, he could attempt to procrastinate, to delay for a few days. Yet, such actions would merely constitute a temporary evasion. Moreover, this was not in alignment with his principles or work ethic. To procrastinate was a source of disgrace for him. Jiang Zhaoyang bent over his desk and began to work. Thus, the day rushed by in a blur. After work, Jiang Zhaoyang exited the office, sensing a subtle shift in the demeanor of those around him. Those who had previously avoided him now approached with greetings, even displaying uncharacteristic warmth. He regained a semblance of his former self. Yet he was acutely aware that this fleeting camaraderie would soon dissipate with a change in the winds of fortune. He harbored no illusions that these insipid smiles would endure. After dining in the cafeteria, he hurried back to his dormitory, feeling a profound emptiness, or perhaps a chaotic turmoil within. His thoughts drifted to his father. He firmly believed in his father's innocence, yet reality stood like an impenetrable wall, isolating him from his parent. He was unable to visit his father or ascertain the details of the case. What could he possibly do for his father? Jiang Zhaoyang found himself at a loss. He cautiously retrieved an aged classmate directory from his pocket. The cover bore the marks of time, its edges slightly curled. His fingers glided over the densely packed names, each one evoking a dusty memory that brushed against his heart. A flicker of urgency and confusion danced in his gaze as he endeavored to locate someone within this ocean of recollections who might assist him in his current plight. Just as his focus began to wane, on the verge of abandoning this seemingly futile search, a name unexpectedly caught his eye. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if stirred by an invisible force. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sudden surge of vitality. Memories of that person flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, vivid and clear. Is it her? Wu Wenwan, a classmate from university. Though they had each other's numbers, they had never been in touch. Recently, he heard she had been selected by the government to work at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Although she was merely an ordinary official, the commission's jurisdiction encompassed the city, meaning its investigations targeted the actual leaders of various governmental departments and enterprises within the city, rather than those from the county level. Therefore, instances like his father's direct transition from county to city for disciplinary measures were exceedingly rare, almost unheard of. Such a situation would surely spread within the commission, and Wu Wenwan would undoubtedly have heard about it. Perhaps she was even one of the case handlers. After much hesitation, Jiang Zhaoyang took a deep breath and gently touched the screen of his phone. He dialed the long-lost number. The phone rang suddenly, and upon seeing the incoming call, Wu Wenjuan's heart skipped a beat, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, catching her off guard. she gasped, covering her chest as her fingers trembled. Attempting to calm the heart that raced wildly from the unexpected sound. It was not merely a phone call, it was a sudden jolt to her memories of youthful exuberance, pulling her sharply back to the vibrant days of university life. "Is it you?" That voice had whispered in her dreams countless nights, now resonating so tangibly in her ears that it brought tears to her eyes. "It is I. What is it? You wouldn't call otherwise, would you?" she replied, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Reflecting on their university days, the strikingly handsome Jiang Zhaoyang resembled a prince charming in the eyes of many girls, including Wu Wuwan. Yet, her attempts to capture his heart had ended in failure, leaving behind an unresolved regret. Jiang Zhaoyang seemed to embody the virtue of restraint, impervious to her various enticements and insinuations, all of which proved futile. The age-old adage held true: a man pursues a woman with ease, while a woman pursuing a man faces insurmountable obstacles. What appeared within reach was, in fact, unattainable. Wu Wuwan possessed a charm that left many men enraptured, causing them to bow their heads in submission and lose sleep over her. Yet it failed to stir any feelings in Jiang Zhaoyang. Eventually, she learned that someone as exceptional as him had already been claimed, that girl from their childhood, their bond of innocence. At that moment, Wu Wuwan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, extinguishing all her fantasies and expectations. She realized she was merely a superfluous character in a pursuit destined to remain unresolved. Thus, she chose to withdraw quietly, burying her affection deep within her heart. However, the capriciousness of fate had other plans, just as Wu Wuwan believed she had completely moved on and was ready to start anew. Jiang Zhaoyang reached out to her once more. The sudden news left Wu Wuwan both astonished and bewildered. She could not fathom why Jiang Zhaoyang would seek her out at this particular moment. Did he perhaps harbor a lingering emotion that he had not entirely relinquished? Wu Wuwan felt her heart flutter, her thoughts in disarray. "Is there something you need?" she asked, striving to suppress her inner excitement, her tone casual. Yet, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed the turmoil within. On the other end of the line, Jiang Zhaoyang seemed to stand in a profound silence, where all sounds faded into oblivion. His throat felt constricted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and each word emerged with great difficulty, stammering on the edge of his lips. I wish to inquire about something," he uttered, his voice as fragile as a whisper, nearly drowned out by the static on the line. After all, the matter was somewhat delicate, as it pertained to Wu Wuwan's work. The Discipline Inspection Commission operated as a stringent bastion, safeguarding integrity and fairness, where even the slightest disturbance could provoke significant upheaval. Confidentiality was the lifeblood of their duties, and inquiries from unauthorized individuals were strictly forbidden, an ironclad rule. Yet, could his father's affairs truly be disconnected from him? It was precisely the direct relatives who were most prohibited from probing. The image of his father lingered unrelentingly in his mind, that blood bond rendering him unable to remain an indifferent onlooker, especially considering the strong possibility that his father was wronged. "What is it? Please don't hesitate," Wu Wuwan urged, her heart racing like a startled deer. A note of urgency and anticipation tinged her voice, as if she had already surmised the reason for his reticence. "As long as I will certainly consider it," she stammered, inadvertently adding a hint of playful reproach to her words. A tone of indulgence, as if inviting Jiang Zhaoyang to speak freely, signaling her willingness to listen. "All right, then I shall proceed," Jiang Zhaoyang finally resolved, a note of relief in his voice. I'm listening." On the other end, Wu Wuwan's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Zhaoyang inquired, "Has your city's Discipline Inspection Commission recently placed an Education Bureau Director from Chunfeng County under dual regulation?" Wu Wuwan was taken aback, her heart jolting. "Why do you ask this?" she replied, disappointment creeping in as her earlier anticipation evaporated. It turned out to be something she had not anticipated. She had misinterpreted the situation. "Because it concerns me," Jiang Zhaoyang felt compelled to clarify. "This pertains to work discipline, and I cannot discuss it further." "No comment." Wu Wuwan firmly declined. Conversations about anything else were permissible, but not this one. Silence enveloped both ends of the call for an extended period, with only their breaths softly reverberating through the line. Jiang Zhaoyang's emotions resembled a roller coaster, oscillating wildly. The weight of worry and anxiety weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to speak. "I wish to inquire about his situation." "Why?" "Because he is my father," he began, his voice trembling with emotion. Each word seemed to be extracted from between clenched teeth, imbued with an indescribable web of feelings. Upon hearing this, Wu Wuwan felt as if she had been struck by a sudden jolt of electricity. A shiver coursed through her, and her heart sank heavily, as if it had plummeted into an abyss. Her gaze became momentarily frozen, her lips quivering slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain an exterior composure. She was acutely aware that beneath Jiang Zhaoyang's seemingly calm words lay a profound depth of unspoken helplessness and inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she sought to soften her tone. Zhaoyang, I understand your predicament. However, you are also aware of the unique nature of the disciplinary committee's work. I cannot divulge any information indiscriminately. Nevertheless, there will ultimately be a resolution regarding your father's case. A brief silence enveloped both ends of the call. Jiang Zhaoyang's emotions were in a state of profound complexity. He was acutely aware that each word he uttered could tip the scales in the other's heart. Finally, he summoned his courage, speaking with a tenderness that could almost touch the soul. Thank you, Wenwan. I understand how difficult this must be for you. Caught as you are between personal feelings and duty, torn in two directions. His voice resonated with understanding and compassion. He was conveying to her that, regardless of the outcome, he recognized and cherished her predicament. On the other end, a soft sigh escaped Wu Wan, seemingly echoing this understanding. I know this is a challenging decision for you. Should you choose to remain tight-lipped, I would harbor no resentment or anger towards you. Truly, Wenwan, you are not in the wrong. In such a convoluted situation, adhering to your principles and fulfilling your responsibilities is a testament to the discipline expected of an exemplary disciplinary officer. I understand and respect your choice. Silence enveloped the call. After a moment's pause, Jiang Zhaoyang appeared to resolve himself to a certain determination. His voice took on a tone imbued with earnestness and hope. Of course, Wenwan. If after comprehending my circumstances, you are still willing to believe in my innocence and that my father is wronged, and should you extend a helping hand to share the truth, even if it is but a fragment of a clue, then your integrity and courage will be etched in my heart, becoming my most treasured possession. I will be eternally grateful for your assistance and will remember it for a lifetime. Wherever and whenever you may need me, I shall be your staunchest support. Jiang Zhaoyang's words pierced through Wu Wenjuan's defenses. Once again, she found herself vulnerable before him. Half joking, she reproached, You are too stingy. What I desire, you do not offer. Jiang Zhaoyang was taken aback, pondering how he could be deemed miserly. Wu Wenjuan deftly shifted the topic, smiling gently. All right, I shall take a risk for you this once. Await my call. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Jiang Zhaoyang exhaled slowly, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifting at that moment. He understood Wu Wenjuan's character. Once she made a promise, she would undoubtedly fulfill it. The phrase "a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold" could not be more apt in describing her. Just as he reveled in this newfound sense of assurance, his phone rang suddenly, disrupting his thoughts. Jiang Zhaoyang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Had Wu Wenwan already gathered news? Could it be? A wave of doubt washed over him. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket. As the screen illuminated, he glanced at it only to find it was not her, but rather a call from his mother. What could his mother want? Jiang Zhaoyang speculated quietly. He promptly pressed the answer button, bringing the phone close to his ear. His voice unconsciously laced with urgency and concern. Mom, is something the matter? Please, don't rush. Take your time. On the other end of the line, the voice of his mother, Zhou Jing, resonated. Son, your father. She seemed to hesitate, her words caught in her throat. Jiang Zhaoyang quickly reassured her. Mom, please don't worry. I have been constantly pondering over your father's situation. Not a moment has passed without him on my mind. Day and night, I tirelessly seek any trace of him. No matter how minuscule the glimmer of hope may be, I shall not overlook it. He paused briefly, then continued. As soon as I receive any news, whether good or bad, I will inform you immediately. Zhou Jing gently nodded, uttering a soft her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. However, this fleeting tranquility was swiftly shattered by her subsequent words. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jing shifted her tone, imbued with hesitation and gravity. Son, in truth, there is another significant matter I must convey to you. Jiang Zhaoyang's heart sank, a foreboding sensation washing over him. He feigned calmness and inquired, Mom, what is it? Zhou Jing slowly articulated each word, as if they were heavy stones dropping onto Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. He Donglai has succeeded your father as the director. A jolt coursed through Jiang Zhaoyang, as if electrified. So soon? Were they so impatient? He was well aware that He Donglai was the father of He Di. He Di, arrogant and shameless, with an inflated sense of superiority, exemplified the adage, like father, like son. He Donglai was no better. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhaoyang's emotions grew increasingly complex. He addressed Zhou Jing. Mom, I am certain that my father has been wronged. You know well the kind of person he is. He has lived a life of integrity, acting with utmost rectitude, and would never engage in any unlawful conduct. Those so-called evidences are merely fabrications crafted by those with ulterior motives. Rest assured, the day will come when he is vindicated. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. That day is not far off. Jiang Zhaoyang's tone was resolute. I shall prove all of this through my actions. Whether it be gathering evidence or seeking legal assistance, I will not relent until the truth is unveiled. As Zhou Jing listened to her son's words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet a smile of comfort graced her lips. Good. Mother believes in you. Your father is proud to have a son like you. She comprehended that her son's words were heartfelt, born from a profound love and trust for his father. The director's position was indeed a source of calamity. Jiang Zhaoyang's voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his soul. In this circle, power and interest wove an invisible web, and there would always be those willing to ascend at any cost, employing unscrupulous means. Others coveted my father's position as the director of the Education Bureau, fabricating baseless charges to ensnare him. If it is lost, so be it. As long as he is safe, that is all that matters. Indeed, my son, this is also my greatest concern. Zhou Jing sighed softly. In this position, others indulge in fine wines and exquisite delicacies, basking in the glory and benefits that power bestows. Yet your father, he partakes not in wine nor sumptuous feasts, but in bitterness. He bears not honor, but an unrelenting burden of pressure and risk. His body has long been on the verge of collapse under this heavy load. Utterly exhausted, her voice revealed profound sorrow, recalling the days when he worked tirelessly without rest. Ultimately, he was ensnared by those who conspired against him. A flash of anger crossed Zhou Jing's eyes. These individuals are truly despicable. They would stop at nothing in their quest for power and status. If only your father could return safely, I would offer my sincerest prayers. She fervently hoped. The allure of power is but fleeting, in comparison to these ephemeral pursuits. I cherish the happiness and well-being of our family far more. Zhou Jing's voice trembled with emotion, tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet predominantly filled with a sense of release. In this realm of power, she had long seen through too much. Jiang Zhaoyang held his phone, gazing into the night outside, and softly addressed Zhou Jing on the other end of the line. Mom, take care of your health, be sure to rest well, and do not overexert yourself. Each of his words flowed from the depths of his heart, laden with deep concern and reluctance for his mother. All right, my son. You too must take good care of yourself while you are away. Remember to eat on time, and do not stay up late. Zhou Jing's voice came through the phone line, carrying a barely perceptible quaver, yet predominantly filled with comfort and concern. That voice transcended barriers, directly touching the softest corners of Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, evoking a warm current within him. At the moment the call concluded, Jiang Zhaoyang gently, almost cautiously, ended the call. As if afraid to disturb this rare warmth, he took a deep breath and placed the phone back on the table. The following morning, when the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains and graced his face, Jiang Zhaoyang's spirits had lifted considerably. He knew that although his father was currently in a predicament, he could at least stay informed of his father's situation through his contact with Wu Wenwan. This, for him, was a great comfort. He contemplated that in a few days, he could send some essentials and his father's favorite treats through Wu Wenwan, ensuring his father could endure these challenging times with a modicum of comfort. As long as his father has not committed any acts of corruption, his release is merely a matter of time. The discipline committee is more about upholding principles and enforcing the law. Those corrupt individuals cannot shield themselves from scrutiny forever. Their deceitful schemes cannot withstand the light of day. Upon arriving at the office, as Jiang Zhaoyang approached the water cooler, intending to brew a cup of tea to dispel the morning drowsiness and invigorate his spirit, his gaze inadvertently swept across his desk. In that instant, he was taken aback. There, on the desk, stood a steaming cup of exquisite tea, quietly awaiting him. The fragrant steam rose gently. Jiang Zhaoyang found himself drawn closer, his gaze filled with astonishment. He cautiously lifted the cup of tea, its warmth seeping through the delicate porcelain, enveloping his palm in a gentle heat. As he took a sip, the rich yet subtle flavor flowed smoothly down his throat. A comforting current that seemed to not only warm his body, but also gently dissolve the burdens of stress and fatigue that had accumulated within him. It was as if this invisible force wrapped around his heart, melting away the heaviness, ultimately dissipating into thin air. Clearly, this tea had just been poured for him, its temperature perfectly attuned, seemingly prepared just moments before he stepped into the office. Who could have done this? Jiang Zhaoyang pondered, albeit briefly, dismissing the thought. Perhaps someone had noticed his return to the office, sensing a resurgence of influence, and decided to curry favor discreetly. He could only shake his head and sigh at such occurrences, which were but commonplace in the vast forest of the workplace, those adept at reading the room, accustomed to flattering the powerful and lifting the privileged. They resembled tendrils in the shadows, ever present, entwining around the trunk of authority, greedily climbing upwards. Such phenomena were particularly prevalent in bureaucratic institutions, representing a deeply entrenched ailment within the professional ecosystem. To keep these habitual flatterers perpetually orbiting around you, one's power must remain unwavering. There is a saying, money can make even the devil grind the mill. Yet, the true magnet for gathering resources is power. Beneath the halo of authority, wealth and beauty are mere accessories, easily acquired and swiftly attained. This explains why many are enamored with power, flocking towards it, even at great cost. Jiang Zhaoyang decided to cast aside these distracting thoughts and immerse himself in his work. In the office, only the delicate yet resolute sound of the pen against paper remained. Soon, a figure quietly entered Jiang Zhaoyang's office, peering inquisitively at him as he worked. His eyes fixated on the research report, completely absorbed in his task. Jiang Zhaoyang remained blissfully unaware of the presence beside him until the prolonged gaze began to induce a vague dryness and fatigue in his eyes. He instinctively paused, gently rubbed his eyes, attempting to extricate himself from his intense focus momentarily to alleviate the discomfort. At that very moment, he suddenly became aware of another figure nearby. Watching him, Jiang Zhaoyang was startled. He swiftly turned his head and exclaimed, "You?" He, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile, trying to ease the sudden tension. "Director Jiang, what magnificent work are you composing? I couldn't help but be intrigued." He feigned a frown, a hint of a knowing smile playing at his lips. "Surely, this must be a substantial academic paper?" In He's gaze, a glimmer of cunning emerged. He unobtrusively complimented, "Director Jiang, your abilities are exceptional and your talents boundless. This manuscript must be quite substantial, comprising at least dozens of pages, undoubtedly a significant contribution to academia." Jiang Zhaoyang suppressed his inner disdain and replied coldly, "What academic paper do you think I could write during work hours? And what, pray tell, are you writing?" Jiang Zhaoyang cast him a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. "Haven't you been peeking all along? What's the matter, He? Has your eyesight deteriorated so rapidly? At such a young age, are you already experiencing presbyopia? Did you not see a single word clearly?" Following this, Jiang Zhaoyang let out a cold snort, the mockery in his tone becoming more overt. "Your vision isn't impaired, is it? Have you truly failed to comprehend a single word of what I wrote?" A surge of anger ignited within He. Was this fellow insulting him? Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for recklessness. If he allowed himself to be overtaken by emotion, it would only lead to a more disadvantageous position. Should this individual dawdle and produce no results, it could jeopardize significant matters. Therefore, he suppressed his fury, forcing a strained smile, and feigned nonchalance as he remarked, "Director Jiang, surely you jest? I merely caught a fleeting glimpse and saw the words research. I presume to pertain to academic research." "Academic? Ah. Then haven't you found a splendid opportunity to report to the higher-ups?" Jiang Zhaoyang scoffed with a hint of disdain and contempt woven into his smile. "Are you not about to rush to the leader's office to report my dereliction of duty? To accuse me of squandering work hours for personal pursuits?" His words dripped with sarcasm and provocation, seemingly designed to incite He's ire. Yet, He dared not retort harshly. Inwardly, he clenched his teeth, thinking, "You are so arrogant. What you are enacting is merely a modern retelling of the tale of Pang Wan and Sun Bin, albeit with slight variations. Once you, Sun Bin, complete your treatise on military strategy, you shall endure the punishment of having your kneecaps removed. In this life, I shall ensure you remain incapacitated." With this thought, He let out a cold, silent laugh. He donned a facade of humility and said, "Director Jiang, please continue your writing. I shall not intrude." Jiang Zhaoyang ignored him and resumed his work, leaving Yi to depart awkwardly. After the midday break, Jiang Zhaoyang, weary yet resolute, slowly entered his dormitory. Sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting golden shards of light that danced upon every corner of the room, infusing the otherwise monotonous space with warmth and vitality. He sighed softly, placing his briefcase on the desk before meandering toward his bed. Physically and mentally exhausted, he yearned for a brief respite to rejuvenate his energy for the afternoon's endeavors. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, preparing to let his thoughts drift on the gentle afternoon breeze into the long-awaited realm of dreams, a sudden and jarring ring-tone shattered the tranquility. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhaoyang sat up, fumbling beneath his pillow to retrieve his phone. His heart sank at the sight of the caller ID. It was Wu Wenwan. Almost instinctively, he pressed the answer button, fearing he might miss any news regarding his father. "I have gathered information about your father." Wu Wenwan's voice on the other end was laced with an unmistakable urgency. In that moment, her words were like a gentle spring breeze to Jiang Zhaoyang, soothingly dispersing the long-standing shadows of worry and anxiety that had enveloped him. "What is the news?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly, his heart racing as if gripped by an invisible hand, each beat resonating with a mixture of unease and hope. "It's good news." Wu Wenjuan's succinct reply was enough to ease Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, albeit slightly. "What do you mean by good?" he pressed, feeling both a sense of relief and confusion. "His condition is stable," she continued, her tone carrying a subtle note of reassurance. It was as if she was striving to impart a measure of strength and hope to him in her own way. This small comfort, though delicate, was sufficient to rekindle warmth within Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. "And what about his case?" he inquired impatiently, his anxiety boiling over like water in a kettle. "When I arrived, I only asked once about it, and since then, no one has inquired further." Wu Wenjuan's response plunged Jiang Zhaoyang's heart once more into despair. Why? He could not help but feel perplexed. Was this utter disregard? What a curious maneuver! Countless questions and speculations flitted through his mind. Yet he could not conjure a single plausible answer. On the other end of the line, Wu Wenwan let out a soft sigh, seemingly troubled by the same inquiry. She fell silent for a moment, as if striving to piece together potential answers in her mind, searching for the most fitting words to elucidate the situation. Indeed, there were peculiarities at play, she continued, with each word distinctly audible. What were those two scenarios? Jiang Zhaoyang pressed eagerly, his heartbeat quickening with each breath, as though it sought to break free from the confines of his chest. Wu Wenwan chose her words carefully, each syllable appearing to be pondered before it gently spilled from her lips. One possibility is that he is truly innocent, with nothing to question. However, there exists another diametrically opposed scenario, that his issues may be far more significant than anticipated. Based on this premise, the disciplinary committee speculated that he might not readily disclose everything he knows. After all, when faced with situations potentially detrimental to oneself, individuals often opt for silence or concealment. Therefore, the committee's primary objective at present is to approach from the periphery, gradually amassing evidence to construct a comprehensive chain of proof, ensuring that when the time comes, they can strike decisively. As for direct confrontation for questioning, it is still premature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang furrowed his brow, a flicker of anxiety and unease crossing his eyes. He pressed on, unable to contain himself. Given all considerations, which scenario do you believe my father leans towards? Wu Wenwan sighed gently, seemingly weighing the significance of each word. Ultimately, she replied with resolute conviction, after careful deliberation and based on the information I currently possess. I believe your father belongs to the first scenario. He is innocent. A chill ran through Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, and he could not help but inquire, is that so? Have I influenced you? Not entirely. I certainly take your factors into account, but my judgment is predominantly grounded in facts and logic. I possess my own stance and criteria for judgment, and I will not be easily swayed by external influences. To gain a more accurate understanding of your father's situation, I took the initiative to have a brief encounter with him. During our conversation, I observed that he remained unusually calm, composed, and at ease. There was no trace of panic or guilt in his eyes. Such demeanor often reflects a person's true inner state. A person like this cannot possibly harbor significant issues. Wu Wenwan added, coupled with what you have conveyed to me, I am firmly convinced of his innocence. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted slightly from Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, and a warm current surged within him. He promptly responded, yes, although his current circumstances are concerning, I believe the truth will ultimately prevail. I hope to provide him with appropriate care within my capabilities, ensuring that his wait for the investigation results is not overly arduous. Is that acceptable? Naturally. I shall do so. Might I bring him some essential supplies? However, Wu Wenwan pondered, in truth, that is quite unnecessary. There is no need for excessive concern. We have stringent regulations regarding the living arrangements of those under investigation. While it may not be luxurious, rest assured, it is far from abusive. Generally speaking, he will receive the same sustenance as our disciplinary committee personnel, ensuring a balanced diet that meets health standards. After all, this pertains to internal conflicts among the populace. Upon realizing the potential inappropriateness of her words, she swiftly changed her tone. We are in an era governed by the rule of law, which protects even the basic rights of prisoners. All right, that puts my mind at ease, Jiang Zhaoyang responded, feeling a sense of relief as he set down his phone. It appeared his father was well, albeit in a state akin to house arrest. These individuals were clearly after his father's position. Jiang Zhaoyang dialed his mother's familiar number. Almost instantaneously, her voice pierced through the static, laden with unmistakable urgency and concern. He succinctly conveyed the situation. With each piece of information shared, the tension in her breathing gradually eased. Zhou Jing's anxious heart seemed to settle back into place with every word from Jiang Zhaoyang. Zhou Jing exhaled in relief. In the ensuing days, Jiang Zhaoyang immersed himself in his work, his pace rapid and efficient, each moment imbued with a sense of urgency. At last, on the third day, that weighty research report was officially completed, encapsulating his toil and intellect. He gently organized the report in his hands, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Next, Lin Weiquan would likely discard him once his utility had been exhausted. Yet, he had no desire to delay. He was not one to procrastinate. Jiang Zhaoyang carefully bound the research report, which embodied countless nights of dedication and effort, regarding the potential and direction of the town's economic transformation. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he set off toward Lin Weiquan's office, his heart a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Upon reaching the office, he knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Weiquan's voice called from within. Jiang Zhaoyang entered, presenting the report. "Mayor Lin, I am here to submit my account. My task is complete." Lin Weiquan accepted the report, slowly seated himself, leaning back slightly as he began to peruse its contents. With each page he turned, his brow furrowed slightly, as though he were savoring every piece of data and analysis, leaving no detail overlooked. The office was enveloped in an oppressive silence, save for the rustling of paper. As he delved deeper into the report, he nodded approvingly, acknowledging Jiang Zhaoyang's exceptional work. This report was not only richly detailed, but also offered profound analysis. More importantly, it proposed numerous forward-thinking and practical suggestions that illuminate the path for the town's future development. As the adage goes, such insights undoubtedly enhance one's prospects for career advancement. At last, he set aside the report and uttered a single word: "Good." He then gestured for Jiang Zhaoyang to take a seat. Jiang Zhaoyang obediently drew a chair and sat down. Lin Weiquan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Zhaoyang, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. He slowly began, "Xiao Jiang, matters here have settled, and you should proceed to the reservoir as per the established arrangement." The reservoir, indeed, is a picturesque haven. The mountains and waters there are truly nature's finest masterpieces, each corner imbued with endless poetry and artistry. In going there, you will not only feast your eyes on the beauty of nature and relish the tranquility and harmony, but also seize the opportunity to cultivate your character and nurture your spirit. I believe that in such an environment, your mindset and perspective will be further elevated. A subtle hint of irony laced his tone. At this juncture, he shifted his discourse. "Xiao Jiang, do not be overly anxious. If you can adequately showcase your talents and capabilities there, achieving tangible results and earning recognition from superiors and colleagues, then I am convinced you will have the opportunity to return. After all, the organization continually monitors every exceptional talent and will not overlook your efforts and contributions." His words bore a measure of encouragement, as if he were paving a path for Jiang Zhaoyang's return. "This also serves as a test for you, I suppose." Jiang Zhaoyang inwardly scoffed at the cunning of this old fox, who was truly shrewd and deeply calculating. He was clearly seeking an excuse to reassign him from a core position, casting him far away to that remote reservoir. Yet, he feigned a demeanor of utmost care and consideration, claiming it was an opportunity for personal growth and that he might be returned in the future. It was nothing short of a grand jest. Such rhetoric might deceive a child, but not him. What an extravagant promise! Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive facade, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips, as if genuinely touched by the words spoken. He slowly replied, "Thank you, leader, for your profound kindness, for holding me in such high regard. It is indeed an honor to be granted this opportunity, one that is not easily bestowed upon others, allowing me to showcase my talents in a broader arena. Rest assured, I will diligently fulfill my responsibilities at the reservoir. I will ensure the safe operation of the reservoir. I will also serve diligently as a forest guard, protecting that expanse of lush greenery, and I will perform my duties as a forest auxiliary officer, contributing to the maintenance of harmony and stability in the forest." Jiang Zhaoyang passionately declared his commitment to 3 roles. A look of confusion flickered across Lin Weiquan's face, his brow slightly furrowing as if he were grappling to comprehend a concept he had never encountered before. "What is this auxiliary officer? This term is quite novel to me." Jiang Zhaoyang spoke with a hint of self-mockery, questioning his role. "I am not an official police officer, yet I must shoulder a portion of their responsibilities. Am I not a public officer? What am I then? Perhaps I am akin to a police officer? Lin Weiquan chuckled awkwardly, finding Jiang's humor amusing. Those who are capable must bear more burdens. Being a civil servant is not synonymous with being an auxiliary police officer. There is an essential distinction. Jiang Zhaoyang bitterly thought to himself, I am a civil servant, yet I fear I am even inferior to a mere temporary worker, those who have connections. In the sweltering summer, they can languish indoors, luxuriating in the coolness provided by air conditioning. In the frigid winter, they too can retreat to warm offices, escaping the biting cold, while I, on the other hand, engage in daily toil. I must patrol the reservoir to ensure the safety of our water resources. I must protect the forests, preventing illegal logging and forest fires. I must also outsmart those cunning poachers, safeguarding our precious wildlife. Lin Weiquan discerned the underlying sarcasm in Jiang Zhaoyang's words. He understood that Jiang was speaking in a roundabout manner, laden with irony. He mused quietly. What good is it for Jiang Zhaoyang to vent his frustrations? Will that spare him? Will it lead to his marginalization, allowing him to lie idle? How does Chaosen perceive me? Can I board a ship? Am I worthy of entering this circle? This world, at its core, is steeped in elitism, where human emotions are fickle and the reality is harsh. The political arena epitomizes the law of the jungle. Here, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. There exists no absolute fairness, only the survival of the fittest. The defeated are the weak, destined to be eliminated and forgotten, vanishing silently into the annals of history. Jiang Zhaoyang inquired, Mayor Lin, when shall I report for duty? Such a splendid opportunity, one that others covet eagerly. I must seize it. No, it should be within my grasp. How could I let it slip away? How could I allow it to be snatched from my fingers? If I arrive too late, I risk losing my chance. Lin Weiquan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this turn of events. What is this? This lad believes my flattery, thinking it is a desirable place? That he can truly cultivate his spirit there? Does he regard it as a prized opportunity? It appears that persuading others requires a flair for embellishment, to transform the mundane into the magnificent, to present the inadequate as admirable. Such tactics ensure there will be no shortage of eager participants. Painting an unrealistic picture can always ignite fanciful dreams. He wishes to recuperate for a while and then return? He is indulging in a pipe dream. Nonetheless, since he desires it, I cannot allow him to have it easily. He must perceive the challenge in securing this opportunity. Thus, Lin Weiquan deliberately feigned a look of difficulty, employing a strategy of feigned reluctance, and slowly replied, Well, this is merely my preliminary thought. To solidify it, I must consult the opinions of the other committee members. After all, my personal decision cannot represent the entire committee. Otherwise, I would be accused of being autocratic, which would not bode well. Lin Weiquan deliberately sighed, as if genuinely troubled by the matter at hand. I see your literary prowess is quite commendable. Remaining in the agency could prove to be more beneficial. It turned out you were serving Fu Zhengyang. My interactions with him have been limited, thus my knowledge of your writing skills is somewhat superficial. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a renewed urge to engage theatrically. I had initially believed this transfer was a foregone conclusion, yet I did not anticipate such numerous variables. His expression was one of anxious urgency as he implored, Mayor Lin. I am filled with anticipation for this new position and am eager to dedicate myself there. Please, I implore you to assist me in securing this opportunity. Upon witnessing this, Lin Weiquan felt a surge of secret satisfaction, believing his strategy of feigned withdrawal had borne fruit. Maintaining an outwardly impassive demeanor, he replied, Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to advocate for you, but you must also prepare yourself mentally. After all, this is not solely within my purview to decide. A glint of cunning and mockery appeared in Jiang Zhaoyang's eyes. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he mused. So, Mayor Lin is reluctant to let me go? In that case, let someone else have this splendid opportunity. I think he would be quite suitable, young, capable, and someone you hold in high regard. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Allowing him to take this position seems most fitting. Does it not? Otherwise, it would be rather unreasonable. Very well, let him seize the advantage this time. I, Jiang, am known for my broad-mindedness and have no objections. It is merely a matter of helping others succeed. Lin Weiquan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his face shifting between shades of red and white. He realized he had been jested by Jiang Zhaoyang. He inwardly chastised himself for his blunder, falling prey to the young man's trickery. Lin Weiquan managed to force a strained smile, having to smooth over his earlier remarks. This matter had long been settled and could not be altered. If a leader cannot uphold their promises, what credibility will they have in the future? How can one expect others to believe them? Very well, you shall go tomorrow. He conceded. At this juncture, Lin Weiquan shifted his tone, a knowing smile gracing his lips. However, there is no vehicle available to the reservoir. The town's transportation is quite scarce, and currently, I cannot spare a vehicle to escort you. You will have to ride your motorcycle to your new post. Though the mountain road to the reservoir is rugged and particularly treacherous in rainy weather, your motorcycle is robust and durable, and it should manage the terrain without issue. Just exercise caution and prioritize safety, and you should be fine. Of course, rainy days pose a challenge. Rest assured, I have already contemplated this matter. I checked the weather forecast. Tomorrow promises to be splendid with clear skies. It should not rain. Hurry along now. The day after tomorrow will arrive swiftly. And time is of the essence. A sardonic smile crept across Jiang Zhaoyang's lips as he quipped, "Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, leader. Even selecting a sunny day for me to take up my post at the reservoir. Indeed, such profound empathy and meticulous care evoke an overwhelming sense of gratitude." Lin Weiquan sat behind his expansive desk, his expression slightly darkening as he discerned the veiled implications in Jiang Zhaoyang's words. However, he did not react with anger. Instead, he simply waved his hand lightly, allowing a barely perceptible cold smile to grace his lips, feigning ignorance to the pointed remarks. "If there is nothing further, you may resume your tasks and begin packing your belongings. You are scheduled to depart tomorrow morning. Remember not to waste any time," he concluded. Picking up the newspaper from his desk, his attention shifting away from Jiang Zhaoyang. Jiang Zhaoyang turned on his heel and exited the office. He returned to the somewhat austere dormitory, surveying his surroundings, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. He began to meticulously pack his belongings, wrapping clothes and essentials into a single parcel. Yet, as he gazed at the bed that had accompanied him through countless nights and the desk cluttered with books and documents, a sense of sorrow enveloped him. The smaller items could be easily transported, but what of the bed and the desk? Such bulky possessions could not be carried away on a motorcycle. At that moment, his phone abruptly rang. Jiang Zhaoyang glanced at the screen. It was a call from Xia Bailey. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "Director Jiang." Xia Bailey's voice sounded somewhat strained. "Are you being reassigned?" "Indeed. I am off to guard the reservoir," he replied coolly. "I have received notification from the leadership," Xia Bailey continued. "You must vacate the premises by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Alternative arrangements have been made. Are you prepared on your end?" A chill ran through Jiang Zhaoyang at the implication of being hastily ousted. As if they feared he might linger, he offered a wry smile and replied, "I am in the process of preparing. However, some items are quite cumbersome to transport. Moving is certainly not an issue. I have made all necessary arrangements and await my departure. Yet, I find myself faced with a minor dilemma. Would it be possible for you to assist me in securing a vehicle? This would enable me to transport the larger items, such as the bed, desk, and bookshelf, to my new residence." On the other end of the line, Jiang Zhaoyang endeavored to maintain a tone of calmness and politeness, hoping to elicit understanding and assistance from Xia Bailey. However, Xia Bailey's response was as frigid as ice. There were no vehicles available. All the cars had been dispatched by the leadership, rendering transportation exceedingly scarce. Her reply was succinct and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. "In light of this, I shall seek a vehicle independently. However, may I request an extension until the morning?" Jiang Zhaoyang settled for a compromise. "No. After 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you have not vacated the premises, your belongings will be unceremoniously discarded outdoors to create space." Xia Bailey's icy voice reverberated through the phone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang could not help but curse inwardly. This Xia Bailey was remarkably quick to change her demeanor. Her shift was swifter than that of a Sichuan opera performer, leaving one utterly unprepared. Anger surged within him. He stifled his rage, striving to keep his voice composed. "Very well, my possessions are of little value anyway. Dispose of them as you see fit. I no longer require them." Without waiting for any further response from Xia Bailey, Jiang Zhaoyang decisively ended the call, leaving only a series of busy signals echoing in the air. After hanging up, he spat vehemently. What a petty individual. The saliva splattered on the cold floor, vanishing without a trace. He turned and made his way towards the office. In the drawer of his desk lay his phone charger and a few personal items that he needed to collect. Jiang Zhaoyang proceeded to his office, ascending the stairs of the office building. In the corridor, whispers drifted behind him. "I had thought this fellow might possess some means to reverse his fortunes. Yet it turns out to be merely a suspended sentence. What a profound disappointment." A deep male voice carried a hint of disdain. "I too believed he had the ability to defy fate. only to discover it was nothing but a deferred execution. What a waste of my expressions. Indeed. I shared the same sentiment. I had been closely observing his actions these past few days, and I saw him laboring intensely, leading me to believe he was devising a plan to assist the leadership in grand endeavors. Another voice chimed in, rife with mockery. Alas, the truth is, he merely seeks to gain the leadership's sympathy through diligent work, foolishly hoping for leniency. Yet reality is harsh and disheartening. A sharp female voice interjected, filled with indifference. Another voice sneered, let him off the hook? Humph, does he not realize that with Fu Zhenliang's downfall, who would still consider him? His father has also collapsed, and the power and status that once were have vanished overnight. Now, he is even inferior to a mere clerk. In this circle, once the support is lost, one is like a rudderless boat adrift in the sea, subject to the whims of the tempest. If others refrain from kicking him while he is down, it is already a blessing. To hope for the leadership's magnanimity is nothing short of a delusion. It can only be said that he is foolish and naive. The last person sighed, reflecting that this world is not one that can be conquered merely by ability. Why endure suffering in such a remote township? Had he remained in the county committee office, the worst he would face would be a demotion to the township level. Yet, here he was, forsaking a promising future to delve into the so-called human suffering at the grassroots level. Was he not inviting misery upon himself? Should he descend further in status, he would be relegated to guarding a reservoir, isolated from the world, devoid of vitality. With this choice, one wonders if there would ever be an opportunity for redemption. Waiting for fortunes to change could take ages, perhaps even a lifetime. It was possible that this life would simply be settled in this manner. However, amidst the clamor of such discussions, Jiang Zhaoyang remained indifferent, as if he had not heard a word. He strode toward his office, only to be astonished by the sight that greeted him upon opening the door. His desk, once a familiar presence, had vanished without a trace. The room seemed to revert to its original state, yet it now bore an unfamiliar and desolate air. Hedy's expansive desk now occupied his former space, a conspicuous affront to his senses. Where's my desk? Jiang Zhaoyang inquired. Hedy sneered contemptuously, regarding Jiang Zhaoyang as though he were a jest. Yours? That is public property. You are about to guard a reservoir. Why concern yourself with a desk? Do you intend to take it with you to the reservoir? Hedy continued to mock, dripping with disdain. Humph, I would wager it would rather be sold as scrap than suffer in that desolate wasteland with you. Hedy snorted derisively, his face an embodiment of mockery and satisfaction. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Zhaoyang insisted, where's my desk? My belongings are still there. I need to take them. Take the desk? Hedy laughed in a sarcastic tone. Who do you think you are? Given your current situation, even finding someone to help you move it would be a luxury, let alone arranging for a vehicle to transport it. How do you plan to take the desk? His words dripped with provocation, relishing Jiang Zhaoyang's discomfort. I am asking where the desk is. Last time, you couldn't even recognize the large characters due to poor eyesight. Now it seems you were deaf as well? He added, casting a scornful glance at Hedy. You? At this, Hedy's face contorted with anger, realizing that this man was attempting to insult him in a roundabout way. The barbs flew thick and fast, yet he felt no rage. Instead, a cat-and-mouse mentality took over him. He slowly replied, his voice laced with mockery, oh, your precious desk. Where could it possibly be? It was hastily whisked away by Zhang Mingwei and Li Yi, like ants on a hot pan. What? Do you wish to know where they took it? Ha! Do you even need to ask? It has undoubtedly been relegated to that storeroom overflowing with old junk. Oh, I mean, the supply room, as it is more aptly called now. Hedy deliberately elongated his tone, a hint of barely perceptible pride lacing his words. Tomorrow, you shall be reduced to mere scrap for sale. Hurry up, or else your worthless possessions will also be deemed trash by the recycling station. Jiang Zhaoyang chose to ignore him, offering no rebuttal, and promptly made his way towards the storage room. Behind him, Hedy let out a chilling laugh, brimming with arrogance and malice. You foolish boy. Your research findings are about to become my treasure. Even your girlfriend will soon part ways with you. A modicum of wisdom, even a slight delay, might afford you a bit more time. You wouldn't be dispatched to that remote reservoir so swiftly, perhaps delaying your assignment there for just a while longer. Now that your remaining value has been utterly extracted, it is your misfortune. There are fools aplenty in this world, yet none more foolish than you. Upon reaching the storage room, Jiang Zhaoyang kicked the door open with a creak. A musty, damp odor immediately assaulted his senses. He turned on the light, yet the space remained shrouded in darkness. He rustled through to find his desk, opening the drawer to retrieve a charger and some work notes. Glancing at the desk that had accompanied him for over 2 years, he recognized every scratch and indentation with intimate familiarity. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he lamented, "I fear I may never see it again." After exiting, he returned directly to his dormitory, opting to skip the dining hall for dinner. He wished to avoid the spiteful whispers and snickers of petty individuals who reveled in his misfortune. In this harsh world, he had long discerned the duality of human nature. Those who had embellishments are numerous, while those who offer genuine assistance are scarce. Out of sight, out of mind, he mused. From the depths of his somewhat cluttered yet orderly cabinet, he carefully extracted an unopened package of instant noodles. With delicate hands, he tore open the packaging and turned towards the water dispenser, pressing the switch and waiting for hot water to flow slowly into the golden noodle cake. As the bubbling water poured, the aroma of the noodles seemed to brew quietly in the air. Minutes later, as the noodles absorbed the water and became plump and elastic, he fully peeled back the lid. At that moment, the entire room was enveloped in a warm and enticing fragrance. The distinctive scent of instant noodles mingled with the aroma of the oil and dried vegetables, making his mouth water. Jiang Zhaoyang devoured the noodles hungrily. Soon, his phone rang, prompting him to hastily set down his chopsticks and fish out his phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated with Bai Wei's name. He pressed the answer button, a hint of fatigue creeping into his voice. "What is it?" "Director, are you truly being assigned to guard the reservoir?" "I've just heard some unsettling rumors," Bai Wei inquired anxiously from the other end. Jiang Zhaoyang gently sighed, his tone imbued with gratitude. "Yes, but I must thank you. Your efforts have afforded me a few extra days. I shall remember this kindness." "No, Director. This is profoundly unjust to you. You are the sole graduate from a prestigious 985 university in our town. Your talents and capabilities deserve far better than to be relegated to such a remote location." Bai Wei's voice resonated with a mix of indignation and resentment. Jiang Zhaoyang responded with a calm smile. "My father has fallen from grace. The leader I served has met with ruin. Tell me, can I still hope for better days? You are yourself, and they are them." "Yes, in theory, that holds true, but what of reality? Would the current leadership readily accept the former's associates?" "The principle of a new ruler brings new ministers is an immutable truth throughout history." Jiang Zhaoyang shook his head, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. "Then marginalizing you is the solution. Not utilizing you is acceptable? Must it be so?" He replied. "This is a stance, a position." Jiang Zhaoyang forced a bitter smile. They need such actions to convey their resolve and position to those above. The entangled interests and power struggles at play are far more intricate than we can imagine. After ending the call, the moonlight filtered delicately through the curtain-esque crevice, softly illuminating his face, casting a silvery sheen upon his features. The following morning, as the horizon began to blush with dawn, Jiang Zhaoyang had completed all his preparations by the time the first rays of sunlight pierced the thin mist and flooded the room. He donned a faded blue work uniform and slung over his shoulder a somewhat worn backpack. Though unassuming in appearance, it contained all his worldly possessions, a thin quilt, a bamboo mat, and various daily necessities. He then mounted the motorcycle that had accompanied him for over 2 years, the engine roaring to life. Releasing the brake, the motorcycle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the Baiyun Mountain Reservoir. The scenery whizzed past, rolling hills and quaint villages flashed before him. The hour-long jolt left Jiang Zhaoyang swaying, yet the destination in his heart grew ever clearer. At last, after navigating a winding mountain road, he arrived at the Baiyun Mountain Reservoir. Nestled amidst the undulating hills, it resembled a brilliant pearl set within a green silk ribbon. The water's surface shimmered, glistening under the sun's radiant embrace. Surrounding the reservoir were constructed barriers, levees, and partition walls. These structures not only effectively gathered water, providing ample resources to the neighboring areas, but also represented a harmonious blend of nature and human ingenuity. The reservoir's primary functions encompassed flood prevention, power generation, irrigation, water supply, aquaculture, and tourism. Each summer, as the rainy season approached, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled, with floods rampaging like wild beasts, seeking to breach the natural defenses. At that moment, the reservoir played a critical role, regulating the water levels. Through a meticulously controlled system, the reservoir can timely open its gates to release excess floodwaters, channeling them into predetermined spillways to effectively alleviate the pressure on downstream waterways, thus preventing catastrophic inundations and safeguarding the lives and properties of the residents along the banks. As the arid winter quietly descends, the earth dons a cloak of desolation, and life seems to fade into oblivion. In this moment, The reservoir transforms into a wellspring of vitality, delivering precious water resources to the fields through its irrigation system, nourishing the crops and creatures that inhabit this land. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the mist, illuminating the emerald waves of the reservoir, Jiang Zhaoyang mounts his slightly antiquated electric bike to commence his daily patrol. He meticulously inspects every inch of the levee, recording fluctuations in water levels, data crucial for flood prediction and water regulation. Concurrently, he ensures that the irrigation channels and water supply facilities are intact, guaranteeing that every drop reaches its intended destination without fail. During his rounds, Jiang Zhaoyang takes moments to pause, using his net to collect debris from the water's surface. This refuse, whether leaves blown by the wind, plastic bags, or other detritus, if left unattended, not only tarnishes the reservoir's beauty, but could also compromise water quality. While his role as a reservoir worker is relatively unburdened unless he is tasked with releasing water, he simultaneously serves as a forest guardian, protecting the vast expanse of woodlands surrounding the reservoir. This area is a sanctuary for rare species, a precious gift from nature. However, this no-hunting zone has attracted the covetous eyes of various poachers who occasionally infiltrate to hunt endangered wildlife. Faced with these cunning and elusive trespassers, Jiang Zhaoyang feels a surge of impotent rage. Alone and unarmed, he confronts these predators who lurk in the shadows, armed with high-powered rifles, moving in small, stealthy groups like specters traversing the forest and hills, leaving behind a trail of haunting shadows. Their equipment is sophisticated and comprehensive, particularly their powerful motorcycles. After a successful hunt, they depart like a tempest in the night, brimming with arrogance and triumph, leaving only the echo of their raucous engines behind, vanishing as if they had never existed. Each time Jiang Zhaoyang hears the distant crack of gunfire, he rushes to the scene, only to be met with the heartbreaking aftermath. Chaos reigns, feathers and scales litter the ground, and the air is thick with the acrid scent of blood. Time and again, he returns empty-handed, grappling with an ineffable sense of helplessness and frustration. The specters of the poachers haunt his mind like a persistent nightmare, lingering in his thoughts, and in the stillness of the night, they wander through his consciousness, robbing him of peace and sleep. The national second-class protected animals, once free to soar across this land, include the majestic bald eagle, the melodic oriole, the elegantly dancing black stork, and the crane with its crimson crown, alongside the rare pangolin and forest musk deer, and even the wild boar that was once ubiquitous. Their numbers dwindle with each passing day. Confronted with the rampant poachers, Jiang Zhaoyang understands that he cannot remain passive. He must devise a means to combat these cruel hunters. Relying on Lin Weiquan is not an option. Thus, Jiang Zhaoyang resolves to take matters into his own hands. On a clear morning, armed with a machete, he embarks on a rugged mountain path. Within the forest, the songs of birds resonate, and sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows. Jiang Zhaoyang navigates through the underbrush and ultimately selects a suitably thick and sturdy branch. He meticulously whittles away the twigs, smoothing it into a comfortable weapon for self-defense. As night falls, a bright moon hangs high, and the stars twinkle, adding an air of mystery to the tranquil evening. Jiang Zhaoyang has already concealed himself along the erratic path frequented by poachers, surrounded by dense shrubs that provide excellent cover. He holds his breath, eyes fixed ahead, poised to catch them off guard. Jiang Zhaoyang is not the mere novice that he suggested. In university, he was passionate about combat sports and martial arts, possessing remarkable physical prowess, even earning accolades as a champion in Sanda. After starting his job, in the stillness of the night, he would often practice various fighting techniques in the corner of his dormitory, drenched in sweat, despite his fair complexion giving him the impression of a frail scholar. His discreet and unassuming nature kept others oblivious to his past, and few realized that he was, in fact, a master of martial arts hidden in plain sight. As time ticks away, just when Jiang Zhaoyang begins to despair of an uneventful night, faint footsteps echo in the distance. Soon, a figure quietly emerges into view, clutching a struggling wild animal. Jiang Zhaoyang's heart tightens. It is a national first-class protected species, the peacock pheasant. The moment has come. He leaps into action, his wooden stick striking like lightning, accurately hitting the poacher's wrist and causing the prey to fall from his grasp. The poacher, evidently caught off guard, stands momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhaoyang advances, snatching the firearm from the poacher's hand while pressing the stick against his back, commanding loudly, "Don't move. The police will be here soon." However, he underestimates the cunning of the poachers. Unbeknownst to him, for others lurk behind this individual. Upon witnessing their comrade attacked unexpectedly, especially by someone who appears to be solitary and vulnerable, their fury ignites like dry tinder. Their gaze is fixated on Jiang Zhaoyang with an intensity that seems capable of devouring him whole. 3 of them roar in unison, lunging forward. However, just as they were about to make contact with Jiang Zhaoyang, they suddenly dispersed like phantoms. The 3 individuals swiftly took up advantageous positions, encircling Jiang Zhaoyang in a tightly knit formation. Immediately, 3 glistening machetes hurtled towards him from different directions with ferocious speed and force, seemingly splitting the very air in 2. The sharp blades shimmered under the moonlight, radiating a chilling aura of death as they aimed directly at Jiang Zhaoyang's vital points. A tightness gripped Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. He understood that no matter which direction he chose to evade, he could not entirely escape the lethal onslaught of the 3 simultaneously attacking blades. One of the poachers, who had not yet engaged in the fray, stood back with arms crossed, a cruel grin plastered across his face, as if he could already envision Jiang Zhaoyang lying in a pool of blood. "You shall perish for obstructing our path to wealth in this remote wilderness. Your demise will go unnoticed, ultimately becoming a feast for the beasts. This day next year shall mark your death anniversary." Yet, at this critical juncture of life and death, Jiang Zhaoyang's mind remained remarkably composed. He realized that should he choose to leap upward at this moment, the instant he descended, he would meet an untimely end at the hands of the merciless poachers. No, he could not allow them to succeed. In that desperate moment, Jiang Zhaoyang executed a breathtaking maneuver. His body instinctively shrank to the ground, agile as a groundhog, finding the best possible cover between the cracks of soil and stones. Then, with a fluid roll, he evaded the 3 merciless blades that resembled the cold, unblinking eyes of death. The very machetes that had been poised to devour him like ravenous wolves lost their target in an instant. They swung through the air with a fierce whoosh but struck only at the emptiness around them. The poachers were momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. They halted, their eyes wide with confusion and fear, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief, as if questioning, "Where is he?" As their gazes frantically searched the surroundings, they could find no trace of Jiang Zhaoyang. Just when their expressions were filled with astonishment and incomprehension, Jiang Zhaoyang offered the poachers no respite. He astutely seized the fleeting moment of their astonishment. In that instant, he resembled a cheetah on the hunt, channeling every ounce of strength and resolve into a singular point, launching a ferocious counterattack with blinding speed. In his grasp, the long rod became a terrifying bolt of lightning erupting from the depths of hell, whipping through the air close to the ground and stirring up a palpable wave of force. The 3 poachers, caught off guard, had not anticipated that they too would become prey. Jiang Zhaoyang's strikes were swift and precise, each blow imbued with tremendous power. The stick, accompanied by the howling wind, struck with the precision of divine retribution, sweeping through the legs of the 3 poachers with unerring accuracy. A series of sharp cracks echoed, both dull and piercing. Instantly, the poachers' legs gave way, their bodies collapsing like kites severed from their strings. Blood gushed from their shattered wounds, staining the earth around them. As the air grew thick with the acrid scent of blood, they could not fathom how someone who appeared to be on the brink of despair could so abruptly tilt the scales between life and death, leaving them ensnared in their own dire predicament. The leader of the poachers, his complexion darkening to a shade deeper than the night itself, felt his triumphant sneer freeze, replaced by a visage of disbelief and barely contained fury. He swung his robust fist, propelled by the rushing winds, lunging toward Jiang Zhaoyang. However, in that critical moment, Jiang Zhaoyang exhibited an extraordinary calmness and agility. He leapt gracefully into the air, evading the blow. Seizing the opportunity created by his adversary's incomplete attack, he unleashed a kick, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, imbued with an unstoppable force, directly striking the poacher's chest. This kick was as swift as lightning and as thunderous as a storm. The poacher had no time to react before being propelled backward by the sudden surge of power, crashing to the ground with a piercing scream. Amidst the swirling dust, he struggled momentarily before collapsing, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, completely stripped of his ability to fight. Jiang Zhaoyang brushed off the dust clinging to his clothing and noticed a large woven sack nearby. Upon approaching and opening it, he discovered it was filled with rare animals, including wild rats and black-necked cranes. After confirming that the poachers could no longer escape, he quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers trembling slightly as he pressed the emergency call button. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Soon after, the distant wail of sirens grew louder. A police car, adorned in striking blue and white, sped towards him like an arrow released from a bow. The doors swung open abruptly, and several forest rangers swiftly disembarked. They expertly subdued the poachers one by one and skillfully escorted them into the police vehicle. Following this, they exchanged handshakes with Jiang Zhaoyang before departing. As the red glow of the police car's taillights faded around the distant bend, Jiang Zhaoyang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He gently brushed off the dust and fallen leaves clinging to his garments, contemplating the tranquility he would enjoy that night, free from the worry of poaching activities. He returned to his residence. The following morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Jiang Zhaoyang awoke early. After a brief wash, he embarked on his daily patrol of the reservoir. Along the way, he meticulously scrutinized every potential hazard to ensure the safety of the water supply. By the time he returned, the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon entering his home, he treated himself to a cup of steaming green tea, a small indulgence amidst his busy routine. Just as he lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the first few sips, he found solace in the simple pleasure. The familiar yet slightly bitter aroma of tea lingered on his palate. Suddenly, a sharp ring shattered the tranquility. Jiang Zhaoyang glanced at the screen, where Bai Wei's name glowed brightly. Pressing the answer button, Bai Wei's vibrant and familiar voice instantly filled the room. "Director, I have 3 pieces of news to share with you. The first may come as quite a shock." There was a hint of mystery in her tone. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a tightening in his chest and curiously inquired, "Oh, what news?" Jiang Zhaoyang did not achieve his anticipated promotion to county party secretary. "This is unprecedented in our county, completely breaking from tradition." Bai Wei's words carried a mix of astonishment and confusion. At her revelation, Jiang Zhaoyang paused briefly, his teacup faltering in his grip. This news was indeed unexpected. The failure of Jiang Zhaoyang's candidacy undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the political arena. He pondered why Jiang Zhaoyang had not followed the customary path to ascend to the position of county party secretary. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Zhaoyang surmised that this might indicate a subtle shift in the political winds of the county. Bai Wei continued, "The second piece of news is that a new county party secretary has been appointed, and she is reportedly quite beautiful." The third piece of news, although anticipated, still sent a chill through him. Lin Weiquan had been promoted to town party secretary, and he had officially been appointed as the director of the party and government office, rather than serving in an acting capacity. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Weiquan and he had plagiarized his research report, submitting it under their joint names. Such a significant research report had undoubtedly bolstered their ascent. Jiang Zhaoyang recognized that within this small political ecosystem, his space was gradually being constricted. He feared that his situation would worsen, as these two would certainly conspire to undermine and exclude him. A shiver ran down his spine as he contemplated this. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Jiang Zhaoyang reflected that the new county party secretary was cut from the same cloth as Jiang Zhaoyang. He understood that with the new county party secretary collaborating with Jiang Zhaoyang to elevate Lin Weiquan, his plight was undoubtedly exacerbated. Before long, this anxiety crystallized into a chilling reality. It was a dreary afternoon, rain drizzling outside as he sat alone in the modest office by the reservoir. The sound of rain mingled with his inner turmoil, creating an unsettling cacophony. At that moment, a rapid phone ring interrupted the stillness. On the other end was Tong Liguang, the town discipline inspection secretary. His tone was unyieldingly stern. "Jiang Zhaoyang, did you apprehend a few poachers a few days ago?" "Yes. I handed them over to the Forest Public Security Bureau," Jiang Zhaoyang replied. On the other end, Tong Liguang's voice remained cold. "I'm not asking for such a straightforward outcome." "Jiang Zhaoyang, then what are you inquiring about?" Jiang Zhaoyang was perplexed, uncertain of Tong Liguang's true intentions. Jiang Zhaoyang tightened his grip on the phone, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. He had not anticipated such direct scrutiny following a successful anti-poaching operation. "I must ask, did you lay an ambush in advance? Did you catch the poachers off guard? Otherwise, how could you possibly overcome a multitude with so few?" The leader's assessment was undoubtedly accurate. Indeed, he had excelled in combating poachers and bringing them to justice. However, Tong Liguang swiftly redirected the conversation. "But how did you predict the poachers' route? Enabling you to set a trap and strike them unexpectedly? Understand that in that vast, unending forest, accomplishing this is no simple feat." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a slight sense of relief. It turned out that Tong Liguang's concern lay in this very matter. He took a deep breath and began to explain. "In truth, this was not mere conjecture or happenstance. I conducted thorough investigations and preparations. I meticulously analyzed every minute detail of the poachers' activities, seeking patterns from the traces they left behind. I paid close attention not only to the timing of their choices but also to their possible routes. which often lay concealed deep within the rugged wilderness. Each path was meticulously selected, aimed at evading conventional patrol routes. They indeed moved like phantoms along those trails. Jiang Zhaoyang continued, yet it was these seemingly erratic patterns of behavior that, upon repeated comparison and logical deduction, gradually revealed an underlying order. By synthesizing these hard-won clues, I was able to make a relatively accurate judgment, albeit one still fraught with uncertainty. Thus, I resolved to act with precision, adopting a trial-and-error mindset to set an ambush beside the concealed path they were most likely to traverse. However, Tong Liguan unexpectedly interjected, "Given your familiarity with these poachers' movements, why did you not preemptively set a trap before their poaching activities began, thereby ensnaring them all at once and utterly severing this nefarious chain? You could have accomplished this. Because of your negligence, many rare animals have fallen victim to these poachers. The information provided to us by the forest police is indeed heart-wrenching. The poachers' woven bags were brimming with national protected species, some of which included first-class rare animals, species on the brink of extinction, with numbers dwindling to a mere handful globally. The loss of each one represents an irreversible blow to our natural heritage. Their existence holds immeasurable value for ecological balance." A chill coursed through Jiang Zhaoyang, involuntarily causing him to shudder, as if a cold wave surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Confusion and bewilderment filled his gaze. What did Tong Liguan mean by this? Was he implying that he was fostering the very threat he sought to combat? Intentionally laying an ambush on the road rather than at the scene of poaching? This is no longer a matter of nitpicking, it is an unfounded accusation. A blatant attempt to find fault. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a wave of trepidation. Had he not undertaken this operation, the consequences could have been far graver. The ensuing criticisms would undoubtedly have been severe, especially given the dwindling numbers of rare forest animals and the rampant activities of poachers. What responsibility would he bear? It could even lead to being unjustly branded as colluding with poachers, a heavy label that would be impossible to refute. Indeed. Tong Liguan's words were weighty. Your approach of relying on poachers' discretion is fraught with issues. It not only tarnishes our image, but also inflicts significant negative repercussions on forest conservation efforts. Clearly, there was an opportunity to thwart their intentions before they could act, thereby safeguarding those endangered creatures from their malicious grasp. Yet, you chose inaction, opting instead for a post-facto intervention in pursuit of personal glory and tangible results. Could preemptive measures have been taken? Was this not a dereliction of duty? Should you not be held accountable? What? Such words shattered Jiang Zhaoyang's worldview. Do not blame me. This is the opinion of Secretary Lin. With his recent appointment, Secretary Lin is determined to rectify the bureaucratic culture, targeting negligence and inaction. You have found yourself in the crosshairs. Are you implying that I have erred? Jiang Zhaoyang felt a suffocating sensation, as if an invisible hand was constricting his throat. If you are capable of predicting the movements of these poachers, you certainly have intimate knowledge of them. Why not trace back their steps and lay an ambush before the guns are raised? The conversation circled back upon itself. Jiang Zhaoyang fell silent. Indeed. What excuse could be fabricated for such accusations? My ambush was based on probabilistic calculations of their frequent haunts, not a guarantee of confrontation. Otherwise, why not collaborate with the forest police to intercept or apprehend them in advance? Moreover, even if I possessed extraordinary foresight, predicting the poachers' actions and trailing them until they fired, would not the targets of their ire potentially be me? If the enraged poachers turned their weapons upon me, would I not face death or injury? So, merely out of fear of death and the unknown peril, I should abandon my duty as a forest ranger and allow these rare protected animals to fall victim to poachers? Is this not dereliction of duty? Tong Liguang's stern voice resonated through the telephone line, each word heavy as lead, weighing down Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. Should you be the scapegoat, do you consider it unjust? Listening to Tong Liguang's reproachful words, Jiang Zhaoyang suppressed the fury boiling within him. Jiang Zhaoyang finally spoke. His voice low and laced with sarcasm, a slight smirk playing on his lips, concealing disdain. Is Lin Weiquan determined to crush me here? And you choose to play the role of the enforcer? You individuals are adept at bowing before authority, only to turn around and wield the moral whip against the weak. Are you to become a dog, wagging its tail in supplication before them, yet baring your teeth at me? You? On the other end of the line. Tong Liguan found himself rendered speechless by Jiang Zhaoyang's retort. His face flushed crimson in a surge of indignation. Very well, let us dispense with the pretense. Spare me the rhetoric. Simply inform me of the punishment you intend to impose. Is it dismissal from my post, casting me into a state of utter destitution? A hint of barely perceptible sarcasm laced Jiang Zhaoyang's voice. Dismissal? Do not deceive yourself. Even your superior may find it beyond their reach. Do not mistake me for a mere selected candidate. Even an ordinary civil servant may not be so easily dismissed. Yet Jiang Zhaoyang understood that once he received any form of punishment, the once magnificent phoenix would be reduced to that of a mere chicken. His status as a selected candidate snuffed out in an instant. The theoretical possibility of elevation would dissolve like a fleeting bubble, transforming into an unattainable dream. The procedure for dismissing a civil servant is labyrinthine, far exceeding the imagination of the average person. Even when compared to the process of hiring a new civil servant, it appears far more convoluted and daunting. In theory, any civil servant who violates relevant regulations could face dismissal. However, the reality is that such actions are exceedingly difficult to execute, unless serious misconduct or criminal behavior is involved. Tong Liguan dropped the pretense. With a dismissive snort, he declared that dismissal was unnecessary. One mere reprimand would suffice to confine you to a life of guarding a reservoir. A reprimand? My broad shoulders can bear it. Allow me to inform you that the originally proposed punishment was an administrative reprimand. At this juncture, Tong Liguan shifted his tone. Considering your contribution to assisting the forestry police in apprehending poachers, weighing both your merits and faults, and deciding to issue a reprimand instead. Assisting the forestry police in capturing poachers? This is a calculated attempt to erase one's own accomplishments. Tong Liguan continued, stating that the reprimand would carry a probationary period of 1 year. Compared to a more severe reprimand, it mitigates financial losses by several thousand yuan. This is the organization's leniency towards you. Jiang Zhaoyang's temper flared, his voice dripping with disdain and fury. I do not seek this leniency. Maintain the original verdict. Tong Liguan replied coldly, whether it is lenient or not is a matter for the town committee. I am merely relaying the information. Report to the town office tomorrow to sign the disciplinary decision. Jiang Zhaoyang, seething with rage, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I will not go. I have no interest in this humiliating leniency. You may as well uphold the original verdict and issue a severe reprimand. He abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Zhaoyang harbored a profound loathing for Tong Liguan. In his eyes, Tong Liguan was nothing less than a chameleon. Previously, he had greeted Jiang Zhaoyang with warmth and concern, treating him as if he were a brother. However, once the tide turned, this man instantly transformed, becoming as cold as ice, leaving one feeling as if plunged into a freezing abyss. He could be compared to He, albeit one is arrogant and overbearing while the other is somewhat insidious and cunning. The following day, Jiang Zhaoyang refrained from visiting the town office to sign. He anticipated that Tong Liguan would call again to urge him, or perhaps even threaten him. To his surprise, however, there was no call from Tong Liguan. Suddenly, a series of urgent rings from his mobile phone shattered the tranquility of the room. Startled, he pondered, has Tong Liguan chosen to call my personal cell instead of the office landline today? Yet, when he glanced at the screen, he was unexpectedly greeted by a call from his mother. He quickly answered the phone, and the familiar and joyous voice of his mother, Zhou Jing, resonated in his ear. Son, I have wonderful news for you. Jiang Zhaoyang's heart raced, an indescribable premonition surged within him. Is Dad back? His voice trembled with barely concealed excitement and anticipation. Indeed, the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee found no issues with your father, and they had no choice but to release him. Zhou Jing continued, revealing another crucial piece of information. The second wave of anti-corruption efforts initiated by Zhang Chaoshen had also been halted by higher authorities. Was it the newly appointed county party secretary who intervened? The specifics remained unclear, but it was evident that a force was at work to impede these events. Zhou Jing's response carried a hint of uncertainty. After concluding the call with his mother, Jiang Zhaoyang found his thoughts in turmoil. An exquisite visage inexplicably floated to the forefront of his mind. He mused that she, being a woman, owed him her life. Though she had fainted from shock at the time, had he arrived even a moment later, that Passat would have been swept away by the tempest into the unfathomable depths of the lake. In this regard, he truly was her savior. If this county's female secretary were indeed her, might his current circumstances be considerably improved? Would she offer him assistance during crucial moments? Yet, as such thoughts flickered through his mind, Jiang Zhaoyang scolded himself. How could I entertain such notions? She is, at most, someone else's. How could it be possible? Certainly not at the level of a county party secretary. My thoughts are utterly unrealistic. Once more, his phone rang abruptly in the silent office. This time, when his gaze fell upon the screen and he saw the name Lu Wen, he was momentarily taken aback, as if time had frozen in that instant. Since his transfer to this remote reservoir, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city, Lu Wen had only hastily called once to inquire about his well-being. After that, their communication had dwindled like a kite severed from its string, drifting further apart. Their common ground seemed to diminish with each passing day. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately pressed the answer button, quietly speculating what she might say this time. Would it be a long-awaited show of concern? Or, Zhaoyang, how have you been lately? Lu Wen's voice remained gentle, yet carried an almost imperceptible distance. I'm doing well. Work has been quite fulfilling. Jiang Zhaoyang endeavored to keep his tone calm. Zhaoyang, I am aware that you are an idealistic and ambitious selected trainee, and the state has policies in place designating selected trainees as key nurtured talents. Could you perhaps endeavor to temper your temperament, foster communication with your superiors, and cultivate better relationships? I firmly believe that with earnest effort, you can still ascend the ranks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. He let out a gentle sigh and said, Xiaowen, you have no idea of the complexities of the bureaucratic world. The depths of its waters surpass your imagination. Sometimes, it is not merely ability and attitude that determine everything. Zhaoyang, if you could just alter your personality a bit, it would suffice. Remember, the tongue must be gentle while the teeth remain firm. With that, Lu Wen continued, I will speak to my father and ask him to reach out to the secretary of your town for some leniency. There may still be room for change. In the realm of bureaucracy, personal connections often hold weight, and having more avenues is always beneficial. After all, you possess talent. And every leader appreciates the utilization of capable individuals. Talent achieves success, while mediocrity leads to failure. At her words, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a twinge of bitter amusement within. He mused to himself, your father is merely a deputy section chief. What influence could he possibly wield before a secretary of a proper section? The challenges of seeking assistance across hierarchical boundaries are evident. Moreover, Jiang Zhaoyang was acutely aware that Lu Wen's father harbored reservations about their relationship, if not outright opposition. The undertones of Lu's father's words invariably hinted at a desire for them to part ways. Jiang Zhaoyang thought, would he truly plead on my behalf to Lin Weiquan? Perhaps he would seize the opportunity to exacerbate my predicament. Gazing out at the shimmering water surface, he turned to Lu Wen and said, don't waste your efforts. It is futile. Lu Wen retorted, if it is indeed futile, then what of our future? If we marry, you will be working in remote mountains and wilderness while I remain in the city. How will that convenience our relationship? Can our love withstand the tests of time and distance? Have you considered my feelings? Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sharp pang in his heart at her words. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. Couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly apart. And we are not even married. Xiaowen, I am grateful for your companionship over the years. With a gentle sigh, he continued, yet, reality is often cruel. To speak plainly, my situation is far from optimistic. I fear I may face even more severe repercussions. Indeed, my entire fate could be irrevocably altered at this turning point, potentially sealing my life as course here. On the other end of the line, Lu Wen's face was etched with shock and confusion. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, Zhaoyang, what? What have you encountered? How could it have escalated to such severity? After a moment of silence, Jiang Zhaoyang slowly replied, because the population of rare forest animals is plummeting, and poaching activities are rampant. I have failed to effectively curb this trend, and thus, I must take responsibility for it. What? Lu Wen's voice rose a few octaves. Hardly able to believe her ears. You have only been gone for a few days. How could this possibly be? Her words were laced with skepticism and confusion. Is it truly your fault that the numbers of endangered species are dwindling? How could that be the case? The profound decline did not occur overnight. How can such matters be simplistically attributed to you? Is there such absurdity? You say there is no such absurdity? Indeed, there is. This is Lin Weiquan's justification for reprimanding me. Do you not believe it? In a few days, the conclusion will be announced in black and white. And then you shall comprehend. Jiang Zhaoyang's tone bore a hint of helplessness and indignation, attempting to help Lu Wen grasp the sudden upheaval. Is this not a direct affront to you? This is the reality. This is rather too real, isn't it? Lu Wen stammered, her words tumbling over one another. She seemed to wish to articulate something yet struggled to find the appropriate expressions for her shock and discontent. Unfounded accusations have occurred throughout history. Jiang Zhaoyang offered a faint smile, attempting to soothe her restless heart with historical lessons. Yu Fei, Yu Qian. Those heroes wronged in history, which one of them did not bear baseless charges? In comparison, what weight does my plight carry? Thus, should you choose to part ways with me, I shall harbor no resentment. You possess the right to pursue your own happiness. In this world rife with schemes and betrayal, Jiang Zhaoyang wished to shield her from being ensnared in this ceaseless vortex. But what? Just please, do not seek out He, a person like him. Unscrupulous and treacherous will not bring you happiness. Such despicable and shameless individuals are destined for a dismal fate. Lu Wen was left speechless in astonishment. Nearby, Lu Huang, quietly holding his wine glass, wore a barely perceptible smirk. His eyes sparkled with a blend of pride and cunning, as if he had already foreseen the unfolding drama, filling him with a sense of triumph. He gently placed his glass on the table, the soft sound nearly drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Yet, his thoughts surged like a tempest. He discreetly beckoned Zhu Jieyu to the side, their figures shrouded in the interplay of light and shadow, creating an air of secrecy. Lu Huang lowered his voice, excitement barely concealed. Now, that fellow finally shows signs of wanting to break up. However, he is not yet resolute enough. It appears I must take matters into my own hands, stoke the flames, and lead him to propose a breakup himself. And I shall secretly record everything. There will be evidence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jieyu's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly followed by intrigue in Lu Huang's scheme. A similarly sly smile curving her lips. In this way, we shall completely seize the initiative. Those who once may have pointed fingers at us can no longer voice their opinions. How do you plan to execute this, specifically? Zhu Jieyu inquired with curiosity. Lu Huang smirked slyly, his expression reflecting both confidence in the plan and anticipation for the forthcoming results. You shall soon find out. Trust me, this performance will undoubtedly surpass expectations. With that, Lu Huang adjusted his attire and returned to Lu Wen's side. He feigned nonchalance as he patted Lu Wen's shoulder and said, "Little Wen, I would like to converse with Zhaoyang for a moment. After all, it has been quite some time since our last meeting, and I truly miss him." Upon hearing this, Lu Wen had no choice but to hand him her phone. Lu Huang accepted the device, his face adorned with a warm smile, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine, as he warmly addressed Jiang Zhaoyang on the other end. "Zhaoyang, I heard every word you just uttered with perfect clarity. As young people, it is natural to be a bit hot-headed. Who among us has experienced youthful exuberance? As for leadership, one should not follow blindly without question." At this juncture, he shifted his tone, imbued with a touch of reflection and regret. Little One has grown up in a relatively privileged household. One might even say she has lived in a honeypot. Throughout her life, she has scarcely faced any storms or adversities. And my wife and I have indeed been overly indulgent towards her. We have somewhat spoiled her, allowing her to have her way in many situations. So please do not hold her shortcomings against her. Just as Lu Huang spoke earnestly, a frown suddenly creased his brow as if he noticed something. "Oh, Zhaoyang, why is there constant static noise on my phone? The call quality is truly abysmal." He gently shook his head, seemingly distressed by this unexpected inconvenience. "Let me switch to my own phone. The signal might be stronger and more stable." On the other end, Jiang Zhaoyang replied, "Uncle Lu, you are right. Please do switch your phone. I will be here awaiting your call." "Excellent." Lu Huang hung up and returned the phone to Lu Wen. He then retrieved his own device and skillfully dialed Jiang Zhaoyang's number. When Jiang Zhaoyang's voice resonated on the line, Lu Huang swiftly pressed the record button. "Little Jiang, your father and I have been close friends for many years. Our bond is one that time cannot erode. Little Wen is intelligent and charming, standing beside you. Truly a match made in heaven. To speak candidly, I have always wholeheartedly supported your union. Otherwise, I would not have proposed holding an engagement ceremony. However," Lu Huang's tone soon grew grave. "Yet the world is unpredictable, and circumstances have diverged significantly from our initial expectations. Nevertheless, I wish to convey that regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not choose to breach our agreement. If a person cannot uphold their promises, how can they establish their place in the world and earn the trust and respect of others? Even after marriage, if you find yourselves separated by vast distances, no, not merely separated by the heavens, but a 2-hour journey into the mountains, at that moment, his words took an unexpected turn, tinged with self-deprecation and resignation. However, I nearly forgot. That place is so remote that not even public buses can reach it. This implies that your daily interactions would become increasingly arduous. That location is truly desolate. Accessible only by motorcycle, with winding mountain paths prone to landslides and the frequent occurrence of perilous rockfalls. It is said that several tragic accidents have claimed lives there, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, I believe that true love cannot be vanquished by such hardships, can it? The power of love is boundless. It can surmount all challenges." "Uncle Lu," Jiang Zhaoyang began to speak. Lu Huang immediately interrupted him. "Xiao Jiang, allow me to continue. Please, go ahead. Once you are married, She can manage her life with the children. Isn't it merely the absence of a husband? Isn't it just about buying groceries, cooking, and tending to the children? And the everyday trivialities of taking them to kindergarten? What is so difficult about that? It is akin to being a widow, single-handedly supporting a household. Isn't there a widowess village in Fujian? The tales from there have been recounted for ages. During the retreat of the Kuomintang to Taiwan, in a desperate situation, all the men from the village were forcibly taken aboard ships, carried across the strait. Overnight, the village seemed to lose its soul, leaving behind a group of helpless women. Each woman in the village endured a life of silent widowhood, fragile as a flower, persevering through endless waiting and longing, raising their children with unwavering resolve for decades. What is a little hardship for a woman? What does it mean to live as a widow? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a tightening in his chest, as if an invisible hand was grasping it tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. He understood that Lu Huang was using these extreme and harsh examples to jolt him awake. Lu Huang's words were like a sharp blade, slicing through every corner of his heart, compelling him to confront the cold and brutal reality before him. Yet, Jiang Zhaoyang also recognized that if he truly chose to let Lu Wen face all this alone, it would be an act of cruelty and selfishness. A wave of sadness washed over him. He did not wish for Lu Wen to endure such a fate. He could not be so selfish as to impose suffering upon a woman. To let go is also a form of love. With this thought in mind, he spoke to Lu Huang. My fate with Xiaowen has run its course. I do not wish for her to suffer for my sake. She cannot bear this burden any longer. Therefore, I propose to annul our engagement. Lu Huang, with concern, asked, Are you truly certain this is your heartfelt decision? Is it not an escape from something or influenced by external factors? It is indeed my heartfelt decision. This period of reflection has made me realize that true love is not merely about possession, but also about letting go. Let Xiaowen pursue her own happiness, even if it does not include me. Moreover, from a legal standpoint, our engagement has always been mere words on paper, devoid of any binding force. Regardless of whether I initiated dissolution, she possesses the right to seek her own happiness and choose her life partner. At this juncture, Jiang Zhaoyang paused, seemingly gathering his emotions. I sincerely hope that she finds someone who can truly bring her joy. With that, Jiang Zhaoyang softly uttered 2 words. Goodbye. Before the sound had fully dissipated, he resolutely pressed the hang-up button on his phone, as if to firmly sever ties with the past. The voice on the other end ceased abruptly, leaving only the faint beeping echoing in the empty room. This chapter of his life, akin to the last leaf falling in autumn, silently drifted into Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, creating ripples of subtle melancholy. Yes, it is over. Everything has concluded. Jiang Zhaoyang's heart was a tumult of emotions, relief, regret, and uncertainty about the future. He was prepared to take root here, committed to guarding this reservoir for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of distractions. He understood that from now on, his life would revolve around this reservoir, sharing its fate and breath. Jiang Zhaoyang subsequently reached out to his father, Jiang Jingzhang. It was then that he learned his father's return was not due to all matters being resolved or the truth unveiled. Rather, it was because no concrete evidence could be found, leaving his father's situation temporarily unresolved, without any definitive conclusion. In other words, although his father had returned home, his case remained an open question, like an invisible sword hanging over his head. There were reasons behind the events, yet no tangible evidence to support them, leaving doubts in their wake. The cunning methods employed against his father were astonishing and meticulous, eliciting Jiang Zhaoyang's quiet admiration. They not only succeeded in temporarily depriving his father of freedom, but also, more cleverly, ensured that even upon his return, he bore an inescapable stain on his reputation, like an invisible tail that followed him everywhere. When would the truth be uncovered, the injustice rectified, and his father's name cleared? He did not know. He could only wait. Once again, Jiang Zhaoyang dialed Wu Wenjuan's number, his fingertips lightly grazing the phone screen, his heart a swirl of emotions. On the other end, Wu Wenjuan's voice emerged, gentle as a spring breeze, laced with a hint of laughter. Are you here to express your gratitude? Indeed. I sincerely appreciate the effort you have put into this matter. Jiang Zhaoyang's tone shifted as he continued. However, I have a question, and I hope it is permissible to ask. Of course, feel free to voice any inquiries. Wu Wenjuan replied, her tone still warm. Why was a clear conclusion not provided for my father? Jiang Zhaoyang's voice betrayed a hint of confusion and urgency. He yearned for a lucid answer to unravel the enigma that had been troubling him. Could the situation, with its underlying causes yet lacking evidence, be deemed credible? Upon hearing this, Wu Wenjuan let out a gentle sigh. Her voice traversed the telephone line like bamboo leaves swaying softly in the night breeze, imbued with an ineffable sense of helplessness and bitterness. The situation here is exceedingly intricate. I understand, but Jiang Zhaoyang hesitated, his thoughts faltering. He was aware that Wu Wan spoke the truth, yet the doubts within him burgeoned like rampant weeds. Just how convoluted is the situation? It cannot be succinctly articulated in mere words. Wu Wan fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her words carefully. She reiterated with emphasis. It truly cannot be adequately conveyed in just a few phrases. There was a heaviness in her tone. I have exerted considerable effort to secure this outcome. Otherwise, this case could linger indefinitely, perhaps remaining unresolved for a long time. What does this mean? Jiang Zhaoyang's heart tightened abruptly. He keenly perceived the subtle implications underlying Wu Wenjuan's words. There are those who neither actively investigate your father's case, nor are willing to release him easily. Wu Wenjuan's voice lowered significantly, as if fearful of being overheard. Your father may very well have been ensnared in a trap. The depths of this situation are profoundly intricate. Jiang Zhaoyang sighed, bidding farewell to Wu Wenjuan before ending the call. He understood that with a cunning and deeply entrenched adversary like Zhang Chaoshan, his father's struggle to extricate himself from the current predicament would be akin to rowing against the current, an arduous endeavor. Furthermore, his own disciplinary actions seemed inevitable. A foregone conclusion, unless a miracle were to occur, turning the tide in his favor. Yet reason reminded Jiang Zhaoyang that such hope was exceedingly faint. To his astonishment, however, as days passed, the anticipated disciplinary documents remained conspicuously absent. He knew that even without his signature, the decision could still be announced and the order issued. Yet, the lack of any communication left him puzzled. What could this mean? Could it be that someone was quietly working behind the scenes, striving to secure him a glimmer of opportunity? Or had unforeseen twists arisen in the situation itself, just as he found himself ensnared in contemplation? Attempting to unravel the threads of this mystery, an unexpected phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was a call from Xia Bailey. Her voice came through the receiver, calm and businesslike, yet tinged with an undeniable formality. Jiang Zhaoyang. The town has just received an urgent notification from the County Party Committee's organization department. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sudden tension. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Xia Bailey continued, tomorrow, the County Party Committee's organization department will dispatch an inspection team comprised of 3 members, personally led by Deputy Minister Chen Qigong, to our town to assess and recommend a candidate for the position of Deputy Town Mayor. We must now notify all civil servants and personnel in the town's institutions, along with village secretaries, to attend a meeting tomorrow and cast their votes. This news fell like a stone into the still waters of a lake, sending ripples cascading outward. While Jiang Zhaoyang was taken aback, he was even more engulfed in confusion and perplexity. To recommend a deputy town mayor? Jiang Zhaoyang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. As if struck by an invisible force, he stood frozen in place, his thoughts seemingly crystallized in that moment. What does this have to do with me? It's an utterly unrelated matter. He inquired, is this about recommending he D? However, on the other end of the line, Xia Bailey simply responded, I don't know. Her tone still carried an indescribable chill. Jiang Zhaoyang pondered silently. Could it be that he was merely there to join the fray and cast a vote? He spoke again, uncertainty lacing his voice. Am I merely there to vote? Is there anything else you need me to do? On the other end, Xia Bailey clearly grew somewhat displeased with his incessant questioning. Her voice, transmitted through the receiver, sounded even colder. Jiang Zhaoyang, you are not only there to vote, but you are also one of the candidates. You will naturally understand the specifics regarding this Vice Township recommendation in due time. Is there anything else you wish to know? What? Jiang Zhaoyang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his astonishment evident. Is this true? How have I not heard a whisper about it? This is too sudden. His voice trembled with disbelief. It was as if, in that moment, the entire world had upended his understanding. Yes. Who are the other candidates? He D. Xia Bailey answered crisply, without a hint of hesitation, clearly losing patience with the inquiry. Are you finished? Once you're done, I will hack up, as I have many matters to attend to. I don't have time for idle chatter. He D. Jiang Zhaoyang suddenly realized that he was merely there as a supporting character. Such a thing had indeed occurred once before, and it was quite memorable. A year ago, there was an organization recommending a deputy township head for a position in another village. Because Jiang Zhaoyang graduated from a prestigious 985 university, was a selected student, hailed from a cadre family, and possessed a low-key demeanor while frequently engaging in poverty alleviation initiatives, his grassroots support was exceptionally robust. when the results of the recommendation were announced within the inspection team and the town party committee. Everyone was astonished. Jiang Zhaoyang's number of recommendations had surpassed that of the originally designated candidate, Tang Jie. This outcome not only took everyone by surprise, but also left County Chief Jiang Zhaoyang and Mintown Party Secretary Fu Zhongyang at a loss. Their initial intention was to strongly promote Tang Jie to the position. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhaoyang, through his own capabilities and the trust of the populace, had garnered far more votes than the predetermined candidate. This result was evidently at odds with Jiang Zhaoyang's expectations, clearly not aligning with his intentions, and it was a case of things going awry. Consequently, the recommendation results were nullified, and the vote counts were, of course, not disclosed to the voters. Fu Zhongyang discovered that Jiang Zhaoyang possessed a solid grassroots foundation, especially among the ordinary and village cadres, where his vote count was significantly ahead, nearly forming an unignorable force. Confronted with such circumstances, Fu Zhongyang promptly adjusted his strategy, significantly narrowing the originally broad pool of recommended candidates to include only those at the mid-level and above. He endeavored to steer the voting outcome through this alteration, aiming to align it more closely with the desires of senior leadership. The second round of voting commenced amidst a tense and delicate atmosphere. This time, with the absence of extensive participation from grassroots officials, the results of the voting subtly shifted. Tang Jie, a name that had not stood out in the first round, ultimately eclipsed Jiang Zhaoyang and was officially designated as a candidate for the vice township head. After thorough evaluation and deliberation, Tang Jie achieved his aspiration and assumed the role of vice township head. In the aftermath, Fu Zhongyang deliberately sought out Jiang Zhaoyang. With measured words, he revealed the underlying truth. Tang Jie's election had long been predetermined by County Chief Jiang Zhaoyang, and any attempts to alter this decision were futile. He cautioned Jiang Zhaoyang that failure to conform to the chief's intentions would lead to unimaginable consequences. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoyang did not dwell excessively on his failure to secure immediate promotion. A year prior, he had stood at the threshold of his career. Still inexperienced and only just qualifying for a promotion, largely thanks to the advantages conferred by his status as a selected candidate. He was acutely aware that in the intricate game of politics, each move required careful consideration. Moreover, due to his background and the luminous halo of being a selected candidate, his ascension in the future seemed all but assured. To many, his path to promotion appeared to be a red carpet laid out before him, awaiting his steady advance. Privately, Fu Zhongyang had made him a promise. His name would undoubtedly appear prominently on the next promotion list. This clandestine assurance from senior leadership acted as a potent tonic, deeply embedding itself in Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, filling every fiber of his being with boundless anticipation and confidence for the future. This was not merely an acknowledgement of his personal abilities, but also the most gratifying reward for his years of diligent toil and unwavering effort. Although that opportunity for advancement ultimately slipped through his fingers like sand, quietly eluding him, he did not succumb to discouragement, nor did he harbor any resentment or dissatisfaction within. On the contrary, that experience taught him how to maintain a serene and resilient heart in the face of adversity. Through reflection, Jiang Zhaoyang gradually grasped a profound truth. Success is never achieved in a single leap. It requires the sedimentation of time, the accumulation of experience, and the ability to rise again after countless failures. Currently, Jiang Zhaoyang and his faction were in power, while his father's position had been supplanted by He Donglai, leaving him idly at home, perceived by many as a scapegoat. Such upheaval in his family undoubtedly struck Jiang Zhaoyang like a thunderbolt, engendering an unprecedented sense of pressure and defeat. He questioned himself. In this environment, could he still compete with ED? Could he realize his political aspirations? Could he still vie for the position of vice town head against ED? He could only continue to cultivate himself. Resolving this, Jiang Zhaoyang firmly declined, stating that he would not be a pawn for others. On the other end of the line, Xia Bailey seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Her tone carried an imperceptible hint of disdain as she coldly remarked, "Whether you go or not is your concern. I am merely acting in accordance with directives." Her voice, somewhat indistinct through the phone line, struck each word like a hammer upon Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. "I am merely responsible for delivering the message. Consider your options." There was an undercurrent of warning in Xia Bailey's words. After uttering this, she unhesitatingly hung up with a decisive click, leaving only the busy signal echoing in the vast emptiness of the office. Jiang Zhaoyang managed a wry smile, a blend of helplessness and self-mockery evident in his laughter. From Xia Bailey's cool and detached demeanor, he felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water. It dawned on him with startling clarity that in the competition for the position of deputy mayor, he was unlikely to even play a peripheral role. At best, he was merely an inconsequential accessory. If there had been even a modicum of possibility for him, the ever-adaptable Xia Bailey would not have addressed him with such coldness. Even a hint of contempt. She would have, as before, sweetened her words as if coated in honey. This fickle woman was certainly not one to exhibit such a demeanor. Shaking his head, he set the phone down. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrated in his pocket, interrupting his thoughts. Reflexively, he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Astonished to see that the call was from Bai Wei. "Hello, is this Bai Wei?" Jiang Zhaoyang answered, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. "Director, tomorrow our unit will hold a democratic recommendation meeting to promote a deputy mayor. Have you received the notification?" Bai Wei's voice was direct and unambiguous, devoid of any hesitation. Jiang Zhaoyang let out a gentle sigh, his tone laced with resignation and self-deprecation as he replied, "Please don't call me director. That is a thing of the past. I am now merely an inconspicuous reservoir keeper." Bai Wei's voice persisted unwaveringly from the other end. "I have not personally seen the official document relieving you of your duties as director, so by protocol, I must still address you as director." A faint flush crept across Jiang Zhaoyang's face, and he awkwardly explained, "In truth, I have merely been acting as director. There has never been an official appointment. So how could there be a document of removal? It was merely a temporary delegation of responsibilities. What the higher-ups say is what stands. If they say it is not so, then it is not." Bai Wei did not wish to linger on this matter. She bluntly stated, "All right. Let us not dance around these empty titles. To be frank, the position of director is ultimately just a clerical title. It remains a minor role, hardly a figure of significance." The topic shifted, and Bai Wei's tone became serious. "Let us return to the main point. Have you received that special notification?" "Yes. Xia Bailey just informed me," Jiang Zhaoyang replied truthfully, secretly pondering Bai Wei's purpose for calling at that moment. Bai Wei's voice on the other end was exceptionally clear and direct. "Then prepare yourself and come over." Though succinct, her words seemed to hold an ineffable depth, plunging Jiang Zhaoyang into contemplation. Reluctant to go, Jiang Zhaoyang sighed, his tone laced with a hint of resignation and self-mockery. "Although I have been reluctantly included on the candidate list, it is evidently a mere facade. I am nothing more than a supporting figure, merely filling a quota." Bai Wei seemed to have anticipated Jiang Zhaoyang's reaction. She patiently explained, "The requirements for this selection are quite explicit. Under 30 years of age, at least 2 years of work experience, must be a party member, and possess a full-time bachelor's degree. These criteria are non-negotiable." "Indeed, the conditions stand clear and unambiguous." Jiang Zhaoyang responded with a wry smile, "But with such criteria, there are only 2 of us in the entire town's cadre who meet them, myself and he D. Isn't this tailor-made? Precisely for that reason, you must come." Bai Wei's tone held a note of determination and encouragement. "I understand that you may feel uncertain and believe your chances are slim. But consider this, since the opportunity is so glaringly apparent, why not seize it? Even if only to prove to yourself that you are not entirely overlooked, it holds value. Does it not?" Jiang Zhaoyang felt a flicker of doubt within him shift. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "You make a valid point, but I still feel." "Enough with the buts," Bai Wei interjected playfully. "Just think of it as coming to keep me company and let me see your capabilities. Besides, I genuinely hope that during tomorrow's vote, I can recommend you for the position of director. That way, you can look out for me in the future, right?" At this, Bai Wei couldn't help but chuckle softly over the phone. Her laughter was bright and melodic, imbued with boundless hope and expectation. Jiang Zhaoyang, inspired by her spirit, found his mood significantly lifted, and his hesitations and anxieties began to dissipate. "Very well," Jiang Zhaoyang took a deep breath, as if expelling his doubts and fears. "I will give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, I shall consider it a resolution for myself." He hung up the phone, his fingers lightly grazing the cold surface of the table, his heart a tempest of emotions. He shook his head with a wry smile. In this town, the only one who truly believed he still had a chance of being nominated for the position of deputy mayor was Bai Wei. There would be no second contender. The warmth of human sentiment and the caprices of society were lessons Jiang Zhaoyang had learned all too well. In the present day, he seems to have become a hot potato in the eyes of the local officials, who are eager to distance themselves, fearing entanglement in unnecessary troubles. Some individuals even take pleasure in his misfortune, persistently creating awkward situations for him with their sarcastic jibes. Would they still cast their votes for him? As for those who might harbor a flicker of goodwill towards him, even if they wish to support him, they dare not do so, given Lin Weichuan's watchful gaze. Despite Jiang Zhaoyang being acutely aware of his lack of qualifications and advantages in this competition for personnel recommendations, he is almost certain he will not be selected. Yet, he is unwilling for Bai Wei to sense even the slightest disappointment or worry. Thus, he feigns ease and remarks, "Hey Bai Wei, what if this dark horse unexpectedly secures that position? I promise to look after you and ensure your satisfaction at work. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wei's laughter rings like silver bells, seemingly captivated by this sudden burst of optimism. "Haha, Director, I shall take your words to heart. Let us make a pact. When you become my big boss, don't forget about this little subordinate. It's a deal, Bai Wei. By then, you will no longer be merely a subordinate but my right-hand ally, and together we shall strive for greatness." Jiang Zhaoyang's words, laced with jest, also conceal a beautiful vision for the future, even though he knows the likelihood of this promise materializing is exceedingly slim. "All right, enough chatter. I have matters to attend to." Bai Wei replies. "Sure, go ahead," Jiang Zhaoyang responds. After hanging up, he shakes his head in self-mockery. The unrealistic fantasies in his heart are swiftly extinguished by the cold water of reality. He understands that in this recommendation, he is merely a participant once again. That evening, just as Jiang Zhaoyang is preparing to conclude a long day and rest, his phone suddenly rings, displaying the name Lu Wen. "Hello, Lu Wen. What brings you to call at this late hour?" Jiang Zhaoyang answers the phone, his tone laced with curiosity. "Jiang Zhaoyang, isn't there a cadre recommendation in your town tomorrow? You seem to be a candidate. Are you aware of this?" Lu Wen's voice carries a hint of surprise and confusion. Jiang Zhaoyang furrows his brow slightly, his gaze reflecting intrigue and perplexity as he replies, "I've heard something along those lines, but how did you find out so quickly?" He is evidently taken aback by the rapid spread of information. Lu Wen, upon hearing this, smiles faintly, her eyes glinting with a touch of pride as she responds. "My father informed me. He heard it from He Di. He Di is utterly confident, claiming that tomorrow's Democratic recommendation for deputy town head is a foregone conclusion." Upon hearing this, a wave of tumult stirs within Jiang Zhaoyang. He contemplates silently how audacious He Di is, presuming himself the assured victor even before the Democratic recommendation has officially commenced. This arrogance and hubris nauseate Jiang Zhaoyang profoundly. In Jiang Zhaoyang's perspective, a true leader should embody humility, pragmatism, and a willingness to take responsibility, rather than being like He Di, who merely indulges in grandiloquence and self-aggrandizement. Taking a deep breath to collect his emotions, Jiang Zhaoyang spoke slowly. He Di is excessively optimistic. He believes that Lin Weichuan's power guarantees his own supremacy. The results of the Democratic recommendation have yet to be revealed. Anything is possible. Lu Wen's tone bore a hint of helplessness and reproach, as if she were making a final attempt to salvage an irreparable relationship. Displeased, she remarked, "You, always looking down from your lofty perch, fail to regard others. Jiang Zhaoyang, if only you could invest as much thought into your interactions with leadership as He Di does, understanding how to pave the way for your future with a bit more calculation and a touch less naivete, perhaps our relationship would not have deteriorated to this extent. You are always so consumed by your work that you neglect the unspoken rules of the workplace, the seemingly insignificant yet crucial interpersonal connections." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang felt an invisible force ignite the anger within him. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his emotions. Yet his dissatisfaction remained palpable in his words. "If you say He Di has a brighter future than I do, then let it be. I shall not contest it. We are merely acquaintances now, exchanging nods occasionally. As for what you mentioned, rather than spending time appeasing and calculating, I would prefer to devote my energy to enhancing my professional skills. Regarding our relationship, reaching this point is not solely my fault. If you constantly compare me to others, using such a metric to gauge our worth, then I believe it is best for you not to call me again." After speaking, Jiang Zhaoyang decisively pressed the hang-up button, the busy tone on the other end echoing like a final farewell to their relationship. It was Lu Wen who hung up first. He understood that, after this conversation, the distance between them could never be bridged again. The following morning, just as the sky began to blush with dawn, Jiang Zhaoyang mounted his motorcycle. Embarking on his journey to the town, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his face, a smile tinged with self-mockery and a sense of relief. Jiang Zhaoyang was acutely aware that this so-called recommendation meeting was merely a routine affair for him, with the likelihood of being selected exceedingly slim. Thus, he approached the event with an almost voyeuristic mindset, as if it were a trifling interlude in the grand tapestry of his life, detached from his own circumstances. The conference room was already bustling with a throng of individuals, a dense mass of black-clad figures, the atmosphere thick with both tension and anticipation. Each person sat upright, their demeanor serious. In contrast, Jiang Zhaoyang stood out markedly amidst this ambience. He gradually navigated through the crowd and settled into a relatively secluded corner of the room, where he would be less likely to attract attention. Time passed quietly, and soon the clock's hands pointed to 9 in the morning. At that moment, the tranquility of the conference room was abruptly shattered by the sound of a revving engine. A sleek black sedan raced towards them like a wild stallion, kicking up a cloud of dust as it approached. The vehicle came to a steady halt before the town government office, leaving behind an echo of its arrival. The car door opened slowly, revealing a distinguished middle-aged man clad in formal attire, exuding an air of authority. This was Chen Qigong's, the deputy minister of the county party committee's organization department. Following him were 2 aides, forming an impressive trio. Observing this scene, Lin Weiquan, the town party secretary, along with Tong Liguan, the town discipline inspector, and Dong Xian, the organizational committee member, hurried forward, their faces adorned with warm smiles. They exchanged pleasantries with Deputy Minister Chen and his 2 aides before carefully ushering them into the conference room. Upon entering, Chen was greeted at the podium, where he took his place alongside Lin Weiquan. The remaining members of the town committee and the 2 aides brought by Chen were seated in the front row of the conference room. The expressions of the committee members ranged from solemnity to anticipation, clearly indicating the significance they placed on the forthcoming meeting. Among Chen's aides, one was a bespectacled gentleman, exuding a scholarly air, serving as a section chief, while the other, clad in a sharply tailored suit, was an organizational officer. The 2 engaged in whispered conversations from time to time. Following them were the town's mid-level officials, each taking their seats in the back. Some held notebooks, poised to jot down key points from the meeting, while others closed their eyes to gather their thoughts. Despite the clamor of voices, the atmosphere remained orderly. At the center of the room stood He Di, the head of the party and government office. His gaze swept over the attendees, ensuring no one was overlooked. With a smile that radiated authority, he addressed the gathering. Please keep your voices down. Those still without seats should find their places swiftly. We aim to commence the meeting promptly, allowing for an early conclusion, so everyone can return home to rest. No sooner had he spoken than several individuals began to flatter him. Director He, you seem to be riding a wave of success lately. Are you in line for another promotion? Upon hearing this, He Di's smile broadened, yet he humbly waved his hand in dismissal. All right. After the meeting, I shall treat you all. Undoubtedly, He Di's intentions were to curry favor with these influential officials who wielded voting power. In this particular setting, Jiang Zhaoyang's demeanor appeared rather conventional, neither ostentatious nor overly modest, as though he were an incongruous presence amidst the surrounding clamor. Unexpectedly, He Di's keen gaze zeroed in on Jiang Zhaoyang, who was seated in a corner. A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He then strode directly towards Jiang Zhaoyang, his gait laced with an air of deliberate arrogance. Approaching him without any preamble, He Di bluntly remarked, Jiang Zhaoyang, you should sit at the back. Taken aback by the unexpected reprimand, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a stir of discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly. He slowly lifted his gaze, revealing an unmistakable indifference in his eyes. His voice was deep and commanding. Why? Is my seat not already sufficiently removed? Is this not far enough from your line of sight? In response, He Di's smile widened, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Oh, you still don't understand? Those from the reservoir have always been relegated to the back of the conference room. It's the established rule. Do you wish to be treated as an exception? He Di pointed provocatively towards the rudimentary benches at the rear of the room. You have no chair, you will sit on the benches behind. This statement fell upon Jiang Zhaoyang like a bucket of icy water on a winter's day, abruptly extinguishing the flicker of anticipation he had felt about attending the meeting. Anger surged within him at the audacity of this man to belittle him for merely attending. Jiang Zhaoyang furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with confusion and rage. He stood abruptly, exclaiming, He Di, you are going too far. Must I, as a reservoir attendant, always occupy the back? Am I to be treated as inferior? Whose rule is this? His indignation blazed like kindling set aflame, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Yet, reason reminded him not to lose composure. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to temper his emotions. He then cast a cold glance at He Di and declared, He Di, remember this, a person's worth is not determined by the position of their seat. Today you make me sit on a bench. Tomorrow, I might find myself in a position you cannot aspire to. With that, Jiang Zhaoyang turned his back on He Di, making his way to the back of the conference room, where a few solitary benches were lined up. He took his place on the last bench. Hede's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Is that so? Can a salted fish truly turn over? However, an unsettling stir began to ripple through the conference room, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Hede's remarks had unleashed a far greater uproar. The other town officials, also designated to sit on benches, were considerably older and shared a sense of discontent. Witnessing Hede's condescending behavior, they felt a natural sense of indignation. Unlike Jiang Zhaoyang, they were not inclined to endure such treatment quietly, and their anger began to bubble to the surface. Finally, one elderly official could no longer contain himself. He stood up abruptly, his voice trembling with emotion. What is the purpose of such a meeting? His voice resonated throughout the conference room, carrying an undeniable weight. Indeed. Let us proceed, allowing those with seats to take their places. Another official rose, his eyes glimmering with resolve and discontent. Who would cherish occupying the cold bench at such a recommendation meeting? Suddenly, a stir erupted at the back of the venue, as if an invisible breeze had swept through. Almost simultaneously, several individuals stood up, their movements imbued with urgency and dissatisfaction, hastily making their way towards the exit. Their demeanor resembled that of an audience eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. This scene undeniably added an unsettling hue to the already tense ambience. On stage, Lin Weichuan's gaze swiftly captured this flurry of activity. His countenance darkened instantly, brows furrowing as if they could squeeze water from them. As the host of the meeting, he was acutely aware of what this chaos signified. Yet, despite his myriad grievances and helplessness, he understood that directly intervening would not be the solution. After all, employing forceful tactics would only exacerbate the situation. He inwardly cursed Hede, lamenting that this individual was more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. Chen Qigong noted the unrest below. Simultaneously, he perceptibly sensed Lin Weichuan's unnatural demeanor. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sharp glance at Lin Weiquan. A barely perceptible displeasure lingered on Chen Qigong's face. Comrade Secretary Lin, our gathering today aims to conduct a fair and just vote, not to determine who arrives first or where one sits. Seating should simply follow the order of arrival. What is the purpose of these trivial formalities? Chen Qigong's words struck Lin Weiquan like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within him. He recognized that this statement was not merely a critique of the current situation, but also an indirect challenge to his leadership abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weiquan endeavored to calm his emotions. He knew he must step forward and take decisive action to rectify the situation. Otherwise, the voting process might very well fall into disarray. Addressing the microphone, Lin Weiquan declared, "Please refrain from the noise. The leaders from the county committee's organization department are present. Let us exhibit some decorum. Today's meeting is of great importance. Kindly find a nearby seat to occupy. As long as there is an available spot, take your place. Seating is simply divided into front and back. No one has a fixed seat. Please, everyone, take your seats." As the murmurs subsided, the attendees complied and settled down. The organizational committee member, Dong Xian, approached Jiang Zhaoyang and said, "Jiang Zhaoyang, you are to sit behind the leaders in the front row." Jiang Zhaoyang, taken aback, raised his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Why?" he queried, perplexed by Dong Xian's sudden arrangement. He glanced around and noticed that all his colleagues had found their places, leaving him feeling uniquely singled out, stirring curiosity and confusion within him. "You will understand shortly," Dong Xian replied with a smile. Although that smile seemed to veil a hint of mystery and deeper significance, he did not elaborate on the reasons, merely giving Jiang Zhaoyang a gentle pat on the shoulder, indicating him to comply. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhaoyang rose and took a seat in the second row, right next to Hede. He cast a glance at Hede before turning to sit in front of him. Hede was absorbed in his phone, seemingly unaware of Jiang Zhaoyang's arrival. The moment Jiang Zhaoyang settled down, Hede finally lifted his head. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, quickly morphing into dissatisfaction and anger. He shot Jiang Zhaoyang a glare, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk, as if he had something to say. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, appearing both helpless and stifled. He understood that in this setting, any conflict would only portray him as immature and unstable, detrimental to his forthcoming promotion opportunities. Thus, he suppressed the fury within and feigned indifference. Nonetheless, Hede thought to himself, as long as I navigate today's recommendation meeting successfully, the ladder to promotion lies before me. Once I ascend to that position and become a leader, Jiang Zhaoyang, just wait and see. At that point, power and status will rest in my hands. I possess ample means and strategies to deal with you. ensuring you find yourself in a predicament with no escape. Humph. Just wait. Your unfortunate days are about to commence. As everyone gradually took their seats, the atmosphere returned to a semblance of calm, punctuated only by the occasional murmurs of conversation. Lin Weiquan surveyed the room. Clearing his throat, he began. All right, comrades, now that everyone has arrived, I am pleased to see such enthusiastic participation in today's meeting. I would like to formally outline the theme of today's gathering, which is to conduct a democratic recommendation for the deputy officials of our town. This is not merely a procedural formality. It is a vital opportunity for each of us to voice opinions and engage in decision-making, according to our town's past practices. This democratic recommendation phase has typically been reserved for mid-level and senior officials to ensure efficiency and concentration in decision-making. However, this time, the situation differs. At this juncture, Lin Weiquan paused deliberately, seemingly assessing the reactions of the audience. Indeed, some below exhibited curious expressions, this time at the explicit request of the county organization department. And with the full agreement of our town's party committee after careful consideration, it has been decided to broaden the scope of democracy in this year's recommendation process. His words carried a tone of solemnity and anticipation, indicating that we are expanding the participant pool to include all officials from government and public institutions, as well as village committee secretaries. This approach aims to diversify our voices, making our decisions more aligned with the populace and more scientifically sound. The audience began whispering to one another, evidently taken aback by this transformation. Lin Weiquan nodded in satisfaction and continued. Next, I would like to invite Comrade Qin Shigong, the Deputy Minister of the County Organization Department, to provide a detailed explanation regarding the recommendations. Minister Qin not only possesses a wealth of experience, but also offers unique insights into the selection and appointment of officials, making him an invaluable supporter of our town's development. I am confident that through his elucidation, everyone will gain a deeper understanding of today's democratic recommendation process. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Deputy Minister Qin Shigong. As Lin Weiquan's calm and powerful words gradually faded, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed to be gently stirred, followed by a sparse applause that echoed throughout. Although this applause was anticipated, it lacked the fervor and passion one would expect. It felt like a dry leaf on an autumn afternoon, drifting down without causing much of a ripple. Clearly, the majority of attendees had not ignited a genuine flame of enthusiasm for this democratic recommendation meeting. Perhaps it was due to the familiarity of such occasions or a premonition of the outcome. However, amidst this somewhat tepid ambience, the performances of Lin Weiquan, Dong Xian, and He Di stood in stark contrast. Lin Weiquan's applause carried a hint of politeness and respect. His clapping, though not exuberant, conveyed a sense of appropriate restraint, as if he were silently offering support to Qin Shigong. Dong Xian, as the organizational committee member of the town party committee, clapped almost as a matter of habit, adhering strictly to the procedural norms of the meeting. In contrast, He Di's applause was tinged with an unmistakable excitement and anticipation. He clapped vigorously, tirelessly, viewing this democratic recommendation as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an exceptional chance for his ascension within the political realm. He believed that if he could distinguish himself in this recommendation, his future career would undoubtedly shine brightly. Holding a meticulously prepared manuscript, Qin Shigong slowly lifted his gaze and surveyed the audience. His opening remarks were clear and resonant. Comrades, greetings to you all. Today, we gather here to engage in a matter of utmost importance, democratic recommendation. This process is not only a test of our political literacy and sense of responsibility, but also an indispensable link in the chain of cultivating and utilizing cadres. Democratic recommendation serves as a bridge connecting organizational trust with individual talent, and its significance is self-evident. At this juncture, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude and profound respect on behalf of the organization for your valuable time and active participation in supporting this democratic recommendation effort. After a brief pause, Qin Shigong continued to elaborate. The target position for our democratic recommendation is that of deputy mayor. This decision is not a spur-of-the-moment notion. It stems from the provincial party committee's high regard and long-term planning for the construction of leadership teams at the township level. With the advent of a new era in the in-depth implementation of the rural revitalization strategy, the configuration of leadership teams in townships, being the most fundamental administrative units, directly impacts whether national policies can be effectively enacted and whether the welfare of the populace can be genuinely enhanced. He gently cleared his throat and continued. Therefore, the provincial organization department has set forth clear requirements for the selection of deputy leaders in townships. aiming to identify a cohort of youthful talents who not only possess theoretical acumen and practical experience, but also harbor a fervent passion for serving at the grassroots level. Specifically, our recommended candidates must meet the following criteria. Firstly, they must be party members and hold a formal undergraduate degree from a recognized institution, ensuring a solid foundation of knowledge and theoretical understanding. Secondly, they should have at least 2 years of frontline experience, which serves as both a test of practical capability and a sharpening of their service awareness. Furthermore, candidates must be under the age of 30, symbolizing vitality and potential, indicating their ability to shine brightly in future endeavors. Through this selection process, we aspire not only to provide deserving young party members with the opportunities and recognition they merit, but also to convey the organization's care and acknowledgement. Moreover, we hope that by establishing such exemplary figures, we can inspire more university graduates, especially those who are ambitious and willing to bear responsibilities, to resolutely root themselves in grassroots work. This entails merging personal aspirations with the broader narrative of national development, crafting a magnificent chapter of this era with youthful vigor and wisdom. Upon his arrival, Secretary Wei of the County Committee meticulously arranged and deployed plans for this initiative, instructing that the directives from the Provincial Organization Department be promptly implemented, promoting outstanding talents to leadership positions. Jiang Zhaoyang sat with his hands gently folded upon his knees, yet his thoughts had already drifted beyond the confines of the meeting. He slightly furrowed his brow, occasionally adjusting his posture, revealing his inner impatience. The content of the meeting seemed to bear no direct relevance to him, and he wished for it to conclude swiftly. Surveying the room, Jiang Zhaoyang noticed that he was not alone. Many faces bore expressions of boredom and restlessness. Their gazes were vacant, occasionally whispering to one another, seemingly sharing their disinterest in the proceedings. To them, it appeared to be mere bureaucratic formalities. However, he wore an expression of eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling with an unmistakable glimmer of desire. The night before, Lin Weiquan had informed him that a deputy town mayor was to be recommended, someone who aligned with the organization's intent. Consequently, he was filled with hope. Sitting in his chair, his hands unconsciously intertwined, his fingertips lightly rubbed against one another. The excitement within him was difficult to articulate. Chen Qigong continued, regarding the selection of the deputy town mayor. Our county committee's organization department has meticulously assessed all criteria and conducted a thorough investigation. Among the eligible officials from Liuli town, only 2 individuals meet the requirements, comrades He and Jiang Zhaoyang. Chen Qigong added, thus, the candidate for deputy town mayor will emerge from either of you. Regardless of who is not selected, I hope you will maintain a positive and constructive attitude, prioritizing the greater good and continuing to contribute to the development of Liuli town. Lin Weiquan had invested considerable effort into the promotion of He. He understood well that while strength may not always be essential for advancement, connections and opportunities were undeniably crucial. Thus, he hurried to the organization department of the county committee. He meticulously reported to Minister Jiang Zhaoyang about He's work performance, personal capabilities, and potential contributions for the future. Jiang Zhaoyang promptly assured him that he would give it serious consideration. However, he understood that the organization department's approval alone was far from sufficient. Consequently, he swiftly arranged a meeting with He Donglai, urging him to communicate with the county magistrate about enhancing the support for He's promotion. He Donglai, after hearing this, confidently patted his chest and assured him, no problem at all. County Magistrate Zhang has always held He in high regard and will definitely provide unconditional support. In the following 2 days, although Lin Weiquan could not meet the newly appointed county secretary, he engaged in profound discussions with relevant leaders in the county. He encouraged them to introduce He to the new secretary at opportune moments, ensuring that the new secretary would form a favorable impression of him. Yesterday, when Lin Weiquan received notification about the organization department convening a meeting to recommend candidates, he immediately perceived it as the fruit of his recent diligent efforts. Upon learning that the recommended position was that of deputy town mayor, his eyes brightened. It perfectly aligned with the position he had previously proposed to the organization department. However, Lin Weiquan was taken aback and puzzled to find another name listed among the candidates. A wave of incredulity surged within him. This other individual was Jiang Zhaoyang, a name that starkly contrasted with his preconceived candidate. Jiang Zhaoyang? How could this fellow audaciously appear on the recommendation list? Lin Weiquan murmured to himself, his tone filled with disbelief and astonishment. Naturally, he ultimately interpreted Jiang Zhaoyang's presence in this political arena as merely a supporting role. Once this thought took root in his mind, it became as firmly entrenched as a seedling. For in the presence of County Magistrate Jiang Zhaoyang, Donglei's voice held considerable weight, unmatched by others. In this era of frequent power transitions, the newly appointed secretary, still unfamiliar with the intricate local personnel dynamics, would require time to acclimatize and comprehend. Thus, in the eyes of the county secretary, Jiang Zhaoyang was nothing more than an ordinary name, an entity unlikely to leave any impression in her mind. Jiang Zhaoyang is certainly not a candidate she intends to promote. With just a slight intervention, Jiang Zhaoyang's name would swiftly vanish from this list. Thus, last night, he eagerly dialed Chen Shigong's number, articulately conveying his opinions and fervently requesting the removal of Jiang Zhaoyang's candidacy. However, Chen Shigong's response left him somewhat perplexed. He neither directly refused nor readily acquiesced, but rather spoke ambiguously, stating that he needed to consult with the leadership before making a decision. This instilled a subtle unease in Lin Weiquan. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that, under the influence of County Mayor Zhang Zhaoyang and He Donglai, the exclusion of Jiang Zhaoyang should pose no issue. To his astonishment, Jiang Zhaoyang remained on the candidate list today. The fear of unforeseen circumstances loomed over Lin Weiquan's mind. He gazed at Chen Shigong, who was poised at the podium, and unease rippled through him. He could not help but whisper into Chen Shigong's ear, "Minister Chen, I find some issues with this recommendation criterion. Currently, there are 2 candidates. What if he encounters an unforeseen incident and receives fewer votes than Jiang Zhaoyang? What if it all falls apart?" Before Lin Weiquan could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Chen Shigong. "No issues here. Democracy also requires concentration. In this election, we must respect the opinions of the masses while also leveraging organizational influence. As long as he garners a majority of support, it indicates his qualifications and capabilities for this position." Subsequently, Chen Shigong rose and addressed the 2 staff members from the county organization department seated in the front row. "You may now distribute the prepared recommendation ballots. Please ensure that the voting proceeds according to protocol, guaranteeing the integrity and transparency of the election." The staff promptly sprang into action, distributing ballot papers to each attendee. Chen Shigong reiterated, "Once you receive your ballot, please do not sign your name. This is a secret ballot, aimed at allowing everyone to genuinely and objectively express their will." Within, there are the names of 2 candidates. Standing at the podium with a sample ballot in hand, Chen Shigong surveyed the town officials seated below, his voice clear and resolute. "If you agree, you may place a check beside one of the names. Please note, you may only select one. Marking both will render your vote invalid." He paused deliberately to ensure that everyone comprehended this crucial point. Furthermore, he continued, his tone taking on a serious note, "Under no circumstances should you encircle or make any other marks to indicate your choice, as such votes will also be deemed invalid. We require unequivocal and precise markings." Finally, Chen Shigong underscored an essential point. "Please be sure to read carefully and deliberate thoughtfully before making your selection. This is not only a responsibility towards the candidates but also towards the future of our entire town." Despite Chen Shigong's repeated emphasis on the requirements and considerations for filling out the ballots, the atmosphere remained charged with apprehension. It is evident that not everyone takes these words to heart. Some hastily grasped their pens, quickly glanced at the candidates' names, and without hesitation marked a check beside one. Others appeared indecisive, their brows furrowed as if weighing the merits of the 2 candidates. Some resorted to the old method of marking their ballots, casting invalid votes, while others opted for abstention, leaving their ballots unmarked. However, a greater number chose to disregard Chen Shigong's admonitions altogether. Impatiently, they stealthily filled out their selections, folding the forms swiftly to conceal their choices, eagerly awaiting the moment to cast their votes. Lin Weiquan sat at the podium, his brow furrowed, his gaze occasionally drifting to the impassioned explanations of the nomination process and standards given by Chen Shigong, the deputy director of the county's organizational department. For him, this democratic recommendation meeting was fraught with helplessness and dissatisfaction. He had believed that, with his position as the Township Party Secretary, he could play a more dominant role in the recommendations, at least garnering greater support for his preferred candidates. Yet, the reality was far from what he had envisioned. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his discontent, no matter how much he might grumble internally. Once the procedure commenced, any attempt to interrupt or influence this process would be viewed as a serious challenge to organizational discipline. Even someone of his standing as a Township Party Secretary could not evade accountability. Lin Weichuan's gaze seemed fixed on a specific point on the ballot, entirely dismissing Jiang Zhaoyang's name without a second glance. His hand, clutching the pen, trembled slightly, not from nervousness, but due to the tumult of complex emotions stirring within him. Taking a deep breath, he decisively inscribed a mark beneath the name He. Dong Xian, the organizational committee member, understood the underlying intricacies and without further ado, followed suit, marking He's name on the ballot. The most disheartened and perplexed of all present was none other than He himself. He had anticipated that today's Democratic recommendation meeting would be a coronation devoid of suspense, a validation of his efforts. This expectation was bolstered by a phone call from Lin Weichuan the previous night, requesting the removal of Jiang Zhaoyang's name, a task that should have been straightforward for a Township party secretary. However, to his astonishment, the county organizational department's recommendation notice struck him like a bolt from the blue, revealing Jiang Zhaoyang's name still firmly on the list of candidates. Instantly, He's expression darkened, as the confidence and anticipation he harbored were replaced by an indescribable sense of loss. What had gone awry? Had his father's discussions and the mayor's words been ineffectual? Just last night, committee member Dong Xian had assured him that this vice mayor position was rightfully his. Yet, the unpredictability of life had led to this unexpected turn of events. He's heart sank, as if a massive stone had settled upon it, constricting his breath. Despite feeling a profound sense of disappointment, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He picked up the pen, his gaze fixed upon the recommendation form. Without hesitation, he marked his own name, He, in the candidate section. The most astonishing reaction came from Jiang Zhaoyang himself. It felt surreal. How had he suddenly, without any forewarning, become one of the candidates formally recommended for leadership? The news struck him like a thunderclap, plunging him into a profound disbelief. In the conference room, Chen Qigong's gentle yet commanding voice resonated. All right, I see that most of you have filled out your forms. Next, I ask everyone to proceed in an orderly manner to solemnly deposit your recommendation ballots into the dignified ballot box positioned beneath the podium. One by one, the members of the leadership team rose from their seats, clutching their folded recommendation forms as they began to cast their votes. The other officials followed suit, standing up in succession, ready to participate in the voting process. Jiang Zhaoyang remained seated, his ballot yet to be completed. His eyes occasionally flickered over the recommendation form in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. With only 2 candidates, could he truly recommend He? That seemed utterly impossible. He felt unworthy. Was he contemplating endorsing himself? The mere thought made his cheeks flush involuntarily. This was not merely a self-recommendation. It was akin to an overt bid for authority. With this realization, a wave of shyness and unease washed over him. He could have opted to abstain from voting. Yet the circumstances had drastically changed from those of the past. Reflecting on recent experiences, Jiang Zhaoyang's mood grew exceptionally heavy. He had encountered Lu Wen's parents, those discerning individuals who scrutinized him with critical eyes, as if he were unworthy of their beloved daughter. Moreover, Lu Wen herself seemed increasingly dissatisfied with him, the growing distance between them chilling his heart. To add to his frustration, He was always scheming against him. And then there was Lin Weichuan, who seemed intent on keeping him trapped in that remote reservoir, with no hope for advancement. This series of setbacks made Jiang Zhaoyang acutely aware of his desperate need for an opportunity, one that could extricate him from this awkward predicament. Perhaps that opportunity lay right before him. The small ballot might be his sole hope for redemption. Although the likelihood was slim, almost negligible, after a fierce internal struggle, he finally resolved to act. He lifted the pen, his hand trembling slightly, but with determination, he firmly marked a check in the space beside his name. He thought to himself, I will no longer conceal my aspirations. That fervent desire can no longer be suppressed. I wish to be in a leadership position. This was not merely a personal ambition, but a profound sense of responsibility that motivated him. To be a leader meant standing on a higher platform, equipped not only to tackle his own challenges but also to extend a helping hand, bringing hope and transformation to those around him who were striving yet perhaps facing adversity. More importantly, I can wield the power at my disposal to genuinely serve the people and propel society toward a more equitable and harmonious future. Such an opportunity is rare and fleeting. Why should I not strive wholeheartedly to seize it? This endeavor is not merely an affirmation of my self-worth, but also a manifestation of my social responsibility. Thus, he solemnly underlined his name on the recommendation form with a decisive stroke. After completing this act, he inhaled deeply and resolutely approached the ballot box located beneath the podium. The organizational committee member, Dong Xian, happened to be standing nearby. And a glimmer of subtle significance flickered in his gaze, as if he had anticipated Jiang Zhaoyang's actions. With a meaningful tone, he inquired, "Have you made your selection?" Jiang Zhaoyang offered a slight smile, deliberately shaking the recommendation form in his hand, revealing the uncreased paper with the clear markings. He intentionally allowed Dong to see the underlined section beneath his name, yet refrained from explicitly stating, "Thank you for your concern, leader. I have made my selection." A complex emotion flashed in Dong Xian's eyes, a blend of surprise and admiration, perhaps even a hint of recognition for Jiang Zhaoyang's courage. All those participating in the voting, at Chen Qigong's behest, slowly made their way to the front of the podium, tightly clutching their neatly folded recommendation ballots, solemnly depositing them one by one into the conspicuous ballot box. Jiang Zhaoyang was no exception. He stood within the ranks, his expression as serene as still waters. He gently cast his recommendation ballot into the box. After voting, the participants returned to the meeting room. Some seated, others standing, they gathered in small clusters, conversing in hushed tones, all centered around the topic of the vote. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Clearly, they anxiously awaited the staff to tally the votes and announce the final results. Chen Qigong, standing at the podium, surveyed each individual in the room, recognizing the palpable expectation. He cleared his throat gently and announced, "Thanks to everyone's collective efforts, all procedural tasks have now been successfully completed. This recommendation meeting has concluded smoothly. Thanks to your enthusiastic participation and fair voting. You may now disperse." As his words lingered in the air, a sense of disappointment washed over the crowd. It was not uncommon for the vote count to be postponed. They began to depart in succession. Jiang Zhaoyang, too, gradually made his way out of the crowd. As Jiang Zhaoyang stepped out of the meeting room, the door closed slowly behind him, as if sealing off the tense and nuanced atmosphere within. This was because the staff members were about to commence the vote counting. Jiang Zhaoyang traversed the lengthy corridor, each step seemingly measuring his weight in the hearts of the townspeople. Upon reaching the entrance of the main building, sunlight filtered through the cracks of the porch, casting a mottled glow upon his face, while also reflecting the varied expressions of those around him. Some deliberately maintained their distance, their eyes flickering with hints of avoidance and speculation, as if Jiang Zhaoyang had suddenly become an enigma, elusive and inscrutable. Some individuals boldly nodded and smiled at him, their expressions reflecting both encouragement and a subtle inquiry, as if silently asking, "Will you be the one we envision this time?" Just as Jiang Zhaoyang was about to step outside, a crisp and familiar voice called from behind, akin to a refreshing breeze on a summer day, instantly dispelling some of the gloom in his heart. He turned to see Bai Wei approaching briskly. Jiang Zhaoyang turned around and smiled, inquiring, "What is it?" At that moment, Bai Wei wore a genuine smile. She stepped closer and softly asked, "Director, are you free for dinner tonight? Let us celebrate. Your participation in this meeting is already half the victory." Could it be, Jiang Zhaoyang pondered, that she genuinely believes he can stand out in today's election? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the sudden surge of confidence that had invaded his mind. Although he indeed met the qualifications for the election and was one of the candidates, human hearts are inscrutable. The outcome of the vote often proves to be more elusive than anticipated. Jiang Zhaoyang was acutely aware that in this contest of democratic recommendation, the number of votes directly influenced whether he would advance to the next stage of evaluation and ultimately have the opportunity for promotion. Should his vote count fall too low, or even below half, it would be akin to being obstructed by an invisible barrier, stripping him of even the qualification to be considered. Promotion would be a distant dream. The weight of the voting results bore heavily on Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, akin to a colossal stone pressing down, leaving him devoid of any confidence. He knew this democratic recommendation was of utmost significance for him, yet it was also fraught with uncertainty. No, reason told him there was little hope. Voting for himself felt like an act of futility, a gesture undertaken with the knowledge of its impossibility. He contemplated that he simply could not attend this dinner. Should he ultimately fail to be recommended and yet accept others' hospitality, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule throughout the town's administration and beyond. A level of embarrassment and shame he could not bear. Jiang Zhaoyang managed a wry smile, one tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. He quickly waved his hand, his movements reflecting a hint of urgency, as if eager to dissipate the subtle tension in the air. "I've mentioned this before, Bai Wei. Please don't call me director. That title feels far too lofty for me at present. My current status is at best that of a mere custodian, or rather, I am hardly even that, just an ordinary citizen, utterly unremarkable." His words dripped with self-deprecation, yet they also revealed his acceptance of the current reality. However, upon hearing this, Bai Wei did not respond with her usual amusement at his humility. Instead, her expression turned serious. She said earnestly, "Director, I cannot truly agree with your statement. Although you are not in that position at the party and government office now, when you were there, weren't you the director? Your capabilities and contributions are well understood by all, and I shall not forget you simply because you have departed from that position. Moreover, I have personally witnessed numerous individuals marking their support for your name during this democratic recommendation. This clearly signifies that your influence endures and your abilities have garnered the acknowledgement of many. Perhaps, after a fierce contest, you may indeed ascend to a leadership role once more, or even venture beyond." Bai Wei's words were laced with a hint of anticipation, as if she could already envision Jiang Zhaoyang's potential brilliance in the future. At this point, she could not help but jest, saying, "When that time comes, I shall treat you to dinner, though it may prove difficult to secure a spot with you." She mused that many would likely queue for the opportunity to dine with him. Jiang Zhaoyang waved his hand dismissively, wearing a smile that mingled apology with resignation, and replied, "No need for such concerns. I sincerely appreciate your offer for dinner, Bai Wei, but I truly have some personal matters to attend to today and cannot make it." A hint of regret flickered in his gaze, as if he felt remorse for his inability to accept her invitation. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei paused momentarily before resuming her gentle smile. Understandingly, she nodded and said, "Oh, I see. It's no trouble, Director. I shall await our next opportunity. Speaking of which, I hold high hopes for your recommendation in this selection process. Should you be successfully endorsed, it would indeed be a moment of great joy. I shall certainly treat you to dinner then, to celebrate properly." Jiang Zhaoyang's lips curled into a wry smile at her words. "Unless the sun rises from the west," he thought, yet he replied politely, "Oh, Bai Wei, your words truly bolster my spirits. However, this matter is quite uncertain. If that day ever comes, I shall certainly honor our agreement." Jiang Zhaoyang mused that this hypothetical day might never truly arrive. Goodbye. He bid farewell to Bai Wei. He then recalled something important and made his way towards the office of the Discipline Inspection Commission's secretary, Tong Liguan. Upon arriving at Secretary Tong's office, he found the door ajar, through which he could see Tong engrossed in reviewing documents. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. "Secretary Tong, I come to bear my guilt and seek atonement, or rather, to confess." His voice resonated clearly in the spacious office, each word striking the air like a hammer upon the heart, awaiting the impending consequences. A mocking expression adorned his face. Upon hearing this, Tong Liguan abruptly lifted his head, his gaze meeting Jiang Zhaoyang's with intensity. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, quickly followed by an expression of acute embarrassment, as if a sudden storm had disrupted the tranquility of his thoughts. He had not anticipated that Jiang Zhaoyang would arrive so directly and without warning. Sunlight streamed through the partially opened window, casting a soft golden hue over the somewhat empty office, enveloping this unexpected visitor in a gentle glow. Tong Liguan endeavored to maintain his composure, his gaze meticulously following every movement of Jiang Zhaoyang. He sought to decipher the true intention behind the latter's actions through his demeanor. Jiang Zhaoyang, however, remained indifferent to Tong Liguan's reaction. He proceeded directly towards a dark wooden cabinet situated at the side of the office. The cabinet was adorned with an array of office supplies and a few books whose covers bore the marks of age. Jiang Zhaoyang's hand deftly landed on an inconspicuous drawer. With a gentle tug, the drawer slid open silently, revealing a neat arrangement of disposable paper cups within. He skillfully extracted one, his movements so practiced it seemed as though this was a daily ritual for him. Subsequently, Jiang Zhaoyang's attention shifted to a small, exquisite tea box on Tong Liguan's desk, containing his most cherished premium Longjing tea. With an air of nonchalance, he extended his hand, and his fingertips lightly brushed against the lid of the tea box, which seemed to respond to his touch by elegantly popping open. He carefully pinched out a few tender green tea leaves, each seemingly imbued with the essence of spring, and gently placed them into the paper cup he held. This series of actions, assertive yet fluid, unfolded seamlessly. Then, Jiang Zhaoyang turned and ambled towards the water dispenser on the opposite side of the office. He pressed the hot water button, patiently awaiting the scalding liquid to flow forth, filling the paper cup. As the hot water cascaded in, the tea leaves danced and twirled within the cup, releasing waves of an enchanting aroma that swiftly permeated the entire office. Jiang Zhaoyang lifted the cup, giving it a gentle swirl to allow the leaves to release their fragrance more fully. He slowly raised the cup to his lips, his fingers tenderly caressing the warm surface. Then, with an elegant tilt, He blew softly over the rising steam. This gesture not only reflected his reverence for the tea ceremony but also conveyed a sense of detachment, an indifference to worldly affairs. In that moment, the atmosphere within the office seemed to solidify, enveloped in a subtle yet intricate ambience. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance of tea intermingled with an almost imperceptible tension. Tong Liguang's gaze lingered on Jiang Zhaoyang, as if attempting to extract deeper insights from his presence. Jiang Zhaoyang savored the tea, not merely relishing its flavor but also savoring the bittersweet complexities of life itself. With poise, he drew out the chair in front of Tong Liguang's desk and placed the teacup down. He then settled himself gracefully into the chair. Observing this, Tong Liguang felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, akin to a sudden tempest disturbing the tranquility of a serene lake. He forced a somewhat stiff smile to mask his inner turmoil and inquired, "Xiao Jiang, what performance are you putting on? I haven't heard a whisper from the town committee about any disciplinary actions against you." Jiang Zhaoyang responded with a gentle smile, the corners of his mouth curving into a knowing, playful smirk. His eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, as if he reveled in the thrill of this psychological duel. "Oh? A few days ago, were you not the one who called to inform me that I needed to sign and acknowledge the disciplinary decision? At that moment, I thought that even if I did not personally appear to endorse that decision, you had every right, based on the relevant regulations and procedures, to impose the corresponding disciplinary measures upon me." Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze was as tranquil as water, as if he were discussing an issue unrelated to himself. After all, this was the prerogative of a higher organization. Since the outcome was already determined, my signature was merely a formality that would not alter any established facts. Therefore, I chose not to attend. Jiang Zhaoyang spoke with a calmness that conveyed a sense of detachment and serenity. "Now, I am fortunate enough to participate in this rare voting opportunity. I thought that since it was still early to return, I might as well sign and provide reassurance to the leadership, allowing the situation to settle. This would also ease the anxiety that had been troubling my heart. In any case, the leadership would eventually impose the deserved punishment based on the baseless charges. It was merely a matter of time." Jiang Zhaoyang's eyes brimmed with mockery and provocation. This sudden gaze left Tong Liguang feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, and his legs trembled involuntarily beneath the desk. The inclusion of Jiang Zhaoyang's name on the promotion candidate list was the result of a rigorous investigation by the County Party Organization Department. Being part of this list was itself an affirmation of his professional competence and personal integrity, proving that, at least on an organizational level, he was innocent and without issue. To impose punishment on him now would contradict the organization department, openly opposing it. How could a subordinate government unit easily defy the decisions of a superior organization within the strict administrative hierarchy and power structure? This sense of reverence and obedience stemmed not only from institutional requirements but also from the survival laws understood by those who navigate the system, especially when facing the department that holds the key to officials' promotions, which determines the career trajectories of countless individuals. It oversees all deputy and even principal officials within the county. Did I still want a future? I was merely a deputy-level cadre. Lin Weiquan was a principal cadre, one who had solid connections above, and he might have the audacity to discipline Jiang Zhaoyang. But did I possess such courage? I was treading a path that even a bold person would hesitate to take. Otherwise, lacking a broad perspective and incorrect political positioning, once such a hat was placed upon me, who could bear the ensuing precipitous decline in career prospects? At this moment, Tong Liguang profoundly felt Jiang Zhaoyang's cunning and precision. This young man had undoubtedly seized upon his vulnerabilities, gripping the very lifeblood of his career. In the game of power, one misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. He could not afford such a mistake. Tong Liguang silently lamented his plight, though his heart raced like a drum. He was compelled to maintain an outward calm. A forced smile, more grotesque than tears, crept across his face as he thought, "Jiang, are you jesting with me?" His words were laced with a barely perceptible tremor, an attempt to diffuse the sudden tension in the atmosphere. However, the turmoil within him was difficult to disguise, as beads of sweat began to emerge on Tong Liguang's forehead. He hastily added, his tone tinged with urgency, "I truly did not make that call to you earlier. You must have misunderstood. I was preoccupied with handling a case of corruption involving an official at that time. For several days, I hastily resolved my lunches in the office and did not even return home. How could I have found the time to dial that number? Perhaps someone is playing a prank on us?" He continued, "Interestingly, just yesterday, I received a call from a rather familiar leader at the county committee, who requested that I look after a new colleague. I found it puzzling, as such directives are quite unexpected. I sensed something was amiss. That leader is usually meticulous in his dealings and would never casually ask for favors. There must be something peculiar about this situation. However, upon further investigation, I discovered that the matter was far from straightforward. It turned out that the leader had been hospitalized due to a sudden illness just days prior, confined to his bed. Not only was he unable to attend work, but he rarely even touched his phone, let alone call me. It became clear that the truth was merely a prank. A clever ruse that employed advanced technology to perfectly mimic his voice, resulting in a farcical misunderstanding. At this point, Tong Liguan shook his head in resignation. He pressed a hand to his chest, as if his heart still raced uncontrollably. I nearly fell victim to this deception. The imitation was so remarkably lifelike, with every subtle inflection and unintentional pause indistinguishable from the voice of the leader. I remembered. Had I not remained vigilant in the face of that unexpected call, I would have surely been ensnared. Would that not have turned me into a laughingstock among others? His words were imbued not only with relief but also with a hint of slyness. He promptly rose, graciously lifting Jiang Zhaoyang's teacup. He then glided to the water dispenser, cautiously refilling the cup with hot water. Upon returning to his seat, Tong Liguan gently swirled the teacup in his hand, the rising steam obscuring the expression in his eyes. "Here, Xiao Jiang, come. Drink some water," he urged, before slowly settling back down, crossing his legs and resting his hands lightly on his knees. "Xiao Jiang, I perceive you are likely in a similar predicament." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhaoyang's expression shifted subtly, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a knowing smile laden with meaning. Indeed, it was as if silence had knocked at the door, and silence itself had opened it, now home in silence. Jiang Zhaoyang could not help but secretly admire Tong Liguan. This fellow was indeed a formidable character. His mastery of the art of thick-faced blackness was unparalleled, having reached a level of consummate skill. His proficiency could be described as reaching the pinnacle of excellence. He could lie with a face as impassive as stone, his heart unperturbed, his performance so vivid that one might almost believe it themselves. Such capability was truly not something the ordinary person could possess. Jiang Zhaoyang gently shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. He addressed Tong Liguan, saying, "Since this is merely a jest made by others at my expense, let it be so. Why take such matters too seriously?" Upon hearing this, Tong Liguan immediately donned a countenance full of contrite smiles. He rubbed his hands together and eagerly concurred, Indeed, Xiao Jiang, you are absolutely right. How could one take the jest of others to heart? In that case, I shall refrain from signing today's document. What need is there for signatures on non-existent matters?" Tong Liguan appeared utterly befuddled. Jiang Zhaoyang lightly brushed his attire, rising to his feet as he said, "Then I shall take my leave." As Jiang Zhaoyang turned to depart, Tong Liguan promptly rose from his seat, a respectful demeanor upon his face as he replied, "Do take care, Xiao Jiang. Please visit often." He accompanied him to the door, his face a mask of cordiality, as if bidding farewell to an esteemed guest. However, just as Jiang Zhaoyang was about to step out of his office, Tong Liguan suddenly interjected, "You cannot return to the reservoir just yet." Jiang Zhaoyang halted, a slight frown creasing his brow. He turned back, regarding Tong Liguan with a look of confusion, asking, "Oh? And why is that? Is there something else?" "Indeed, there is," Tong Liguan replied, a subtle curve gracing his lips. His smile tinged with an almost imperceptible flattery. He slowly elaborated, following the customary practice of previous years. "The leadership of the organization requires a routine assessment conversation with both of you candidates. This ensures that the final selection not only possesses outstanding abilities but also aligns perfectly with the organization's intentions. For now, please wait briefly in the conference room." After speaking, Tong Liguan cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Zhaoyang. He vaguely sensed an undercurrent of formidable support lurking behind Jiang Zhaoyang. This instinct was not without merit, otherwise today's scenario would be difficult to comprehend. This young man was certainly not one to be trifled with. Tong Liguan pondered silently, recognizing the need for caution. The outcome of this contest remained uncertain, and until the situation clarified, any premature allegiance or declaration could place him at a disadvantage. Remaining neutral, observing discreetly, and watching the unfolding events seemed the wisest course to avoid entanglement. As Jiang Zhaoyang stepped out, his footsteps had yet to echo in the somewhat desolate corridor. Suddenly, a somewhat impatient yet authoritative figure protruded from the doorway of an adjacent office, those sharp eyes fixated intently upon him. Subsequently, a deep, resonant voice pierced the stillness of the corridor. "Xiao Jiang, come to my office for a moment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang instinctively looked up, a subtle stir of emotion welling within him. The person calling him was none other than Chiu Hong, the deputy secretary of the town's party committee. Jiang Zhaoyang's impression of Chiu Hong was not unfavorable. Logically, since Lin Weiquan had assumed the role of the town's party secretary, it seemed almost a foregone conclusion that Chiu Hong would ascend to the position of town mayor. After all, as the third-ranking official in the town, Chiu Hong held considerable weight and had a commendable record. However, reality proved to be quite the contrary. Despite Lin Weiquan's new title, he did not relinquish his mayoral responsibilities and continued to hold both positions. This arrangement allowed Lin Weiquan to wield not only the decision-making power of the party, but also to maintain firm control over the government's execution of policies. Consolidating both party and administrative authority, he became an unparalleled figure within Liuli town, a person of immense power and influence. Such a shift rendered Chiu Hong's situation somewhat precarious. The mayoral seat, once within reach, now seemed distant. Observing this, Jiang Zhaoyang could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Chiu Hong. He understood that within this realm of power, capability and seniority do not always dictate outcomes. Secretary Chiu, what instructions do you have? Come, sit. Jiang Zhaoyang entered and settled onto the sofa. Noticing this, Chiu Hong was about to rise to pour a cup of water for him. Jiang Zhaoyang quickly stood, waving his hand slightly in protest. How could I allow the secretary to serve me water? That would be quite the embarrassment for a mere clerk such as myself. In truth, I am but a humble waterworks worker. Before Chiu Hong could respond, Jiang Zhaoyang swiftly approached the water dispenser, adeptly filling a cup with fragrant green tea. Preparing one for himself as well, he gently pushed a steaming cup of tea towards Chiu Hong, smiling as he said, Secretary Chiu, please enjoy. Chiu Hong accepted the cup and took a small sip. Xiao Jiang, you should drink as well. Jiang Zhaoyang chuckled and waved his hand. I just did quite a bit in Secretary Tong's office. It feels as though my stomach is brimming like a small reservoir, unable to hold any more. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation. Chiu Hong paused, then laughed heartily. Do you drink tea as if it were water? Do take care. While tea is delightful, it is not water, so do not overindulge. Jiang Zhaoyang lifted the cup from the table, gently swirling it, the tea within creating delicate ripples with his movement. Then, with a self-mocking smile, he softly murmured, Tea, tea. When all is said and done, is not tea merely water? With a few leaves added, one can savor myriad flavors. Is life not akin to this? The more experiences we accumulate, the more intricate and perplexing it becomes. Sitting across from him, Chiu Hong gently set down his teacup and remarked with a smile, to truly appreciate tea, one must savor it slowly, relishing its sweetness and lingering aftertaste, rather than hastily gulping it down as you have. It seems today you are genuinely excited, especially since your name has appeared on that recommendation list. Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, offered a bitter smile and shook his head. His expression concealed a blend of resignation and self-mockery. That list. I know I stand no chance. I am merely a bystander in this competition. The true stage does not belong to me. However, Chiu Hong countered, not necessarily, Xiao Jiang. The mere fact that your name is on that recommendation list indicates that the organization acknowledges your abilities and qualifications. The situation is not yet settled. Do not speak of giving up so easily, nor should you feel disheartened. Yet, the clouds of doubt in Jiang Zhaoyang's heart seemed far from dissipating. He shifted the topic, attempting to mask his disappointment. I noticed both Tong Liguan and you sitting in the office, seemingly waiting for something. Chiu Hong nodded and explained, Indeed. Today, we had a democratic recommendation, and everyone is eager for the results. However, he paused deliberately, observing Jiang Zhaoyang's reaction. The staff from the organization department has informed us that all party and government team members need to wait a moment longer. They still need to speak with each individual to further understand the candidate's basic situations. At this point, Chiu Hong's expression took on a subtle nuance. A hint of an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he casually posed a question. By the way, Xiao Jiang, do you have any connections backing you? Jiang Zhaoyang, taken aback by this sudden inquiry, nearly spilled his tea. After a moment of stunned silence, he managed a wry smile and replied, Me? What connections could I possibly have? Look, that Fu Zhenliang was imprisoned due to corruption, or more accurately, placed under double regulation. How could he possibly shield me? Besides, being backed by a corrupt official, would that be a blessing or a curse for me? Seeing his reaction, Chiu Hong gently waved his hand. Xiao Jiang, do not misunderstand. I am not referring to Fu Zhenliang. He paused again and continued. What I meant to ask is whether you have significant connections within our county. Realization dawned on Jiang Zhaoyang. This was the question Chiu Hong had intended. He helplessly shook his head, his wry smile deepening. Secretary Chiu, you truly have stumped me. In our county, what important connections could I possibly possess? If I had the kind of powerful backing you speak of, I would not be stuck guarding a reservoir in the wilderness, nor would I be struggling so. My father, whom you also know, is currently ensnared in his own troubles, akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river. He finds himself in dire straits, overwhelmed and helpless, with little strength or capacity left to support my ascent. Upon hearing this, Chiu Hong furrowed his brows, seemingly attempting to discern some clue from Jiang Zhaoyang's expression. However, Xiao Jiang, if you truly lack any formidable connections or background, how can the criteria on today's recommendation list, those stringent educational prerequisites, specific age requirements, and the demand for extensive grassroots experience, appear to be so meticulously tailored for you? Jiang Zhaoyang responded, I am uncertain, but it cannot be custom-made for me. If these conditions were indeed designed for my benefit, then how could he possibly have a chance? How could he stand on this stage, vying for the same position as I? There was a hint of self-mockery and resignation to reality in Jiang Zhaoyang's words. Yet, conversely, with a competitor like he in the fray, how could I possibly have a chance? As I mentioned earlier, I am merely a bystander in this selection process. Jiang Zhaoyang's tone was laced with self-deprecation. Chiu Hong, still somewhat skeptical, urged, Xiao Jiang, do not keep anything hidden. If you truly have someone backing you, do not conceal it from me. Jiang Zhaoyang let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Secretary Chiu, if I had such strong connections, would I be exiled to this desolate, forgotten corner of the world to guard a reservoir, marginalized and ignored? Would I spend my days languishing in this dilapidated reservoir, wasting my youth? Look at my current predicament. Does it appear as though I have someone shielding me? After hearing this, Chiu Hong nodded thoughtfully, seemingly unsurprised by Jiang Zhaoyang's response. He pondered for a moment before saying, well, you make a fair point. If you truly had connections, you would not have fallen to such depths. I understand your difficulties and trust your character. However, in this circle, sometimes mere ability and hard work are insufficient. One also requires a bit of assistance, of course. I do not suggest you deliberately seek out influential individuals, but rather remind you to pay attention to those around you, for you may encounter your noble benefactor one day. Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Chiu. Jiang Zhaoyang replied, though his words lacked sincerity. He understood that Chiu Hong genuinely cared for him and did not wish to dismiss his goodwill. Yet, the kind of benefactor capable of altering one's fate is not someone one can simply befriend at will. The most significant person in his life was none other than Lin Weiquan, who was the most ruthless in his dealings with him, eager to cast him into the depths of despair. A true benefactor who could genuinely change one's destiny is not easily acquired. Those who are distant, wielding significant power and residing at lofty heights, are the focal points of public attention, attracting throngs of sycophants eager to ingratiate themselves. They are perpetually surrounded by those seeking to climb the social ladder. In such an environment, as an ordinary and exiled official, the desire to deliberately cultivate connections seems akin to a fool's errand. Can one truly draw near? It appears impossible to forge such bonds. Nevertheless, sometimes, an unintentional gesture or an unexpected act of kindness can become a pivotal turning point in one's life. Often, these moments are concealed within seemingly insignificant individuals and events. To encounter such a benefactor, one might have to wait a millennium for that chance. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Jiang Zhaoyang's mind. Could it be that she is his benefactor? He quickly dismissed the notion, recalling the last time he learned that the county party secretary was, in fact, a woman. Her image involuntarily surfaced in his thoughts. At that moment, an inexplicable surge of anticipation and yearning welled up within him, yet soon, reason extinguished his fantasies like cold water. However, this time, that seemingly absurd idea resurfaced uncontrollably, akin to resilient wild grass thriving in spring, impossible to uproot. He found himself puzzled as to why he consistently thought of her in passing. Did he truly believe she could be his benefactor? What led his subconscious to regard her as a guiding light capable of leading him out of his predicament? Even more perplexing was the clarity with which this unrealistic thought now emerged in his mind, as if an invisible force compelled him to believe and to hope. Jiang Zhaoyang could not help but smile wryly, fully aware of how fantastical his thoughts were. Although such notions were laughable, they represented a fundamental human instinct to seek hope amidst adversity. Meanwhile, Chiu Hong's heart was laden with profound disappointment. His mood so heavy it felt as if it could weep. His relationship with County Chief Zhang Zhaoyang resembled a cup of lukewarm water on a winter's day, neither warm nor cold, utterly mundane. Though Chiu Hong had offered gifts, They were meager and failed to garner any favor. On one occasion, during the New Year celebrations, he visited to extend his greetings, presenting a red envelope containing merely 1,000 yuan. Zhang Zhaoyang merely cast a disdainful glance before carelessly tossing the envelope onto the expansive sofa. At that moment, Qiu Hong's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and humiliation rendering him nearly unable to lift his gaze. Now, with the position of town mayor vacant, an incessant buzz of speculation filled the air. Qiu Hong had believed that, following the customary practices of previous years and certain unspoken understandings, he would be the unequivocal choice for succession. In pursuit of this ambition, he engaged in numerous private endeavors. He made it a point to visit several county leaders, seeking their support and endorsements. Each conversation was approached with utmost care, expressing his aspirations without revealing excessive eagerness, striving for perfection in every detail. Yet, no matter how hard he worked, he ultimately found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Advancement proved elusive, lacking connections and a solid backing made it exceedingly difficult. Upon learning that Jiang Zhaoyang had been included on the candidate list, Qiu Hong speculated that a formidable support network must be behind him. After all, in the intricate web of officialdom, how could an obscure individual so effortlessly rise to prominence? When he inquired further, Jiang Zhaoyang's words struck him like a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the core and plunging him into despair. It turned out that Jiang Zhaoyang was merely a supporting figure in this fierce competition, an almost negligible presence. Between He Di and Jiang Zhaoyang, both of whom were equally matched candidates, Qiu Hong's internal scales undoubtedly tipped in favor of Jiang Zhaoyang. He admired Jiang's humility and talent, deeming such individuals to be rare gems in the bureaucratic realm. However, the harshness of reality compelled him to confront a stark truth. In the ever-shifting landscape of politics, talent and diligence alone were insufficient to dictate outcomes. Reality often delivered a brutal blow. As Jiang Zhaoyang bid him farewell, Qiu Hong managed a strained smile, taking a long moment before muttering a farewell with a hint of concern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Qigong found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. As the organizer of this election, he had originally harbored high hopes for He Di. However, when two staff members presented him with the vote count results, it felt as if a heavy bomb had detonated in his mind, exploding with a deafening roar. Darkness enveloped him, and stars seemed to burst forth before his eyes. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, nearly unseating him. It was utterly unexpected. How could this be? Chen Qigong murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at the statistical report in his hands. The figures upon it appeared as cold arrows, mercilessly piercing his heart. He was utterly astounded by the meager number of votes received by He Di. Not only had he failed to surpass the majority, but he hadn't even crossed the threshold of 15%. This indicated that, aside from a few leaders from the party and government, very few others had cast their votes for him. In stark contrast, Jiang Zhaoyang's vote count soared far above, leaving Chen Qigong astonished and horrified. The number was not merely leading. It had ascended to an astonishing height, over 80%, like a brilliant lightning bolt illuminating the night sky, revealing the shock on Chen Qigong's face. Having worked in organizational roles for many years and witnessed various scenarios, this moment undoubtedly represented the most shocking episode of his career. Such a situation greatly reshaped his understanding, rendering him momentarily unable to accept the reality before him. The truth slapped Chen Qigong resoundingly. He Di's grassroots support was surprisingly weak, leaving him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyang, who had been considered a mere supporting character, surprisingly possessed a robust grassroots foundation. This was simply beyond his belief. With a face full of skepticism, he turned to Lin Weiquan and inquired, "What sort of person is Jiang Zhaoyang, really?" Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan's expression darkened, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Zhaoyang is quite the epitome of indolence in his work. His attitude towards responsibilities is casual. Each day, he merely goes through the motions, lacking any enthusiasm or sense of duty. As for his character, he is irreverent, often making untimely jokes that give off an air of frivolity and unreliability. And his work ethic? It is even more lackadaisical, floating aimlessly without any clear objectives, acting purely on a whim. In an attempt to reform him, to instill a sense of steadiness and responsibility, I assigned him to work at the reservoir, only to be met with utter disappointment. At this point, Lin Weiquan's tone grew slightly indignant. "Minister Chen, do you know? He is not only the reservoir manager, but also serves as a forest ranger. Yet, he frequently neglects his duties, resulting in a significant decline in the population of rare animals due to a lack of protection. Just after disparaging Jiang Zhaoyang, Lin Weiquan suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something of great importance. His expression shifted to one of complexity, his eyes flickering with hesitation and inner conflict. He seemed poised to speak, yet repeatedly swallowed his words. Finally, he sighed. Actually, I have something to tell you regarding Jiang Zhaoyang. Secretary Lin, is there something unsaid? Is there an undisclosed story behind Jiang Zhaoyang? Chen Qigong couldn't help but ask. Lin Weiquan gently sighed, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as if weighing the significance of his forthcoming words. Yes, I remembered a phone call I received during dinner yesterday. What call? Chen Qigong's attention was immediately captivated, his body slightly leaning forward as he listened intently. One might say he was addressing his prospective father-in-law. What did he say? Chen Qigong inquired. Lin Weiquan paused for a moment before responding. He mentioned that Jiang Zhaoyang has become fickle and capricious, a completely transformed individual. He revels in fleeting romances, entangling himself with various women, leading a life of indulgence and pleasure. Even more shocking is his intention to abandon his longtime girlfriend, his fiancée, in pursuit of so-called novelty and excitement. Just yesterday, Jiang Zhaoyang called him, audaciously requesting to sever ties with his daughter. It was akin to a bolt from the blue, rendering him incredulous. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, left bewildered and speechless. No matter how he pleaded, it was futile. Jiang Zhaoyang was resolute. Chen Qigong was taken aback. Could such a thing truly occur? Jiang Zhaoyang, a reservoir keeper who also served as a forest ranger, had a challenging occupation. Such a lifestyle typically necessitated prolonged solitude, living amidst desolate wilderness, surrounded by the deep mountains and old forests. Given these harsh conditions, why would he disdain his girlfriend to the extent of wanting to sever their relationship? Logically, it would make more sense for the girlfriend to be discontented with him. This was illogical, was it not? Yet, could one doubt Lin Weiquan's words? Surely, they were not mere fabrications. Indeed, Lin Weiquan's subsequent remarks left Chen Qigong even more astounded. Initially, I was skeptical, thinking he was at least exaggerating. But what? Lin Weiquan pressed eagerly. But he played me a recording from his phone. At that moment, confronted with irrefutable auditory evidence, I had no choice but to believe. Lin Weiquan swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, and with a gentle tap of his fingertip, Jiang Zhaoyang's voice resonated clearly. My fate with Xiaowen has reached its conclusion. I do not wish for her to suffer any longer. She cannot endure this torment. Therefore, I propose to dissolve our engagement. Legally speaking, our engagement is merely a piece of paper devoid of binding force. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. Farewell. Lin Weiquan's face contorted with derision, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with bitterness and disdain. This fellow possesses such poor character. Listen to his words. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. To abandon his fiancée, yet articulate it so beautifully, is nothing short of brazen. He is utterly devoid of shame. He wishes to indulge in vice while maintaining a facade of virtue. Such shamelessness is nothing less than hypocrisy. His audacity is comparable to that of a city wall, truly astonishing. He paused, his indignation palpable, and continued. This man is filled with malice, scheming, and plotting. To what depths of depravity has his character sunk? The existence of such a person in this world is a profound insult to the virtuous. Upon hearing this, Chen Qigong pondered inwardly, isn't Jiang Zhaoyang's conduct a manifestation of moral decay? Such individuals, exhibiting such contemptible behavior, should, by all rational standards, immediately become the target of public outrage, subjected to severe moral condemnation, engulfed by the torrent of societal opinion, and scorned by the masses, rendering any chance of redemption nearly impossible. Once substantiated, the evidence could undoubtedly drag him from the heights of success into the abyss of disgrace. Moreover, with recordings now serving as undeniable proof, the matter is thoroughly corroborated. Lin Weiquan's attitude towards this incident is discernible from the self-satisfied expression he wears, which he finds difficult to conceal. Clearly, he would not opt for secrecy, nor could he possibly suppress such explosive news within. On the contrary, he is likely to treat it as a precious treasure, eager to share it with others, ensuring that everyone is aware of this secret. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his reluctance to boast about it would be astonishing. One might fear that he has already embellished the tale, recounting it with vivid flair by last night. Such news often travels swiftly, transforming overnight into a topic of conversation among the government officials and townsfolk alike, becoming common knowledge, known to all. However, The current situation stands in stark contrast. Jiang Zhaoyang not only remains unblemished by scandal, but has also garnered an astonishing number of votes. Why do these negative rumors seem to have no effect on him? Is this truly normal? Is it not said that the eyes of the people are keenly perceptive? This implies that the populace possesses the ability to discern right from wrong. Have the people's eyes suddenly lost their clarity at this moment? Have they forfeited their capacity for judgment? Qin Shi Gong finds himself momentarily overwhelmed, as if engulfed in a fog, unable to reach a conclusion. He furrows his brow. Gazing vacantly ahead, his mind awash with confusion and disbelief. After a considerable pause, he manages to pull his thoughts back to the present, turning hesitantly towards Lin Weiquan. His voice tinged with incredulity. Secretary Lin, what on earth is happening? Given Jiang Zhaoyang's numerous shortcomings, how could the voting result be thus? It is utterly incomprehensible. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan's expression swiftly shifts. He too had not anticipated such a turn of events. Prior to this, he had painstakingly briefed each member of the party committee, urging them repeatedly to ensure that all votes were cast in favor of He to guarantee absolute certainty. He had specifically instructed these members to inform the cadres under their jurisdiction participating in the voting, emphasizing the necessity of unity in supporting He. At that time, those individuals had wholeheartedly promised, assuring him they would act according to his wishes. Lin Weiquan had believed that, with such assurances, He's high vote count was a foregone conclusion. Yet, the unpredictability of life and the inscrutability of human nature often defy expectations. Those who had outwardly agreed may have acted in contravention, or perhaps, in the anonymity of the voting process, it was impossible to ascertain who cast opposing votes. The cadres below felt emboldened to vote according to their own inclinations, completely unconcerned, ultimately casting their votes against He. Reflecting on this, Lin Weiquan could not help but express his frustration. These individuals are truly more hindrance than help. I have long maintained that the method of differential recommendations is fundamentally flawed, as it provides an opportunity for those with ulterior motives to exploit. If equal recommendation were adopted, where would the troubles arise? Why not opt for equality? Qin Shi Gong was acutely aware of Lin Weiquan's current sentiments. Now that matters had escalated to this point, regrets were futile. Secretary Lin, you must understand that while equal recommendation can indeed avert such predicaments and ensure a smooth transition, it would simultaneously forfeit the competitiveness and vitality engendered by differential recommendation. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this is mandated by the Provincial Organization Department. The selection of deputy town heads is a competitive process aimed at identifying genuinely capable and responsible individuals. Hence, differential recommendation is essential. Candidates must be present. Qin Shi Gong remarked with a hint of irritation. Though he articulated it thus, he was, in fact, conveying the intentions of the leadership, with the individual intended for promotion not being Jiang Zhaoyang at all. What puzzled Qin Shi Gong was the surprising alignment of opinions between the newly appointed county party secretary Wei Rong and the county mayor. From her arrival, she expressed a desire to promote He, which perfectly aligned with Zhang Chaoshan's interests. Zhang Chaoshan, the very ally of He Donglai and his son, had initially worried that the new secretary might disrupt the existing power dynamics and create obstacles for He's elevation. However, the situation unfolded in an unexpectedly favorable manner, leaving no room for dissent between the two. Of course, this recommendation for promotion implied that qualified candidates needed to be included in the evaluation list. Although tailored specifically for He, the criteria could equally apply to Jiang Zhaoyang, who even had the added advantage of being a selected candidate, thus enjoying priority for promotion. This was merely theoretical, as actual practice might diverge. For instance, a selected candidate who had faced disciplinary action would lose such eligibility. Yet, He's abysmal public support and paltry vote count posed a significant issue. Qin Shi Gong felt a considerable headache, his brows knitted tightly in contemplation. He then pondered aloud. Secretary Lin, given the circumstances, any further complaints would be in vain. Qin Shi Gong spoke slowly. We must devise a strategy to navigate this, to see if we can explore alternative methods in the forthcoming stages. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan felt a stir of inspiration and eagerly interjected, Minister Chun, do not succumb to undue anxiety. That young lad Jiang Zhaoyang, seeking to overshadow others, will find it utterly impossible. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? On what basis do you assert this? Qin Shi Gong inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Weiquan rummaged through his coat pocket, producing a neatly folded document, which he gently unfolded and presented to Qin Shi Gong. Take a look at this disciplinary decision, and it will become clear. A subtle note of pride tinged his tone. Due to dereliction of duty, our party's main leadership has decided to issue him a formal reprimand. Main leadership? Chen Qigong mused inwardly. The main leaders were none other than the secretary and the mayor. The former secretary had been ousted, and the mayor had yet to resign. He himself remained in position. With whom had you conferred? Was this not a fabrication? Merely your solitary opinion. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He scrutinized the disciplinary decision and could not help but inwardly scoff at the somewhat tenuous and speculative grounds for the reprimand. Oh, has this decision been finalized? Chen Qigong furrowed his brows slightly. I was recently assigned to participate in a specialized training for town committee secretaries organized by the municipal party school, which caused a scheduling conflict and delayed the convening of a formal meeting with all team members. Lin Weiquan perceived Chen Qigong's perplexity and attempted to allay his doubts by stating, I presented this disciplinary decision to County Chief Zhang in advance, who expressed his complete agreement and support, deeming the approach both just and reasonable. I merely need to convene the party committee for ratification, and I am confident the process will proceed smoothly. A glimmer of assured confidence shone in Lin Weiquan's eyes. Consequently, Jiang Zhaoyang has received the appropriate disciplinary action, and under our selection mechanism, he naturally forfeits his candidacy. This can be regarded as a decisive veto, without any ambiguity. He paused, seemingly awaiting the other's reaction, then continued. Thus, he de-emerges as the sole candidate meeting all criteria. A hint of barely perceptible satisfaction flickered in Lin Weiquan's gaze. Isn't the issue thus resolved? Chen Qigong nodded with a smile, appearing quite pleased with the arrangement. However, he abruptly shifted the topic, stating, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must report to the secretary and the county chief. Must this matter be reported to the secretary and the county chief? Is it such a significant issue to promote a deputy town chief? Lin Weiquan asked in astonishment, observing his reaction. Chen Qigong's lips curled into a knowing smile as he replied, Did you not already seek the county chief's opinion on the disciplinary decision in advance? In your heart, this matter bears considerable weight. I come here bearing the joint mandate of both the secretary and the county chief. Promoting Hidi was supposed to be a foregone conclusion. Yet complications have arisen, jeopardizing the entire effort. Tell me, can I not report to them at once? Can I not seek their guidance? Can I not prudently inquire about the next steps? After all, the ultimate decision rests with them. They're the final arbiters. Lin Weiquan was momentarily at a loss for words. He then nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains, affirming, Yes, yes. Minister Chen, you are absolutely correct. After all, you are the leader of the organizational department with a strong sense of discipline. His words carried a hint of flattery. I shall take this disciplinary decision document with me. Very well. Lin Weiquan replied promptly, fully aware that he had little authority left in this matter. Silence enveloped them like an invisible net, quietly casting a pall over the conversation. After a considerable pause, Chen Qigong finally broke the oppressive silence, saying, regarding this voting result, it is sufficient for you and me to be aware. There is no need to make it public. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and once the news leaks, it is bound to stir unnecessary turmoil. It could also put our work in a passive position. At that time, we not only risk losing our advantage, but may also find ourselves ensnared in a vortex from which escape seems impossible. In summary, we must all adhere to the utmost discretion to avoid causing any disruptions within the organization. Everything hinges on the final decision of the two primary leaders at the county level. Very well. Now, let us progress to the next phase, individual discussions with the members of the party and government leadership. Your stance is already quite clear, and your attitude is fully understood. There is no need for further elaboration on this matter. In the subsequent discussions, I shall focus on uncovering the thoughts of other members. It is indeed essential to engage with each member individually, as this is a vital process, and we must ensure that every step is executed meticulously. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Weiquan wore a smile that was both earnest and respectful. Under these circumstances, let us proceed to your secretary's office for our discussion. Very well. Following this, they exited the conference room in succession, making their way down the corridor towards Lin Weiquan's office. Upon arriving, Lin Weiquan instinctively tidied his desk before skillfully picking up a beautifully carved teacup from the tabletop. He gently added several pristine green Longjing tea leaves, their shape uniform and appealing. Turning towards the water dispenser, he pressed the hot water switch while adjusting the temperature, ensuring that each drop would perfectly awaken the tea's finest flavors. As the hot water gradually filled the teacup, the tea leaves danced and unfurled in the water, releasing a delicate fragrance that soon permeated the entire room. Minister Chen, please enjoy some tea. Lin Weiquan respectfully extended the teacup towards Chen Qigong. Upon receiving the cup, Chen Qigong took a delicate sip, and a wave of sweetness enveloped his palate, lifting his spirits instantly. Indeed, after all, it is a renowned tea. Its sweetness accompanied by a hint of freshness that refreshes the soul and lingers in the memory. Then, clearing his throat, Chen Qigong carefully articulated, Secretary Lin. According to the relevant regulations set forth by the organization, during my one-on-one exchanges with the leadership team, it is imperative to ensure the confidentiality and depth of our discussions. As the principal leader of the unit, I kindly request that you temporarily step away, and I hope for your understanding and support in this matter. Chen Qigong was well aware that a relatively private setting would facilitate more open-hearted and sincere communication. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan patted his forehead, seemingly chiding himself for his oversight. My memory. In my eagerness to converse with the minister, I nearly overlooked this crucial aspect. You are right. This is the protocol. Very well. I shall step outside and wait, ensuring I do not interrupt your discussion. With that, he rose, straightened his attire, and prepared to leave. Secretary Lin, please do not rush. Take your time, Chen Qigong promptly added. There is one more matter to confirm. Are all the team members waiting in their respective offices? Indeed. They have all been duly notified and are simply awaiting your summons to commence this segment, came the reply. Who shall we speak with first? Who is next? I am responsible for notifying them to prepare individually. Chen Qigong smiled faintly, exuding an air of confidence. He began the conversation with the deputy secretary, as is customary and a sign of respect. Conducting the recommendation discussions in accordance with the party hierarchy is both fair and just, ensuring everyone is convinced and satisfied. As for the notifications, you need not personally inform each individual. It is sufficient to delegate this task to a diligent staff member. Very well. I will personally inform Xiao Hong, considering his position as deputy secretary is unique and warrants special attention. As for the others, I shall follow your suggestion and have the party and government office staff notify them. Sounds good. Lin Weiquan then exited the room. Before long, Xiao Hong arrived at the door and knocked. Please come in. Chen Qigong's voice resonated from within. Xiao Hong stepped inside. Secretary Qiao, please take a seat. Chen Qigong looked up at Xiao Hong, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards the chair before him, inviting Xiao Hong to sit. Xiao Hong sat down, albeit with a certain stiffness. Observing Xiao Hong's formal demeanor, Chen Qigong couldn't help but chuckle softly. His tone carried a hint of jest. Comrade Xiao Hong, are we strangers? Is this our first meeting? Not at all. I have known Minister Chen for over a decade, Xiao Hong replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Qigong's smile widened. Then why do you still seem so reserved? Is there truly a need for such formality in my presence? It feels rather distant. We ought to be candid with one another. Xiao Hong's gaze reflected a degree of caution as he responded, Minister Chen, I am acutely aware of the value of your time. Therefore, I wish to dive straight into the topic at hand, ensuring not a moment of your time is squandered, especially with other committee members awaiting their recommendation discussions. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. Please share your thoughts on the two candidates. He and Jiang Zhaoyang, Chen Qigong stated directly. It would be best to speak freely and thoroughly. Rest assured, today's discourse shall remain confidential, he added. This is to ensure that leadership decisions can be grounded in the most authentic and comprehensive information, allowing for the most rational judgments. After reflecting on Chen Qigong's words, Xiao Hong began, Minister Chen, before addressing your query, I would like to pose a question to you. Would you prefer to hear platitudes that please the ear yet may distort the truth, or confront the reality, which may be less palatable but more genuine? Chen Qigong's expression sharpened with focus. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and asked earnestly, what constitutes a falsehood, and what defines the truth? Xiao Hong's eyes deepened with thought as he replied, the criteria for this selection seemed tailor-made for him. If I were to speak falsely, I would claim that Comrade He is exceptionally capable and nearly flawless. He is immensely talented, demonstrating exceptional skills in both work capacity and interpersonal relations. More importantly, in terms of work experience, attitude, and personal charisma, he is the perfect fit for the role of deputy mayor. There is no other contender. Xiao Hong wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, a smile that concealed subtle depths of meaning and mockery, as if he were probing, or perhaps jesting. Minister Chen, such flattering words are pearls of wisdom, each phrase melodious and captivating. They caress like a spring breeze, bringing a sense of refreshment. Surely, they are music to your ears and those of your superiors, are they not? Furthermore, when these delightful remarks circulate, do they ultimately serve my interests more than they hinder them? Speaking of which, Xiao Hong added with a playful tone. Even if such praise were to spread, would it benefit me or detract from my standing? Qin Shigong appeared somewhat embarrassed, insisting, what I seek is the unvarnished truth. I am responsible for conveying these sentiments in their purest form to the leadership, and I shall relay them without reservation. As for the final decision, that rests solely with the leaders, who will consider the broader context. I have no authority to intervene or foresee the outcome. Now, please, speak candidly. Share your truth. Qin Shigong retrieved his notebook, laying it open upon the desk, pen in hand, poised to capture every word with precision. I shall meticulously record your every utterance to ensure they are conveyed accurately to the leadership. Xiao Hong nodded gently, recognizing that although Minister Qin occupied a mid-level position, he upheld his principles with commendable resolve. Minister, since you desire honesty rather than hollow flattery, I shall speak plainly. I hope our dialogue can be as pristine as white paper, clean, direct, devoid of superfluous embellishments and trivial pleasantries. At this juncture, Xiao Hong deliberately paused, as if preparing mentally for the words he was about to unleash. He weighed whether his forthcoming remarks were appropriate, pondering the potential ramifications they might have on the existing situation. Yet, after a brief internal struggle, he resolved to proceed, unburdening his thoughts. His words were nothing short of shocking. This fellow. Xiao Hong's tone dripped with disdain and anger, beyond his sycophantic flattery and attempts to curry favor with the leadership. I find little merit in him worthy of praise. If pandering to superiors counts as a virtue, then he embodies it. He is obsequious to his superiors, oppressive to his subordinates, arrogant and overbearing, utterly uneducated, and narrow-minded. Xiao Hong enumerated He's many transgressions, each term striking like a hammer against Qin Shigong's heart. Qin Shigong could not help but furrow his brow, disbelief and shock evident in his gaze. And what else? He inquired, his brow furrowing further. Moreover, Xiao Hong's tone suddenly intensified. He is nothing short of a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Qin Shigong felt a heavy weight settle within him, as if gripped by an invisible force, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. His eyes widened, astonished. The words of the secretary and the deputy secretary were so strikingly divergent, utterly dissimilar. One voice came from the secretary, the other from the deputy secretary. Despite their differing positions and expressions, the contrast was stark. Yet their words were akin to an invisible arrow, collectively aiming at a sensitive and intricate subject, scoundrels. Both spoke of these unscrupulous men, leaving one to ponder who among He and Jiang Zhaoyang truly embodied the essence of a scoundrel. These two names circled within his mind, like flickering lanterns in a fog, making discernment exceedingly difficult. Might there be concrete evidence to substantiate such claims? Qin Shigong endeavored to render his voice more composed and impartial, yearning to elicit more detailed and irrefutable information from the other party. Xiao Hong nodded, affirming the existence of such evidence. He toyed with women, manipulating a nurse named Lu Ao from a neighboring health clinic at his whim. Initially, he showered her with sweet words, ensnaring Lu Ao in a web of affection, leading her to endure multiple abortions. Once he grew weary of her, he callously discarded her, abandoning her after igniting her hopes. This abrupt turn of events shattered Lu Ao's psychological defenses, plunging her into despair, even prompting suicidal thoughts. As he recounted this, a flicker of anger and sympathy flashed in Xiao Hong's eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he continued, is this behavior not the very definition of a scoundrel? Listening to Xiao Hong's account, Qin Shigong felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that He could be such a despicable individual. Yet Xiao Hong hesitated, as if there were more left unsaid. In truth, he had yet to reveal that the girl was a distant relative of his, which contributed to his profound disdain for He. Is what you speak of truly accurate? Qin Shigong inquired. Suddenly, Xiao Hong chuckled mockingly. Do you not believe me? If so, consider it a fabrication on my part. Is that satisfactory? Regardless, the facts remain unchanged, whether you choose to accept them or not. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shigong remarked, you oppose He's promotion, do you not? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong furrowed his brow, responding with irritation. Did I convey support for his elevation after all I have said? Do I seem like one to defend him? His tone held a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin Shigong paused. Laying down his pen, he gently caressed the teacup, turning it in his hands, his eyes shimmering with a deeper meaning. Shifting the topic, he spoke with a subtle nuance. Let us temporarily set aside the question of morality. To address the matter at hand, He does possess considerable talent. He is not as lacking as you suggest. Xiao Hong's brows knitted slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn. What leads you to such a conclusion? I have yet to perceive that, he replied. Qin Shigong smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Qiu Hong's reaction. Lowering his voice, almost as if sharing a well-guarded secret, he said, "Are you aware that he has recently collaborated with Lin Weiquan to compose a research report on the economic transformation of rural towns? That article, with its unique insights and thorough analysis, garnered significant praise from the secretary, who was thoroughly impressed." Qiu Hong's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He could not help but curl his lip. "He authored that? Are you certain? You mean to say that Lin Weiquan's name appears on that article as well? And he is listed first?" After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Shigong suddenly realized the truth. He shook his head, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Although Lin Weiquan's name was prominently displayed, in this circle, who is not aware of the underlying realities? With leaders perpetually occupied with their duties, who possesses the luxury of time to craft extensive treatises, the ones who truly labor diligently, carefully weighing each word, are invariably the subordinates. This is an open secret within the circle, tacitly acknowledged by all. At this juncture, Chen Shigong deliberately paused, seemingly allowing Qiu Hong to absorb this information. He then continued, "Consider those profound insights, precise data analyses, and forward-thinking recommendations in that article. Which of these seems to have originated from someone lacking in knowledge and deemed utterly worthless by you? The mere fact that Lin Weiquan's name appears is simply a consequence of his position. Perhaps he contributed a few suggestions, but who, if not he, is the true author?" Qiu Hong raised his chin slightly, a sardonic smile curving his lips, concealing a blend of mockery and disdain. "I have heard that Jiang Zhaoyang has been overseeing this matter all along. Every detail bears his dedication and intellect. Yet, how has it suddenly transformed into the masterpiece of Lin Weiquan and he?" His eyes sparkled with skepticism as he awaited a reasonable explanation from Chen Shigong. If Lin Weiquan, as a leader, had indeed approached the matter from a macro perspective and offered key suggestions, later affixing his name to the final product, that could be somewhat comprehensible. However, Qiu Hong's voice faltered slightly as he cast a sharp glance at Chen Shigong. But what if he? What has he done? Is it merely because of his close relationship with Lin Weiquan that he can brazenly claim the labor of others as his own? Is this not an overt act of plagiarism? Upon hearing this, Chen Shigong furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he slowly spoke, uncertainty lacing his voice. Can this be understood in this manner? How so? Might it be said that the initial work was indeed entirely under Jiang Zhaoyang's purview? However, due to organizational adjustments, he was reassigned to guard the reservoir, unable to continue. Consequently, the concluding phases of this task naturally fell upon He's shoulders, culminating in the completion of all processes and the signing of his name. From this perspective, can this truly be deemed plagiarism? After all, both the initial efforts and the final execution are indispensable components. A knowing smile crept across Qiu Hong's lips. He spoke slowly, his tone laced with amusement. "Minister Chun, I possess a rather vivid metaphor regarding this issue. I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it, to see if you can embrace my unique interpretation? Oh, pray, enlighten me." Chen Shigong's curiosity was piqued, and he instinctively leaned forward, eager to listen to Qiu Hong's words. Imagine, upon a vast expanse of wilderness, a solitary figure exerting every ounce of strength to uproot a tree. His hands gripped the trunk tightly, his feet firmly embedded in the soil. Beads of sweat cascading down his face, and veins bulging with effort as he summons every vestige of his primal power. After a prolonged struggle, the tree begins to yield, its roots slowly revealing themselves from the earth, the dawn of victory gleaming before him. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected interloper appears, unburdened by the toil that preceded him. He strides directly to the tree on the verge of being uprooted, effortlessly displacing the weary laborer. With a gentle tug on the trunk, he extracts the tree, which was nearly freed, with astonishing ease. Thus arises the question, should this latecomer be heralded as the hero who completed the arduous task of uprooting the tree? Or is he merely a thief, appropriating the fruits of another's labor? Qiu Hong's words bore a hint of rhetorical inquiry as his gaze fixated intently on Chen Shigong's face, seemingly awaiting a satisfactory response. Upon hearing this, Chen Shigong's expression abruptly froze. His eyes widened, lips parted, yet he found himself at a loss for words. On one hand, he was genuinely astonished by Qiu Hong's exquisite and piercing metaphor, which sliced through the heart of the matter with the precision of a sharp blade. On the other hand, he succumbed to profound disquiet. In the face of such a convoluted situation, interwoven with myriad interests and emotional entanglements, how to fairly and objectively assess each individual's merits and faults became an insurmountable dilemma. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation, rendered speechless and dumbfounded. After a prolonged silence, Chen Qigong remarked, "He may have contributed in some aspects of detail or execution, yet these contributions were magnified in the final presentation. His gravest error lies in his neglect of Jiang Zhaoyang's indispensable input, failing to credit Jiang Zhaoyang." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyang could not suppress a cold smile, one that concealed deep disdain and contempt. "Are you suggesting that his every word was squeezed out with great difficulty, a character devoid of scholarly merit, who ingratiates himself with superiors and oppresses subordinates, behaving arrogantly, with such trifling contributions, ones that anyone could easily accomplish, he can transform into the linchpin of this crucial research project? There are countless individuals with such contributions," he continued with a tone laced with sarcasm. "The ones who printed documents, reviewed manuscripts, bound reports, even those who delivered them to the county, and the drivers who provided transportation, did not each of them contribute to this project? If we follow your logic, should not these individuals also inscribe their names on the outcome report, turning it into an interminable list of names?" At this point, Zhaoyang could not help but shake his head, his eyes brimming with derision for such absurd reasoning. If every statement requires attribution, how can the true core value of the research report be manifested? Should we inscribe a long list of names until the paper is entirely filled in order to appease everyone? His words bore a sharp edge, striking at the heart of the issue. This logic seems rather strained, does it not? Furthermore, if your assertions hold any merit, why was it that during the initial and even mid-stages of the research, we had never heard of ED's name or his involvement? Did he simply materialize from thin air, or have we collectively experienced amnesia? Zhaoyang's series of rhetorical questions struck like a barrage, leaving Chen Qigong feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to muster a compelling rebuttal. "The truth behind this matter is likely far more complex than you suggest." Chen Qigong felt the heat rise to his cheeks, acutely aware that the hypothesis he had proposed seemed increasingly untenable. Embarrassed, he glanced at his wristwatch, attempting to divert the topic. "Comrade Zhaoyang, I understand your perspective, and I have duly noted your opinions. I will provide a detailed report to the leadership." At this juncture, he shifted the conversation, asking, "What about Jiang Zhaoyang? I understand you mean to recommend him, but what specific views or evaluations do you hold about him?" Upon hearing this, Zhaoyang's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he had been anticipating the question. "As you know, Minister Chen." "What do I know?" Chen Qigong replied, bewildered. "He is a selected trainee. Are you not aware?" "Well." A fleeting, awkward smile crossed Chen Qigong's face. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor, attempting to salvage some semblance of dignity. "Of course I know. I simply did not recall it at that moment. I have always held Jiang Zhaoyang's potential in high regard," Zhaoyang elaborated. "Selected trainees indeed enjoy preferential treatment and promotions, reflecting the organization's recognition of their grassroots training and potential. As for Jiang Zhaoyang, his capabilities should not be underestimated by any of us. Not only does he possess a solid professional foundation, but his dedication and passion for work are also commendable. He is diligent and proactive. Having spent 6 months in a village, he possesses profound grassroots work experience and a deep understanding of the needs of the populace. His approach to problem-solving is grounded and practical, and he has demonstrated exceptional work abilities. Whether tackling complex issues or responding to emergencies, he navigates with ease, earning admiration from all." At this point, Zhaoyang paused briefly before continuing. "Of course, the ultimate decision regarding his promotion requires the organization to consider numerous factors. I am not the decision-maker, so I cannot predict the outcome. However, from my personal perspective, I wholeheartedly recommend him. I believe that if given a higher platform, he will undoubtedly make a greater impact and contribute significantly to the cause of the party and the people." As Chen Qigong listened intently to Zhaoyang's words, he diligently recorded every key point in his notebook. He was acutely aware of the significance of this conversation, understanding fully the responsibilities he bore as a member of the Human Resources Department in the selection of cadres. When Zhaoyang concluded his final remarks, Chen Qigong closed his notebook, nodded, and said, "All right. I have duly noted your opinions. It is getting late, and I still need to speak with several other colleagues to gather their thoughts and insights. Let us conclude our discussion here for today." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyang rose to his feet, exhaling deeply as if a burden had been lifted. He smiled at Chen Qigong and remarked, "Very well, Minister Chen. I believe I have expressed all that I needed to convey. I trust the organization will make the right decision. Farewell." With that, Zhaoyang shook hands with Chen Qigong and turned to exit the office. Next to enter was Dong Xian. "Commissioner Dong, please, have a seat." Chen Qigong greeted warmly. Dong Xian responded with some hesitation, slowly taking a seat, his hands unconsciously clasped together, appearing somewhat uneasy. Commissioner Dong, as a member of the organization committee. Your opinion on cadre selection is invaluable. I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble. Let us get straight to the point, Chen Qigong stated directly. Between He Di and Jiang Zhaoyang, whom do you recommend? Can you elaborate on their strengths and weaknesses? Dong Xian pondered for a moment, acknowledging that both individuals had their merits and unique qualities. It is not by chance that they are among the candidates. They each possess commendable attributes. Chen Qigong nodded slightly, encouraging Dong Xian to continue. He Di excels in coordinating relationships and is more adept in communication compared to Jiang Zhaoyang. Based on your observations and understanding, whom do you lean towards recommending? Chen Qigong inquired, his smile hinting at a playful anticipation of Dong Xian's response. Dong Xian hesitated, lowering his gaze as he contemplated once more before stammering, I still lean towards recommending He Di. Upon hearing this, Chen Qigong's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He picked up his pen, diligently noting Dong Xian's recommendation in his notebook. Then he looked up at Dong Xian and said, Very well, I have recorded that. Do you have anything else you wish to add? Dong Xian shook his head, indicating there was nothing further to say. Then you may leave. Yes. Dong Xian rose and departed the office. Following him was the Discipline Inspection Secretary, Tong Liguan. Secretary Tong, please take a seat. Tong Liguan smiled but did not rush to sit down. His gaze casually swept over the tea table in front of Chen Qigong. Noticing that the exquisite teacup had quietly diminished to half its capacity. With a gentle touch, he picked up the teacup and slowly approached the water dispenser, thoughtfully refilling it with warm water. Minister Chen, please enjoy some water. Tong Liguan placed the teacup back carefully, his tone imbued with a sense of humility. He then respectfully took his seat. Chen Qigong accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip and remarked, Secretary Tong, you truly exhibit exceptional courtesy and an understanding of hospitality. Minister Chen, you are our esteemed guest, and I have little of worth to offer, I said, pouring tea and water. Chen Qigong gently set down his cup and remarked, Let us return to the matter at hand, for time is of the essence. Today, I wish to hear your thoughts regarding comrades He Di and Jiang Zhaoyang. Whom do you lean towards recommending? Please elaborate on your reasoning. Tong Liguan furrowed his brow slightly, a look of hesitation crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed he was weighing the significance of each word. Minister Chen, both comrades possess their own strengths and merits. Thus, selecting the superior candidate poses quite a challenge for me. Ultimately, I shall defer to the organization's intentions. I hold no objections to either choice. Tong Liguan felt a twinge of anxiety as he recalled recent days when, under Lin Weichuan's directive, he had employed a strategy to suppress Jiang Zhaoyang, intending to impose a harsh penalty to showcase his decisiveness and curry favor with Lin. However, that confrontation had far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Zhaoyang, who appeared gentle and refined, harbored an indomitable spirit. Faced with sudden oppression, he did not falter. Instead, he countered vehemently, his words sharp and biting, even branding Tong as a lackey. In that moment, Tong Liguan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, consumed by indignation and embarrassment. He had dearly wished to impose a severe punishment upon Jiang, ensuring he would never recover. Yet, the subsequent events left him astounded, as Jiang Zhaoyang was unexpectedly included in the list of recommended candidates for promotion. This news struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned, realizing he had unwittingly kicked against an iron plate. It was truly unexpected. Without a formidable background, how could Jiang Zhaoyang dare to face such vitriol? It was now apparent that Jiang was far from an ordinary individual. Tong Liguan recognized he had truly provoked someone beyond his capacity to confront. However, He Di was similarly formidable. His father, He Donglai, currently enjoyed a prominent position before the county chief, wielding substantial power as the head of the county's foremost bureau, his influence undeniable and well-known. He Di's candidacy was no mere coincidence. The forces and strategies behind him evidently exceeded Tong Liguan's imagination. He Di was not to be underestimated. In the current scenario, He Di and Jiang Zhaoyang stood on equal footing, a balance of power. In such a landscape, choosing sides had become a high-stakes gamble. A misstep could not only result in the forfeiture of a promotion, but could also cast an indelible shadow over one's political career, jeopardizing the future. In this silent war, the wisest course of action was to adopt a neutral stance. By neither aligning with He Di nor leaning towards Jiang Zhaoyang, one could maintain a safe distance from both, avoiding offense and preserving room for maneuverability. Such a strategy, though seemingly moderate, was indeed pragmatic. A wise individual would hedge their bets on both sides, ensuring they offend neither. Taking a neutral stance seems to be the most prudent approach at present. However, Qin Shigong expressed some dissatisfaction with this method. Comrade Tong Liguan, at this critical juncture, it is imperative that you clarify your position. There is no middle ground, only a binary choice. Your attitude must be unequivocal, allowing me to accurately document it for reference in leadership decisions. Qin Shigong's words struck Tong Liguan like a heavy hammer, hitting a sensitive nerve within him. Upon hearing the phrase documented for reference, Tong Liguan felt as if he had been jolted by an electric shock, springing abruptly from his chair. His expression a complex amalgamation of surprise and resignation. Minister Qin, I truly find it difficult to choose between them. His voice trembled slightly, evidently overwhelmed by the sudden pressure. This feels somewhat like being forced into a corner. You know, my work is in discipline inspection. My responsibility solely pertains to matters concerning the punishment of officials. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed too much, perhaps suggesting that he was nitpicking. In this regard, I can manage, but when it comes to recommending officials, I am indeed out of my depth. Tong Liguan added, when it involves recommending officials, I genuinely feel at a loss and somewhat helpless. My work habits and thought processes do not align well with this task. The organization committee is far more suited for this. They are well acquainted with the strengths and weaknesses of every official, knowing how to utilize them effectively. Observing the evasive Tong Liguan before him, Qin Shigong felt a tumult of emotions, caught between laughter and frustration. This individual epitomized the quintessential fence-sitter. Swaying with the slightest shift in the wind, retreating into his shell at the faintest hint of tension, refusing to reveal even the slightest hint of his true stance. Qin Shigong understood all too well that extracting a clear opinion from Tong Liguan before the situation became entirely clear was akin to climbing a mountain. With a resigned sigh, he opted for a different approach, subtly suggesting, Comrade, he indeed possesses numerous commendable qualities, his work is satisfactory, and he is amiable towards others. Upon hearing this, Tong Liguan instinctively concurred. Yes, indeed, he has many strengths. The organization has a discerning eye, or else he would not have been included in the candidate list. So, what is your implication? I have no implication. Tong Liguan steadfastly refused to take a stance. Qin Shigong, sensing the futility in this, realized that Tong Liguan had once again begun to evade directness. He pressed on, in your view, do you think Comrade He's advantages are sufficient to enable him to stand out in this selection process? Tong Liguan responded immediately. Well, I cannot say for sure. I am entirely aligned with the organization's intentions. The organization's decisions are undoubtedly wise and correct. Observing this, Qin Shigong's expression shifted slightly. He abandoned the pretense and directly addressed the matter at hand. What about Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang? Do you believe he is more suited for the position of deputy town mayor compared to He? At this, Tong Liguan felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. He immediately adopted an ambiguous stance, exclaiming, I cannot say for certain. Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang does possess his merits and strengths. However, he reiterated, I must emphasize that everything must adhere to the organization's intentions. Qin Shigong observed Tong Liguan's impenetrable demeanor and decided to confront him directly. Isn't the town party committee planning to impose sanctions on Jiang Zhaoyang? Upon hearing this, Tong Liguan was instantly overcome with trepidation, his complexion paling. He had never anticipated that Qin Shigong would broach such a sensitive topic so abruptly. He hastily denied, no, that's not the case. You must have misheard. Tong Liguan secretly muttered to himself that the entire affair was fabricated from thin air. The so-called evidence was merely a concoction, orchestrated under Lin Weichuan's directives, aimed at eliminating him, a thorn in their side, by meticulously assembling baseless accusations from trivial details, truly akin to finding a flaw in an egg. Now that Jiang Zhaoyang had ascended to prominence, backed by an unassailable support, how could he foolishly admit to such unfounded allegations? Wasn't that akin to willingly leaping into a pit of fire, inviting trouble? The thought sent a shiver of dread through Tong Liguan. He pondered that this was not merely placing a tarnished cap upon his head, but rather tightening a noose around his neck. Even with Lin Weichuan's backing, he feared the possibility of being scapegoated. Should circumstances shift, Lin Weichuan might readily cast him aside for his own gain, leaving him utterly forsaken. Just as Tong Liguan was engulfed in anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed, Qin Shigong abruptly produced a disciplinary decision from his pocket, slamming it onto the table. His gaze piercing as he inquired, what is the meaning of this? As the department responsible for this disciplinary action, you cannot possibly be unaware of the contents of this decision. He continued, if you are aware, that is acceptable. If not, it constitutes dereliction of duty. Tong Liguan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected interrogation, rendered speechless. He felt a flush rise to his face, his ears buzzing. He opened his mouth. Yet no words emerged. After a considerable pause, he stammered, This decision. It has some issues. It cannot withstand close scrutiny. He seemed to regain a semblance of confidence and quickly added, Moreover, it is merely a draft at this stage, having not undergone formal discussion and approval by the party committee. Therefore, it cannot be considered valid. Chen Qigong was left speechless. He raised his hand, stating, Since you refuse to endorse it, I must, by procedure, treat you as abstaining. Very well. Tong Liguan's face instantly brightened with a sense of relief, as if he had just extricated himself from a tense game. He silently exhaled, calculating that while this choice might provoke discontent in Hedong Lai, it at least spared him the wrath of Jiang Zhaoyang directly. In this intricate and ever-changing landscape, maintaining neutrality and refraining from hastily taking sides is often a wise course of action. Should Jiang Zhaoyang ultimately emerge victorious through some unforeseen force, one might still retain the flexibility to navigate the situation. Having already offended Jiang Zhaoyang, opposing him again could lead to dire consequences. If Jiang were to rise again, one would undoubtedly find oneself in the crosshairs of his vengeance. It would indeed be surprising if the heavy hand of oppression did not first point towards oneself. As the hour for dining approached, a sumptuous meal was delivered. Chen Qigong hastily consumed his food before promptly resuming his work. In the ensuing hours, he engaged in conversations with other members of the party committee and the deputy town mayor. However, the attitudes of these individuals left him feeling somewhat helpless and disappointed. They were either silent or spoke in vague terms, their positions shrouded in ambiguity, mirroring Tong Liguan's behavior as if they were deliberately avoiding the expression of a definitive stance. Chen Qigong shook his head in resignation. They were all seasoned players, swaying with the tide. He silently calculated that only 3 individuals had made their positions clear: Lin Weiquan, Dong Xian, and Xiu Hong. Lin Weiquan and Dong Xian supported He Di, while Xiu Hong unambiguously backed Jiang Zhaoyang, his position beyond dispute. Thus, the situation had crystallized into a 2-to-1 scenario, with He Di momentarily in the lead. A considerable number of individuals, however, remained non-committal, swaying like reeds in the wind, easily influenced by whichever side seemed stronger. While Chen Qigong was engaged in private discussions with leadership, Lin Weiquan entered He Di's office. Upon seeing Lin Weiquan, He Di's face lit up with surprise. He quickly rose from behind his desk, respectfully offering his seat. Subsequently, he eagerly poured a steaming cup of tea for Lin Weiquan, the aroma wafting through the office. With both hands cradling the teacup, he presented it to Lin Weiquan with an obsequious smile, exclaiming, Director Lin, your esteemed presence graces my humble office. It truly brightens this place. Please, do enjoy the tea. Have a seat. He cautiously settled into the chair opposite Lin Weiquan. Director Lin, I hope I have not posed any issues this time. Do you think there are still problems? Lin Weiquan replied with a gentle smile, gradually setting down his teacup and fixing his gaze on He Di, as if attempting to penetrate his innermost thoughts. With that formidable Jiang Zhaoyang looming over us, I find it hard to feel secure, He Di finally confessed, his voice tinged with a mix of helplessness and trepidation. The name Jiang Zhaoyang hung over him like an intangible shadow, lingering in his mind and refusing to dissipate. Do not worry, not only does the county chief support you, but so does the secretary. Both titans stand behind you. What is there to fear? Lin Weiquan remarked dismissively, his words acting like a potent tonic, swiftly alleviating much of He Di's anxiety. What? Upon hearing this, He Di felt a surge of unrestrained joy within him. He Di could hardly believe his ears. The female secretary of the county committee was actually supporting him? They were complete strangers, with no prior connection. How could this be possible? It was as though a stroke of good fortune had fallen from the heavens. Lin Tu, are you not jesting? Of course, I am not joking. Lin Weiquan nodded affirmatively once more. Observing the fleeting expression of astonishment on He Di's face, coupled with his slightly furrowed brow, Lin Weiquan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He remarked, it is highly likely that the detailed and thorough research report served as a window, allowing her to glimpse your talent and potential through the lines, thus fostering her initial appreciation of you. She has come to know you through your words. He Di smiled knowingly. Next, you must prepare for the conversation. Minister Chen will be interviewing the candidates. Do not falter at this critical moment. The details will determine success or failure, and you must not let anything slip at this pivotal juncture. What specific questions will Minister Chen ask? What should I prepare in advance? He will undoubtedly focus on the theme of how to be an effective deputy town mayor, such as your work approach, insights on local development, problem-solving abilities for the populace, and even strategies for handling emergencies. Lin Weiquan explained patiently. How should I respond? He asked anxiously. Although this is merely a formality, you must handle it with care. Lin Weiquan advised. Do not rush, do not rush. Lin Weiquan gently patted He's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Simply respond regarding the responsibilities of a deputy town mayor, keeping it conventional, and he will find little to critique. With that, Lin Weiquan pushed a work booklet towards him, containing all the necessary information. Just remember it well. He took the booklet and began to read it with some difficulty. Remain in your office while awaiting the conversation. Do not wonder. Yes, He replied. Lin Weiquan exited. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call his father, He Donglai, to share this sudden mix of joy and anxiety. Dad, I heard that Secretary Wei is quite optimistic about my promotion recommendation from the town. His voice betrayed a hint of excitement. Yes. Does that mean I have a double assurance? He asked proudly. However, He Donglai's response doused him with cold water. Although that is the case, you must remain humble and restrained. Arrogance leads to hubris. Do not forget, the political arena is akin to a battlefield, where variables may arise at any moment. You cannot be ostentatious or complacent now. Remember, a cautious approach ensures a safe journey. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can respond with composure. A father knows his son best. He Donglai was acutely aware of his son He's impetuous and easily elated nature. He understood that without proper reminders, He might forget himself due to temporary success, ultimately leading to defeat. Thus, he added, the reason I did not tell you earlier is precisely this. Before the formal appointment is finalized, uncertainty reigns. That which has not yet been secured can never be deemed as one's own possession. Remember, can a cooked duck still take flight? He mused skeptically to himself as he stepped outside, overwhelmed by his own hubris. With the promotion to deputy town mayor seemingly assured, he resolved to confront Jiang Zhaoyang, seeking to humiliate him to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Chen Qigong, adhering to protocol, was next to engage in comprehensive and meticulous discussions with 5 ordinary cadres, representing the voice of the populace. Prior to these formal conversations, Chen was acutely aware of the various concerns and anxieties that might linger in the minds of these officials. To ensure the discussions proceeded smoothly, he thoughtfully organized a warm preparatory meeting. During this gathering, in a sincere tone, Chen assured them, I, Chen Qigong, solemnly promise that everything we discuss today will remain strictly confidential, serving solely as a rational reference for my superiors, regardless of the outcome. I assure you that no word will leak to the outside world. His words indeed had the desired effect. The furrowed brows of the officials gradually unfurled, and their doubts and unease began to dissipate. These cadres commenced to trust Chen Qigong. He then called them into his office one by one for in-depth discussions. He understood that although these ordinary officials held no high positions, their voices resonated more closely with the public and could genuinely reflect the people's sentiments. After all, they were yet unseasoned in the complexities of the world, appearing considerably more naive when compared to the seasoned members of the team. The seasoned members, while undoubtedly more experienced, often displayed a calculated smoothness. Like seasoned professionals in the workplace, they tended to remain neutral in specific situations, neither readily revealing their opinions nor easily offending others. While this approach may seem prudent, it ultimately hinders the expression of genuine thoughts and the extraction of valuable insights and suggestions. In contrast, these ordinary cadres, despite their naivety, possessed a commendable purity and courage. When Chen Qigong's calm and powerful voice resonated, they chose to believe in him. In their hearts, Chen's words were not merely personal opinions, but the embodiment of the organization's will, a trustworthy beacon. They grappled with initial hesitations, feeling a tinge of apprehension. After all, speaking candidly often entails risks, and they feared retribution from Lin Weiquan's faction. Yet, they ultimately resolved to express their true thoughts openly. Each statement they made felt as though it was extracted from the depths of their souls, genuine and compelling. However, upon hearing their declarations, Chen Qigong's face betrayed a look of incredulity. He was struck by an invisible force, momentarily rendered speechless. To his astonishment, these cadres unanimously endorsed Jiang Zhaoyang, with not a single individual mentioning He's name. This outcome was undoubtedly a profound shock for him. He had never witnessed such a one-sided situation. Jiang Zhaoyang has firmly established an unassailable position in the hearts of the people. To everyone's astonishment, He emerged from this round of recommendations for ordinary cadres with nothing to show for his efforts, receiving no votes of support whatsoever. This outcome not only perplexed Chen Qigong, but also shattered his long-standing perceptions. In his view, even the most tenuous grassroots support should not lead to such a dismal fate. Such an occurrence is indeed a rarity in his over 10 years of organizational experience. Faced with this unexpected selection result, a vague, intense pain pulsated at his temples, as if it might explode and consume his rationality. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of disappointment and confusion. How could the two leaders' favored candidate end up like this? Chen Qigong murmured to himself, his voice tinged with undeniable astonishment and bewilderment. Had the hopes of the two leaders truly come to naught? However, after a brief moment of distraction, Chen Qigong swiftly composed himself, regaining his usual calm and reason. He reminded himself that he was merely an executor, not a decision-maker. It was his duty to report everything up the chain and escalate the conflicts, even if the two principal leaders chastised him for not performing adequately. There was little he could do. With this thought, he steadied his mind. The next step was to engage directly with the two candidates. He arrived at the small conference room, where indeed Jiang Zhaoyang awaited, presumably for a conversation. Witnessing this scene, a wave of malice surged within He. He deliberately raised his voice, laced with mockery and provocation, saying, "Oh, isn't this Jiang Zhaoyang? No, you should be called the reservoir worker now. What is this? Reduced to the pitiful state of a stray dog? Others at least have an office to shelter in, while you can only curl up in this tiny conference room. How utterly lamentable." The small conference room was specifically designated for leaders' meetings. How could Jiang Zhaoyang shamelessly position himself as a leader and linger here without leaving? Regarding the recent promotion to deputy town mayor, He's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Do you truly believe that with your limited abilities, you can surpass me and deserve to occupy this position? Do you honestly think there is a place for you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he retorted in a tone bordering on derision, "My office has been usurped by someone, or rather, it has become a bird's nest. At least this small conference room resembles a place fit for human habitation. Why should I not stay here instead? As for your assertion that the deputy mayor position is not mine, it may be premature to declare such a thing." He, upon hearing this, felt as if he had encountered the greatest joke imaginable. What? You genuinely believe you possess the capability to stand out in this promotion? If this word gets out, it will surely elicit laughter from many. Jiang Zhaoyang, you are truly overestimating yourself. Such words seemed utterly absurd. I would advise you to return to the reservoir sooner rather than later. Though the reservoir is somewhat remote, it offers the familiar comforts of life and environment, far preferable to aimlessly wandering here. At least there, the waters are vast and the scenery picturesque. Every time you stand by the water's edge and gaze at the boundless surface, does your heart not feel a slight lift? There is a saying that goes, "The beauty is a feast for the eyes." You can savor the breeze and drink in the views. Speaking of which, he mused, as for me, once this promotion opportunity arises, I shall seek out Lu Wan to also relish the experience of a feast for the eyes. Do you know? She is a stunning beauty, with skin as smooth as jade, truly irresistible. At that time, I shall indulge thoroughly. The warmth of her character and the softness of her demeanor are bound to be delightful and unforgettable. Jiang Zhaoyang's eyes blazed like two sharp swords, his rage storming within him like a tempest, almost breaking free from his chest in an explosive surge. He spoke each word with a biting coldness, reminiscent of frost in the dead of winter. Your repeated provocations have pushed me to the edge of my endurance. His gaze, piercing and menacing, sent a chill down the spine. Do you believe I could knock you down with a single punch, leaving you sprawled on the ground, howling in agonizing torment? He was momentarily paralyzed by Jiang Zhaoyang's terrifying stare, fear surging within him. His face turned as pale as parchment, his hair standing on end, as if he had witnessed the most dreadful sight imaginable. He felt frozen, wanting to flee. Yet, his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move even an inch. The room fell into a dreadful silence, the air seemingly frozen. Just then, hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. Summer Bailey burst through the door, her face slightly flushed and her breathing somewhat hurried, clearly having rushed over. "Director there you are. I've been frantic, searching for you everywhere." He turned at the sound, still bearing traces of lingering terror in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly, revealing that he had not fully recovered from his fright. "Is there something you need?" The panic in his tone was unmistakable. "Minister Chen wishes to speak with you regarding an assessment," Summer Bailey replied. Upon hearing this, He felt an immense weight lift from his heart. As if a boulder had been removed, he realized he had found an excellent excuse to escape this oppressive and terrifying place. A triumphant smile crept upon his lips, a sense of relief at finding a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Zhaoyang, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. With a fierce bravado, he declared, "Jiang Zhaoyang, just wait. Once I ascend to the position of deputy town mayor, your life will become a living hell." Upon finishing his words, he surged forth like a wild stallion set free, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Zhaoyang observed He's disheveled and hasty retreat, gradually fading from sight. A faint, cold smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Xiao Bailey, standing nearby, witnessed this scene unfold. With a slight furrow in her brow, she inquired, "Did you and He have a confrontation just now?" "Indeed," Jiang Zhaoyang replied nonchalantly. "He has been rather overbearing." At this, Xiao Bailey's lips curled into a smirk tinged with mockery. Her smile was as frigid and sharp as the ice of winter. "You truly overestimate yourself." Jiang Zhaoyang was momentarily rendered speechless by her words. Jiang Zhaoyang did not immediately retort. Instead, he quietly gazed at Xiao Bailey, a subtle glimmer passing through his eyes. Observing this, Xiao Bailey's disdain deepened, and she shot him a scornful glance, sneering, "What qualifications do you possess to contend with someone like He? He is backed by a convoluted web of influence, while you are merely a bystander, a trivial character in this narrative. Even if you were bestowed with a golden staff, do you truly believe you could transform into the great sage equal to heaven, capable of wielding power at will? You are already in a dire predicament. Do you dare to offend him further? You are well aware of his temperament and methods. Why would you choose to confront him? Is that not akin to charging headfirst into the barrel of a gun? Are you not afraid that once he becomes deputy mayor, he will wield his authority to grind you into the dust, to cast you into the depths of despair?" Jiang Zhaoyang coldly smiled. "You may be afraid, but I am not. I am already barefoot. What fear do I have of shoes? Those who are overly concerned with gain and loss ultimately suffer greater losses." At this, Xiao Bailey curled her lips in a disdainful smirk. "We shall see how this unfolds. You lack both power and influence. In this harsh reality, I foresee you ending up with nothing but a pair of shorts. Even in the depths of despair, you will find yourself without clothes. By then, it will be too late for regrets." Her words were laden with mockery and disdain for Jiang Zhaoyang's future. Seeing Xiao Bailey's contemptuous expression, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a surge of anger. "Your current disdain and indifference stem from your shallow perspective. But remember, today's scorn will become an irreparable regret in the future. One day, I will make you see me in a new light, someone beyond your reach." Xiao Bailey was taken aback for a moment, then disbelief flickered in her eyes. Soon after, a playful smirk graced her lips as she scoffed, "If that day truly comes, I wouldn't mind serving you, washing your hands and preparing your meals." Her words dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Jiang Zhaoyang was momentarily stunned. What was she saying? Xiao Bailey's mocking statement etched a deep wound in his heart, a profound belittlement. Having interacted frequently with the party and government offices, especially with prominent figures, she was likely convinced by Lin Weiquan's insinuations, believing him to be merely a guest, a figure meant to fill the void. She perceived He as merely playing with a mouse. Jiang Zhaoyang, the most hopeless of companions. Indeed, Xiao Bailey did not relent. She continued, her tone laced with mockery and provocation, that would require the sun to rise in the west. After speaking, she seemed unsatisfied, deliberately elongating her words, ensuring each syllable struck Jiang Zhaoyang's heart with clarity. "Will the sun rise in the west?" Xiao Bailey suddenly shifted her tone, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Perhaps that is merely a daydream." Her tone was imbued with scorn and disdain. "Is there anything else? If not, please leave." Jiang Zhaoyang chose to ignore her further. Xiao Bailey scoffed derisively, casting a contemptuous glance at Jiang Zhaoyang before turning on her heel and departing. The sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed through the empty room, each step seemingly mocking Jiang Zhaoyang's impotence and defeat. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Jiang Zhaoyang muttered under her breath, "You insipid sycophant. One day, I shall make you regret your actions today." He arrived at the temporary conference room. Upon seeing He enter, Chen Qigong stood up, eagerly stepping forward to extend his right hand for a handshake. "Comrade He, welcome." Chen Qigong's voice was deep and resonant, politely gesturing for He to take a seat opposite him. He cautiously sat down, leaning slightly forward. His hands instinctively clasped on his lap, his gaze intently fixed on Chen Qigong. He appeared reverent, embodying a humble demeanor. Chen Qigong began, "Comrade He, You have been nominated as one of the candidates for the position of deputy mayor today. In other words, you have a significant chance of becoming a deputy mayor. At this revelation, Heedee's heart skipped a beat, as if gripped tightly by an unseen force. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his expression betrayed the elation and unease swirling within him. He swallowed hard, stammering, Is this true? Aye. Qin Shigong's gaze held a glimmer of expectation. Yes, being a candidate signifies recognition of your past efforts and a hopeful anticipation of your future development. So, I would like to inquire, if you indeed succeed in this competition and assume the role of deputy mayor, what specific plans or strategies do you envision? Heedee took a deep breath, striving to clarify the nebulous concepts swirling in his mind. However, those terms and plans that should have been second nature now felt obscured by a heavy fog, rendering them indistinct. He realized he had nearly forgotten them. Stammering and faltering, Heedee responded, I, the deputy mayor? It is to assist the mayor in his duties, right? I will do my utmost to help the mayor manage the affairs of the town. Qin Shigong listened patiently, refraining from interrupting his discourse. After a brief pause, he continued, that direction is indeed correct. However, could you elaborate on how you intend to assist the mayor and what specific measures or ideas you have in mind? Yet, when pressed for specifics, Heedee found himself at a loss. He froze momentarily, his fingers unconsciously brushing the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping across his face. At that moment, his demeanor appeared somewhat flustered, as though suddenly stripped of all linguistic ability. Heedee's gaze flickered uncertainly. His lips parted slightly, yet he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. For instance, well, our foremost task, of course, is to stimulate the economic development of our town, ensuring that everyone's pockets are filled. Furthermore, we must continuously enhance the quality of life for our fellow villagers, elevating their living standards. Additionally, maintaining social stability is of utmost importance, allowing every resident to thrive in a safe and harmonious environment. All of this must be achieved step by step, solidly, as I assist the mayor. No, wait. Heedee snapped back to reality. His tone tinged with a hint of correction. The secretary is the primary leader. I must primarily assist the secretary in these endeavors. Upon hearing this, Qin Shigong involuntarily furrowed his brow, forming a subtle crease. He internally sighed, recognizing that Heedee's ability to express himself was, regrettably, only passable. He endeavored to maintain a polite smile, yet the disappointment in his eyes was difficult to conceal. Heedee's words were still lacking in clarity. The deputy mayor must indeed adhere to the secretary's leadership, but daily operations should still be coordinated with the mayor. Qin Shigong couldn't help but interject. In fact, the role of the deputy mayor requires close collaboration with the secretary's strategic directives to ensure that the overall direction remains steadfast. Simultaneously, one must work in tandem with the mayor in everyday tasks to ensure that policies are effectively implemented, genuinely benefiting the populace. These two aspects are not contradictory, rather. They complement each other, jointly propelling our town forward. Therefore, we must clarify the relationship between these two facets to better serve the community and foster development. At that moment, Heedee appeared quite flustered. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his cheeks flushed. He could scarcely maintain his composure. Inwardly, he cursed, wondering if the other person was truly oblivious, treating this as an interview. Was there a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him? Did he genuinely believe he had any decisive power? The secretary's and county head's decisions cannot be easily swayed by a mere deputy minister of the organization department. Just get to the point. Why take this so seriously, as if it were a grave matter? How pretentious. Of course, Qin Shigong remained unaware of Heedee's thoughts and urged, please continue. Reluctantly, Heedee began to recite the responsibilities of the deputy mayor, stating that the deputy mayor holds significant duties in administrative management. He assists the mayor, aids in the formulation and execution of the town's development plans and policies, organizes and coordinates various administrative tasks, ensuring the normal operation of the town. Despite his stammering, Heedee barely managed to complete the recitation, exhausting nearly all his remaining energy. Meanwhile, Qin Shigong simply shook his head gently, his eyes revealing an indescribable sense of helplessness and disappointment. Qin Shigong then spoke. Comrade Heedee, our conversation concludes here. Please understand, this is merely a necessary process in the recommendation procedure, and it must be approached with rigor. Understood. Heedee quickly stood up, his demeanor excessively humble. You may return now. All right. He gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, departing with a sense of relief. Following closely was Jiang Zhaoyang, who unexpectedly encountered He Di as he emerged. A flicker of shadow crossed He Di's gaze, lowering his voice. Tinged with a hint of provocation, he remarked, "Wherever I go, there you are. This place seems unrelated to you, does it not? What concern is it of yours?" Jiang Zhaoyang countered with equal fervor, unwavering. "Wherever I may be, it seems unnecessary for you to fret over it. Were you raised on seawater? You are overly meddlesome." He Di, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening further. Jiang Zhaoyang chose to disregard him henceforth. He lightly tapped on the door. "Please come in." The voice of Chen Qigong resonated from within. Upon seeing Jiang Zhaoyang enter, Chen Qigong rose, stepping forward with warmth as he extended his right hand for a brief shake. "Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, welcome." He cordially gestured for Jiang Zhaoyang to take a seat across from him. Jiang Zhaoyang sat down cautiously. A gentle smile graced Chen Qigong's lips, his gaze imbued with a hint of inquiry as he addressed Jiang Zhaoyang. "Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, I understand you rushed here from the reservoir. It must have been a taxing journey. May I inquire, as a graduate of a prestigious 985 university, do you not feel somewhat underutilized guarding the reservoir? Deep within, do you not occasionally harbor a twinge of grievance or discontent?" Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, displayed a serene expression. With neither humility nor arrogance, he replied, "I do not feel that way." Chen Qigong, slightly taken aback, furrowed his brows in confusion. "Oh? What is the reason for this? I would be eager to hear more." The term reservoir, seemingly simple, conceals boundless wisdom and responsibility. It epitomizes the perfect amalgamation of natural and artificial intelligence, representing a model of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. More crucially, it serves as a robust bastion safeguarding our land. In times of critical flood prevention and control, the reservoir's role becomes irreplaceable. It can maximize the absorption of rainwater when torrential storms strike. By employing techniques of peak shaving and valley filling, it adeptly regulates water flow, significantly alleviating the flood pressure on downstream areas, thereby protecting countless households from the ravages of inundation. During the scorching drought of summer, the reservoir transforms from a tranquil water storage facility into a long-awaited source of life-giving rain, as clear streams rush forth from its gates, resembling shimmering silken ribbons that traverse the fields, nurturing the vast expanse of farmland. Under such nourishment, the crops flourish vibrantly, teeming with life. It is this continuous flow of pure water that ensures the stability and prosperity of agricultural production, allowing every inch of this land to radiate with vitality. Resonating with the deep-seated pulse emanating from the reservoir. Reflecting on the past, the decision to construct the reservoir stands as a sagacious act, benefiting the present and ensuring prosperity for generations to come. The task of safeguarding the reservoir is equally a noble and sacred endeavor. It transcends the mere daily oversight of imposing dams. It embodies a profound commitment to this land, its farmlands, its crops, and all those who depend on this vital water source for their livelihoods. It is indeed a great honor. Thus, I do not perceive myself as underutilized, on the contrary. Excelling in the stewardship of the reservoir is no trifling matter. For me, this represents an exceptional opportunity for personal growth. The significance of this role is far-reaching, as it allows me to recognize my own worth. Chen Qigong sat behind an expansive desk, his gaze firmly fixed on the youthful and vibrant figure of Jiang Zhaoyang across from him. Internally, he marveled, his admiration nearly overwhelming. Jiang Zhaoyang, undeniably a graduate of a prestigious 985 university, showcased a unique perspective in problem analysis, eloquent articulation of viewpoints, and a clarity of thought that was truly striking, like the most brilliant star in the night sky, impossible to overlook. He was indeed a rare gem, a one-in-1,000 find. Realizing his momentary lapse in composure, Chen Qigong cleared his throat and swiftly redirected the conversation, adopting a tone of gravity and formality. "Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, let us return to the matter at hand. After extensive evaluation and consideration, you have been officially listed as a candidate for the position of deputy mayor in your town. In other words," Chen Qigong paused, his gaze deepening as it met Jiang Zhaoyang's, "you stand a significant chance of becoming a deputy mayor in the near future, bearing the weighty responsibility of promoting local economic development and enhancing the welfare of the populace." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang's heart raced with sudden excitement. Was this merely a grand illusion? A flicker of disbelief crossed his face as he quickly steadied his breath, striving to maintain his composure and not allow his inner exhilaration and anxiety to compromise his demeanor. He thought to himself that even if this was indeed a lofty promise, he must express his thoughts candidly. Adjusting his posture slightly, he responded in as steady a tone as possible, I am grateful for the organization's trust and support. This represents both an honor and a challenge for me. Should I be fortunate enough to succeed in this competition and attain the position of deputy mayor, I shall dedicate myself fully to meet the expectations placed upon me. Now, Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, I would like to inquire about your specific plans or strategies regarding the promotion of economic development in the town, the improvement of citizens' welfare, and the strengthening of social governance. Should you secure this role? Minister Qin, thank you for your trust and encouragement, Jiang Zhaoyang replied earnestly and resolutely. Specifically, I have outlined several plans and strategies. Firstly, I intend to engage deeply with grassroots communities, actively soliciting the opinions of the populace to understand their genuine needs and aspirations. On this foundation, I will assist the party committee and government in formulating an economic development strategy centered on the cultivation of distinctive industries while also considering ecological preservation. Through the introduction of advanced technologies and management practices, we can enhance the added value of agricultural products, thereby facilitating an increase in farmers' incomes. Simultaneously, it is essential to strengthen infrastructure development and improve conditions related to transportation, water conservancy, and other factors, laying a firm foundation for economic growth. Subsequently, Jiang Zhaoyang took a deep breath and began to expound his governance philosophy and specific plans with fervor and detail. He first addressed the significance of promoting industrial upgrading, emphasizing the transformation and enhancement of traditional industries through technological innovation and structural adjustment. He also advocated for the active introduction of emerging industries to invigorate the local economy. Then, he shifted the focus to the issue of increasing farmers' incomes. He proposed a series of concrete measures, including the development of specialty agriculture, the promotion of modern agricultural techniques, and the expansion of sales channels for agricultural products, all aimed at improving the living standards and well-being of farmers. Jiang Zhaoyang then spoke solemnly about ecological civilization construction, underscoring the importance of protecting the environment. He proposed a range of initiatives, including the implementation of ecological restoration projects, the promotion of green production methods, and the strengthening of environmental supervision, all with the goal of achieving a win-win situation for economic development and environmental protection. Each aspect he addressed was considered thoughtfully and meticulously. Qin Shigong, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "Is that all?" "No. Please continue." Jiang Zhaoyang took a deep breath and continued, "Indeed, I am acutely aware that as a member of the team, the responsibility is immense. It is not only crucial to actively plan for development and drive innovation and progress across various tasks, but also to set an example in personal integrity. I must uphold a clean and honest governance, constantly maintaining a clear mind and resolutely resisting any form of corruption. Furthermore, I must take the initiative to stand against any improper conduct. I firmly believe that only when each of us begins with ourselves can we collectively create a work environment characterized by integrity and righteousness." Upon hearing this, Qin Shigong displayed a look of approval, gently nodding with admiration in his eyes. He understood that in today's complex and ever-changing social landscape, individuals who uphold principles and are willing to take on responsibilities are becoming increasingly rare. Such qualities should not be overlooked. It would be a tragic waste for someone like Jiang Zhaoyang to remain unnoticed. Qin Shigong took a gentle sip of tea from the table, his gaze warm and profound as it turned to Jiang Zhaoyang. He then shifted the topic, speaking with a tone that was both serious and caring in all matters. There are uncertainties. One inevitably encounters setbacks and challenges along the journey of life. I would like to know, if you do not achieve your desired outcome in this fierce competition, how will you perceive such an outcome? Jiang Zhaoyang smiled gently, his expression radiating both confidence and composure. He replied unhurriedly, "I will approach it with an ordinary heart. Competition is a crucible for growth. Regardless of the outcome, it serves as a testament to my capabilities. While victory is indeed gratifying, failure is not the end. Rather, it signifies the commencement of a new beginning. I will return to my duties at the reservoir. As service to the people transcends distinctions of rank or status, it is merely a matter of different vocations. As I previously mentioned, while overseeing the reservoir may appear to be a mundane task, it carries the significant responsibility of safeguarding our homeland and nurturing all living things. This is an exceptionally vital and meaningful occupation. There, I can directly sense the pulse of nature, ensuring tranquility and peace for my fellow villagers. Such a sense of fulfillment is irreplaceable by any other position." Listening to Jiang Zhaoyang's articulate responses and observing his composed demeanor, Qin Shigong repeatedly nodded in agreement. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He possesses adaptability and a broad mind, truly a talent worthy of cultivation. Well said. Each word is a gem, Qin Shigong remarked. In your view, every job is a part of serving the people. Devoid of distinctions of nobility or lowliness, each role plays an indispensable part. Such understanding is indeed rare in today's restless society. Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, you are truly remarkable. You remain humble in prosperity and face adversity with equanimity. This resilience and your expansive heart signify that you are destined for greatness. You are an unrefined jade, and given time, you will undoubtedly shine brightly and become a pillar of society. Qin Shigong's words brimmed with admiration and expectation. At this juncture, he paused, deliberating before continuing. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am aware that you are a selected official with preferential promotion qualifications. This is your advantage. It also serves as a beacon for your future career. However, the current situation is not in your favor and may even be somewhat challenging. You must be mentally prepared. Qin Shigong raised the disciplinary decision in his hand. Do you know what this is? Yes, Jiang Zhaoyang replied calmly. The accusations within are entirely fabricated, unjustly attributing blame. I have only served as a forest ranger for a few days. How can I be held accountable for the diminishing numbers of rare forest animals? Am I to be punished? If I have apprehended 5 poachers and protected the safety of these rare animals, why am I not being recognized for my contributions? Jiang Zhaoyang's tone carried a hint of questioning. He could not comprehend why his efforts and contributions were met with unwarranted criticism instead of the acknowledgement they deserved. Even if we were to consider a balance of merits and demerits, I should not face punishment, should I? How could I possibly accept such a sanction? Jiang Zhaoyang's voice was tinged with indignation. He was acutely aware of what this disciplinary decision meant for his future. Yet, he understood that he could not be easily defeated. However, he was puzzled as to why Tong Liguan had vehemently denied any such occurrences. If nothing had happened, how did this disciplinary decision end up in Minister Chen's hands? Upon hearing Jiang Zhaoyang's agitated remarks, Qin Shigong abruptly raised his hand, making a gesture to halt, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? You claim you personally apprehended 5 poachers? How is that even possible? What is happening? Quickly, tell me the details in full. Qin Shigong's tone brimmed with disbelief and urgency. Jiang Zhaoyang took a deep breath and began to recount the harrowing experience in meticulous detail. After listening intently to Jiang Zhaoyang's narrative, Qin Shigong was overwhelmed by a surge of astonishment. He understood that such an act was no small feat, even for trained law enforcement personnel. Yet Jiang Zhaoyang, an ordinary forest ranger, albeit a part-time one and not a member of the forest police, had managed to apprehend 5 poachers in a single stroke. It was nothing short of miraculous. According to relevant regulations, such actions were fully deserving of commendation, perhaps even a second-class merit award or higher. However, what filled Qin Shigong with indignation was the fact that Jiang Zhaoyang had not received the recognition and rewards he rightfully deserved. Instead, he faced the threat of disciplinary action. This was utterly absurd and exceedingly outrageous. Such treatment was a gross injustice to an exemplary young leader, a blatant act of targeting, retribution, and suppression. It was profoundly disheartening. What, exactly, was Lin Weiquan, Jiang Zhaoyang's superior, attempting to achieve? Why was he so harsh towards such a talented and responsible young man? Was it merely because Jiang Zhaoyang's outstanding performance posed a threat to his position? But how could that be? Their statuses were worlds apart. Or was there some other nefarious motive at play? Lin Weiquan's reasoning was unfathomable. What was his true intent? Qin Shigong gingerly opened an unlocked drawer, the faint sound of its sliding mechanism resonating distinctly in the tranquil office. He slowly retrieved a pristine disposable cup, its rim glistening softly. His gaze then shifted to the elegant tea box on the desk, adorned with intricate carvings that exuded a sense of timeless charm. With deft fingers, he plucked a few dark green tea leaves, which resembled tiny emeralds, shimmering with a natural luster. He gently poured the leaves into the immaculate cup. Rising, he made his way to the water cooler and pressed the hot water button, patiently waiting. Soon, the scalding water flowed like a gentle stream into the cup. As the boiling water infused the tea leaves, they danced and twirled, releasing a captivating fragrance that instantly filled the office, dispelling the last remnants of heaviness in the air. With great care, Qin Shigong lifted the cup of tea and approached Jiang Zhaoyang. Here, have a cup of tea, he said in a soft voice, akin to a warm ray of sunshine on a spring day, banishing the shadows clouding Jiang Zhaoyang's heart. Surprised, Jiang Zhaoyang looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated Minister Qin would personally brew tea for him. This unexpected gesture of kindness stirred a profound emotion within him. How could I possibly accept such honor from the minister? Jiang Zhaoyang promptly rose to his feet, accepting the teacup with both hands. His tone imbued with a mix of humility and unease. Yet, more than that, he was enveloped in a profound sense of gratitude stirred by the warmth of the moment. Chen Qigong's lips gently curved into a reassuring and benevolent smile. I have invited you here. You are my guest. It is only natural to serve tea to a guest, he affirmed. Jiang Zhaoyang took the teacup and savored a delicate sip. The aroma of the tea burst forth on his palate, akin to a bud poised to bloom, unfurling gradually upon his taste buds. A comforting warmth cascaded from his throat throughout his entire being, as if the burdens that had weighed heavily upon his heart for days dissipated in an instant, granting him an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. He slightly closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and serenity. Xiaojiang, Chen Qigong's voice resonated once more. This disciplinary notice has not yet been submitted to the party committee for discussion, therefore, it cannot be regarded as a formal decision. At best, it is merely a letter of intent or a draft. The reason I brought it forth is to inform you of the precariousness of your situation. You must exercise caution and restraint now. However, there is no need for excessive worry. I will present this so-called disciplinary decision to the county leaders for their review. They possess their own standards of judgment, and fairness resides within the hearts of the people. The truth will eventually surface. At this juncture, Chen Qigong paused, his gaze deep and penetrating as he looked at Jiang Zhaoyang, as if to condense all encouragement and expectation into that singular moment. Now, the only thing you need to focus on is to be true to yourself, to maintain that rare initial passion and dedication. The rest shall be entrusted to time. I believe time will reveal all. Jiang Zhaoyang nodded gently, his eyes shimmering with gratitude and determination. I understand, Minister Chen. Thank you for your heartfelt dedication and selfless assistance. His voice, though soft, was laden with immense trust and respect. Chen Qigong smiled again. Do you have any further remarks or matters to clarify? None. I have conveyed everything I needed to say. Then our conversation concludes here. You may leave. Very well. Chen Qigong extended his hand for a firm handshake with Jiang Zhaoyang. Jiang Zhaoyang slightly inclined his body and took his leave. As Jiang Zhaoyang's figure gradually receded, ultimately vanishing from sight, Chen Qigong slowly withdrew his gaze. His hands gently caressed the somewhat weathered notebook, the pages filled with neat, robust handwriting, meticulously documenting every salient point from his conversation with Jiang Zhaoyang. He intended to present this account in its entirety and authenticity to the two principal leaders of the county. Jiang Zhaoyang's future would hinge upon their final verdict. As he closed the notebook, the image of the leaders reviewing this record surfaced in his mind. If everything were to be judged impartially, then Jiang Zhaoyang, with his exceptional talents, solid grassroots support, and the silent contributions he had made to the village, would certainly shine through. Without a doubt, he would ascend to the position of deputy mayor, provided there were no clandestine manipulations at play. Should such a situation arise, he would find himself powerless. Deeply saddened by the circumstances, it is his fervent hope that such occurrences remain absent, for the consequences would lead to a loss of public trust, leaving those truly capable and willing to serve the people disheartened. The eyes of the populace are keenly perceptive, although they may not witness every detail of the election. They possess an inherent scale to discern who is genuinely trustworthy and reliable, even if the vote count remains undisclosed. Various channels provide hints that allow for an estimation of the outcome, only if a stalemate exists between Jiang Zhaoyang and his competitors. Where both sides are evenly matched and indistinguishable, would the election results become enigmatic and unpredictable. A mere 1 or 2 votes apart would make it exceedingly challenging for anyone to conjecture accurately. After bidding farewell to Chen Qigong, Jiang Zhaoyang made his way to the area where his motorcycle was parked. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoyang felt like a mere passerby within the familiar yet foreign confines of the town's administrative courtyard. There was little attachment in his heart, for he yearned for a more tranquil place. The reservoir, his spiritual haven. With affairs concluded, he felt out of place and resolved to return to the reservoir. Jiang Zhaoyang murmured to himself. Shortly after Jiang Zhaoyang's departure, Chen Qigong began gathering his belongings, realizing it was time for him to take his leave as well. At that moment, Lin Weiquan and He Di arrived at the opportune moment. Lin Weiquan, wearing a broad smile, inquired, Minister Chen, have you finished your tasks? You truly have put in a great deal of effort for the promotion of our town as officials. Chen Qigong replied with a smile, Not at all, Secretary Lin. I cannot agree with your assessment. It is merely my duty. Observing this, He Di swiftly interjected, Minister Chen, you have worked so hard. We cannot allow you to leave on an empty stomach. The cafeteria has prepared several authentic local dishes for you, including specially prepared venison, a delicacy unique to our area that is seldom found in the city. Please do honor us by staying for a meal. Lin Weiquan added his encouragement. Venison, with its tender texture and exquisite flavor, stands out among wild meats. Not only is it unforgettable, but it also possesses remarkable benefits for digestion and appetite enhancement. It is invaluable for nourishing the body and replenishing energy. As he mentioned this rare delicacy, Lin Weiquan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he could already savor its enticing aroma. It is time for dinner. Shall we go? Chen Qigong, upon hearing this, allowed a playful smile to grace his lips. He responded slowly, as for my digestive health, it remains robust. My daily balanced diet suffices without the need for additional nourishment. And as for my vitality, it is indeed abundant. Daily exercise and a proper routine have left me invigorated. At this juncture, he deliberately paused, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes, seemingly gauging the reactions of the two men. A moment later, he added, moreover, I must depart immediately back to the county to report to the secretary and the county head. Time is of the essence. There is truly no room for delay. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Minister Chen had clearly declined the invitation, unwilling to extend this courtesy. He had hoped to glean some information. Lin Weiquan, noticing this, felt a tightening in his chest, but did not relent. With a sincere expression, he once again implored, Minister Chen, for my sake, could you grant me this small favor? You are aware that I seldom have the opportunity to indulge in such exquisite cuisine. Allow me to partake, to satisfy my cravings. If only a little. As he spoke, he gently patted his stomach, feigning a desperate hunger, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness with humor. Meat was no stranger to the dining table. Pork, beef, lamb, various meats graced the table, satisfying myriad taste buds. However, venison was a rare delicacy, seldom encountered in everyday life, let alone savored. This particular venison had been procured through great effort by He Di, who had dispatched someone deep into the remote and dense mountains to acquire it. Upon hearing it was venison, Chen Qigong's heart suddenly brightened. At last, he found an excuse, akin to a sleepyhead finding a pillow. Ah, venison. I simply cannot attend. He feigned difficulty in declining. Why not? Lin Weiquan inquired. I fear that the deer is a protected species. I daren't partake. It could lead to serious repercussions. Lin Weiquan was taken aback, his heart seemingly jolted by an unseen force. He quickly reassured, Oh dear, Minister Chen, fret not. The deer in question is a yellow deer. It is not a protected species. Consuming it is not against the law. He Di promptly chimed in, nodding vigorously, fearful of losing a moment. Yes. It's yellow deer, no issues at all. Yet, Chen Qigong remained unconvinced. With a furrowed brow, he continued, Even if it is yellow deer, one must possess a hunting license. Does the person you send have such documentation? We must remember, we live in a society governed by law. Everything must adhere to regulations. This inquiry left He Di momentarily speechless. He faltered, his complexion fluctuating between shades of pale and flushed, struggling for a coherent response. It appeared that while the allure of venison was undeniable, ensuring one could indulge in it without concern was no simple matter. At this juncture, Chen Qigong declared, I must take my leave. I sincerely apologize. The leadership just called, pressing for a detailed report. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan's smile stiffened slightly. With a hint of reluctance, he replied, Very well, since Minister Chen is pressed for time, let us find another opportunity to gather. Allow me to accompany you, he offered. The three hurriedly made their way toward the parking lot downstairs. Meanwhile, within a black vehicle, two staff members from the organization department had already taken their seats in anticipation. Their silhouettes appeared somewhat desolate within the confines of the car, their gazes intermittently drifting toward the window, exuding an air of ennui. Traditionally, such discussions regarding the promotion assessments of ordinary officials were tasks designated to these staff members, who had long since prepared themselves for the occasion, even rehearsing potential dialogue scenarios in their minds. However, to their surprise, Minister Chen took it upon himself to personally oversee the matter, completely monopolizing the task and leaving them no opportunity for involvement. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Unable to participate and with nowhere else to go, the two opted to arrive early at the vehicle. Inside, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Only the occasional sound of wind from outside disrupted the oppressive silence. A sense of disappointment mingled with confusion filled their hearts, as they struggled to comprehend why Minister Chen placed such significance on what seemed to be a routine conversation regarding the promotion of officials. After all, to them, It appeared merely a customary affair. Why then did Minister Chen treat it with such gravity? His concern seemed excessive. Upon arriving at the vehicle, Qin Qigong and Lin Weiquan exchanged formal handshakes with He Di before he entered the car, which then sped away with remarkable swiftness. At the parking area, Jiang Zhaoyang was about to mount his motorcycle when he noticed Bai Wei approaching him after work. "Director, where are you headed? Has the discussion concluded?" Jiang Zhaoyang nodded gently, a fleeting hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes. "Yes, the conversation has just finished. I must return to the reservoir." Bai Wei, unconvinced, remarked, "It's getting late. Why not stay the night and leave tomorrow?" At her words, a bittersweet smile crept across Jiang Zhaoyang's lips, concealing countless unspeakable sentiments. "Bai Wei, I appreciate your kindness. But here, where is there truly a place for me?" Bai Wei paused, momentarily taken aback, confusion dawning in her eyes. "Don't you have a dormitory? How can you have nowhere to stay?" Jiang Zhaoyang sighed. "I have already relinquished my dormitory for others to use. After all, I cannot occupy housing resources indefinitely without accommodating those in need." But Bai Wei's face was etched with perplexity. "Isn't your position still in the town? By regulations, your dormitory should be retained. How could it be suddenly reclaimed? Because my people are no longer here. But that doesn't seem right. In our town, even those who have been reassigned often retain their dormitories. No one has ever asked them to vacate immediately. Why is it that you, merely due to a change in job position, are required to relocate at once? It appears rather unreasonable." As she spoke, Bai Wei's brows knit together, feeling indignant on Jiang Zhaoyang's behalf. "This should not be the case. It is utterly excessive," she added with palpable frustration. Jiang Zhaoyang gently shook his head, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Let us not dwell on that, Bai Wei. In this harsh world, it is all too common for the walls to come crashing down, with everyone eager to push them further. I have learned to accept it with equanimity. After all, it is human nature. Many are quick to adorn a flourishing situation, yet few are willing to lend a helping hand in times of adversity. There is nothing unusual about it." Bai Wei, upon witnessing his demeanor, felt a tumult of emotions within her. She wished to shift the topic. "Director, I heard that you and your fiancé have parted ways, and that you were the one to waver, seeking novelty and growing weary of the old?" Jiang Zhaoyang was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, his entire being shuddering involuntarily. With a hint of resignation in his voice, he replied, "How could such rumors circulate? My current situation is already a low point in life, with an uncertain future ahead. Would I truly abandon my affections so easily? It is utter nonsense. What person would take an interest in someone as unfortunate as I? How could I entertain new feelings, even if such thoughts occasionally flicker in my mind? I doubt I could act upon them." He offered a self-deprecating smile, a glimmer of desolation flickering in his eyes. "What transpired between us is far beyond the grasp of outsiders, and cannot be encapsulated by mere whispers and conjectures. Indeed, I do not believe it. You are not that kind of person. How fearful is the power of gossip, capable of tarnishing one's reputation." Bai Wei quickly countered. Jiang Zhaoyang's expression grew complex, and he could not claim that the accusations were entirely unfounded. "Is there any truth to it?" he pondered, leaving Bai Wei momentarily speechless. "Yes, it cannot be said that there is no truth at all. I must admit, at least in regard to the fact that I initiated the breakup. There is no denying that." "Why?" Bai Wei inquired, bewildered. "There is no reason," Jiang Zhaoyang replied, shaking his head, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. "Some matters simply bear no justification. The day wanes, and I must take my leave." He wished to avoid further discussion, turning to mount his motorcycle. "Director, do not let sorrow for her weigh you down. There are plenty of flowers to be found in distant lands." Jiang Zhaoyang forced a faint smile onto his face. "Bai Wei, thank you for your concern. I will strive to adjust my mindset, so there is no need to worry. Farewell." With that, Jiang Zhaoyang mounted his motorcycle and revved the engine. The motorcycle surged forth like a wild stallion, racing away from the compound. The setting sun cast its golden glow upon the winding mountain road, bestowing a radiant sheen upon his exhilarating journey. The motorcycle, embodying boundless wildness and freedom, darted through the rugged terrain with abandon, the tires screeching against the ground. As dusk descended, the air seemed to thicken with a palpable stillness. The motorcycle finally roared into a deep and enigmatic forest, the essential route leading to the reservoir, a narrow path obscured by dense foliage, barely allowing a glimpse of daylight. This area was regarded by locals as the most perilous of zones, with towering trees reaching for the heavens, their branches interwoven into a vast, intricate web. The last rays of the setting sun were banished, leaving only a tapestry of mottled shadows that danced gracefully upon the ground. The night began to descend. In this enigmatic forest, the nocturnal emergence of beasts was as capricious as phantoms. Occasionally, a deafening roar would echo from afar. A proclamation of territory by the king of the forest, the tiger, or the frenzied revelry of other ferocious creatures in the dead of night. At times, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the wind held its breath. Only the faint hum of Jiang Zhaoyang's motorcycle engine and the rhythm of his heartbeat intertwined, shattering the suffocating stillness. Legend has it that countless incidents of wild beasts attacking and even devouring humans had transpired here. Behind every leaf, a pair of watchful eyes might lurk. With every breath, one could potentially disturb a hidden peril. Jiang Zhaoyang was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in lingering within this vast sea of trees. Each advance of his motorcycle felt as though it tread upon the fragile ice at the precipice of life and death. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. The atmosphere was thick with an indescribable sense of oppression and tension, making each breath feel laborious. The forest's inhabitants lay in wait, some silently concealed within dense thickets, revealing only pairs of glimmering eyes. Others hid within the dappled shadows of trees, poised to ensnare unsuspecting prey in their lethal traps. Those ferocious eyes glowed like flames in the abyss, fixated on every unwelcome intruder daring to trespass their domain, exuding a primal ferocity and a deadly menace. These fierce creatures were nature's most ruthless assassins, brimming with wariness and hostility towards the human interloper. They could strike with lethal precision, taking a life in the blink of an eye. How many would dare to venture alone into the perilous depths of the forest, disregarding the chilling threats lurking within? Jiang Zhaoyang felt his heart race uncontrollably. Anxious and drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, he understood that this forest concealed innumerable unknown dangers. Each moment heightened his sense of oppression and fear. All he wished was to escape this suffocating place. Clutching the motorcycle handlebars tightly, his fingers turned pale from tension as he pressed the throttle to its limit. The motorcycle, sensing its rider's urgency, roared to life with a deafening growl, akin to a long-imprisoned beast unleashed, propelling Jiang Zhaoyang down the rugged forest path. The wind howled past his ears, and the contours of the trees flashed before him in a blur. Yet, in his heart, one thought consumed him: escape. However, at that critical moment, his vision suddenly blurred. A massive shadow, like a specter, lunged towards his motorcycle. Jiang Zhaoyang barely had time to emit a terrified scream before he and his bike were violently thrown to the ground. The motorcycle skidded a distance on the inertia, coming to rest nearby. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Only the rapid breaths and heartbeat of Jiang Zhaoyang echoed in the silence. Struggling to rise from the ground, pain surged through his arms and knees. Bathed in the dim light of the moon, he finally discerned the culprit behind his fall, a colossal wild boar. Its formidable body resembled a small mountain, covered in coarse bristles, with eyes glinting ominously as if perceiving the very fears within his heart. Its sharp tusks gleamed in the moonlight like two menacing daggers, sending shivers down one's spine. In the forest, the ferocity of a wild boar's attack rivals that of a tiger. Though its limbs are short and stout, they conceal an astonishing power. The strength of its hind legs is particularly remarkable, muscles taut as steel. When it unleashes its full might, its speed can approach an astonishing 70 kilometers per hour, akin to a black lightning bolt streaking through the thicket. This remarkable velocity serves not merely to evade predators, but also to launch a lethal counterattack when necessary. When threatened, wild boars can instantaneously transition from a standstill to a full-speed charge, followed by a forceful collision capable of uprooting small trees. Their ferocity is reminiscent of cannonballs hurtling across a battlefield, instilling palpable dread. As Jiang Zhaoyang gazed at the wild boar before him, an unprecedented terror welled up within him. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest, sweat trickling down his cheeks. However, in this life-and-death moment, he understood that fear would only hasten his fate as the boar's prey. He compelled himself to regain composure, his gaze fixed intently on the boar's movements, his mind racing to devise a potential escape. He recalled the wilderness survival principles taught by his university mentor: remain calm in the face of wildlife, identify weaknesses, and utilize the environment. He knew that only by swiftly formulating a strategy could he hope to evade the jaws of this beast. Jiang Zhaoyang's eyes locked with those of the wild boar, establishing a tense standoff. Eventually, the agitated boar could no longer contain itself. With a sudden rush, it charged towards Jiang Zhaoyang, a whirlwind of fury surging in his direction. Faced with this unforeseen peril, he appeared outwardly unmoved, yet his gaze sharpened, as if two swords pierced through the chaos before him, fixating on the ferocious boar. In this critical moment of survival, the fate of being devoured by the boar seemed almost inevitable. Yet, at the brink of despair, a more astonishing scene unfolded. It was as if the latent potential within Jiang Zhaoyang had been instantaneously ignited. He exhibited a speed akin to lightning and an extraordinary reflex. With a swift motion, he evaded the deadly strike, almost simultaneously as the boar lunged. The famished boar missed its target, its massive form propelled forward by inertia, rolling several times before coming to a halt. It lifted its head, eyes ablaze with an even more frenzied fury, evidently enraged at the loss of its prey. Once the prey escapes, its fury erupts like a volcano, becoming uncontrollable in its wrath. More significantly, when a wild boar becomes enraged, it exhibits an unwavering resolve. Undeterred by the prospect of death, even if grievously wounded, it harbors no thoughts of retreat or evasion. It charges forward with the ferocity of a maddened bull, bent on utterly annihilating its quarry. Within the jaws of this wild boar lies a terrifying arsenal of 44 sharp teeth, including 2 exceptionally formidable tusks, each measuring an astounding 14 centimeters in length. These tusks glimmer with a chilling light under the moon, reminiscent of the scythe of death, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Jiang Zhaoyang is acutely aware that should he fall victim to the boar's sword-like tusks, the consequences would be catastrophic. These tusks serve not only as instruments of predation but also symbolize the beast's immense power, capable of effortlessly severing hard trees and even animal bones, a testament to their terrifying might. In the throes of an assault, the wild boar employs these razor-sharp tusks as weapons, first charging at its opponent with thunderous force, causing the prey to lose its balance. Once it gains the upper hand, the boar reveals its most brutal nature, viciously tearing into its adversary. The sharp tusks carve harrowing wounds into the flesh of the prey, effortlessly ripping through sinew and muscle. In such a scenario, only death awaits Jiang Zhaoyang. After missing its initial strike, the enraged wild boar swiftly pivots, preparing to launch a second, far more ferocious attack, one that possesses a strength and order of magnitude greater than the first. Jiang Zhaoyang can even feel the suffocating pressure in the air. He forces himself to remain calm, swiftly drawing a sharp dagger from his waist. This dagger represents his final hope and the sole weapon in his contest against death. Yet, even this meticulously crafted blade pales in comparison to the wild boar's incredibly coarse and thick skin, which can measure up to 1.5 centimeters thick, akin to a natural armor. Such skin affords the boar considerable protection against the bites and attacks of many animals. Jiang Zhaoyang understands that the dagger may not penetrate the boar's flesh. Faced with the oncoming, ferocious wild boar, there is no time for deliberation. He suddenly springs up from the ground. In an instant, Jiang Zhaoyang strikes like lightning, plunging the blade into one of the boar's eyes. The beast emits a deafening howl, its massive form momentarily hindered by the unexpected agony. Before the wild boar can recover from the sudden and horrific blow, Jiang Zhaoyang's movements remain unimpeded. In a heartbeat, he withdraws the knife and, with a deft twist of his wrist, drives the dagger into the other eye of the blood-gushing boar. Blood erupts like a fountain from its eyes, staining its fearsome visage and obscuring everything around it. Blinded and racked with pain and terror, the wild boar wildly flails its forelimbs, yet it can no longer locate the enemy that inflicted such mortal wounds. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Zhaoyang inhaled deeply. Summoning all his strength, he raised his iron-like foot and delivered a powerful kick to the massive body of the wild boar. The boar stumbled under the immense force, losing its balance and crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, the wild boar, the sovereign of the forest, was not one to flee at the first sign of injury. Its innate ferocity drove it to seek vengeance against the foe that had robbed it of its sight. Yet, in its current state of blindness, the world around it was enveloped in darkness, forcing it to rely solely on its hearing and sense of smell to navigate its surroundings. Jiang Zhaoyang capitalized on this vulnerability, cautiously maneuvering to the side of the boar while maintaining a safe distance to observe its movements. The blinded creature was unable to perceive Jiang Zhaoyang. In its agony, the wild boar thrashed about in the darkness, each roll accompanied by a cacophony of rage. It violently collided with the surrounding trees, desperately attempting to pinpoint the source of its suffering. The trees, struck by the boar's formidable strength, splintered in half with a crisp, resonating snap, causing the entire forest to tremble in response to the tumultuous battle. However, even the fiercest of beasts eventually exhaust their strength. As time wore on, this once rampaging wild boar became utterly depleted, succumbing to the unrelenting agony and despair. Its breath grew faint, and it ultimately ceased its struggles, meeting its demise. This sudden confrontation concluded with the death of the wild boar. Jiang Zhaoyang stood still, panting, his gaze fixed upon the fallen creature, feeling a mixture of relief and contemplation. He circled the downed boar, noting the coarse bristles matted with dirt and leaves, yet even this could not obscure its robust physique. Upon closer inspection, he calculated that the boar must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds, possibly even more. What to do? This unexpected bounty filled him with both excitement and trepidation. He understood that the boar, having roamed the wild in search of sustenance, possessed a firm texture and a lean distribution of fat. This natural endowment rendered wild boar meat far superior in flavor to that of domesticated pigs, making it a sought-after delicacy in upscale restaurants and specialty eateries. Whenever wild boar meat was mentioned, it stirred boundless cravings and aspirations among diners. Its unique chewiness and rich taste garnered endless praise, elevating it beyond mere culinary ingredients in the eyes of many gastronomes. It symbolized a pursuit of primal deliciousness. In essence, wild boar meat held a prestigious status in the culinary world. To abandon it in the wild would likely result in it becoming prey for other ferocious carnivores. However, should he manage to transport this freshly captured boar back to town, it would undoubtedly provide a rare and delightful addition to the monotonous meals of the town committee's staff, allowing them to savor a gift from nature amidst their busy routines and experience a touch of warmth and joy in life. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Zhaoyang, guided by the moonlight, gradually lifted his motorcycle and meticulously inspected each component, from the tires to the fuel tank, and finally to the braking system. He confirmed that everything was in order before he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He then slowly drew from his waist the sharp dagger he had used to slay the wild boar, its blade glinting coldly under the moon's glow. Skillfully, he sliced through several tinder vines surrounding him, which swayed gently in the night breeze like green ribbons, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Subsequently, Jiang Zhaoyang grasped the boar's limbs, his muscles taut, as if awakening a primal strength from within. With a mighty shout, he exerted all his energy, forcefully tossing the wild boar onto the motorcycle's rear seat. In that moment, all that could be heard were Jiang Zhaoyang's heavy breaths and the boar's weighty descent. He wasted no time to catch his breath. His fingers deftly maneuvered through the vines, swiftly wrapping them around the boar and the motorcycle in successive coils. Each vine tightened securely, showing no sign of slack, firmly anchoring the boar to the rear seat. Under the moonlight, these vines appeared to cloak the boar in a verdant armor. Jiang Zhaoyang nodded in satisfaction, beads of sweat on his forehead glimmering in the moonlight. He then mounted the motorcycle and started the engine. With a roar, the motorcycle exhaled a heavy breath, its front wheel lifting slightly before settling back firmly. Dust swirled as the motorcycle retraced its path. The mountain road twisted and turned, and Jiang Zhaoyang maneuvered the motorcycle forward. Due to the rugged terrain, the ride was exceptionally slow. By the time he reached the town's courtyard, the clock had stealthily approached 10 o'clock. The night deepened, and stars twinkled overhead. Jiang Zhaoyang parked the motorcycle steadily in front of the staff canteen, its heavy wooden door securely locked. He made a call to the canteen manager. "Old Zhou, could you come to the canteen?" Zhou Qiming, who was watching television, was startled upon answering. He thought to himself, wasn't Jiang Zhaoyang supposed to be guarding the reservoir? Although he had returned to vote today, he no longer had accommodation in the town. So logically, he should have gone straight back to the reservoir. Why was he back in town at this hour? A wave of confusion washed over Zhou Qiming. He set down the television remote, hastily donned his coat, and hurried to the canteen. As he made his way, various speculations flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be? Has he been appointed as the deputy town head? But as soon as that thought arose, he rejected it. Surely it was too soon for that. The announcement hadn't even been made yet. Yet, he considered that perhaps Jiang Zhaoyang had learned some insider information. Being a candidate couldn't be that simple. At that thought, he felt a shiver run through him. Upon seeing Jiang Zhaoyang, he was taken aback. Jiang Zhaoyang was in tattered clothes, his complexion dark, with bruises and a battered face, looking utterly disheveled. Despite his shock, Zhou Qiming was filled with astonishment. However, his demeanor was unprecedentedly submissive. "Hello, Director Jiang. May I inquire if there is any task that requires my attention? Whether it be a significant matter or a trivial one, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to ensure the successful completion of the assignment." Jiang Zhaoyang's voice resonated through the telephone, steady and composed. "Do not misunderstand. I am not the director. I require your assistance with a matter. Please come to the cafeteria. There is something rather special that needs your attention." "What is it?" On the other end of the line, Jiang Zhaoyang calmly uttered two words: "Wild boar." These words struck like a heavy hammer, landing squarely on Zhou Qiming's heart. rendering him momentarily speechless. Wild boar. Zhou Qiming exclaimed, a mixture of confusion and astonishment swirling within him. Did you go hunting in the evening? How could this be possible? Jiang Zhaoyang chuckled lightly, a hint of jest in his tone. Consider it a fortunate encounter. Listening to Jiang Zhaoyang, Zhou Qiming's bewilderment and surprise deepened. He could scarcely believe that the typically refined and graceful Jiang Zhaoyang could possess such an astonishing side. He could not help but inquire further, curiosity and perplexity evident in his gaze. So, you brought such a large wild boar to the cafeteria in hopes of treating all the staff to a sumptuous feast? Indeed, Jiang Zhaoyang replied succinctly. Then I shall summon the chefs to work overtime and prepare an unforgettable culinary extravaganza for everyone. However, Zhou Qiming hesitated, pausing mid-sentence. What is it? Jiang Zhaoyang sensed the other's reluctance and promptly pressed for clarification. It is merely that the cost of purchasing this wild boar. As the cafeteria manager, I lack the authority to make payment decisions directly. I can only weigh it first, then provide you with a note as a receipt for future settlement. The matter of expenses will require approval from the town leadership. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. Is that all? I thought it was a more pressing issue. When did I ever state that you were responsible for the expenses? There was a hint of confusion in Jiang Zhaoyang's tone. However, your silence does not imply that payment is unnecessary, Zhou Qiming cautiously explained, wary of offending Jiang Zhaoyang's pride. After all, this wild boar did not simply fall from the sky nor wander in on its own. It was procured through your efforts. There are certainly costs to consider. Jiang Zhaoyang chuckled. As for the expenses, I willingly relinquish that request and shall not seek a single penny. Is that agreeable? Zhou Qiming seemed to experience a moment of clarity, slapping his forehead with a look of realization spreading across his face. I understand now. What do you understand? Jiang Zhaoyang asked, perplexed. I comprehend, Director. Oh, forgive my slip of the tongue. You are soon to be promoted to Deputy Town Chief. This, my friends, is an early surprise. A celebratory feast, is it not? Zhou Qiming wore a broad smile, his eyes glinting with a mix of cunning and certainty. As if he had already glimpsed the entirety of the situation. Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, could not help but curl his lips into a bitter smile. His confusion deepening. What kind of logic is this? It is utterly nonsensical. What on earth is going on? He shook his head helplessly, attempting to clarify this sudden misunderstanding. Yet, Zhou Qiming appeared resolute in his convictions. He waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of confidence. There is no need for you to conceal anything further. The voting for this election has concluded, and the votes have likely been tallied long ago. Are you concerned that others might misconstrue this as an act of bribery? Oh dear, it's far too late for that. The votes have already been cast. There is no room for bribery now. What are you afraid of? Jiang Zhaoyang found himself at a loss for words. He was no longer inclined to engage with Zhou Qiming on such matters. Thus, he quickly interjected, Enough, enough. Attend to your affairs and hasten to have this matter resolved so we can draw a line under it. His tone carried a hint of impatience and a sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiming promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket. His fingers danced across the screen as he began to make a call. A few minutes later, several kitchen staff hurriedly arrived. They were familiar faces from the local government, responsible for the dining services of the entire office. Although surprised by the scene, the staff swiftly transitioned into work mode, wasting no time. They immediately set to work, first gently pushing open the heavy wooden doors of the cafeteria. Then, several of them worked together, cautiously dragging the massive wild boar inside. Once in the cafeteria, the staff quickly organized themselves, each member adeptly fulfilling their role. An older chef skillfully grasped the weights, the scale tipping slightly in his hands as if engaged in a silent contest. As the weights were added one by one, the sliding scale gradually settled, ultimately coming to rest on a definitive number, revealing the exact weight of the wild boar. Jiang Zhaoyang turned to exit the cafeteria and stepped out into the courtyard. Just then, Zhou Qiming suddenly dashed out after him, his face glistening with sweat, breath coming in gasps. Wait, wait, he panted. Hearing the shout, Jiang Zhaoyang halted, slowly turning around. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What now? Observing this, Zhou Qiming quickly fished out a neatly folded note from his pocket. Carefully unfolding it, the paper appeared somewhat worn, the edges slightly yellowed, and it seemed to bear some writing. What is this? Jiang Zhaoyang inquired, puzzled by the note in Zhou Qiming's hand. Zhou Qiming gently handed it over. This is the record of the wild boar's weight. Jiang Zhaoyang took the note, scrutinizing its contents with an increasingly furrowed brow. Did I not express my disinterest in monetary compensation? He returned the note to Zhou Qiming with a hint of displeasure. Why are you returning this to me? I have no need for it. Yet Zhou Qiming did not accept the note back. Instead, he shook his head and said, although you may not desire the money, I am obliged to provide you with the note. This is a rule I cannot breach. As for whether you choose to accept this reward, that is entirely your concern. However, the note must be given to you. Zhou Qiming added, how you choose to handle this note is your prerogative. Beneath the street lamp, Jiang Zhaoyang smiled softly, a playful and rebellious glint in his eyes. He slowly raised the note. As if conducting a sacred ritual, I am to handle it, am I? Indeed. Jiang Zhaoyang smiled once more. He delicately tore the note apart. The shredded paper dancing in the wind, light and free like autumn leaves. Calmly, he stated, I have dealt with it. With that, Jiang Zhaoyang turned and departed. Inside the cafeteria, several chefs were busily engaged in their tasks. They worked with clear division of labor. Some expertly eviscerated the wild boar, efficiently removing its innards with swift, clean motions. Others carefully wielded scrapers to remove the thick, coarse hide, anxious not to damage this rare delicacy. Still others held sharp knives, prepared to finally dissect the processed boar. As the knives rose and fell, the boar's body was transformed into uniformly sized, beautifully marbled cuts of meat. These pieces were meticulously placed into a large refrigerator in the cafeteria, awaiting their culinary preparation and enjoyment the following afternoon. A feast awaited the next day. Jiang Zhaoyang felt like an outsider in this bustling scene. His mind drifted back to the wild boar he had encountered on the dark road not long ago. A lingering fear still gripping his heart. The boar's tusks gleamed menacingly, its eyes filled with a wild, untamed ferocity that sent shivers down his spine. Now, he was even more reluctant to ride at night. There were beasts more formidable than wild boars. Could he withstand their might? Images of fiercer predators, tigers, leopards, haunted his thoughts. These creatures, more terrifying than wild boars, roamed the forests, unpredictable and lurking, ready to pounce from the shadows and deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Zhaoyang shuddered involuntarily. He was acutely aware that his frail human form stood no chance against the dominion of these natural rulers. If he were to encounter one, could he possibly defend himself? He feared that even fleeing would become a luxury. With these unsettling thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, he dared not linger any longer. He swiftly mounted his motorcycle, turned the handlebars, and sped towards the county town. I must return home. His father had returned, and he had yet to see him. Tomorrow, he would revisit the reservoir. He resolved internally. In that moment, all he yearned for was to return to the sanctuary of home, reuniting with his family. As the roar of the motorcycle gradually faded, Jiang Zhaoyang finally arrived at his home in the county town. At this moment, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The night was profound, and silence enveloped the world. He gently tapped on the door of his home. After a considerable pause, a soft rustling sound emerged from within, as if someone was cautiously moving about. Soon after, a trembling voice belonging to Zhou Jing resonated from behind the door. Who is it? Her tone carried a hint of fear and unease, evidently startled by the late-night knocking. Jiang Zhaoyang replied, Mom, it's me. This phrase seemed to be a warm current, instantly penetrating the stillness of the night and alleviating Zhou Jing's apprehension. She abruptly swung the door open, her eyes sparkling with joy and disbelief. Son, is it really you? At this late hour, I feared it might be some nefarious intruder. She exclaimed, Why did you return at such an hour? Couldn't you have called? Her words were laced with a touch of reproach, yet were predominantly infused with unmasked concern. As she spoke, she stepped aside, allowing Jiang Zhaoyang to enter, gently closing the door behind him, as if to shut out the unease from the outside world. She scrutinized Jiang Zhaoyang from head to toe. He appeared disheveled, gaunt, and haggard. His eyes were sunken, his face marred with bruises, and his lips were darkened. He looked utterly unrecognizable. What puzzled Zhou Jing even more was the presence of unfamiliar debris clinging to him, a mixture of dirt and grass that rendered him particularly disheveled. Son, what has happened to you? She inquired, her voice filled with worry and confusion. Her gaze was fixed intently on him, seeking answers from his expression. Fearing that his mother would be excessively concerned, he fabricated a benign lie. Mom, it's nothing. Today, the town organized a special military training event, resembling a real combat exercise, with exceptionally strict requirements, which is why I look like this. He endeavored to keep his tone light, aiming to alleviate his mother's worries. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing slightly furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Military training? Exercises? Son, aren't you working at the reservoir? How could you be involved in this? Her tone conveyed a mix of confusion and surprise. Clearly skeptical of her son's explanation, Jiang Zhaoyang offered an awkward smile and clarified, Mom, Even though I work at the reservoir, I am also part of the administrative establishment. This military training is organized uniformly by the town, and all administrative personnel are required to participate, myself included. He endeavored to make his words more plausible to dispel his mother's doubts. Zhou Jing, having listened to her son, though still harboring some unease, refrained from probing further. Observing her son's exhausted demeanor, she spoke with lingering apprehension. This military training seems exceedingly realistic. I almost thought you had returned from some infernal place. You look so worn out. Hurry inside and rest. As she spoke, she took Jiang Zhaoyang's hand and led him into the house. She picked up a clean towel, soaked it in warm water, and gently wiped her son's face and hands. Jiang Zhaoyang felt a surge of warmth at his mother's tender touch. However, being a young man who had just endured a life-and-death struggle, he was drenched in sweat, covered in dirt and grass. He smiled somewhat sheepishly and said, "Mom, you needn't fuss over me. I really must take a bath. Wiping my face and hands won't suffice." Zhou Jing paused at his words and then nodded. "All right, go ahead. I'll fetch you some fresh clothes." With that, she turned and walked into the bedroom. She quickly retrieved a set of clean garments from the wardrobe and handed them to Jiang Zhaoyang. He accepted the clothes with gratitude, casting a thankful glance at his mother before stepping into the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, Jiang Zhaoyang gently removed his tattered clothing, tossing it into a corner of the floor. He slowly turned on the shower, allowing the initial gentle stream of water to cascade down. Droplets glided down his resolute cheeks. Yet, Jiang Zhaoyang was not satisfied with this meager flow. The water was too feeble, insufficient to thoroughly cleanse every part of his body. Suddenly, he forcefully adjusted the flow to the strongest setting. In that instant, the entire shower seemed to come alive. The water surged with a mighty force, crashing down upon him like a relentless waterfall tumbling through the mountains, fierce and unyielding against his skin. The torrent assaulted every inch of his flesh. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and surrendered to the powerful current that washed over him, revitalizing every corner of his being. From the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, he felt invigorated by the brisk stream. After his bath, he felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment and comfort. Dressed in fresh attire, Jiang Zhaoyang emerged transformed, like the morning sun illuminating all surrounding shadows. The moment he stepped into the living room, his gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar figure seated on the sofa, his father, Jiang Zhaoyang. He sat there, gently caressing a yellowed photo album in his hands. Jiang Zhaoyang's weathered visage bore a gentle smile, akin to a warm ray of sunshine on a winter's day. "Dad, it's so late. Why haven't you rested yet?" Jiang Zhaoyang's voice was tinged with concern and surprise. Jiang Zhaoyang smiled slightly, a hint of teasing affection dancing at the corners of his mouth. "You rascal, making such a ruckus upon returning home. The door creaking, footsteps echoing, and your chatter with your mother. I couldn't possibly sleep. To say you woke me would be an understatement. I've been worried about you, hence my sleeplessness." With that, he gently patted the empty space beside him, inviting Jiang Zhaoyang to sit down. "Come, son, take a seat. Look at you, just out of the shower. Your hair's still damp. How can you possibly sleep like this? Let us have a good chat." "Indeed, Dad, I too wish to converse with you," Jiang Zhaoyang replied, settling onto the chair. "What exactly is the situation regarding your case?" Jiang Zhaoyang shook his head slightly, his brow furrowed. "It's not over yet," he remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Did the disciplinary committee pressure you or employ any coercive tactics?" Jiang Zhaoyang pondered. "Not at all. When they came to speak with me, their demeanor was relatively courteous. They merely skimmed the surface of the situation, seeming rather indifferent to my case. I sense their intentions lie elsewhere." He continued thoughtfully, "Someone covets my position and has successfully usurped it, masquerading as a champion of anti-corruption while engaging in corruption themselves." Jiang Zhaoyang understood his father's implication all too well. "What then is the nature of your case?" Jiang Zhaoyang sighed deeply, his voice laden with helplessness and bitterness. "The principal of a middle school was exposed for charging exorbitant fees for personal gain. When the matter came to light, he resorted to bribing me at any cost to seek protection, but I refused. My intention was to investigate him. Yet, I too am susceptible to the frailties of an ordinary person. Faced with the complexities of human relationships, I hesitated, and ultimately, it was too late. That moment of indecision led me into a passive predicament. Before I could make my resolve, he preemptively reported me. He not only accused me of accepting bribes, but meticulously prepared a series of evidence, including a seemingly casual, yet suggestive photograph of his visit to my home. The angle, the lighting, and even an inadvertent expression of mine were captured vividly, casting a shroud of ambiguity over the entire affair. As soon as he made the report, immediate repercussions ensued, with the Municipal Disciplinary Committee elevating the matter. In the span of a night, my world was turned upside down. Jiang Zhaoyang exclaimed in indignation. To think that based solely on a photograph taken at our home, without any concrete evidence of bribery, such as photographs or recordings, they could so brazenly take you away? It is utterly absurd. Certainly, they cloak their actions under the guise of assisting investigations. Whenever there is a report, regardless of its veracity, any official must comply unconditionally. As per regulations, although I have temporarily returned home, the shadows in my heart linger, for they have not provided a definitive conclusion. Their vague statements leave an unresolved situation that perpetuates my unease. At this juncture, Jiang Zhaoyang shifted his tone, his gaze piercing. Son, have you been nominated as a candidate for vice mayor? Jiang Zhaoyang felt a slight tremor within him upon hearing this. He nodded, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his eyes. Yes, father. How did you know? I had not yet had the chance to inform you. With a smile, Jiang Zhaoyang replied, having served as a director for many years, I have, to some extent, cultivated a network of connections. At this point, Jiang Zhaoyang queried, Father, what exactly is going on? How did I suddenly become a candidate? I cannot fathom this situation. Is this a blessing or a curse? I am uncertain. Jiang Zhaoyang shook his head, asserting that it certainly could not be deemed a curse. As for it being a blessing, I find that equally perplexing. He murmured to himself. His brow furrowed as he seemed to ponder the underlying reasons. He stood and paced the living room. Yet, considering your status as a selected candidate, it seems plausible that you would be included among the nominees. Jiang Zhaoyang interjected, however, what if given that this is a competitive appointment? Conventionally, there should be more than 2 candidates to ensure fairness and inclusivity in the selection process. This logic is sound. Yet, the crux of the matter is that the backdrop of this selection appears more intricate than usual. Father, have you heard any news? I have heard some, Jiang Zhaoyang contemplated. Rumor has it that the newly appointed county party secretary has a favorable impression of He, aligning perfectly with Jiang Zhaoyang. In fact, one could say they are in total agreement. Their mutual support for He is notably substantial, which is quite peculiar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang furrowed his brow even tighter. Father, if this is merely based on capability and performance, then I am far more confident than He. However, if such high-level collusion exists, does that not render the competition fundamentally unbalanced from the outset? Is this fair to me? Jiang Zhaoyang gently shook his hand. His brow knitted with confusion and intrigue. He spoke slowly, this is precisely what perplexes me. Logically, Jiang Zhaoyang and the new county party secretary should exist as parallel lines, unlikely to intersect. After all, Jiang Zhaoyang is known for his political cunning. His previous machinations to marginalize his predecessor were simply to pave his own path to the secretary position. His ambitions are glaringly evident. Now, with the emergence of the new secretary, this undoubtedly poses a significant challenge to Jiang Zhaoyang's standing. A new secretary has arrived. Will he find comfort in his role? One would expect Jiang Zhaoyang to be on edge, unable to find repose. Yet, the current circumstances suggest that he and the newly appointed secretary share an unexpected rapport, raising suspicions. Furthermore, as a newcomer confronted with such a complex and ever-changing situation, would she not harbor any sense of caution? Even if she remains oblivious to Jiang Zhaoyang's past actions, a possibility that is nearly unfathomable, she, as a seasoned leader, ought to maintain a vigilant stance rather than swiftly forging a tacit understanding or even an immediate camaraderie with him. Is this normal? It is decidedly abnormal. Jiang Zhaoyang was plunged into deeper contemplation, gently stroking his chin as he sought the underlying logic behind these events. Indeed, the scenario transcends conventional political reasoning. However, there exists another possibility. Could the new Secretary Wei have an acquaintance in He? Father, are you suggesting that there is some hidden connection between Secretary Wei and He? Indeed, only such a connection could elucidate this entire situation. Yet, the conundrum lies in the fact that Secretary Wei is a cadre parachuted in from the provincial capital. How could she possibly intersect with He? Unless... Jiang Zhaoyang paused. Unless, in a specific moment in time, through a serendipitous encounter, they crossed paths. While this possibility exists, it remains exceedingly slim. After all, such coincidences are rare in reality. Nevertheless, in the realm of politics, anything is conceivable. Perhaps it is precisely this rare coincidence that has facilitated the synchrony between Jiang Zhaoyang and Secretary Wei. At this juncture, Jiang Zhaoyang mused, This is merely my personal conjecture. Without concrete evidence, I can only speculate. The reason the organization department has included your name is because you are an appointed student, meeting the criteria. However, the crux of the matter is that for the organization department to act in such a manner undoubtedly contradicts Jiang Zhaoyang's intentions to some degree. For would he allow my son to be on that list, implying a flaw in his anti-corruption efforts? It could even suggest a misjudgment on his part. Thus, I surmise that your appearance on the list may be propelled by some undisclosed influence. This individual must hold a position of authority surpassing Jiang Zhaoyang's to embolden the organization department in such a way. As Jiang Zhaoyang spoke, his gaze deepened, as if pondering the intricate layers of political maneuvering. Father, but I am merely a supporting character, Jiang Zhaoyang interjected hastily. Do not rush. Jiang Zhaoyang gestured for him to calm down. While it is indeed rare for the subordinate to take the lead, such occurrences are not unheard of in the political arena. Although you may presently appear to be a mere accessory, yet, if one seizes the opportunity to showcase their prowess and worth, who is to say that one cannot become the master of their own fate? If you merely play the role of a bystander, it is indeed perplexing. How could he possibly encounter Secretary Wei? Jiang Zhaoyang's words jolted Jiang Zhaoyang, causing a sudden spark of realization to flicker within his mind. Involuntarily conjuring the image of a certain woman. Could she not also be a woman? Does their connection not qualify as serendipity? Is it conceivable that she could be the county party secretary? This premonition grew increasingly potent in Jiang Zhaoyang's heart, blossoming like wild grass, almost breaking free from the confines of reason. Son, what are you contemplating? Jiang Zhaoyang's concerned voice interrupted Jiang Zhaoyang's reverie, pulling him back to reality. Jiang Zhaoyang endeavored to calm his emotions, responding slowly, I was reflecting on the nature of chance encounters. Sometimes, they are truly elusive. I once rescued a woman, and each time I think of her, I inexplicably feel that she might be Secretary Wei. At this juncture, a bitter smile involuntarily graced Jiang Zhaoyang's face, only to be swiftly replaced by doubt. How could that possibly be true? Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, wore an expression of incredulity. He was taken aback, as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. What do you mean? The woman you saved could potentially be Secretary Wei? Jiang Zhaoyang recounted the circumstances of that day, then hesitantly added, there was also an elderly man in the vehicle, which led me to believe they were a couple. Hence, I repeatedly dismissed the thought. Jiang Zhaoyang chuckled. Not necessarily. What you witnessed may not represent the entirety of the truth. Perhaps you have oversimplified the matter. These two could very well be father and daughter. Father and daughter on an outing? Then where is her mother? A family trip would hardly be complete without the presence of the mother, Jiang Zhaoyang retorted, perplexed by the illogical nature of such a scenario. However, Jiang Zhaoyang disagreed with his reasoning. Do you truly believe they were merely on an outing? That there were no other matters at play? Such a conclusion seems rather hasty. Your judgment appears overly simplistic and confined within the limits of your own experiences. He fell into contemplation, a serious glint flashing in his eyes. That woman might indeed be Secretary Wei. What was her appearance like? He inquired. Her features were exquisite, strikingly beautiful, and she appeared quite young, with skin as smooth as cream. Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang gently shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. Such a description could apply to any attractive woman. It signifies little. And her height? Jiang Zhaoyang pressed on. She was slender and graceful, approximately 1.65 meters tall, quite a standard height for a woman, Jiang Zhaoyang recalled. Hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang's heart suddenly tightened, as if struck at a vital point. He distinctly recalled that Secretary Wei's height was precisely as such, a piece of information he had gleaned from a former colleague who had once encountered her. However, he had never anticipated that this detail would prove useful in such a context. Yet, this was insufficient to elucidate the matter at hand. Son, I am aware of your remarkable memory, your ability to recall every detail with ease. Did the woman you rescued inquire about your phone number? Jiang Zhaoyang reminisced. She did ask, and I remember it vividly. At the time, I feigned ignorance, claiming that my phone was newly acquired, and the number was randomly assigned, leaving me unaware of the specifics. She was skeptical and even mocked me a bit. Jiang Zhaoyang sighed softly. Nevertheless, she did share her own number with me. Thus, I am able to recall her digits. He proceeded to recite a string of Arabic numerals with impeccable precision, each digit etched in his memory with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing Jiang Zhaoyang's words, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a jolt of surprise. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to act, slowly retrieving his mobile phone. His fingers hovered over the buttons, seemingly weighing a significant decision. Dad, it's the middle of the night. Others are asleep. Isn't it inappropriate to make a call at this hour? Jiang Zhaoyang looked at his father with confusion, unable to grasp the underlying reasons. It's all right. He is your Uncle Duan. You used to pester him for candies when you were little. Surely, you remember? He is now the deputy manager of the municipal telecommunications company, overseeing numerous affairs. Jiang Zhaoyang appeared bewildered. How is this related to Uncle Duan? It certainly is. Jiang Zhaoyang said no more. He skillfully dialed a number. On the other end, a drowsy voice, tinged with annoyance and confusion, inquired, "Who is calling? It's so late to be making a call." "It is I, Jiang Zhaoyang." His voice was clear and robust, instantly rousing the other party. "Oh, it's you, old leader. What brings you to call at this late hour?" Manager Duan's tone carried a hint of respect. Jiang Zhaoyang bypassed the pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Please. I need you to look up the owner of a phone number for me. Just tell me the name of the individual associated with it." He recited the number, 139XXXXXX. Without a moment's hesitation or inquiry, Manager Duan, well acquainted with Jiang Zhaoyang's character and integrity, readily acquiesced. "Old leader, rest assured. I will attend to it immediately. Please hold for a moment." After the call ended, both Jiang Zhaoyang and Jiang Zhaoyang fell into silence. Jiang Zhaoyang lifted a cup of tea that had turned lukewarm and took a sip. In a brief moment, the phone rang back. "Old leader." "The owner of the number appears to be a woman named Wei Rong." Manager Duan's voice came through, slightly breathless, indicating he had rushed to obtain this information. Upon receiving this revelation, although Jiang Zhaoyang had felt a sense of foreboding, he was nevertheless taken aback, as if struck by an invisible current. The teacup in his hand trembled slightly, causing a few droplets to splatter onto the table, creating delicate ripples. "It was her," Jiang Zhaoyang almost blurted out, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement and conviction. In that moment, it seemed as if all the mysteries had found their resolution. Sitting beside him, Jiang Zhaoyang gazed at his father in bewilderment, clearly unable to keep pace with Jiang Zhaoyang's leap of thought. "Which her?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhaoyang asserted firmly. "She is Secretary Wei. Secretary Wei is Wei Rong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang exclaimed in astonishment, a hint of disbelief lacing his tone. The height and name matched perfectly. There was no doubt she was the county party secretary. The realization struck him. He had saved none other than the county party secretary and her father. It was as if the hand of fate had bestowed upon him an unexpected boon, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, landing squarely upon his head. However, amid his joy, a significant doubt began to rise within him. Given that he had personally rescued the county party secretary, such a favor should logically warrant some form of reciprocation. Why then did she promote He? This thought lingered in Jiang Zhaoyang's mind like a persistent fog, leaving him utterly perplexed. Observing his son, Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze flickered with complexity. He slowly spoke, a hint of inquiry in his voice. "Did she inquire about your situation?" His words seemed to seek some clues from his son's response. "Yes, she knew I was a staff member from Liuli Town." At this, Jiang Zhaoyang paused, seemingly savoring each detail from that moment. "Ah!" Jiang Zhaoyang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, his voice imbued with a sense of realization. He abruptly recognized that the position being offered was that of deputy mayor of Liuli Town, which directly aligned with Jiang Zhaoyang's identity. What further doubts could there be? The person his son had saved was undoubtedly the county party secretary. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Jiang Zhaoyang. Yet, why was her intention to promote He? Did she not express her gratitude or inquire about your name? Did she not ask? Jiang Zhaoyang pressed, his tone laced with urgency, eager to know the specifics of his son's actions. "She did ask. However, I did not say." Jiang Zhaoyang hesitated in his response. "Then why did you not speak? A good deed left unacknowledged?" Jiang Zhaoyang teased. "No, it's just. I felt that these two had an inappropriate relationship, and I was ashamed to associate with them," Jiang Zhaoyang explained, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang couldn't help but sigh. He understood his son's character well, upright, kind, and intolerant of injustice. Yet in this complex society, many matters are not simply black and white. Jiang Zhaoyang seemed to ponder for a moment. After a pause, he continued, "Sometimes, a certain degree of flexibility is necessary. Not all situations can be addressed strictly according to your principles. You must also learn to consider issues from others' perspectives. Only then can you better navigate your place in this society." He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a sense of certainty. "If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the object of Secretary Wei's promotion will undoubtedly be you." "What about He?" Jiang Zhaoyang asked, perplexed. Observing this, Jiang Zhaoyang forced a bitter smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of relief. My son, do you not yet grasp the crux of the matter? Secretary Wei, she has mistakenly taken you for Hidi. This entire situation is merely a serendipitous error. Jiang Zhaoyang exclaimed, as if struck by enlightenment. A wave of astonishment surging within him. He suddenly recalled a moment when he had actually held Hidi's phone and, out of necessity, had even called her using it. What had seemed like a casual action at the time had inadvertently set the stage for this very moment. Goodness. She must have located the owner of the phone through the number, attributing all the credit and opportunities to Hidi. This is truly a monumental blunder, Jiang Zhaoyang said, his tone laced with self-mockery and resignation. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he continued, Dad, I was holding Hidi's phone. My own phone was charging in the office, and I casually picked up a fully charged phone that happened to be in my office. I had no idea it belonged to Hidi. She had preemptively occupied my office. Jiang Zhaoyang, too, experienced a moment of clarity. Everything was falling into place. Dad, should I call her? Should I reveal the truth? Jiang Zhaoyang hesitated for a moment before finally responding. No, why not? Jiang Zhaoyang pressed. With a profound gaze, Jiang Zhaoyang replied solemnly, if she possesses clarity of mind, coupled with keen observation and judgment, she will surely discern that this is a misunderstanding, a blunder precipitated by misaligned information. In that case, she will employ her own wisdom to devise a solution. And what if she does not realize it? Jiang Zhaoyang shook his head, a flicker of indescribable concern crossing his eyes. His voice grew more somber. If she fails to recognize it, it indicates a lack of sufficient insight and adaptability. Such a person, when facing a cunning and adept opponent like Zhang Chaoshen, is destined to falter. Zhang Chaoshen, with years of experience in the political arena, is deeply shrewd and not easily deciphered. He is exceedingly difficult to contend with. The outcome for her will be far worse than that of the former county committee secretary, Su Zhaohan. A profound sense of helplessness permeated Jiang Zhaoyang's tone, even with the powerful connections and background she might possess. She would ultimately be like mud that cannot adhere to the wall. If she lacks the requisite strength and wisdom, no external force can alter her fate. In the end, she would become akin to a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect herself, let alone safeguard you. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, recognizing that even if she momentarily stood in a position of advantage within this intricate and changeable situation, she would be ill-equipped to withstand the impending storm. Even if you have entered her inner circle, you may soon find yourself the first to fall when Zhang Chaoshen unleashes his power, becoming a mere casualty. At this juncture, he added, it is only a matter of time before Zhang Chaoshen deals with you. I serve as a cautionary tale. Jiang Zhaoyang paused here, seemingly lost in the painful memories of an unbearable past. That chapter of his life lingered like an inescapable nightmare. During these recent nights, when silence enveloped the world, those memories would quietly resurface, causing him profound heartache. Jiang Zhaoyang gazed at his son, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. He was aware that his words might seem harsh. Yet, for the sake of his son's future, he felt compelled to speak thus. What can I do? Do nothing at all. What you can do is to remain still and let events unfold. Jiang Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a self-deprecating smile. Am I simply waiting for fortune to fall from the sky? Indeed. Jiang Zhaoyang's response was both surprising and yet entirely reasonable to Jiang Zhaoyang. He continued, sometimes, opportunities descend like gifts from the heavens. The crux lies in your ability to seize them accurately. To achieve this, you must possess ample patience and wisdom. Do not rush to achieve results, nor should you easily concede. As long as you persevere, an opportunity that belongs to you will inevitably arise. I understand. Jiang Zhaoyang nodded, though many questions and confusions still lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he recognized that his father's words held their own rationale. After a day filled with toil, Chen Qigong finally arrived at the county town. The night had deepened, and the streets were illuminated by shimmering lights. Sparse pedestrians hurried past, casting elongated shadows in their wake. He, along with the driver and two accompanying staff members, hastily enjoyed a simple dinner at an unassuming yet tidy little restaurant. Despite the modest meal, the faces of all present radiated a sense of ease and satisfaction, typical of a task well completed. After the meal, Chen Qigong gently dabbed at the corners of his mouth. He leaned toward the driver and quietly instructed, first, take me to the county committee guest house. Then ensure they return home safely. The driver nodded briskly in acknowledgement. Upon entering the vehicle, the engine roared to life, The small car darted through the night as if it were an arrow loosed from a bow, speeding towards the county committee guest house along the winding streets. Inside the car, Chen Qigong's gaze drifted through the window, watching the scenery swiftly recede, while his mind was already calculating the plans ahead. Upon arrival, Chen Qigong slowly exited the vehicle, standing before the guest house, waving farewell to his two subordinates inside the car. The vehicle roared again, quickly vanishing into the night. Only the flickering taillights remained, gradually stretching into the shadows, as if to signify a temporary close to this late-night journey. Chen Qigong intended to meet Wei Rong. Following the proper protocol, he should report the situation to Jiang Zhaoyang the next day at work, and then together they would brief the deputy secretary of the county committee and the county mayor, Jiang Zhaoyang. However, Chen Qigong chose to deviate from convention today. He understood that reporting to Jiang Zhaoyang and Jiang Zhaoyang would yield a predictable outcome. He aspired to break the mold, making one last effort for Jiang Zhaoyang. Perhaps Secretary Wei would alter the predetermined conclusion. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers deftly tapping the screen to bring up the phone number Wei Rong had left him before her departure. He dialed Wei Rong's number. At the moment he pressed the call button, a few brief beeps resonated before the call connected. His heart raced slightly as he spoke. "Hello, Secretary Wei. This is Chen Qigong." A cool yet authoritative female voice responded from the other end. "I know. What is it?" "Secretary Wei, I have something I need to report to you." After a brief silence, as if weighing her options, Wei Rong finally uttered two words. "Urgent matter?" He replied without hesitation. "No, Secretary Wei, it is not urgent, but it is indeed significant." There was a momentary pause on the line once more. Then, Wei Rong's voice returned, this time imbued with a touch of decisiveness. "Very well, Minister Chen, come here. I will be waiting for you in room 308. And I hope you bring news worth hearing." Chen Qigong arrived at the door of room 308. He knocked gently. "Come in." He softly pushed the door open and stepped into the suite of the county committee guest house. The front room was spacious and bright, serving both as a reception area and cleverly accommodating the function of impromptu discussions. Several elegant inkwash paintings adorned the walls, harmonizing beautifully with the overall ambience of the room. A subtle scent of wood pervaded the air, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. The rear room was a bedroom, the door slightly ajar, casting a warm glow that imparted an intimate and cozy atmosphere. Upon seeing Chen Qigong enter, Wei Rong's face broke into a gentle smile. She gestured towards the nearby sofa. Her voice, soft and magnetic, seemed to penetrate the soul. "Please, have a seat, Minister Chen." Her demeanor exuded an authoritative presence without anger, yet inadvertently revealed a touch of feminine warmth. Wei Rong turned to pour water. Observing this, Chen Qigong hastily stepped forward. "Secretary Wei, please don't trouble yourself. Allow me to do it. How could I let you serve me?" Wei Rong smiled lightly at his words. She nodded, her tone amiable. "Very well. Then it falls upon you, Minister Chen." Wei Rong took her seat. In response, Chen Qigong promptly sprang into action, adeptly picking up the teapot from the table. With a flick of his wrist, he quickly poured 2 steaming cups of tea. He carefully lifted one cup and placed it steadily on the coffee table before Wei Rong, ensuring not a single drop spilled. The other cup he gently set down on the table in front of himself, his movements fluid and natural. After arranging the tea, Chen Qigong finally settled into his seat. His posture appeared somewhat rigid, his hands unconsciously clasped together, revealing a hint of nervousness. "Minister Chen, you are here to report on the investigation at Liuli Town, correct?" "Yes," Chen Qigong replied, somewhat reserved. "How did it go?" Wei Rong inquired, her tone steady yet probing. Her gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, instantly detecting every subtle shift in Chen Qigong's expression. A wave of pressure washed over him. He glanced at the door. A fleeting impulse to close it surged within him, believing it would allow him to report with greater ease. However, he abruptly realized that the secretary was a woman. How could he possibly close the door at such an hour? That would surely lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Confronted with this thought, he suppressed the urge and lowered his voice to commence his report. Wei Rong listened intently, nodding in approval at times, while occasionally furrowing her brow in contemplation. As Chen Qigong cautiously recounted the shocking scene at the meeting, where he had mercilessly humiliated Jiang Zhaoyang and harshly ordered him to sit at the far end of the venue, the revelation struck like a bombshell, stirring a tempest in the previously calm assembly. Subsequently, several senior officials from the back rows rose in protest, their voices brimming with discontent and indignation as they began to exit. The order within the room swiftly disintegrated, plunging into chaos. Wei Rong's expression morphed into one of astonishment, quickly followed by a grim demeanor. The entire room felt shrouded in a heavy, oppressive gloom, making it nearly impossible to breathe. This was utterly unfathomable. She could scarcely believe that the benefactor who had once saved her and her father, even covering the medical expenses without revealing his name, could now be so drastically different. How modest he had been then. Yet, the current he seemed a completely transformed individual, having shed his former grace and decorum. Displaying a shocking rudeness in publicly berating a competitor, this act not only plunged the atmosphere into freezing tension, but also ignited a significant public outcry, leading to dire consequences. It was inconceivable that his votes would remain high. Was this the conduct of a person of quality? If he were to ascend to the position of deputy town mayor, could he embody the virtues required for such a role? These questions weighed heavily upon her heart, overwhelming her thoughts with confusion. She instinctively rubbed her temples, attempting to alleviate the tidal wave of anxiety and unease. However, this slight gesture did little to diminish her troubles. Instead, it seemed to deepen the furrow in her brow. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure, even as her inner turmoil persisted. Noticing her distress, Chen Qigong paused in his report. "Please, continue," Wei Rong urged. Her voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable force. She sought to glean the full scope of the situation through his words. Chen Qigong nodded and resumed his account. When he disclosed the election results, Wei Rong's expression changed dramatically, her face paling in shock. The shock and disappointment within her surged like a tsunami, nearly impossible to suppress. How could the votes be so dismal? This was utterly transformative to her understanding. Just how poor was the foundation of public support? Her heart raced, pounding like a startled deer, and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The cold, stark figures before her struck like a resounding slap, harshly landing upon her countenance. How could such a despicable individual be promoted? This mud could never ascend the wall. To place this benefactor in such a position was a grave irresponsibility towards both himself and the public. With this thought, Wei Rong's expression grew increasingly anxious. Her brow furrowed, her gaze filled with worry and helplessness. Wei Rong's demeanor darkened, as if shrouded in a thin mist. She softly inquired, "What of the other individual, Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang? Is he also?" The situation of Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang stood in stark contrast to that of He Di. Chen Qigong's words carried a subtle, barely perceptible sense of lament. "What?" A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Rong's eyes, as though a chord within her had been struck. "When Comrade He Di spoke with me, he appeared completely bewildered regarding the responsibilities of the deputy town head, as well as his plans or strategies for promoting local economic development, enhancing the well-being of the populace, and strengthening social governance." Chen Qigong's tone revealed disappointment akin to autumn leaves, light yet heavy. His words tumbled forth in a disjointed manner, failing to convey his meaning. Such confusion and helplessness were indeed unsatisfactory. At this juncture, Chen Qigong paused, seemingly giving Wei Rong a moment to absorb the information, as if he were organizing his own thoughts. He then shifted his tone, a hint of approval and anticipation in his expression, and slowly said, "However, Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang is entirely different. His words are pearls of wisdom. His insights are astonishingly profound. He is undoubtedly a talent worth cultivating. If I were to employ a metaphor, he is akin to a spirited steed poised to gallop, awaiting a discerning eye to recognize his potential, ready to surge ahead." At this point, Chen Qigong handed his notebook to Wei Rong, stating, "I have meticulously recorded everything we discussed. While not verbatim, it is certainly accurate." Wei Rong accepted the notebook and began to leaf through its pages. Within the notes, Jiang Zhaoyang spoke eloquently about his proposals for implementing ecological restoration projects, which not only addressed current environmental issues but also included long-term planning. Promoting green production methods represented a bold innovation of traditional production models, aimed at fundamentally resolving environmental pollution. Strengthening environmental oversight provided a robust guarantee for this series of measures, striving for a harmonious balance between economic development and environmental protection. These insights left Wei Rong astounded. She clearly recalled these key points. Were they not precisely the contents of He Di's research report? Was this research report not co-authored by Lin Weiquan and He Di? How is it that Jiang Zhaoyang can articulate so smoothly now, while He Di appears extraordinarily awkward, stumbling over his words? Is there something amiss? Wei Rong's complexion darkened further. She pondered internally. Why, at that critical juncture between life and death, was it not the exceptionally talented Jiang Zhaoyang who selflessly saved both herself and her father? Instead, it was the unremarkable He Di, akin to mud that cannot adhere to walls. How cruelly fate plays its hand. This stark contrast was difficult for her to accept. leaving her heart brimming with confusion and resentment. After much contemplation, Wei Rong addressed Chen Qigong, saying, "Minister Chen, please wait in the courtyard of the guest house for a brief moment, just 10 minutes. I will call you up after that." Chen Qigong, taken aback, displayed a look of surprise. He inwardly mused about the intent behind Wei Rong's actions. What was she truly after? Was she planning to make some pivotal decision in these 10 minutes? His mind swirled with questions, yet he dared not reveal a hint of his uncertainty. After all, given Wei Rong's esteemed position, he could not afford to defy her wishes lightly. Therefore, he promptly replied, "All right, I will leave at once." With that, Chen Qigong rose and made his way toward the door, remembering to gently close it behind him, fearful of disturbing Wei Rong's thoughts. Wei Rong delicately retrieved her mobile phone, her fingertips dancing adeptly across the screen. With practiced ease, she dialed a familiar number, the mobile phone of her father in the provincial capital. As the long, drawn-out beeps resonated through the receiver, her heart raced uncontrollably. "Dad, She opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, as if bound by invisible shackles. On the other end, a senior male voice came through the cold waves of the phone, filled with concern and confusion. "Ronger, what is it? Why are you hesitating and speaking so vaguely? Is there something you cannot share with your own father? Have you encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Tell me, and perhaps I can offer some guidance. I wish to promote the man who saved the lives of my father and me. He is also within the system. His name is Hedi." On the other end, the elderly man paused, taken aback, before responding with a tone tinged with surprise. "Oh, Hedi? You even managed to ascertain his name? I recall you mentioning that after saving us, he refused to divulge his identity. How did you come to find him?" "Indeed, after some effort, I traced his name through his mobile number. If it weren't for Hedi's timely intervention, we might have already met our demise. His heroic act is etched in my memory, planting the seed of gratitude within my heart." At this point, Wei Rong shifted her tone. "My intention to promote him is partly to repay the life-saving grace, and partly to nurture future talent. I am convinced he is a worthy individual to cultivate, deserving of better opportunities and development. A hero is supported by 3 allies, and defense requires 3 posts. In this county, to achieve anything of significance, one must establish a solid foundation of trusted associates." The voice on the other end of the phone resonated clearly, imbued with a touch of affection and caution. "Ronger, I comprehend your intentions. Such an approach is permissible, yet you must proceed with prudence. The political arena resembles a chessboard. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. Only with steadfast diligence can your foundation become secure, allowing you to traverse a more extensive path in the future. Before nurturing him, it is imperative to discern his character. His demeanor and work ethic are of utmost importance. Remember, Ronger, in the realm of politics, human hearts are inscrutable. You must not only master the art of recognizing and utilizing talent, but also learn to safeguard yourself from any potential threats. Only those of reliable character are worthy of cultivation. This is no trivial matter. Do not allow even the slightest oversight to become a future liability." The tone on the other end was grave and earnest. "Indeed, your words resonate with truth. You have traversed more bridges than I have walked roads, and you have consumed more salt than I have rice. Each of your statements is a nugget of genuine experience, from which I greatly benefit," she murmured. "This Hedi is entirely different from the impression I had of him before. He seems to possess 2 faces, one genuine and the other false, leaving me in profound confusion, unable to discern the truth." Her tone conveyed a blend of bewilderment and uncertainty. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end seemed to ponder the most appropriate words to address her confusion. Finally, it reached Wei Rong's ears. "Ronger, life is akin to a play, reliant on performance. In this intricate and multifaceted world, each individual wears a mask. Yet remember, regardless of how exquisite or elusive the mask may be, if you observe with sincerity and feel deeply, you may just penetrate that thin veneer and uncover the reality you seek." Wei Rong felt a spark of understanding. She replied promptly, "Father, I understand." She hung up the phone, her gaze drifting through the tightly shut window, fixating on the courtyard of the guest house. Moments later, she withdrew her gaze, inhaled deeply, and once more grasped her phone, her fingertips gliding gently across the screen as she dialed Chen Qigong's number. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Minister Chen, could you please come up?" On the other end, Chen Qigong's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Secretary Wei, did you not instruct me to wait for 10 minutes? It has barely been a moment. There are still 5 minutes remaining. Do not be overly concerned with mere seconds." "Come up as I have requested," Wei Rong replied. "Understood. I shall be there shortly," Chen Qigong responded decisively. Before long, Chen Qigong returned to the room, resuming his previous seat. Unexpectedly, Wei Rong posed a question that took Chen Qigong completely by surprise. How are the physical conditions of these two individuals? I mean, how do they compare? Chen Qigong appeared astonished, perplexed by the abrupt shift in conversation. Was Secretary Wei straying from the topic? What precisely is the elixir that Secretary Wei is peddling? Shouldn't the evaluation of officials primarily focus on their political acumen and professional capabilities? Why the sudden inquiry into their health? The assessment of officials is not akin to that of civil servants, where a medical examination is warranted. Chen Qigong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as he recalled that such a health check had never been part of previous evaluations of officials. Observing his reaction, Wei Rong allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, one that bore both an expectation of Chen Qigong's response and a hint of inscrutable depth. Not long ago, a colleague from my former department was promoted, yet tragically passed away within a month, such a lamentable demise in the prime of life. My heart ached, for I believed that the untimely death of this comrade was largely due to his already frail constitution, coupled with the pressures of a new position. He immersed himself in his duties, neglecting to afford himself adequate time for rest and recuperation. The prolonged strain on both body and mind was akin to a mountain on the verge of collapse, ultimately leading to this heart-rending tragedy, working himself to death at his post. This left a profound impact on me. Thus, I contend that in evaluating officials, attention must not only be directed towards their political attributes and work competencies, but also towards their physical well-being. After all, a robust constitution is the cornerstone that enables them to tirelessly serve the party and the people. This perspective stemmed from that tragic awakening, which made me realize that prevention is always preferable to remedy. Hence, my inquiry into their health was rooted in this very consideration. We must not allow such tragedies to recur. Chen Qigong swiftly organized his thoughts. He cautiously replied, "The health of both candidates appears satisfactory. From my observations, Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang and Comrade Yi show no apparent health issues." Wei Rong remained composed, prompting further, "Do elaborate." "Indeed," Chen Qigong affirmed, "Jiang Zhaoyang is tall and robust. His complexion radiant, and his voice is strong and resonant when he speaks. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, his vitality is undoubtedly indicative of good health." Wei Rong's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible surprise. Was this Jiang Zhaoyang not the very benefactor who had saved her during a life-threatening moment? Yet reason cautioned her that such descriptions were insufficient for confirmation. A sliver of doubt lingered in her heart, necessitating further verification. "Jiang Zhaoyang is tall? How tall exactly?" she pressed. Chen Qigong, after a moment's reflection, confidently responded, "By my estimation, he stands at least around 175 centimeters. His clear and precise answer struck Wei Rong like a hammer, each word resonating deeply within her. She shuddered as if struck by an invisible force. And a familiar figure swiftly flashed through her mind, the very individual who had bravely stepped forward in a moment of peril to save her and her father. Is it not true that the height of that individual precisely aligns with the description provided by Chen Qigong? It fits perfectly. Her heart raced, pounding as if her entire chest might burst. It turned out that she had been embroiled in a complete misunderstanding, mistakenly identifying her savior as someone else. A bittersweet smile crept across her face. It was a ludicrous mix-up, indeed, an absurd error. However, despite grasping this awkward reality, her curiosity remained unabated. Another enigma quietly surfaced in her mind. How should the identity of the aircraft owner, be explained? Contemplating this, Wei Rong's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Minister Chen, can you truly ascertain a person's health merely by their height?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qigong displayed a hint of embarrassment. He hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. No, Secretary Wei, you misunderstand. I do not solely rely on height to determine health. Rather, it is the first impression he left on me. More precisely, it is an intuitive feeling I developed after comparing him with He. Is He particularly short? Wei Rong pressed on. Not exactly. He is around 165 centimeters tall, Chen Qigong explained. In that moment, Wei Rong comprehended fully. All her doubts and speculations crystallized into a clear answer. Her savior could undoubtedly be Jiang Zhaoyang, because that silhouette was certainly not of an average or shorter stature like He. She remembered it vividly. Then, what of He's physical condition? Wei Rong seemed unable to resist further inquiry. He is short yet vigorous, moving with the swiftness of the wind, showing no signs of illness. He appears quite healthy, Chen Qigong described. Upon hearing this, Wei Rong's confusion dissipated like mist under warm sunlight, ultimately vanishing into thin air. She exhaled deeply, her taut, nerves finally relaxing. A smile of relief involuntarily graced Wei Rong's lips. The truth was unveiled. A wave of joy surged within her. Her mind raced, formulating a plan. Comrade Chen Qigong, I must solemnly remind you. Though her tone remained calm, each word struck Chen Qigong's heart like a hammer. His heart quaked as if gripped by an unseen hand, his complexion paling in an instant. How could the situation have taken such an unexpected turn in merely 5 minutes? Secretary Wei's sternness felt like a biting cold wind, chilling to the bone, leaving one utterly uncomfortable and apprehensive. He leaped from his seat, stumbling back a step, his voice betraying unmistakable confusion and fear. Secretary Wei, what have I done wrong? I will change. Please, enlighten me. How can I remedy this mistake? Wei Rong's expression remained serious, her gaze fixed on Chen Qigong, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. She then said with an air of seriousness, You truly do not know? Chen Qigong's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. He licked his dry lips and replied, his voice trembling slightly, No, I do not know. Wei Rong took a deep breath, feigning to suppress the anger bubbling within her. She enunciated each word with precision. Then allow me to inform you. I inquired about the health status of these 2 individuals. Not only did you respond dismissively, but you also rashly concluded their physical well-being based solely on their height, complexion, and those so-called movements. You determined that they are 100% healthy? Do you comprehend the absurdity of this? And you resorted to traditional Chinese medicine theories to evade responsibility? While traditional Chinese medicine is profound and intricate, it is not to be misused in such a manner. You have jumped to conclusions based on your subjective assumptions. Wei Rong's tone grew increasingly stern. What I require. Do you understand? Chen Qigong dared not argue in the slightest, merely nodding timidly, his mind a tumult of confusion. In that moment, the room fell into a brief silence. What I need is a detailed medical examination diagnosis. This is our fundamental understanding of their health status and a necessary assessment of their capability to adapt to future work environments. Wei Rong's gaze remained icy, awaiting a satisfactory response from Chen Qigong. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, he forced himself to maintain composure, cautiously articulating, I was there for an inspection and did not bring a doctor along. I truly did not anticipate this. Wei Rong's expression was still as cold as ice. Did I ask you to bring a doctor? Her tone was unyielding, devoid of warmth. What the secretary meant was, Chen Qigong's voice was scarcely audible, trembling with a barely perceptible quiver. Wei Rong's demeanor softened slightly. She sighed gently, her tone tinged with a mixture of helplessness and reproach. I am saying you are not thorough in your work. Why did you not ascertain their health status during the inspection? Certainly not based on their verbal claims. Rather, she deliberately paused. What is it, secretary? Chen Qigong nervously swallowed. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. It should have been your duty to bring back their recent medical examination reports during the inspection, or at the very least, a copy. Only then can we fully comprehend their physical condition. Is that so difficult? I recall that all county officials recently underwent physical examinations, and reports have been coming in gradually. Why did you not think of this? To rashly conclude based on superficial observations or traditional Chinese medicine theories. Have you studied traditional Chinese medicine? Wei Rong pressed further. Chen Qigong's complexion paled slightly. He hesitated, stammering, No, I have not studied it systematically. I have merely perused some texts on traditional Chinese medicine and know only a smattering. His voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if he were speaking to himself. He was evidently overwhelmed by guilt, unable to meet Wei Rong's piercing gaze. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Wei Rong's lips. With a tone of earnest gravity, she remarked, It is unwise to draw conclusions based on superficial knowledge. Such behavior is not to be condoned. Medicine demands rigor. One cannot make judgments solely on a fragmented understanding. I was wrong. I should not have jumped to conclusions based on mere appearances. Chen Qigong lowered his head. Noticing this, Wei Rong gently nodded. Her tone softened further. It's sufficient to recognize one's mistakes. No one is infallible. Who among us is without fault? What matters is to learn from our errors and refrain from repeating them. A change signifies a good comrade. And I believe you are capable of this. With her goal achieved, Wei Rong decided to withdraw gracefully. Upon returning, she instructed that the medical examination reports for both of them be faxed over from the comrades in Liuli town. She continued, We must rely on scientific data and facts, rather than subjective assumptions or partial understanding, to form our decisions. The medical reports must serve as one of the references for their appointments. Yes. Chen Qigong felt a weight lift off his shoulders. This female secretary is indeed formidable. Wei Rong then spoke again, her voice tinged with seriousness. Do you have anything further to add regarding comrades Jiang Zhaoyang and He? Upon hearing this, Qin Shigong nodded slightly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. He gently caressed the briefcase in his hands, seemingly weighing the significance of the words he was about to utter. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and replied resolutely, yes. Speak. Qin Shigong retrieved a disciplinary decision document from his briefcase. This is the formal draft prepared by the Liuli Town Party Committee following initial deliberation, intended for administrative action against Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang. As he spoke, he carefully extended the document toward Wei Rong. She took the draft, merely glancing at it. Yet, even that fleeting look was sufficient to darken her expression instantly. However, she chose not to react immediately. Instead, she inhaled deeply, striving to calm her emotions. Minister Qin, Wei Rong's voice, though cool, regained its composure and rationality. What is your stance on this disciplinary decision as a member of the organizational department's leadership? I find this disciplinary decision to be entirely inappropriate. Oh? Wei Rong raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Qin Shigong's stance. She gently prompted, oh, do elaborate. What are your reasons? Qin Shigong was vividly reminded of Wei Rong's earlier demeanor, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Yet, if he did not speak candidly, what purpose did his presence here serve? He was determined to risk everything to secure justice for Jiang Zhaoyang. He must not bear this unjust accusation. Without hesitation, he declared, this is entirely fabricated, without any basis whatsoever. These accusations are mere conjecture, unfounded and utterly untenable. How long has Jiang Zhaoyang even been here? Moreover, his role in forest conservation is a supplementary one. How could he possibly be held accountable for the dwindling numbers of rare animals within the forest? Such an assertion is utterly preposterous. Upon hearing this, Wei Rong's gaze flickered momentarily as a deep-seated emotion stirred within her. Maintaining her composure, she probed with a hint of curiosity, are you suggesting that someone is deliberately targeting Jiang Zhaoyang? Isn't it so? Qin Shigong retorted, his tone laced with a barely perceptible indignation. Then why did Jiang Zhaoyang successfully apprehend 5 poachers and safeguard the rare animals, yet receive no commendation for his efforts? Some have chosen to turn a blind eye. Qin Shigong stated emphatically, as if he were pouring out the discontent that festered within him. His efforts, his contributions, seemed akin to dust scattered by the wind, ignored and unacknowledged, with no recognition or reward forthcoming. Continue. Tell me everything you know, Wei Rong urged. Qin Shigong recounted in detail the harrowing experiences Jiang Zhaoyang had shared. Each detail brimmed with tension and excitement. After attentively listening to Qin Shigong's account, a wave of profound astonishment washed over Wei Rong. What perplexed her even more was the glaring injustice that Jiang Zhaoyang, whose actions were characterized by bravery and selflessness, had not received the commendation and rewards he rightfully deserved from the town committee. Instead, he found himself ensnared in an incredulous predicament. Jiang Zhaoyang, an ordinary forest ranger, albeit a part-timer, confronted 5 armed and audacious poachers. He did not flinch. Armed with extraordinary tenacity and keen intellect, he engaged them single-handedly. Ultimately, he brought these wrongdoers to justice. This was nothing short of a miracle beyond the reach of an ordinary person. According to relevant laws and government reward mechanisms, Jiang Zhaoyang's valorous deeds undoubtedly warranted recognition, possibly even second-class merit or higher honors. However, to Wei Rong's dismay, not only did Jiang Zhaoyang fail to receive the accolades he deserved, but he also faced the prospect of disciplinary action. She could not comprehend why a hero, who risked everything to protect public interests, would be subjected to such egregious treatment. It was utterly unfathomable, simply outrageous. What else could it be but a glaring double standard? What, exactly, was Lin Weiquan, Jiang Zhaoyang's superior and the town party secretary, intending to achieve? Wei Rong fell into deep contemplation. The waters in this county were far too murky. The room was enveloped in a brief silence. Suddenly, Wei Rong's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Rising slowly, she fixed her gaze on Qin Shigong and declared, we cannot stand idly by regarding this matter. Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang's achievements must receive the recognition they deserve. We must restore justice for him and ensure that those with ulterior motives do not prevail. However, that is a matter for the future. At this point, Wei Rong's gaze lingered on Qin Shigong's face for a moment, her tone imbued with curiosity and anticipation. In this recommendation, is your stance unequivocal? Qin Shigong felt the weight of Wei Rong's gaze, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve and replied candidly, Secretary Wei, I dare to assert that ED is not suitable. Upon hearing this, Wei Rong's lips curled into a subtle smile. With an air of nonchalance, she inquired, "Oh, so you mean that Jiang Zhaoyang is the more appropriate candidate?" Chen Qigong nodded, his tone resolute. "Indeed, Secretary Wei. Jiang Zhaoyang not only possesses exceptional work capabilities, but more importantly, he embodies a daring and tenacious spirit, which is precisely what we currently require. Setting everything else aside, in terms of promotion, he has priority as a selected trainee according to the organization's training plan and relevant regulations." Wei Rong remained noncommittal. She then uttered a series of remarks that left Chen Qigong in a state of bewilderment. Her words seemed to be a monologue, suggesting that the truth of certain matters often lies beyond one's comprehension, concealed behind the facade of facts. Of course, it was not something he could grasp. A sudden heaviness descended upon Chen Qigong's heart, as if an unseen boulder pressed down upon him, rendering his breath labored. He realized that Secretary Wei's ambiguous statements were by no means without purpose. Each word felt like a meticulously placed chess piece, imbued with a meaning he had yet to discern. Was Secretary Wei implying that Jiang Zhaoyang's prospects were truly in jeopardy? Would she reconsider her stance? Had he failed to sway her in any way? Reflecting on his earlier impassioned defense of Jiang Zhaoyang, the weight of her words struck him like a thunderbolt, plunging his spirits from the heights to the depths. A profound sense of defeat enveloped him, as if all his efforts had evaporated in an instant. However, Wei Rong posed an unexpected question that caught Chen Qigong off guard. "Having engaged in organizational work for many years, do you know what mistake you made?" The question pierced through him like a sharp dagger, striking at the very core of his being. He abruptly lifted his gaze, shock and confusion evident in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Wei Rong would confront him with such a pointed inquiry. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at her, desperately seeking answers in her expression. "Secretary, please enlighten me." "No, I implore you to critique and guide me." Wei Rong replied coolly. "You returned and immediately came to me?" "Yes, Secretary. Isn't that a violation of the work process? Within the institutional framework, every step carries significance. Bypassing the hierarchy is a grave faux pas in the political arena. It can disrupt the normal decision-making chain and may provoke unnecessary misunderstandings and rifts. Are you not aware of the consequences of bypassing the hierarchy?" Chen Qigong understood that Wei Rong's implication was clear. In handling this matter, he must adhere to the established levels and procedures. He should first report to Minister Jiang Zhaoyang, and then together with him report to the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee and the County Mayor, Jiang Zhaoyang. Only then would it be appropriate to approach the County Party Secretary. Any act of overstepping or reversing the established order may be perceived as a lack of respect for the system or even a deficiency in capability. The outcome often proves counterproductive. However, should one engage in such maneuvers, Jiang Zhaoyang would undoubtedly be undermined, never reaching Wei Rong. For Jiang Zhaoyang's sake, one has chosen the shortcut. Wei Rong paused for a moment, a trace of subtle approval flickering in her eyes. She slowly rose, walked to the window, and gazed out at the bustling night scene of the county town, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief interval, she turned back, her tone softened. "Minister Chun, remember, this time, I am willing to make an exception to hear your report. But next time, you must adhere strictly to the protocols. The political arena is akin to a chess game. One misstep leads to total defeat. Do you understand? Do you know what to do?" Wei Rong's words carried an underlying message. Chen Qigong's expression momentarily faltered. Suddenly, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing he must keep today's events strictly confidential. He also hoped that Secretary Wei would maintain discretion. "I will ensure this, rest assured. Should today's events be disclosed, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to you. Remember." Chen Qigong was well aware of Jiang Zhaoyang's character. He would never dare to let slip even a whisper, unless he was prepared to completely lose his foothold in this county. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Chen Qigong had first-hand experience of Jiang Zhaoyang's vengeful nature. Or perhaps it could be described as a personal agony. 2 years prior, on a dreary day, Jiang Zhaoyang, as the head of the county and concurrently the deputy secretary of the county committee, personally visited the organization department to solicit opinions. Despite holding 2 positions, it was widely recognized that his focus lay predominantly on the complex affairs of the county government, with the county committee being a mere afterthought. Consequently, the staff in the organization department regarded him with a blend of awe and unfamiliarity, many having not had the fortune to converse with him throughout the entire year. As Jiang Zhaoyang entered the conference room, an intangible pressure instantly enveloped the space. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions tense, fearful of inadvertently incurring the wrath of this high-ranking leader. The meeting commenced, and an awkward silence ensued. Observing the hushed atmosphere, Jiang Zhaoyang appeared displeased. At this moment, Jiang Zhaoyang, also a deputy minister alongside Chen Qigong, spoke up. Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, you seem somewhat aloof, disconnected from the masses, and unwilling to engage with them or heed their opinions. At these words, the order of the meeting became somewhat unsettled. Jiang Zhaoyang's expression darkened further. Such a statement was excessive. However, Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, Jiang Zhaoyang swiftly redirected. Please allow me to clarify, when I mention the masses, I am specifically referring to our female colleagues. After all, every member of the county committee and government is crucial, especially those who contribute quietly, embodying both gentleness and resilience. Their voices deserve to be heard and valued. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. Some colleagues, who had been diligently recording, discreetly raised their heads, exchanging meaningful glances. Chen Qigong was left astounded, marveling at the artful flattery, which was nothing short of masterful. However, Jiang Zhaoyang's expression remained unyielding. He continued to wear a displeased visage, seemingly still processing Jiang Zhaoyang's remarks. Jiang Zhaoyang pressed on. Moreover, Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang, I must highlight another issue of yours. Your enthusiasm and dedication to work are indeed commendable. Yet, such a state of working tirelessly through the night, neglecting personal well-being, is genuinely concerning. The body is the foundation upon which we serve the people. Without a healthy physique, how can one better serve the populace? This is unacceptable. I earnestly offer you this advice. Jiang Zhaoyang displayed no discernible reaction, his displeasure unwavering. At last, he slowly lifted his gaze, scanning each individual present. His eyes ultimately settled on Chen Qigong. He gently raised a hand, his fingertip precisely indicating Chen Qigong. Comrade Chen Qigong, speak. I hope you can express all that is on your mind without reservation. I wish to hear the truth. Otherwise, what purpose does this meeting serve? Chen Qigong inclined slightly. Director Jiang, since you are so forthright, I shall be equally candid. At this juncture, Chen Qigong deliberately paused, weighing the significance of each word. He continued with careful consideration. Director Jiang, I believe your perspective on the larger situation requires further enhancement. You must adeptly manage the relationship between the county government and the county committee. The two should function as the wheels of a cart or the wings of a bird, complementing each other to advance our county's development. However, recent friction in policy implementation and poor communication has indeed hampered work efficiency and public satisfaction. Upon this declaration, the atmosphere in the conference room became suddenly tense, silence enveloping the space like a shroud. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoyang's hand abruptly struck the table. The sharp sound resonated with clarity, startling everyone. Was the director enraged? Yet, as the attendees held their breath in anticipation of potential reprimand, a smile of approval blossomed on Jiang Zhaoyang's face. He rose, surveying the room. Excellent. Comrade Chen Qigong, your words today are pearls of wisdom, spoken plainly and without equivocation. Regardless of their correctness, such spirit and courage are commendable. This is the demeanor expected of us as party members. It enables me to rectify my shortcomings and strive for improvement. Transitioning his tone, he added, however, I must express criticism regarding Comrade Jiang Zhaoyang's previous comments. What you offered was not constructive criticism, but rather a series of flattering remarks. Such language merely ensnares one in a quagmire of self-indulgence, leading to a clouded vision of the path ahead and a loss of self-awareness, along with the critical thinking expected of a party member. Jiang Zhaoyang's actions instantaneously shattered the tension in the conference room, allowing every individual present to exhale in relief. However, at year's end, when it came time to promote the organizational minister, the highly regarded Chen Qigong, praised by Jiang Zhaoyang, found himself overlooked. In the county committee standing meeting, Jiang Zhaoyang unexpectedly cast a pivotal vote against him. This resulted in Chen Qigong narrowly missing the position of Minister of Organization. What was even more unexpected was that Jiang Zhaoyang, who had been harshly criticized by Jiang Zhaoyang during the meeting, was formally appointed as the Minister of Organization. In that moment, Chen Qigong truly grasped the reality of a dual-talented individual. Wei Rong's words interrupted Chen Qigong's reverie, pulling him back to the present. Minister, you may return now. Please proceed with the normal work process tomorrow. Yes. Chen Qigong hurriedly responded. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, Wei Rong seemingly recalled something and casually inquired. It appears that there are no photographs of the two candidates in this material. This is merely an assessment document, primarily for a preliminary evaluation of the candidates' work abilities and achievements. When we formally present it for the secretary's office meeting, we will submit more detailed review materials, including their files, which naturally will encompass their photographs. His response was coherent, yet it could not conceal the anxiety within him. Aren't there any in the promotion approval form? There will be, but that will only be reflected in the official form after the candidates for promotion are formally determined. Well, thank you for your hard work. Please take some rest. Wei Rong's tone finally softened, revealing a hint of care and understanding. Chen Qigong felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing this. He quickly replied, yes, and slightly bowed before exiting the room. After Chen Qigong left, Wei Rong closed the door. She slowly took her phone from her pocket, her fingertips dancing across the screen as she skillfully dialed a number. The call was answered almost immediately after the first ring. Dad, I have good news. I've finally found our savior. Her voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Is that so? Tell me more. It's not Hidi, is it? Then who could it be? Wei's father inquired, his tone remaining calm and composed, as if he were fully aware of everything. Not Hidi, but Jiang Zhaoyang from the same town. Wei Rong articulated each word with emphasis. I have finally found the person our family will forever remember. Jiang Zhaoyang? What a wonderful name. Radiant like the sun. Just as he is, truly someone who could save both our lives, her father exclaimed, his voice revealing a sense of uncontainable joy and reflection. Dad, without him, I might never have seen you again. No, I misspoke. Without him, I might have been separated from you and Mom forever. Wei Rong's voice trembled as she recalled that harrowing experience. Indeed, my child, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially when it comes to a life-saving grace. Wei's father replied, his voice steady yet tinged with a touch of weariness. On the other end of the line, his gaze drifted through the window towards the horizon as he reminisced about that thrilling past, his heart filled with gratitude and relief. I had always believed it was Hidi, Wei Rong lamented once more, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. However, after hearing the detailed report from the investigation team regarding him, I completely dispelled the notion of promoting him within the political sphere. His character and capabilities are fundamentally unfit to bear such responsibilities. Should he ascend to a position of power, it would likely bring harm to the region, constituting a grave irresponsibility towards the people of Lioli town. There was a maturity and rationality in Wei Rong's voice that surpassed his years. I merely wish to offer him some economic compensation. Rong, your perspective is indeed sound. Wei's father spoke earnestly. We must not forsake the greater good for personal gain. There are myriad ways to express gratitude. One need not necessarily pave a political path for him. Your handling of interpersonal relationships in this instance has been commendable, striking a balance between warmth and adherence to principle. If one were to leverage their political resources to facilitate his career, it must be contingent upon his possessing the requisite talents. Otherwise, one cannot expect to mold mud into solid walls. Excellent. You have not forgotten the essence. Capability is the key that determines all. He recognized that his daughter's approach was indeed reasonable. However, upon learning that it was Jiang Zhaoyang who had come to our rescue, I completely altered my prior perception. Jiang Zhaoyang and Hidi are as different as an eagle soaring in the skies and a sparrow huddled in the mire. They are worlds apart. Jiang Zhaoyang is undoubtedly a talent worthy of cultivation. Moreover, his grassroots support is remarkably robust, his working methods are clear, and his conversations with the investigators are filled with profound insights. True talents deserve the stage and opportunities they merit. Wei's father pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Agreed. But there is a prerequisite. Jiang Zhaoyang must genuinely possess this talent. I reiterate, he must truly possess such capability. Otherwise, it is better to have none than to have a poor fit. He admonished gently, Child, the Chunfeng County you serve is no simple place. The intricacies of human relationships are convoluted, and the political arena is rife with undercurrents. If you wish to establish a foothold, achieve success, and build your own team, it is neither wrong nor unnecessary. It is imperative, however, to choose wisely. Trust those you employ, and do not place doubt in those you question. Once you decide to trust someone, you must do so unreservedly, granting them ample support and space to fully realize their potential. As for those who raise even the slightest doubt in your heart, they must not be employed lightly. For once trust is shattered, the consequences are unimaginable. At this juncture, Wei's father on the other end of the line paused. His gaze drifted towards the window, seemingly lost in the reverie of bygone days. After a moment, he returned his focus and continued, When cultivating your team, your vision must extend far into the future. Do not merely fixate on immediate gains, rather, recognize their potential and room for growth. Only in this way can your team become a steadfast support, accompanying you through trials and tribulations and welcoming the splendor that lies ahead. Wei Rong listened quietly, her father's words flowing into her heart like a gentle spring. Enlightenment illuminated her mind, and with a look of sudden understanding, she replied, "Father, I comprehend now. What have you understood?" Wei's father inquired, his voice warm and profound, imbued with a subtle expectation. "I've grasped your diligent intentions," she inhaled deeply and continued. "It is imperative that we do not act hastily in the selection and cultivation of talent, akin to a monkey haphazardly discarding corn. Such an approach not only causes us to lose many potential capable assistants, but also undermines the stability and cohesion of our team." Indeed, Wei's father nodded gently, his tone laced with approval. If one merely promotes individuals thoughtlessly to utilize them, without considering their long-term development, one will ultimately find oneself isolated and unsupported. "I now understand." Wei Rong continued, "I must learn to cherish the talents around me and nurture them sincerely. I want them to feel my trust and care, thereby becoming my true right and left arms. Only in this way can my team become more united and formidable." Moreover, she shifted her tone, her eyes sparkling with visions of the future. "I also aspire to elevate my team together, facing challenges collectively and sharing the joy of success. This will undoubtedly expand my opportunities for advancement. After all, without loyal supporters who are capable of executing tasks, one cannot achieve results. Without achievements, one cannot speak of elevation and status." Indeed, Wei's father affirmed. Previously, as a department head in the agency, the work model was flat management, where everyone performed their designated roles. By diligently fulfilling your responsibilities, you ensured the smooth operation of work. However, the position of county party secretary is vastly different. It represents the pinnacle for department-level officials, akin to a local earthly emperor, what was historically referred to as a marquis of 100 miles, aside from the national powers of defense and diplomacy. This role encompasses almost every other authority. You must mobilize resources, allocate tasks, and coordinate various parties, all relying on your wisdom and skill. Moreover, the county party secretary is perpetually at the center of power, as well as a vortex of various contradictions and interests. Every action you take could trigger a chain reaction. Thus, this position serves as a significant test of your political acumen. The greater the power of the county party secretary, the heavier the responsibilities upon their shoulders. You must not only drive the economic development of the county, ensuring that the citizens benefit from the economic growth, but also maintain social stability, ensuring peace in the region, allowing the populace to live and work in contentment. Additionally, you must consistently focus on the welfare of the people, addressing their tangible difficulties, and enhancing their living standards. Each of these tasks is no small feat. Wei's father nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking with profound sincerity. "However, my child, you must understand that life is akin to weaving a tapestry, yet it is impossible for you to personally thread every single strand. You cannot attend to every detail yourself. The collective effort of many is what fuels the fire of success. This principle must be etched in your heart. Thus, the selection of the wise and capable becomes your gravest responsibility and the foremost threshold on your path to leadership. You must learn to relinquish control, allowing those who are exceptionally talented, each with their unique strengths, to showcase their abilities, much like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Under your guidance, they should stand independently, becoming the pillars that uphold the edifice of your enterprise. Remember, a true leader is not measured by their personal achievements, but by how many others they empower to shine. However, this journey will not be without its trials. You will encounter a myriad of individuals and face various overt and covert challenges, lurking like hidden reefs and whirlpools along your path. Behind these obstacles lie intricate webs of interests. You may inadvertently obstruct someone's financial pathway or become an unintended stumbling block in another's career. These are the realities you must confront. They are the indispensable trials on the road to growth. All of this will serve as a significant test of your will, wisdom, and resolve. You will learn to stand firm in the face of adversity, to seek solutions amidst difficulties, to resolve conflicts with your intellect, and to break through barriers with your courage. Every challenge presents an opportunity for self-transcendence, and every fall is a prelude to a more resilient rise. Whether you can remain undefeated hinges on your capabilities, your adaptability, your interpersonal skills, and your ability to handle weighty matters with ease. These are the core competencies essential for problem-solving and a thorough assessment of your overall qualities. Together, they form the robust foundation upon which you will establish your place in society and achieve your ambitions. Indeed, I could leverage the extensive resources and networks I have cultivated over my years in politics to pave what appears to be a smooth and unimpeded path for you. Such support would undoubtedly allow you to quickly emerge and bask in temporary glory. Yet, ultimately, the journey must be yours to traverse. While external assistance is beneficial, it is akin to a fleeting spring rain, merely transient. For the long term, you must depend on your own capabilities and talents. Shifting his tone, Wei's father inquired, "Have you watched the animal kingdom? It is a realm brimming with primal instincts and survival wisdom." "I have," Wei Rong replied without hesitation. Her mind flooded with memories of the wondrous phenomena in nature. "And where do you believe the law of the jungle is most vividly manifested?" Wei's father asked, a hint of testing in his voice. Wei Rong contemplated briefly before responding. "Perhaps it is most evident in those breathtaking scenes of predation. Where the strong survive and the weak are eliminated, this is nature's most direct law." On the other end of the line, Father Wei gently nodded in acknowledgement. However, his gaze softened even further as he continued, "You are correct, but I would like to add one more point. Observe how the lioness nurtures her cubs. She does not merely scurry about seeking food to feed them. Rather, she patiently teaches them how to hunt and how to survive in this perilous jungle." Wei Rong was deeply captivated by her father's words, listening intently. "This is true guardianship, my child," Father Wei said earnestly. "If the lioness were to indulge her cubs without teaching them the skills to hunt, what would happen to them should she encounter misfortune? Without the ability to fend for themselves, how could they possibly thrive in this unforgiving environment? Would they not merely become prey for other predators? Another casualty under the laws of nature?" Father Wei shifted his tone, a hint of gravity permeating his voice. "Of course, the political arena is not governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Nevertheless, let us not forget that differing paths can lead to similar truths. To illustrate, you might imagine yourself navigating an expansive sea alone. This ocean harbors both serene calm and tempestuous peril. Will you choke on water? Will you face a catastrophe? All of this remains unknown, fraught with unpredictability. Therefore, how can you find your own shore amidst this uncharted sea and arrive safely?" Wei Rong pondered for a moment before responding. "It requires endurance, physical strength, and an indomitable will. Moreover, at critical junctures, external support may also be necessary. However, the crux of the matter lies in self-reliance. It is essential to confront all challenges with one's own intellect and courage. Without sufficient skill and capability, one should not venture carelessly into these waters, lest they unwittingly fall into a whirlpool from which escape becomes impossible." Upon hearing this, Wei Rong playfully retorted, "Dad, you are my greatest support and reliance. With you by my side, I fear nothing." Father Wei replied earnestly, "My child, I have just spoken of the animal kingdom. If you still hold this belief, then you are gravely mistaken. The political realm is akin to a battlefield. While there are rules to follow, what is tested more often is an individual's capacity for independent thought, adaptability, and precise judgment of the situation. More importantly, you must learn to rely on yourself and become someone capable of standing on their own. When you find yourself surrounded by crises, on the brink of despair, I will naturally extend a helping hand." At this juncture, he altered his tone, "But remember, my assistance could very well mark the end of your political career. Your political future would cease here. For once I intervene, it signifies that you have been unable to resolve the issues independently, that your judgment and adaptability are no longer sufficient to support your progress." He spoke these words with an unusual calmness, yet they left Wei Rong feeling breathless, as if the entire world had collapsed in that moment. "Because it has been proven that you are incapable of managing complex situations. For your own good, I will encourage you to withdraw early." His words were delivered lightly, yet each syllable bore the weight of 1,000 burdens upon Wei Rong's shoulders. "Perhaps leading a stable and unremarkable life within the bureaucratic system is your best fate." Furrowing her brows, Wei Rong responded with a hint of reproach, "Father, why do you stand idly by in my time of distress? Do you only know how to embellish triumphs?" A faint smile graced Wei's father's lips, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Are you familiar with the Qing dynasty succession system?" Wei Rong paused, slightly taken aback, and shook her head, revealing a mix of confusion and curiosity. "No, I do not know much about it. Is it about selecting capable heirs to inherit the throne?" Her voice carried a note of uncertainty, clearly unfamiliar with the topic. Indeed, the Qing dynasty's succession system was predicated on merit rather than birthright. The eldest son was not guaranteed succession. This system was established to ensure the nation's long-term stability and to prevent incompetent individuals from leading the country astray. Why is that? It was also a method of selecting the virtuous and capable, as governing a nation demands exceptional ability. Under such a system, those princes lacking competence, including the esteemed eldest son, were denied even the opportunity to heir. Now that you are the county party secretary, you have been granted the chance to make mistakes. If it proves that you are inadequate or unfit, then does it mean that I should persist in a futile endeavor? If that is the case, it would be difficult for you to retreat unscathed. Wouldn't that be detrimental to you? Rather than this, it is better to withdraw early and seek peace. Father, I understand. I must forge my own path. A sense of relief permeated Wei Rong's tone. Thank you, Father. On the other end of the line, Wei's father smiled gently, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Child, rely on yourself, discover talent, utilize it, and continue to advance. Only then can you traverse the future path with greater distance and stability. The road ahead will become increasingly smooth. I understand, Father. I will remember your words. Please take care of your health, do not overexert yourself, and rest early. Wei Rong ended the call. The following day at noon, as the workday concluded, the sunlight streamed in at a slant. The officials and staff of Liuli town appeared to be propelled by an invisible force, their steps becoming remarkably hasty. An unmistakable urgency was etched on their faces as they hurried down the stairs. Lin Weiquan sat quietly in his office, tightly gripping his pen, preparing to review the last few documents. However, the resounding footsteps echoing from the stairwell compelled him to halt his actions, his brow furrowing slightly. A wave of astonishment washed over him. What could be happening outside to cause the ordinarily orderly officials and staff to behave in such a frantic manner? In an effort to unravel the enigma that lingered in his mind, he swiftly grasped the internal telephone on the desk. He dialed He-Di's number. Come here. Within moments, He-Di arrived at Lin Weiquan's office. What is it, Lin? Why did you call me so urgently? He-Di inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. What is happening? Has something occurred outside? Lin Weiquan responded with a bewildered expression. Is the world turned upside down? A hurricane of magnitude 12 has struck? Or perhaps an earthquake has transpired? Lin Weiquan continued, observing the individuals outside, who resembled ants on a hot pan, eagerly fleeing as if fearing to be left behind. Each one seemed to be escaping in a frenzy, as though the apocalypse had truly descended upon them. He stood momentarily stunned, as if struck by an invisible force. Frozen in place. Clearly, he too was disoriented by this sudden and unanticipated upheaval, his mind swirling with perplexity and confusion. In that fleeting moment of daze, he felt an inexplicable impetus driving him to regain his composure. He abruptly flung open the window, leaning out to survey the throng below. His gaze swept across the crowd, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The scene before him was too bizarre, too incredible to comprehend. Lin, look at these people. He finally could not contain himself. They do not seem to be fleeing from any calamity. Rather, they appear to be compelled by some mysterious force. Each one racing faster than the last, all heading towards the cafeteria. Rushing to the cafeteria? Lin Weiquan's voice carried a mix of confusion and astonishment. What has gotten into them today? They all seem as ravenous as if they have never eaten before. He could only shake his head in resignation, his own heart brimming with doubt. Indeed, during regular mealtimes, they moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly indifferent to food. Yet today, their behavior had undergone a startling transformation, leaving him utterly perplexed. Isn't your party and government office responsible for the cafeteria? Shouldn't you know what is going on? His tone bore a hint of reproach and bewilderment, as he hoped He could provide a reasonable explanation. This unexpected inquiry caught He off guard. He silently murmured to himself, if only I knew. Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, his heart racing as though it were a rabbit trapped within his chest. He strained to recall any recent developments regarding the cafeteria. However, no matter how hard he searched his mind, it remained a blank canvas, devoid of any memories of unusual occurrences. Could it be that the cafeteria had introduced some extraordinary delicacy today, of which he was unaware? Just as He was lost in contemplation, Lin Weiquan's voice broke through again, tinged with impatience. He, do speak up. Do not leave me here in anxious anticipation. Finally regaining his focus, He responded with a smile, Lin, do not fret. I shall head to the cafeteria and ascertain the situation. Perhaps the chefs are in particularly high spirits today and have prepared a sumptuous lunch. The gluttony of those individuals has been thoroughly stirred, resulting in a somewhat chaotic scene. Indeed, they must have been lured by some exquisite delicacy, each one resembling a ravenous wolf eagerly rushing to satiate their appetites. I suddenly recalled the tantalizing aroma of savory meat wafting from the cafeteria, which I had detected earlier in the office. The scent was utterly irresistible. It seems that I must personally venture to the cafeteria to uncover this mystery. Without further ado, I shall investigate the matter. Hurry there and back, Lin Weiquan urged. He ceased his chatter, merely nodding in response to Lin Weiquan. He then darted out of the office like an arrow released from a bow. He's figure swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor. Before long, He, like a gust of wind, returned at a brisk pace, his steps light and hurried. Back to Lin Weiquan's spacious and bright office. In his hands, he clutched an exquisite thermos, fragrant and alluring, along with a box of perfectly steamed, delicate white rice. The aroma seemed capable of instantly awakening a deep-seated yearning for culinary delights within anyone. His face radiated an uncontrollable excitement. Lin Head, come quickly and taste this rare delicacy, He exclaimed, breathless, with a hint of pride in his voice. Lin Weiquan paused, momentarily taken aback, his pen hovering in midair, brows slightly furrowed. As he looked at He with confusion. What delicacy? Didn't we already indulge last night? I recall it being a richly flavored venison stew. How can there be more today? Lin Head, this is entirely different from yesterday, He explained with a beaming smile. This is succulent wild boar meat. I dare say it's even more fragrant than venison, and I guarantee it will be unforgettable. What? Wild boar meat? Where did it come from? Lin Weiquan asked in astonishment. His tone tinged with disbelief, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. He set down his pen and leaned forward, seemingly eager to get a better glimpse of the food in He's hands. The enticing aroma made him involuntarily swallow. From the cafeteria, He proclaimed proudly. Our cafeteria has a new chef who specializes in cooking various exquisite delicacies, entirely fresh and absolutely delicious. Didn't you have a taste last night? You're in for a treat today. You procure wild boar meat for the cafeteria? Such a significant matter, and yet you didn't report it to me? Without a report, I cannot approve this. The expense cannot be accounted for. Lin Weiquan fixed a piercing gaze upon He, his tone clearly expressing dissatisfaction. Lin Head, please don't be hasty. I inquired with Zhou Qiming, and he assured me that this wild boar meat is free of charge. He stepped forward, eager to clarify. Free of charge? In this day and age, who would be so generous as to gift you wild boar meat? Is it you, He? Lin Weiquan's brow furrowed deeply, his tone laced with skepticism and sarcasm. No, it's not me. He had no choice but to shake his head. Then who is it? Lin Weiquan's voice rose slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. He swallowed hard and had no choice but to respond. This was brought by Jiang Zhaoyang. Him? Lin Weiquan felt a sense of disbelief. This time, Jiang Zhaoyang would undoubtedly face defeat. Could he still be preoccupied with hunting game to enhance the lives of all the town's officials and staff? It sounded like a fable, almost beyond belief. Indeed, Chief Lin. I initially found it hard to believe as well, but Shou Qi made a clear statement to that effect. He even mentioned that Jiang Zhaoyang encountered a wild boar in the mountains and, after considerable effort, managed to subdue and kill the massive creature. Subsequently, he diligently brought the boar back to provide an additional meal for the cafeteria so that everyone could savor this unexpected delicacy. Seeing Lin Weiquan's puzzled expression, He hurriedly added, Chief, you should eat first. The cafeteria is bustling now, filled with people, all excited to enjoy the wild boar meat brought back by Jiang Zhaoyang. I even had Zhou Qi serve you extra. I've packed a thermos full, at least 3 times the portion of others. It should be enough for you to relish a splendid meal. Lin Weiquan accepted the thermos handed to him by He. It was heavy and indeed contained a generous amount. He no longer spoke further, eagerly taking the meal and unscrewing the lid of the thermos. At that moment, a rich and enticing aroma wafted toward him. The fragrance carried the freshness of the mountains and the wildness of nature, striking his senses and invigorating him instantly. Peering into the thermos, he beheld glistening, succulent pieces of wild boar meat resting within, adorned with an array of unknown aromatic herbs and spices that appeared both tempting and vibrant. Unable to contain his inner longing any longer, Lin Weiquan eagerly grasped his chopsticks, lifted a piece of meat, and placed it in his mouth. He devoured it ravenously. For a moment, he felt as though he had been transported to an expansive primordial forest, each bite delivering boundless satisfaction and delight. The wild boar meat was tender and juicy, and combined with the unique herbs, it elevated the meat's flavor to its zenith. In no time, he was indulging heartily, his mouth filled with exquisite taste. This is extraordinarily delicious. Lin Weiquan finally paused, genuinely exclaiming. It seems even superior to yesterday's venison, truly unforgettable. He reiterated with emphasis, his tone brimming with high praise for the wild boar meat. No wonder everyone is flocking here. This wild boar meat is indeed a rare delicacy. Seeing this, He smiled in agreement. Lin Weiquan seemed momentarily lost in thought. Aren't you going to eat? Upon hearing this, He's lips curled into a flattering smile, imbued with subtle meaning, his eyes sparkling with cunning intelligence. Oh, how could I possibly eat before you, Chief? If I wish to taste the food, I must wait until you have finished. His words conveyed a blend of admiration and humility. Every word he uttered was meticulously crafted, solely to win the favor of Lin Weiquan. Now I can eat. Before he could finish, he, like a master of illusion, swiftly produced a brand new lunchbox from behind him. This meal consisted of 2 containers. Upon lifting the lid of one, a generous portion of tantalizing wild boar meat was revealed. The meat, perfectly cooked, boasted a slightly charred exterior while remaining tender and succulent within, exuding an irresistible aroma. The other container held pristine, pearl-like white rice, steam wafting gently from its surface. The exquisite flavor of the wild boar harmonized with the sweetness of the rice, creating an indescribable delicacy. He immediately began to devour the meal, consuming it with the ferocity of a tempest. His manner of eating was less than graceful, as he chewed voraciously, nodding in approval, exclaiming how delicious it was. Once he finished, a sudden thought struck him. With a look of dismay, he expressed his concern to Lin Weiquan, saying, Lin, my heart feels tumultuous, restless, and I cannot seem to find solace. It feels particularly unsettling. Lin Weiquan, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to He and inquired, Oh, what troubles your mind so? Pray, share your thoughts. I just returned from the cafeteria, where the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with bustling officials and staff. Yet, he paused, seemingly deliberating his choice of words. Yet what? Lin Weiquan pressed, noticing He's hesitation. Yet some familiar colleagues cast furtive glances in my direction, as if there were something they were concealing from me. It leaves me with an unsettling feeling of suspicion. Suspicion? What leads you to such a conclusion? Lin Weiquan inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. He scratched his head, visibly troubled. It was an ineffable atmosphere, as if a palpable tension hung in the air. The looks directed at me were tinged with a hint of guilt and evasion, as if they had wronged me in some way. This sensation leaves me deeply uncomfortable and amplifies my anxiety. I can't shake the feeling that perhaps someone has acted against me in secret. A trace of unease seeped into He's words, his fingers lightly tracing the edge of the table as his gaze flickered. Observing this, Lin Weiquan narrowed his eyes slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had discerned the turmoil and apprehension within He. You're referring to the matter of the voting, aren't you? Indeed, I feel a profound sense of trepidation. After all, this was a secret ballot. These individuals know you cannot trace their actions, emboldened by the anonymity, unafraid of repercussions. Here, He paused once more before continuing. What troubles me is the likelihood that many may publicly agree while privately betraying me, not casting their votes in my favor. This uncertainty and sense of betrayal weigh heavily on my heart. Lin Weiquan listened intently, refraining from immediate response. He understood well that He's concerns were not unfounded. In fact, the situation was far more dire than He could ever imagine. Almost the entirety of the populace had refrained from siding with him. However, he found it inappropriate to voice this directly, as it would be a severe blow to He's morale. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Weiquan reassured him, Do not fret. You have the support of the secretary and the county chief. They are your most steadfast allies, so what is there to fear? Within the system, while democracy holds significance, the ultimate authority rests with the leaders. Isn't democracy ultimately destined to converge? Upon hearing this, He's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, yet uncertainty still lingered. Noticing this, Lin Weiquan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He continued, pausing deliberately, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Moreover, I have a strategy up my sleeve. Once deployed, it will surely plunge Jiang Zhaoyang into a chilling abyss from which he shall never rise again. Just wait and witness the spectacle. Indeed, Lin is absolutely right. He's spirits were instantly ignited by Lin Weiquan's words, not only aiming to ensure that Jiang Zhaoyang would never rise in the political arena again, but also to make him acutely aware that fabricating slander and maligning others would ultimately incur a heavy toll. At this juncture, a glimmer of malevolence crossed He's face. He then launched an accusation. Yesterday, in the small conference room, I witnessed Jiang Zhaoyang, while awaiting a conversation with Minister Chen, not only expressing dissatisfaction with you, but also maligning you with vicious words that were utterly appalling. Such behavior epitomizes the triumph of the petty and unscrupulous. Lin, you must not let this slide. His voice brimmed with indignation and disdain. Lin Weiquan's anger surged from deep within. His eyes seemed to blaze with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon He. What exactly did Jiang Zhaoyang say about me? He, sensing the tension, adopted a strategy of feigned reluctance. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously uttered, almost in a whisper, I truly cannot bring myself to repeat such words. They are too vile, too excessive. His voice was barely audible, nearly drowned out by Lin Weichuan's fury. The remarks were shockingly malicious, utterly unrestrained and devoid of any sense of decency. Upon hearing this, Lin Weichuan's rage intensified, the muscles in his face contorted with fury, and the fire in his eyes seemed poised to erupt. Speak. No matter how venomous, I can withstand it. He pretended to be terrified by the sudden onslaught, retreating as if he might collide with the wall behind him. I truly cannot repeat them. Those words are too unspeakable. I fear that voicing them would further infuriate you and tarnish your ears. Lin Weiquan slammed his hand on the table, causing the documents atop it to quiver slightly. He suppressed his rage, speaking in a low, somber tone, If you choose not to speak, I shall consider it unheard. Such unfounded slanderous attacks are not worth my concern. However, the discontent and anger in his words were unmistakable. The words of Jiang Zhaoyang ignited Lin Weichuan's fury, prompting He to slowly respond. Jiang Zhaoyang remarked, I have arrived. This small meeting room at least resembles a place where humans can reside. Does he imply that only his presence grants this space the dignity of being human-friendly? What are the times he is absent? Does this place then become devoid of humanity? This is where you frequently convene. Yet this fellow dares to attack you as if you were less than human. If he deems you inhuman, then what does that make him? Such thoughts are truly chilling. To utter such words displays a complete disregard for your authority. This is slanderous and malicious, akin to verbal assassination, and such intentions are worthy of condemnation. The insidiousness of his rhetoric is utterly appalling. This is an outright provocation. What can be tolerated if this cannot? His remarks, devoid of context and taken out of context, have incensed Lin Weiquan to the point of fury, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. Overwhelmed by rage, a glint of malice flickered in Lin Weichuan's eyes. Jiang Zhaoyang, I shall not rest until we are adversaries. Just wait and see. I shall ensure that you do not have an easy time. To crush you, Jiang Zhaoyang, will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lin Weichuan's countenance was exceptionally grim. With clenched teeth, each word was forced through the gaps. Humph. Let that scoundrel Jiang Zhaoyang continue his slander. Let us see how long he can remain arrogant. I, Lin Weiquan, am not to be trifled with. Beyond my already prepared strategies, I hold a true trump card, one capable of catching him off guard. With this combination of strategies, once unleashed, not even celestial beings could save him. Humph. This time, I shall make him acquainted with true despair. However, Lin Weichuan's tone shifted, his lips curling into a cold smirk, contingent upon Jiang Zhaoyang possessing a stroke of divine luck. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he hardly appears to be favored by fortune. Standing beside him, He felt a surge of elation upon hearing Lin Weichuan's words. Gently brushing aside a strand of hair, he inquired, Lin, when you refer to the trump card, are you speaking of the disciplinary action against Jiang Zhaoyang? Indeed, Lin Weiquan succinctly affirmed. However, to hold Jiang Zhaoyang solely accountable for the decline in rare animal population seems logically tenuous. After all, ecological conservation is a systemic endeavor, involving numerous factors and stages. To discipline him based solely on this would likely fail to convince, as the rationale appears somewhat forced. A chilling smile crept onto Lin Weichuan's lips, imbued with a deeper significance. What if the reasoning is somewhat tenuous? Once approved in the party meeting, it becomes an official decision of the organization, impervious to easy upheaval. Jiang Zhaoyang's father's former glory has long dissipated like smoke, leaving him sidelined. Former allies and disciples have likely scattered long ago. Who would be willing to risk offending a first-tier organization to stand up for him? He, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that in such circumstances, since hardly anyone is willing or dares to speak on his behalf, the decision regarding his punishment will naturally proceed without impediment, solidifying into an undeniable reality? Precisely. Lin Weiquan spoke with a hint of satisfaction. The situation was clear. For Jiang Zhaoyang to turn the tide seemed as arduous as scaling the heavens. Although he concurred, a flicker of concern remained in his heart. Lin, I understand your point, but the world is unpredictable. We must be wary of unforeseen contingencies. What if an unexpected variable arises? Humph. Do you think I haven't considered this? Lin Weiquan scoffed, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Haven't I already mentioned that I have a backup plan? That is my trump card. He's eyes brightened at these words, eagerly inquiring, Lin, what kind of trump card do you have prepared? Could you perhaps divulge a hint so that I might be better informed? Lin Weiquan offered a sly smile. I can assure you, once this trump card is unleashed, Jiang Zhaoyang will be utterly vanquished. Even if there are hidden forces backing him, they will find it futile to intervene. Rest assured, I am meticulous in my dealings. The secret lies within this meal. Lin Weiquan chuckled darkly. He was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed. He seemed thoroughly perplexed by Lin Weiquan's sudden and seemingly unrelated query. He instinctively scratched his head. Lin, I really don't quite grasp what you mean. Confusion tinged his voice, mingled with a hint of trepidation, as though he stood on the precipice of chaos. Lin Weiquan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. A barely perceptible cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he asked, tell me, what did you have for lunch today? He licked his lips, hesitated for a moment, then replied, I had pork for lunch. Oh, no. That is not correct. To be precise, I indulged in some delicious wild boar meat. His tone carried a note of pride, clearly pleased with the culinary delight. However, Lin Weiquan did not relax his scrutiny. On the contrary, a playful smile crept onto his face as he questioned, Can you explain how this delectable wild boar meat, which you found so irresistible, appeared on your table? Did it simply fall from the sky, landing perfectly in your bowl? His voice was low, causing He to pause momentarily. Taken aback, He quickly regained his composure. No, Lin, the wild boar came from the cafeteria. His tone carried a sense of helplessness as he unconsciously rubbed his hands together nervously. He was evidently taken aback by Lin Weiquan's sudden interrogation, appearing quite flustered and disheveled. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes brimming with derision. In the cafeteria? Would wild boars truly roam the cafeteria? Would that turn it into a veritable wilderness, overrun by beasts? His voice, though soft, resonated with clarity, enveloping He in an oppressive atmosphere. He managed a wry smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to respond. The wild boar was actually brought in by Jiang Zhaoyang. Jiang Zhaoyang brought it in. Did he truly confront a wild boar with bare hands? Lin Weiquan's tone dripped with mockery and skepticism, as if he awaited a plausible explanation from He. A sudden epiphany flashed through He's mind, as if he had been roused from a stupor. Yes, of course. Jiang Zhaoyang must have engaged in illegal hunting, and not to mention, illegal possession of firearms. Otherwise, was he to be regarded as a reincarnation of Wu Song, capable of subduing feral beasts with his bare hands and returning victorious from the depths of the mountains? Lin Weiquan's lips twisted into a cold smirk as he spoke slowly. The matter at hand is far more complex than this. Where else? He inquired, his face a canvas of astonishment. He was utterly unable to grasp Lin Weiquan's line of reasoning. Consider this, Lin Weiquan's voice was deep, each word meticulously crafted and laden with meaning. Why did Jiang Zhaoyang venture to hunt wild boars? Is the motivation behind it truly so simplistic? He scratched his head, confusion etched across his features. Well, it's for profit, isn't it? Illegal hunting is merely a means to illicit gain, isn't it? Lin Weiquan gently shook his head, disdain and mockery lacing his voice. Did he truly acquire any benefits? I'm speaking of monetary gain. Did he genuinely obtain any? He paused, reflecting deeply on Jiang Zhaoyang's actions, then shook his head in bewilderment. No, he didn't. This fellow's behavior is rather peculiar. He even donated the wild boar to the cafeteria without taking a single penny. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Lin Weiquan smiled darkly. Did he truly gain from this? I ask you again, and I do not refer to those superficial monetary benefits. Has he not sought other forms of gain? He found himself momentarily bewildered. He racked his brains for an answer, yet remained at a loss. No, there is nothing. Lin Weiquan's cold smirk deepened, as if he found He's response profoundly amusing. Nothing? Humph. It appears that your analysis lacks depth. You merely skim the surface of issues without ever reaching their essence. His tone betrayed a hint of disappointment and disdain. Your intellect pales in comparison to your father's. It's not even a shadow of it. The student has not surpassed the master. He's face flushed slightly, and he offered an awkward smile, quickly resorting to flattery. Even my father, of course, cannot be compared to you, Lin. You have already reached the rank of a full official, while my father remains an associate. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiquan could not suppress a faint smile that graced his lips. He gently swirled the teacup in his hand, his eyes betraying a measure of pride and restraint. He spoke slowly. Your father is indeed a man of remarkable capability. Although he started his journey a bit late, he has since risen to prominence, which is no small feat. He currently enjoys the favor of the county chief, basking in great renown. Today, he stands as the head of the county's most significant bureau, wielding considerable power and influence. I, too, have benefited from your father's goodwill. It is through his commendations that I have had the opportunity to board the grand vessel of the county chief. Upon hearing this, he immediately responded, Indeed, Lin. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the mighty river. Before my father, I have sung your praises, likening you to a dragon emerging from the sea, magnificent and unparalleled in talent. Your wisdom and leadership are truly a paragon for my own learning. Listening to He's flattery, Lin Weichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. He interjected gently, enough with the sycophancy. With a wave of his hand, he interrupted He's continued adulation, adding, Remember, in the future, you must delve deeper into matters and not be easily beguiled by superficial appearances. Otherwise, in this circle, you will inevitably become a pawn, exploited and manipulated. Setting aside idle chatter, he returned to the main topic. I mentioned Jiang Zhaoyang earlier. You claim he has not sought any form of gain beyond monetary compensation? In other words, you believe he has not resorted to unscrupulous means, such as bribery, to acquire benefits? Bribery to acquire benefits? He momentarily faltered, stammering slightly, but he did make a contribution, did he not? That large wild boar he provided is of considerable value. At this point, he suddenly realized something. His gaze began to flicker, a look of astonishment creeping onto his face. Are you suggesting that the wild boar Jiang Zhaoyang offered is, in fact, a different form of bribery? That he did not directly provide money, but instead used this rare quarry as a form of exchange to gain some ineffable advantage? Once this notion took root in his mind, it spread like wildfire, igniting a flurry of thoughts. He felt his heart race. It became clear that true bribery does not necessarily manifest as gold or riches. It could be anything of value, as long as it touches the heart and satisfies desires. Lin Weiquan nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a sinister smile playing on his lips. He murmured softly, At last, you're beginning to understand, He. You have made significant progress in following my line of thought. Jiang Zhaoyang is using the wild boar as a bribe to pursue his nefarious objectives. Lin, what objectives could he possibly have? If it's to win hearts, the voting has already concluded. Wouldn't these actions now be futile? He still appeared perplexed, his brow furrowed, clearly not fully grasping the intricacies of the situation. Futile? No, it is not so simple. Lin Weiquan shook his head, a glint of a sinister smile flashing in his eyes. This man was cunning and should not be underestimated. Although the voting phase had concluded, one must not forget the announcement period. Lin Weiquan paused, seemingly intent on teasing He. For the announcement period served as the final opportunity for those harboring grievances to retaliate. Jiang Zhaoyang, evidently, had anticipated this, fearing that someone might lodge a complaint. He prepared in advance, resorting to a bribe in the form of wild boars, both practical and discreet. As he could not ascertain the identity of the complainants, he chose a proactive approach over a defensive one. Thus, he orchestrated a collective bribery, ensnaring everyone into his web of interests. A hint of pride laced Lin Weichuan's tone. This was both his brilliance and his menace. Upon hearing this, a thought struck He like lightning. He abruptly lifted his head, shock and disbelief flooding his eyes. Jiang Zhaoyang, had he defeated me? Had he ascended? The words seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his throat, laden with indescribable pain and resentment. He's complexion turned pale in an instant, stunned by the sudden revelation. Lin Weiquan cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. I speak of possibilities. After all, preparation is the key to success. In this circle, nothing is foolproof. One must always be prepared for the unexpected. This was not merely rhetoric, but a statement of dire consequence, capable of dragging him from the heights of success into the abyss, rendering him unable to rise again. Hi, He repeated, overwhelmed. In this light, the combination of major offenses, illegal hunting, illegal possession of firearms, and bribery would create an insurmountable web of traps. Triggering even one of these would lead to irrevocable ruin, capable of obliterating him entirely. Could Jiang Zhaoyang escape this calamity? Lin Weichuan's voice was heavy with foreboding, and a flicker of a cruel smile crossed his face, reminiscent of a wolf's gaze in the night, cold and cunning. Lin Weiquan instructed He, however, we must verify the charge of illegal possession of firearms meticulously. After all, the law is no trifling matter. No detail can be overlooked. Otherwise, if any discrepancies arise, we might find ourselves in an exceedingly precarious situation, difficult to extricate ourselves from. He, sensing a hint of doubt, softly inquired, how exactly should we verify this? Lin Weichuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. As if he had already devised a plan. We shall consult Zhou Qiming. He is in charge and oversees the canteen. He must be well acquainted with the intricacies involved. You mean for me to extract information from Zhou Qiming, correct? He clarified, and Lin Weiquan nodded lightly, his demeanor growing more serious. Indeed, but remember, this must be handled with utmost discretion. We cannot allow Zhou Qiming to sense anything amiss. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, it would be prudent to record the conversation in secret. Should he divulge any crucial information, we will possess irrefutable evidence. Do you understand? Upon hearing the words, He's expression sharpened, and he nodded gravely, understanding the gravity of the situation. I will promptly seek out Zhou Qiming and will exercise utmost caution. I shall not disappoint you. Very well. Off you go. He swiftly returned to his office, and with a single call, summoned Zhou Qiming to his presence. As Zhou Qiming entered, he was taken aback by He's serious demeanor, and a sense of unease gripped him. Director is there something you need to discuss? Isn't it obvious? If there were nothing to discuss, why would I summon you? He's tone bore a hint of impatience, deepening Zhou Qiming's apprehension. Despite his trepidation, Zhou Qiming mustered the courage to inquire, what exactly is the matter? He's gaze was as piercing as two fiery torches, penetrating the air and locking onto Zhou Qiming's eyes. Tell me, how much did that wild boar we consumed at noon weigh? Feeling the intensity of He's stare, Zhou Qiming felt a slight tremor within but quickly regained his composure. It has been weighed. The boar weighed a total of 265 pounds. Feigning shock, He exclaimed. What? 265 pounds? My goodness. According to current market prices, wild boar meat costs 25 yuan per pound. How much does that amount to? Zhou Qiming calculated swiftly in his mind and cautiously replied, Director I estimate it will total 625 yuan. A odd of dissatisfaction crossed He's face as he lamented, such a substantial sum is no trivial matter. Are you aware of how tight our town's budget is? Every penny must be utilized judiciously. Why did you not prepare a budget in advance? Are you unaware of our unit's financial regulations? Every action requires prior approval and budgeting. You cannot make unilateral decisions. Your approach puts me in a difficult position. Zhou Qiming exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Director, I did mention this matter to you. This wild boar was personally hunted by Director Jiang. He explicitly stated there would be no charge, even tearing up the receipt, allowing it to scatter into the wind, vanishing without a trace. At this juncture, He abruptly gestured for silence, his gaze sharpening. He feigned ignorance, asking, wait a moment. Who exactly is this Director Jiang you speak of? His tone was laced with both curiosity and scrutiny. Zhou Qiming was evidently caught off guard by this sudden inquiry. He hesitated, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features, as if unable to fathom that He was unfamiliar with the name Jiang Zhaoyang. Director Jiang is Jiang Zhaoyang. How could you not know? He explained urgently. He's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement at this revelation. He pressed further. Oh, Jiang Zhaoyang? Is he currently the director? Zhou Qiming felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his gaze became unsteady. He hesitated for a moment, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Although he was not yet the director, he was soon to become the deputy mayor. I might have spoken too hastily earlier and misspoken. By the end of his words, his tone had diminished to a near inaudible murmur, akin to that of a mosquito, clearly reflecting his embarrassment and unease. What? Upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback. Internally, he cursed Zhou Qiming, questioning whether the man was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Did he not understand who was truly fit to secure the deputy mayor's position? How could Zhou Qiming remain so oblivious to the prevailing circumstances? Despite his inner turmoil, he refrained from expressing his frustration. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain an even tone. A sum of such magnitude would undoubtedly entice anyone. How could Jiang Zhaoyang choose to forego it? Do you believe this possibility holds any weight? It was nothing short of a fantastical notion, more implausible than the sun rising in the west. His voice was laced with skepticism and derision. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something foul is afoot. Zhou Qiming, do you not sense the oddity here? He fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Qiming's eyes, attempting to glean any hints from his expression and reactions. Zhou Qiming was momentarily caught off guard by He's inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I cannot discern any unusual intricacies. Do you not sense that there may be hidden motives at play? Zhou Qiming felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Could it be that having suffered a defeat in the voting and bereft of prospects for promotion, was harboring resentment and sought to exploit this opportunity to create turmoil? He shook his head in resignation and softly inquired, "What, then, lies concealed within this matter? Could you speak plainly and refrain from being cryptic?" Hidi's expression darkened ominously, akin to the sky before an impending storm, heavy with oppressive clouds that made it difficult to breathe. He began to speak slowly, each word piercing like blades of ice in the biting wind. "Do you know? Wild boars, while foraging, trample recklessly upon crops, devastating the fields that have been tenderly cultivated. They ravage farmers' vegetable patches and devour the corn and other crops that have been painstakingly sown. The hopes of a bountiful harvest are dashed into oblivion under the onslaught of these beasts. Now, if the farmers were to spray pesticides in their fields or gardens to protect their crops, would that not halt the wild boars' rampage and safeguard their hard-won yields?" Hidi pressed on. As soon as Hidi finished speaking, Zhou Qiming was struck dumb with astonishment. What was Hidi truly attempting to convey? Such insidious thoughts revealed a vile intent that was utterly reprehensible. His heart was indeed deserving of scorn. "I felt unwell after consuming such things, hence my remarks." Hidi's face momentarily flashed with cunning, as if engaging in a game of cat and mouse. Zhou Qiming retorted, "But what could be his motive for such actions? Or is it to conceal some unspeakable secret? Is he truly intending to poison these innocent officials and staff?" Hidi feigned deep contemplation for a moment before gradually articulating, "This is merely my personal conjecture. However, if that were indeed the case, this wild boar would be utterly inedible and must be promptly buried deep." Jiang Zhaoyang's actions might stem from a desire to curry favor with everyone, seeking to garner more support and trust, essentially buying people's hearts. Perhaps he harbored a sense of false hope, believing the issue to be minor and not severe enough to spiral out of control. After all, do we not consume vegetables that have been sprayed with pesticides? From the fields to our tables, which segment is entirely devoid of chemical residues. Yet, everyone continues to consume them without issue. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhaoyang felt a twinge of guilt, hence his reluctance to accept money. Zhou Qiming could no longer contain his inner fury. His voice, laced with agitation, became slightly hoarse as he exclaimed, "Director He, you are casting insinuations and making baseless accusations. This is a grave insult to others. Is Director He truly such a person?" Upon hearing this, Hidi remained unfazed. He merely cast a cold glance at Zhou Qiming and replied nonchalantly, "Since you assert this, Zhou Qiming, please elaborate on your reasoning and substantiate your position with facts. I, Hidi, recognize only reason, not individuals." Zhou Qiming began to speak slowly. His voice resonated with clarity in the tranquil air. When this wild boar was brought in by his motorcycle, it was covered in gruesome bloodstains, a harrowing sight. Its limbs hung limply, clearly indicating it had been hunted. Where does the notion of pesticide poisoning come from? Is that not a nonsensical claim? This assertion holds no validity. Hidi felt an overwhelming joy at these words. This was precisely the evidence he had long desired. Secretly, he activated the recording device in his pocket, commencing the recording. However, Hidi understood that he must not let his elation show on his face. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, ensuring his voice remained composed. "Oh? Then, please elaborate, and perhaps you can dispel the doubts that linger in my mind. If I am not mistaken, Jiang Zhaoyang must have used a shotgun to successfully hunt this wild boar. After all, wild boars are ferocious and immensely powerful. No human, regardless of strength, could contend with one alone. If Jiang Zhaoyang lacked a shotgun, how could he possibly subdue such a formidable creature with bare hands? Unless he possesses the extraordinary might of Wusong?" Hidi intentionally posed this question, a smirk gracing his lips, for Wusong was merely a character from fiction. Does such a person truly exist in reality? Zhou Qiming remained silent. Am I correct in my assertion? Hidi finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with urgency, eager for confirmation from Zhou Qiming. However, Zhou Qiming's subsequent response left Hidi feeling a wave of disappointment. No. Zhou Qiming's answer was brief and direct, akin to a cold splash of water upon Hidi's heart. The expression on Hidi's face instantly became complex. Disappointment, confusion, and even a hint of irritation intertwined within him. Was it not so? If he possessed the extraordinary valor of Wusong, delivering a few blows would have swiftly dispatched the wild boar. How then could there be such a profusion of blood? Is this conceivable? Hidi pressed further. Moreover, I have not heard of Jiang Zhaoyang possessing exceptional martial skills. Have you? Zhou Qiming pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. His gaze lingered on Hidi's face for a brief instant before he spoke. I have not heard of him possessing any remarkable abilities. Yet this wild boar did not succumb merely to fists and kicks. As I mentioned earlier, it was hunted down. Upon hearing this, He felt a storm of astonishment and confusion swell within him. At that moment, all his previous notions were overturned. How could it be hunted? In the depths of the mountains, is it not possible to hunt a ferocious wild boar without a firearm? He inquired. Zhou Qiming shook his head, clarifying that the demise of this wild boar was not due to a gunshot. Rather, it was by a knife, a sharp dagger. Zhou Qiming elaborated. The boar's eyes were precisely pierced, resulting in a swift death, which caused the copious bleeding. I too had feared it might have been shot, but upon closely examining the carcass, I found no traces of bullets or any sign of gunfire. Zhou Qiming paused, continuing. I instead observed deep puncture wounds from a dagger on the boar's body, the wounds neat and profound. Judging by the shape and depth of the wounds, the force of penetration was considerable. Furthermore, if it had been killed by a shotgun, the wounds would not have bled so profusely, nor would there have been such extensive bloodstains. At this juncture, Zhou Qiming shifted his tone, suggesting that to uncover the truth of this matter, one need only inquire directly with him. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of embarrassment washed over He's face. He smiled gently, a smile laced with resignation and concealment, explaining, "We were merely engaging in casual conversation during a break, discussing inconsequential matters, just trivialities of daily life." With that, he waved his hand lightly, as if to brush away this sudden interlude like dust, leaving no trace. Wishing to put an end to the matter and avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings or turmoil. Upon your return, remember not to mention this to anyone. I was merely seeking clarification. His tone brooked no argument. Zhou Qiming could only acquiesce. Understood. Go ahead. He waved his hand. Zhou Qiming promptly replied, very well. He turned and departed. Watching Zhou Qiming's retreating figure, a flicker of undeniable disappointment crossed He's eyes. In the office, only He remained. He sat quietly in the chair behind his desk, overwhelmed by a tide of despondency. Clearly, the charge of illegal possession of firearms could not be attributed to Jiang Zhaoyang. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he rose swiftly and made his way to Lin Weiquan's office. As he burst into Lin Weiquan's office, breathless and drenched in sweat, Lin was engrossed in a mountain of paperwork, the tip of his pen dancing rapidly across the pages. He remained oblivious to any commotion outside. The sudden intrusion of the panting He, akin to an unexpected gust of wind, shattered the tranquility of the room. Startled by the abrupt noise, Lin's pen slipped from his grasp. He looked up sharply, irritation flickering in his gaze. What is the matter? Lin Weiquan clearly felt displeased by the interruption. Was the sky about to fall? He, appearing dejected, took a seat and replied, "What's the rush?" Seated behind his expansive desk, Lin's sharp gaze scrutinized He, attempting to glean a hint of insight from his expression. He settled into the chair before Lin. Did you record it? Yes. He promptly responded, retrieving a compact voice recorder from his pocket and placing it on the desk. Close the door. Yes. He quickly complied, striding to the door, gently shutting it, and then locking it with a swift motion. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Lin Weiquan inquired once more. He nodded, forcing a faint smile. It's going relatively well. When conversing with Zhou Qiming, he was utterly oblivious to my intentions. At this juncture, however, He's voice lowered, and his expression grew complex. But what is it? Lin Weiquan squinted, leaning slightly forward. It's just that Jiang Zhaoyang, that young lad, managed to slay a ferocious wild boar with nothing but a knife. No, more precisely, a small dagger. Ah. Lin Weiquan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as if struck by lightning. He abruptly stood from his chair, leaning over the desk as if to verify the truth of He's words with his own eyes. How is that possible? Lin murmured, his voice tinged with incredulity. He was acutely aware of the wild boar's ferocity and strength. Even seasoned hunters often required powerful rifles when confronting such beasts. Yet, Jiang Zhaoyang, a mere youth, achieved such a feat with only a dagger? How could this be? He slowly picked up the silver-gray recorder from the table, his fingers gently caressing its surface. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated for a moment before softly pressing the play button. Instantly, Zhou Qiming's voice filled the room, as clear as if he were standing right before them. But I closely examined the carcass of the wild boar. There were no traces of bullet wounds, nor any sign of bullets at all. Lin Weiquan's brow furrowed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Zhou Qiming's voice continued to emanate from the recorder, revealing the deep, dagger-like wounds on the wild boar's body. The injuries were both clean and profound, indicative of a tremendous force behind the penetration. If the boar had been shot with a shotgun, such a profusion of blood would not have been possible. There would not be such extensive bloodstains. This revelation struck Lin Weiquan like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestige of hope within him. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, plunging him into the depths of despondency. He understood all too well that the meticulously crafted plan for a combined offensive was originally intended to utterly dismantle his adversary, leaving them without a chance to recover. Yet, at this moment, he realized that the most critical and lethal element of his scheme, the charge of illegal possession of firearms, had crumbled like a sandcastle under the relentless waves of reality, vanishing without a trace. The accusation of illegal possession was fundamentally baseless. This unfounded charge needed to be erased as if it had never existed. Otherwise, once exposed, he would find it impossible to defend himself, and worse, he would provide his opponents with a weapon against him, becoming a target of public scorn. If Jiang Zhaoyang pursued the matter relentlessly, he could even find himself burdened with the crime of false accusation, leading to a disastrous fall from grace with unfathomable consequences. Lin Weiquan remarked, "No one can confront a wild boar single-handedly. However, using a dagger? That is somewhat feasible. Yet, the wild boar's hide is tough and its flesh thick, as if naturally armored. For an ordinary dagger to penetrate its skin is already a formidable challenge, let alone inflict substantial harm. Furthermore, even if that dagger were to miraculously embed itself in the boar's flesh, the moment the creature felt pain, it would immediately erupt into a frenzy. Its urge for vengeance so fierce that it would instill fear in any animal. A rampaging wild boar, driven by rage, possesses the strength to snap trees as thick as a bowl in half. How could a mere human withstand such a forceful blow? One would either perish or suffer grievous injury." At this juncture, he interjected, "Lin, you may not be aware, but that young man pierced the boar's eyeball with his dagger, striking both eyes with astonishing precision. His technique was so deft and swift that it was truly astonishing. It seemed he was intimately familiar with the boar's weaknesses, landing a decisive blow without hesitation. Jiang Zhaoyang possesses remarkable agility, able to leap and pierce the wild boar's eyes in an instant, a feat that is simply unbelievable." Lin Weiquan was taken aback. He recalled how Jiang Zhaoyang had effortlessly captured 5 poachers. Was it merely agility? His martial prowess was indeed formidable. How had Jiang Zhaoyang suddenly transformed, acquiring such astonishing strength? Why had he never heard of this before? The thought that a sharp dagger could bring down a wild boar filled Lin Weiquan's mind with doubt. Upon observing Lin Weiquan lost in contemplation, he promptly offered a suggestion. "Lin, even if the charge of illegal possession of firearms does not hold, the dagger carried by Jiang Zhaoyang is explicitly classified as a controlled weapon by the public security authorities. The illegal possession of such a weapon, according to legal statutes, must surely warrant corresponding detention, does it not? This constitutes a serious violation of public security regulations." Lin Weiquan, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a smirk of disdain. A glint of mockery danced in his eyes as he scoffed, "What am I to say about you? Did a donkey kick your brain yesterday? Or did you drown your thoughts while washing your face this morning? How can you not see the obvious?" His heart sank as confusion and disbelief swiftly overtook his countenance. To Jiang Zhaoyang, a part-time forest ranger, the dagger and electric baton were mere tools of protection, regularly documented and sanctioned by the Public Security Bureau. Each item could be traced back to its source and purpose. "Are you truly going to pursue this matter?" Lin Weiquan paused momentarily, his piercing gaze fixed on as if attempting to unravel his thoughts. "Tell me, on what grounds could I, Lin Weiquan, hold Jiang Zhaoyang accountable for this? Am I to imprison a ranger for possessing a dagger intended for legitimate self-defense? Can you rationalize that?" At this, He's expression froze, akin to a frost-bitten eggplant, wilting under the weight of realization. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself devoid of suitable arguments. Ultimately, he could only lower his head in resignation, silenced. Lin Weiquan emitted a soft huff, the sound echoing sharply within the spacious office. A fleeting chill passed through his gaze, reminiscent of a winter wind sweeping across a frozen lake, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Let us momentarily set this aside. It is merely a prelude. I, Lin Weiquan, shall not be outmatched by a mere child. Tomorrow, I shall convene a party meeting to enforce Jiang Zhaoyang's punishment. This time, I intend for him to fully grasp the repercussions of challenging my authority. Once he receives his sanction, his political career will be irrevocably extinguished. In this circle, bearing a stain renders any hope of redemption a mere fantasy. What of the select cadre? He repeated the term with disdain, as if it were the most trivial of matters, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, even more piercing than before. I shall render him lesser than a temporary worker. He will strip away even the most fundamental semblance of dignity, let alone any prospects in this town. The notion of becoming deputy town chief will be far beyond his reach. His tone dripped with sarcasm. To him, power may have been a game, yet in my realm. He lacks even the qualification to play. Upon hearing these words, felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. On the ascending ladder of his own ambitions, he found himself devoid of a formidable rival. The ingratiating smile upon his face grew increasingly radiant, his eyes narrowing into slits, almost oozing with sycophantic oil. Lin Tu, your sagacity and decisiveness are truly beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. Lin Tu casually waved his hand, signaling to refrain from such flattery. Yet, the corners of his mouth imperceptibly lifted, revealing his evident pleasure in the praise. He continued, that arrogant fellow, Jiang Zhaoyang, holds you in contempt, scoffing at your efforts. He has resorted to the most scathing slanders behind your back, even launching venomous attacks. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in He's eyes. How could such a person be spared? If he were not shown the consequences of his arrogance, he might genuinely believe he could reign supreme in this town. It was imperative to set an example, to demonstrate the extent of authority, and to ensure he understood that the eyes of the mighty are ever watchful. Furthermore, it was crucial for everyone to recognize that should anyone dare to oppose Lin Tu in the future, the repercussions would extend far beyond a mere lost opportunity for advancement. Their futures would dim on this land, and there would be no limit to their misfortunes. Lin Weiquan scoffed. This was a matter of natural order. Otherwise, if such defiance continued, my words would hold no weight among those beneath me, leading to insubordination. Once my authority crumbles, rebuilding it would be a task more arduous than ascending the heavens. At this juncture, Lin Weiquan paused slightly, seemingly weighing each subsequent word with care. He then solemnly instructed. You must immediately go forth and personally inform every member of the party committee. Ensure they arrive at the small conference room by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for the committee meeting. Yes, responded with delight, his feet seeming to spring forth as he dashed towards the door. Halt! Lin Weiquan's commanding voice abruptly pulled back. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Lin Weiquan. Sir, is there anything else you wish to convey? Lin Weiquan pondered briefly. Just notify Tong Liguan. This matter pertains to disciplinary decisions and falls within the purview of the Discipline Inspection Commission. As for the other committee members, let Tong Liguan handle their notifications. It is for the best. Oh, and why is that? This will at least give the other committee members a preliminary understanding, preventing them from being caught off guard and bewildered when the meeting is convened. Excellent. Your consideration is truly meticulous, far beyond our reach. He flattered once more. Enough. Spare me the flattery. My ears are nearly calloused from it. Go now, and do as I instructed. Remember, Lin Weiquan said impatiently. Seeing this, he dared not utter another word. He respectfully nodded and departed. The following morning at 9 o'clock, sunlight poured through the windows, filling the small conference room as the members of the party committee from Liuli Town entered in succession. They adhered to the customary rules, taking their designated seats. These positions were not merely physical arrangements. They subtly reflected each individual's status and role within the party. The party committee convened as scheduled. Lin Weiquan, seated in the prominent position, possessed a gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinizing each person present. Lin Weiquan wasted no words. He stated unequivocally. Today's meeting was called as per Secretary Tong's notification, which indicates that it stems directly from the disciplinary committee. As for the specifics of this assembly, I trust that everyone here is already well aware. Upon hearing this, Tong Liguan felt a sudden chill run down his spine, involuntarily shivering. Although he was the one who had notified about the meeting, he was entirely oblivious to its true purpose. Beads of perspiration were faintly visible on his forehead. Despite being the messenger, what exactly was this meeting about? Why was I completely uninformed? This is undoubtedly a sudden motion. Lin Weiquan is putting on a show for everyone. As if I had requested this meeting to be convened. How cunning. If anything goes awry, I fear I will bear the brunt of the blame. Tong Liguan's gaze swept quickly around the conference room. The party committee members sat upright, their expressions either sharp or evasive, seemingly awaiting something. Just as Tong Liguan was about to defend himself, Lin Weiquan made a subtle gesture to silence him. Secretary Tong, do not interrupt me. Lin Weiquan's voice resonated with authority. Currently, the municipal and county committees are undertaking actions against dereliction and inaction. This is aimed at purifying our ranks, ensuring that every cadre genuinely serves the people, rather than merely occupying their positions and betraying the public's trust. He paused momentarily, his eyes piercing as they scanned the room, as if to fathom the thoughts of each individual. The county committee will dispatch inspection teams to urge various levels of party committees and disciplinary commissions to rigorously investigate issues of dereliction, inaction, and misconduct, with no leniency for any actions that harm the party and the people's interests. Our Liuli town cannot fall behind. We must present a substantial and satisfactory report to the municipal and county committees. Our town party committee, as the core force driving the development of Liuli town, must resolutely confront the tumors of dereliction, inaction, and misconduct that erode our body and hinder our progress. Lin Weichuan's gaze seemed capable of penetrating all pretense and complacency. We will employ a triadic mechanism of investigation, accountability, and rectification, akin to a precise surgical instrument, accurately targeting the root of the problem, addressing both the symptoms and the underlying causes. Rectifying dereliction, inaction, and misconduct is not only our current focus but also a long-term goal in our relentless pursuit. At this juncture, Lin Weiquan surveyed all the party members, his eyes sharp as a sword. With righteous fervor, he declared, "We must take tangible actions to thoroughly eradicate the toxins and tumors posed by those who dare to breach the red line and violate the disciplinary system. Not only must they bear the rightful consequences of their actions, but this endeavor should also serve as a deterrent, instilling in all the understanding that in our Liu town, no one can evade responsibility. The rod of accountability will descend upon those who are negligent and derelict at any moment. No one shall escape unscathed. Only through such measures can we gradually cultivate an atmosphere of diligence, responsibility, and initiative among all members of our party and the workforce, allowing each individual to shine in their respective roles, fulfill their duties, and demonstrate loyalty and dedication through tangible actions, presenting the populace with real and significant changes. The ultimate goal of all these efforts is to create a work environment characterized by integrity and righteousness. We aspire for our Liu town to become fertile ground for enterprise and innovation, where every dream may take root and flourish. We wish for external perceptions to shift from skepticism to admiration, from mere observation to active learning. We aim to prove through our actions that Liu town possesses not only breathtaking landscapes but also resolute will, relentless pursuit, and a bright future." As his grandiloquent and eloquent speech drew to a close, an invisible force seemed to envelop the venue, plunging it into an awkward and uncomfortable silence. The attendees exchanged glances, each seemingly deciphering the underlying meanings in Lin Weichuan's words. They pondered internally, aware that his remarks must have implications, yet they could not ascertain whom he was targeting. Certainly, Tong Liguang discerned Lin Weichuan's intent, yet he refrained from speaking up. None among the others dared to break the silence that had settled around them, rendering the atmosphere increasingly eerie and oppressive. Lin Weiquan, seated at the head of the table, felt a twinge of surprise. These individuals had always regarded him with deference, eager to comply with his every suggestion, fearing to lag behind. However, today's peculiar situation left them strangely taciturn, as if they had all transformed into mute spectators overnight. Lin Weiquan cast a sidelong glance at Tong Liguang, who feigned ignorance, pretending to be deaf and dumb. Given Tong Liguang's history of opportunism, he chose to remain silent. Lin Weiquan understood that only by taking the initiative could he shatter this stifling deadlock. He slowly extended his hand and took a sip of the fragrant tea prepared on the table, its aroma momentarily soothing the tumult within him. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, he then spoke with a grave countenance. "What I refer to as killing one to warn 100 is not an empty slogan but a call for action. Today, we must address the issues concerning Jiang Zhaoyang with utmost seriousness to set the record straight." At this juncture, Lin Weiquan deliberately paused, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room to ensure that each word resonated clearly with every listener. "I wish to make a special declaration." With that, Lin Weiquan slowly retrieved a pre-prepared disciplinary decision from his briefcase. The disciplinary decision document seemed to emanate a chilling sheen within the conference room, appearing particularly glaring. This resolution, Lin Weichuan's voice resonated with gravity, had been meticulously drafted by Secretary Tong after careful contemplation. It meticulously outlined Jiang Zhaoyang's violations and the corresponding recommendations for action. Upon hearing these words, Tong Liguan's countenance transformed instantaneously, flushed as if scorched by fire, nearly dripping with indignation. Internally, he lamented, unprepared for Lin Weiquan's direct and ruthless thrust that thrust him into the eye of the storm. Yet, like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, Tong Liguan chose the silence of complicity. He sealed his lips, refraining from utterance, allowing the tumult of panic to surge within his chest, yet daring not to reveal a hint of it. Unsurprisingly, Lin Weiquan had no intention of granting him the opportunity to speak. His visage was wrought with fury, his eyes ablaze as if they could emit flames. He slammed his clenched fist heavily upon the conference table, causing the documents atop it to quiver. I had dispatched Jiang Zhaoyang to the reservoir with the intention of immersing him in grassroots training, enabling him to connect with the populace and experience the hardships and challenges of frontline work. I believed this arrangement would significantly benefit his development. Yet, what was his response? Instead of expressing gratitude for the organization's nurturing, he harbored resentment, as if I owed him something. As a forest ranger, he was meant to be the guardian of those rare creatures, yet he neglected his duties, allowing poachers to rampage through the forest, resulting in the tragic demise of countless innocent beings. Recently, the forest police reported alarming details regarding the rampant poaching and the heinous crimes committed, which indeed evoked profound sorrow. I could scarcely believe that those creatures, which should roam freely upon this land, had been subjected to such brutal slaughter. In the eyes of the poachers, their lives were rendered utterly worthless. Within the burlap sacks seized from the apprehended poachers lay an abundance of national protected species, some barely clinging to life, others already lifeless. The gruesome scenes pierced my heart like a dagger, filling me with despair and a fury that left me nearly breathless. What unfolded before me was not merely the extinction of life, but a blatant affront to the natural order and a flagrant disregard for it. For those who had neglected their protective responsibilities, we must resolutely adopt a zero-tolerance stance against such dereliction, allowing no room for leniency or indulgence. These innocent creatures, among them, included rare national-level protected species, those precious entities listed in the Global Ecological Conservation Red Book, teetering on the brink of extinction. Some of these species have dwindled to alarmingly few numbers, scarcely discernible. The departure of each individual signifies a step closer to the irrevocable disappearance of its kind. With the loss of each of these creatures, every single extinction represents an irrevocable wound to the invaluable natural heritage bestowed upon us by nature. They are not merely lives. They are an indispensable part of the natural ecosystem, a vital force that sustains ecological balance. Without them, the entire ecosystem could descend into chaos, subsequently affecting human survival and development. Lin Weichuan's words are imbued with sorrow and indignation. He poses a poignant question. Can we tolerate the negligence and indifference toward such matters? How can we stand idly by and witness these innocent lives vanish due to the dereliction of duty by certain individuals? How can we allow the destruction of natural ecological balance to transpire? Lin Weichuan's discourse strikes like a heavy hammer in the cold of winter, leaving everyone speechless. His arguments are sound and beyond reproach, as if all principles of justice are encapsulated within his words, rendering them irrefutable. Yet, the other committee members do not share this sentiment. At this moment, Jiang Zhaoyang resembles the rising sun, in the midst of his ascent in the political arena. He is a leading contender for the position of deputy town mayor. To oppose him now would only invite discomfort upon oneself. After all, in this unpredictable stage of professional life, having one more enemy equates to an added risk. Should he indeed soar to success, how would they confront him in the future? Thus, today's opposition may very well become an insurmountable chasm later on. Sometimes, for the sake of greater interest and goals, one must learn to find that delicate balance between compromise and persistence. On the battlefield, the glint of swords reveals the brutal laws of survival. Within the corridors of power, intrigue and manipulation lay bare the darker facets of human nature. In this smoke-free battleground, every step must be taken with caution. For striking a snake without killing it only invites it to rise. Once action is taken, it must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, the backlash could lead to profound regret. Striking a snake without killing it indeed. The youth are formidable. In this vortex of power, one must remain ever vigilant. It is unwise to stand out too readily. For the first bird to rise is the one that gets shot, a timeless truth. One must learn to observe from the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. Should one misplace their trust, the consequences could be dire. As a result, the atmosphere in the venue plummeted to a freezing point. Each individual felt as though they were encased in an invisible ice, afraid to openly support one faction or to oppose another, lest they err in their judgment. This stifling ambience was suffocating and deepened the awareness of the cold and merciless nature of power. Lin Weichuan felt as if doused in cold water, a profound disappointment arising within him. He understood that these so-called colleagues were merely opportunists adept at seeking safe harbors amidst turmoil. Their hearts resembled floating weeds on the sea, forever in search of the safest anchorage, ever prepared to change direction to adapt to shifting winds. They are merely opportunists straddling two boats. He cursed inwardly with resentment. He understood that attempting to push a resolution through a show of hands at this moment would be utterly futile. Most of these individuals would bury their heads in the sand like ostriches, opting to abstain in order to safeguard their own interests. Thus, he resolved to take a more direct and forceful approach, calling them out. This would compel everyone to confront their own positions. He bypassed Zhaoyang, knowing that the moment he spoke, he would surely face opposition to his views. Zhaoyang's silence thus far was merely a tactic, waiting for others to express their opinions first, hoping to establish a more solidified stance from which to maneuver. Lin Weiquan's gaze swept across the conference room, finally resting on Tong Liguan. This fellow always found ways to retreat in critical moments. Observing his furtive demeanor and wandering eyes, it was clear he was attempting to evade this sensitive issue. Lin Weiquan smirked inwardly. Escape? Not a chance. He first called out Tong's name. Secretary Tong, you are responsible for the discipline inspection here. You bear an unshirkable duty. Your opinion is crucial. Please express your stance. Lin Weiquan's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Tong Liguan's heart and leaving him nowhere to hide. Tong Liguan trembled at the unexpected summons and questioning, as if struck by lightning. His face, a mixture of shock and embarrassment, rendered him utterly discomposed. This, he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Tong Liguan internally lamented, realizing this was akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. He had not anticipated Lin Weiquan's direct call for him to take a stand. Now, he found himself in a precarious position. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He inhaled deeply, trying to regain his composure. He understood that there was no retreat now. He had to face the music. Thus, he struggled to swallow and began to organize his thoughts, preparing to voice his opinion. Though he was averse to this reality, he had no choice but to confront it. Lin Weiquan observed Tong Liguan with a sidelong glance, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. That smile contained both mockery and scrutiny, as if he had already discerned the other's thoughts. He spoke slowly, each word meticulously crafted. Go ahead, we are all ears. His voice was deep, imbued with an intangible pressure. Upon hearing this, Tong Liguan felt as though his backbone had been severed, stammering incoherently. This issue. In fact, I really don't have much of an opinion. His gaze flitted about, evasive, as he desperately tried to mask his inner turmoil and anxiety. Lin Weiquan, noticing this, allowed his smile to widen, a confidence that suggested victory was within his grasp. He relentlessly pressed on, showing no signs of retreat. His gaze piercing as if it could penetrate all disguises and strike directly at the frail depths of Tong Liguan's soul. So, you have no objections to the viewpoint I just presented, correct? In other words, you support my opinion, do you not? As Lin Weiquan's words fell, Tong Liguan jolted upright from his comfortable seat as if struck by lightning. His complexion turned as pale as parchment in an instant, his eyes filled with astonishment and anxiety. He stammered his denial, his voice trembling to the point of being nearly inaudible. That is not what I meant, Secretary Lin. You may have misunderstood. His voice was faint, nearly drowned by his own turmoil. Then what do you mean? Lin Weiquan's voice suddenly rose, each syllable striking heavily against Tong Liguan's heart, forcing him step by step into a corner, leaving him with no escape. I merely wanted to express, that. Tong Liguan fumbled for words, his speech disordered, as if he were blindly groping in a thick fog, devoid of any sense of direction. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, clearly ensnared in a web of extreme anxiety and self-doubt. What do you mean by that? Be clear. Faced with Lin Weiquan's relentless questioning, Tong Liguan found himself cornered, with no path left to retreat. Do you support my proposal or not? Lin Weiquan pressed aggressively. I have a slight. Tong Liguan's voice was as thin as a whisper, echoing in the silent conference room, nearly consumed by his own hesitation and fear. His hands unconsciously clenched the armrests of his chair, knuckles whitening from the strain, while fresh beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. A slight what? A slight agreement? Lin Weiquan blinked. A meaningful smile unintentionally tugged at the corners of his mouth. This smile held both expectation and a hint of amusement, as if he were waiting for Tong Liguan to provide an answer he had anticipated. No. Tong Liguan felt as though he had been struck by something sudden, shaking his head vigorously, the panic on his face evident. He hurriedly denied, I have a slight disagreement. At this point, his voice involuntarily trembled, as if he himself hardly believed this answer, yet felt compelled to voice it nonetheless. What? Lin Weiquan's face instantly registered shock. He could hardly believe his eyes and ears. This Tong Liguan, whom he regarded as a mere shadow, weak, ineffectual, always acquiescent, and never daring to voice dissent, was now mustering the courage to oppose him at this critical juncture? This fellow dared to express a differing viewpoint in front of everyone? This man, audacious enough to stand in opposition to my opinion? Lin Weiquan was seething with rage. He felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap, a burning sensation spreading across his face. Was this not a blatant attempt to undermine him? To disgrace him before his peers? He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Tong Liguan, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. As if he sought to penetrate the depths of his innermost thoughts. A subtle tension enveloped the air, rendering even the surrounding breath strikingly distinct. Tong Liguan inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his racing heart and tumultuous thoughts. He realized that continuing in this manner would only lead him into a more passive position, thus summoning his courage. He spoke with a trembling voice. Secretary Lin, I have thoroughly contemplated the rationale behind your disciplinary action. I can see that there are indeed unique aspects to your perspective, which is both profound and forward-thinking. However, given the current realities of the forest environment, there may be certain details that require further refinement and adjustment to ensure our decisions align more closely with actual circumstances. I must clarify that I do not entirely oppose your views. Rather, I hope we can engage in a collaborative discussion, pooling our insights to devise a more comprehensive solution to the issue concerning Jiang Zhaoyang. As he spoke, Tong Liguan wiped the sweat from his brow. Then tell me, what part of my statements lacks practical relevance? Be specific, do not be vague. Lin Weiquan replied impatiently, his tone icy. Tong Liguan inwardly lamented. How could he articulate a coherent argument? His hesitation stemmed from the fear that should Jiang Zhaoyang ascend to greater heights, he would have offended him. Moreover, if he allied with Lin Weiquan to exert pressure on Jiang Zhaoyang, the powerful backing Jiang had would not simply stand by idly. The repercussions could be dire. At that moment, his reasons for opposition felt like a thorn lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, yet only produced a few dry swallowing sounds, ultimately transforming into a resigned smile, tinged with bitterness and apprehension. At this juncture, Qiu Hong interjected. Secretary Tong seems a bit agitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Allow me to speak. Lin Weiquan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The cunning old fox Qiu Hong had indeed made his move. Qiu Hong's tone was measured, yet each word was precise, the logical chain articulated by Secretary Lin, while seemingly complete, fundamentally lacks a crucial element, internal logic. Was my earlier point about internal logic not rigorous enough? Lin Weiquan retorted. Is it not self-evident that the decline in rare forest fauna has led to Jiang Zhaoyang's punishment? Is this incorrect? Qiu Hong, however, disagreed. I assert that it is not correct. What is wrong with it? You may have overlooked the most significant aspect. The decline in rare animal populations, albeit an undeniable fact, cannot be directly equated with Jiang Zhaoyang's disciplinary action. We must investigate whether this decline is due to environmental degradation, increased poaching, or managerial oversights. Without substantial evidence to support your assertion, demanding disciplinary action against Jiang Zhaoyang based on a tenuous connection is likely to be unconvincing. What do you wish to say? Lin Weiquan pressed on, his impatience unmistakable as his fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. He was urging Qiu Hong to swiftly delve into the main issue at hand. If the escalation of poaching could be attributed to managerial negligence, then should not the personnel from the Forestry Bureau be held accountable? Were they negligent in formulating and implementing protective measures? Was their supervision sufficiently robust? If these inquiries were to be meticulously examined, would their culpability not surpass that of Jiang Zhaoyang, the part-time forest ranger? Without hesitation, Qiu Hong continued. Furthermore, the specialized forest rangers bear the significant responsibility of safeguarding forests and wildlife. However, if they fail to fulfill their duties effectively due to various reasons, such as complacency, inadequate skills, or external disruptions, resulting in frequent poaching incidents, how should their accountability be assessed? Should they not also face appropriate penalties? Moreover, what of the forest police, tasked with combating poaching and other criminal activities? What role do they play in this ecological protection campaign? What responsibilities must they shoulder? Does each occurrence of poaching not signify a lapse in their efforts or inadequacies in enforcement? Qiu Hong's words sliced through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade, each syllable meticulously dissecting the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, we cannot overlook the responsibilities of local leaders such as the mayor and the secretary. Have they struck a balance between promoting local economic development and preserving the ecological environment? Have they afforded sufficient attention and support to forest protection efforts? Should they not also bear a portion of the blame for the intensification of poaching? Qiu Hong's words came forth in a rapid succession, pressing further upwards to question whether county leaders, such as the county magistrate and secretary, had formulated scientifically sound policies to curtail poaching activities. Had they effectively supervised and guided the execution at lower levels? As we continue to unravel this web of responsibility, we find it vast and encompassing, involving numerous individuals and tiers of authority. What are the forest rangers from neighboring counties? Let us not forget that this expansive forest area spans 3 counties. It is not merely a treasure of our own county, but a natural heritage shared among all 3. Each county's forest protection teams must embrace their guardianship. Any negligence from one party could inflict irreparable harm upon this forest. How can we absolve the responsibilities of the neighboring counties? How many individuals must be held accountable? With this barrage of rhetoric, Zhaoyang's gaze was piercing, locking onto Lin Weiquan, leaving him momentarily frozen, as if plunged into an icy cavern, speechless and aghast. His thoughts were ensnared by this invisible force, rendering him momentarily incapable of response, let alone formulating suitable counterarguments to such incisive viewpoints. The atmosphere in the room solidified, as if the very air had stilled in reverence. Only Zhaoyang's profound laughter echoed in the silence, resonating with significance. Lin Weiquan exerted immense effort to extricate himself from the sudden wave of dizziness and confusion, his gaze gradually regaining focus. He slowly sat upright, his hands involuntarily clasped together, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Contemplating the current predicament, he found himself isolated. Should a vote occur, his participation would undoubtedly lead to disarray and, at best, a stalemate. The votes regarding Jiang Zhaoyang's disciplinary action stood evenly split. The situation was further complicated by Tong Liguan's ambiguous stance. Although he did not overtly express dissent, his vague and evasive remarks unmistakably hinted at his true opposition. This astute observer of human emotions was reluctant to become embroiled in the turmoil. The other committee members, hesitant to take a clear position before the situation clarified, resembled weather vanes, unwilling to commit. They would likely choose to abstain, preferring to observe from the sidelines. These seasoned political operatives, well-versed in the art of self-preservation, would never readily align themselves, fearing the flames of controversy might engulf them. If he were to forcefully push through a decision based on his authority, neither Zhaoyang nor Jiang Zhaoyang would acquiesce. Should Jiang Zhaoyang choose to appeal, it would create further complications. At that point, he would not only face internal scrutiny and discontent, but also risk attracting widespread external attention and criticism, rendering the situation increasingly untenable. Should the label of autocracy be affixed to him, it would be exceedingly challenging to find suitable words for defense. In the realm of politics, reason prevails over brute force. If the matter of promotion were to reach a conclusion, with Jiang Zhaoyang ultimately defeated, this outcome seemed nearly inevitable given the present circumstances. In other words, the proverbial shoe was about to drop. Once the vice-mayoral position was no longer Jiang Zhaoyang's, the myriad obstacles surrounding this issue would dissipate significantly. The resistance he faced would diminish considerably. Moreover, those adept at navigating the political tides would unhesitatingly align themselves with the victor, his side. They resembled floating weeds on the sea, perpetually swayed by the current. At that juncture, it would not merely be a matter of casting a vote in favor of the disciplinary action. Even more egregious requests, such as further suppressing Jiang Zhaoyang or exploiting his misfortunes, would be met with eagerness should he merely hint at such intentions. Without needing to convey explicit signals, they would rush forth like sharks sensing blood. Presently, their lingering trepidation stemmed from speculations and apprehensions regarding potential backing Jiang Zhaoyang might possess. In this political arena, who lacks support? It merely varies in magnitude and proximity. But did Jiang Zhaoyang have formidable backing? Did he possess a powerful ally capable of intimidating rivals? No. Lin Weiquan resolutely concluded. Even if one were to entertain the notion, the only support he had was that of his father, Jiang Zhaoyang. Can this truly be considered a formidable support? Even so, Jiang Zhaoyang's influence has waned to the point of near extinction. He is now merely a marginalized figure, rendered idle and inconsequential. In such a state, how could he possibly provide substantial assistance to his son, becoming a formidable ally in the treacherous realm of politics? What power does he possess? Jiang Zhaoyang is akin to a lifeless fish, unable to turn the tide. Currently, he is merely in a state of suspended punishment, or rather, deferred execution. What lies ahead? When the time is ripe, he will unveil his strategies, even his trump cards. A cold smile crept upon Lin Weiquan's lips. Internally, Lin Weiquan gritted his teeth, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Jiang Zhaoyang, how dare you be so audacious? How dare you harbor resentment in secret? using insidious words to vilify me? Very well, I shall allow you to witness the extent of the eyes of the Lord of Horses. Yet, in an instant, Lin Weichuan's demeanor returned to calm, as if the earlier tumult had been but a fleeting scare. He donned a guise of humility, his voice gentle. Everyone holds differing opinions. This exemplifies the diversity and dynamism of our party committee. This is entirely normal. Naturally, I must respect everyone's views. At this juncture, he raised his hand, signaling a pause. Thus, today's discussion on this topic would be adjourned. Upon hearing Lin Weichuan's words, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably. All present exhaled deeply. A collective sense of relief enveloping the room. Lin Weichuan declared the meeting adjourned, and everyone departed in unison. Qin Shigong arrived at Jiang Zhaoyang's office during work hours. Minister Jiang, he called softly, gently tapping the doorframe. His voice carried an imperceptible complexity of emotion. Jiang Zhaoyang, engrossed in his work, looked up and then regained his composure. "Oh, Minister Qin, please sit," he said, gesturing toward the chair in front of his desk. Jiang Zhaoyang's tone was devoid of warmth, the simple invitation to sit sounding more like a mere formality than a gesture of hospitality, lacking even a polite please. The air was thick with a subtle awkwardness and estrangement. Observing Jiang Zhaoyang's aloof demeanor, Qin Shigong felt a surge of frustration and nausea. The familiarity they once shared had evaporated, replaced by this cold indifference. How quickly people change when they achieve a modicum of success. "Minister Qin, is there something urgent you wish to discuss?" Jiang Zhaoyang finally set down his pen. He leaned slightly forward, yet his eyes seemed to be obscured by an invisible barrier, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Qin Shigong suppressed his inner dissatisfaction. He gently closed the door, the soft click reverberating in the spacious office, making the atmosphere feel almost palpable. He turned back and took a seat at Jiang Zhaoyang's desk. "What is it? Please, go ahead." Jiang Zhaoyang's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Jiang Zhaoyang adopted a businesslike demeanor. Qin Shigong gathered his thoughts and began to meticulously recount the entire process of the investigation involving Jiang Zhaoyang and He Di. His discourse was coherent and logically sound. However, despite his fervent narration, Jiang Zhaoyang remained silent, listening intently without uttering a word. Finally, when Qin Shigong's voice fell silent, the office was once again enveloped in a suffocating stillness. It was at this moment that Jiang Zhaoyang slowly spoke, his voice remaining cold and tranquil. "Is that all?" These three words were succinct yet laden with skepticism, as if questioning whether Qin Shigong had truly divulged everything or was deliberately concealing something. A chill ran through Qin Shigong, yet he quickly regained his composure, meeting Jiang Zhaoyang's gaze directly. "Minister Jiang, I have reported for over 40 minutes. Is that not sufficiently detailed? What more could there be?" His response was neither servile nor arrogant. Qin Shigong gently closed the notebook in his hands and looked up at Jiang Zhaoyang, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. "Minister Jiang, do you have any directives or opinions regarding the situation I just reported?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhaoyang rubbed his nose, seemingly attempting to dispel the unease within him. The progression of events has indeed taken us by surprise, becoming somewhat convoluted," he said, his tone tinged with reproach. "Did you not engage in thorough communication with Lin Weichuan from Yuli Town beforehand? Under normal circumstances, such oversights should not occur. How could it have inexplicably gone awry?" His tone conveyed a degree of dissatisfaction, clearly reflecting his disappointment with the handling of the incident. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Zhaoyang added with an air of suspicion and confusion, "How did such a chaotic situation arise? Was there a lapse on our part? Or were there unforeseen factors at play?" In response to Jiang Zhaoyang's questioning, Qin Shigong maintained his composure. He spoke slowly, his voice steady. "I have confirmed with Lin Weichuan that he did indeed undertake extensive preparatory work, communicating individually with the members of the party and government leadership. He emphasized the significance of this matter, instructing each member to convey this intent to their respective departmental personnel, ensuring flawless execution." Then how could such a scene have unfolded? Why did Jiang Zhaoyang manage to overshadow the matter at hand? "This truly baffles me," Jiang Zhaoyang remarked, furrowing his brow. Qin Shigong smiled knowingly. "Thus, the only remaining explanation must be that there is an issue on He Di's side. Otherwise, it is impossible to account for all of this." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zhaoyang's complexion turned pale instantly, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. "We cannot state it in such a manner. This only indicates that there are still flaws and deficiencies in our work that require more meticulous examination and improvement." His voice trembled slightly, revealing the profound impact this situation had on him. Could it be that the individual favored by the two highest leaders in the county is at fault?